Good morning. Yes. Joe Spadoni's out today. Joe Shasky driving the mothership, the Millennium Falcon, if you will. I got Carter Chickering in the back playing the role of young Padawan, young Luke Skywalker, and I, Han Solo, is ready to take you on a journey today, Bay Area. Are you ready to start talking real football? Because, boy, I am. And I just want to let you know that we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco, brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com, and let's just get right into it. Earlier this week, we were having a conversation. I was discussing Brock Purdy and kind of the conversation and the rhetoric and the narratives that come with quarterback lists, and how certain quarterbacks get elevated and how other quarterbacks get diminished. And it's perplexing to me. And when you talk about quarterbacks, we have to talk about coaching. And yet I feel like we don't. We just don't. And for some coaches, we just, that guy's got that quarterback, but it doesn't matter. We elevate them. Yet for others, it's almost like it holds him back. Would Dan Marino have been Dan Marino if he was drafted by, say, the Cleveland Browns and he didn't have Don Shula to start his career? I don't know. I don't think so. Would Joe Montana have been Joe Montana if he went to the Arizona Cardinals, who were the Phoenix Cardinals back then, and he didn't have Bill Walsh? I think his career plays out differently. Now, look, all these guys I think were going to be successful, but would they have been the version of themselves that we ended up seeing? Probably not. Would Patrick Mahomes, as great as Mahomes is, would Patrick Mahomes have been Patrick Mahomes were it not for Andy Reid?
Probably not.
Young Carter.
I can tell you if he went to the Carolina Panthers, he would not be Patrick Mahomes.
Let's just say the Cleveland Browns took him.
No chance.
Right? Now, would he have been good? I'm sure he would have been some semblance of good, but he probably would have been hurt, knocked on his butt. I mean, we saw this with Andrew Luck. Andrew Luck was in our backyard, one of the great prospects in the history of the NFL, and I don't say that lightly. It's like John Elway, him, and a handful of others. Maybe Peyton Manning, even though physically, I'm talking about pedigree-wise. The Indianapolis Colts sabotaged his career. Is anyone surprised Andrew Luck retired young?
No.
Not a soul.
I think we have a quarterback that's in the NFL that we're looking at is going through similar things that Andrew Luck is in Joe Burrow.
That's a great comment. Now I want to get to Kyle Shanahan. Earlier this week, I was saying, and my statement was simple, and it's local. Everything we do here is local, and sometimes things that we do locally gets picked up nationally, right? And so there is a podcast out there with TJ Houshmandzadeh. Is it Sam Acho or
Emmanuel
Acho? Apologies, and I don't want to disrespect. Emmanuel Acho. It's called The Speakeasy.
Correct.
And they picked up my audio, and they played it on their show. And I think that they were perplexed by some of the things I was saying. And I'll rehash it for those that are just tuning in. And we're talking about Kyle Shanahan here in a second. So just bear with me, Bay Area sports fans. And we know we're on LeBron watch. We know I got the Open on the television right here in the living room.
Day 17 of LeBron watch.
God, this guy, Chris Mullen. We're Chris Mullen days in. We're Phillip Rivers days in. Jesus. LeBron, just come on. I basically said, hey, if you don't have Brock Purdy somewhere in your top 12, you have to have Kyle Shanahan somewhere in your top 5. Because how is a coach who's supposedly using a mediocre quarterback winning all these games? How is a coach with a mediocre quarterback going in and knocking off the defending champs on the road in the playoffs? How is a coach with a mediocre quarterback withstanding injuries to George Kittle, to Fred Warner, to Nick Bosa, to being one of the worst rushing between the tackles teams in the league, with a wide receiver one of Jawan Jennings? How is that team on the precipice of winning the entire NFC's number 1 seed and having home field throughout going into week 18? How does that happen? With an offensive line that we all think is suspect outside of Trent Williams. How is a mediocre quarterback with a subpar coach doing that? Those two things cannot coexist. Either you think Purdy is good and Shanahan is mediocre, or you think Purdy is mediocre and Shanahan is really good. Or, which is what I think, they're both really good. I think Shanahan is probably better at what he does than what Purdy is at what he does. And we're going to deep dive here on Shanahan. But my audio clip, which we're going to play right now, was picked up by the Speakeasy group. And this podcast kicks it around. And they were surprised to hear Kyle Shanahan criticism. Play the sound card.
Well, it wasn't even a surprise, Joe. They kind of ridiculed you, basically saying that people want Kyle fired. And we get it all the time here at the station. Here's the sound.
I'll say this. Number one, does anybody walk around saying Shanahan's not a good coach?
No, I was one of those fake takes.
that
was one of those like.
I don't know what my boy is talking about.
Yeah, nobody's ever said that.
I mean, no one's ever said that. Was he listening Monday morning after the Seahawks, dismantling in the playoffs this year? Carter, I went up there. You were supposed to go with me. I came back. And look, I love Kyle. We got dismantled. Like, it happens. Parcells was owned Bill Walsh for a small period of time. Sometimes coaches have your number. And we took calls all day on Monday saying what, Carter?
Fire Shanahan. I see it. I mean, probably twice a week, even when we're not talking Niners. So I think you're not clearly in touch with what's happening locally here, is what it tells me on this podcast.
I would like to have a sophisticated conversation today regarding Kyle Shanahan, Bay Area. I am not here to say he is Bill Walsh. I'm not. I'm not here to say that. Bill Walsh is one of one. Let's throw Bill Walsh to the side. Kyle has easily been one of the best coaches in the NFL since stepping in with the San Francisco 49ers. I want to go back in time. The Harbaugh teams, the team that ended up losing to the Seahawks. Does anyone remember what their offensive rating was that year? That was Kaepernick's first full season after an unbelievable ascension in 2012 where they went to the Super Bowl and they lost to the Ravens. They were a middle-of-the-pack offense, scoring the 15th most points in the league. 2014, it devolved even more. Greg Roman's offense, underneath 20 points a game, 19.1. That was 25th in the league. Remember, we had a kind of a scoring explosion because of some of the offensive changes in the rules. 2015, Jim Tomsula takes over. This team is dead last in offense. Pick the metric. Dead last. And that's including a Carlos Hyde game at the beginning of the year where he ran for like 250. The next year, Chip Kelly. Oh, he's an offensive genius. Oh, him and Blaine Gabbert. And I love you, Gary, Larry Kruger. Larry thought that, and other people did too. I'm not ripping Larry for this. Blaine Gabbert could be a starting quarterback in the NFL. Blaine Gabbert was a high draft pick. People believed in him. It's laughable now, but like there were people that really thought Blaine Gabbert could be a starting quarterback in the league.
There were.
They were 26th in total offense that year. 26 in points scored. They lost to Johnny Manziel. They went up to Chicago and threw for -3 yards in the snow. 2017, they inherited, and this is who Kyle and John Lynch came in. They inherited an expansion franchise. I have watched many Niner teams. I'm telling you, the 2017 team had less talent than the 2004 49er team that went 2-14. You had Eric Johnson. Everyone in the league would have tripped over themselves for Eric Johnson. You had a decent defense in terms of personnel. You had nothing on the 2017 team. You didn't know who DeForest Buckner was. We didn't think Eric Armstead could play in the NFL. We didn't even know what position he was. Jimmy Ward was known for getting roasted by Brandon Marshall. Is he a corner? Is he a safety? What is he? It took years for those guys to finally become themselves. That team had no players whatsoever. Jeremy Curley and Sean Drones were your two leading offensive players in 2016. That's who Kyle inherited. And ever since then, all they've been is a scoring machine.
Wow, dude.
This team has been top 14 or better every single year under Kyle, no matter who's under center. You want to give him Brian Hoyer? Doesn't matter. He'll score 20 points a game. You want to give him C.J. Beathard? Doesn't matter. He'll score 20 points a game. Heck, Jimmy Garoppolo not knowing the playbook. He'll score 20 points a game. And Jimmy went down. They ended up breaking the tight end record that year for most receiving yards for a tight end with George Kittle.
And the NFL is telling you that Jimmy Garoppolo is not even a starting quarterback and might not be a backup, frankly. Think about that.
We know the history of Kyle. He was brought in to save the Niners offense, to get us back to the years of being able to move the ball. And he's done that. Now, has he won the big game? Look, he hasn't. Like that is the thing that is eluding him and has eluded him as an offensive coordinator and as a head coach. But what I'm not going to hear anymore from Niner fans is that Kyle sucks. He does not suck. He does not suck. And to the national media, you don't understand how much this guy gets crushed by this fan base. Carter, I see it on our YouTube chat line. I see it on our text line. I see it in our DMs. I see it on social media. I field calls every day. Kyle sucks. Kyle's no good. No, I'm sorry. I don't want to hear it. I'm not here to say he's better than Andy Reid because he is not. I'm not even here to say that he's better than Sean McVay because Sean McVay has what he doesn't have. Well, I'll tell you this. There are about 27 other teams in the league that would die to have Kyle Shanahan. And Niner fans, you should be one of them. Kyle has flaws. Belichick had flaws. Kyle is not on Belichick's level at all. It's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the perfect coach doesn't exist. And when you look at what he's done throughout his tenure with the 49ers, he's made us infinitely relevant. Doesn't matter if it's Jimmy. Doesn't matter if it's Brock. Heck, doesn't matter if it's Mac Jones. This guy has found a way to right the 49ers ship and take us into the playoffs and win at least one game, it feels like, every single time he gets a team into the playoffs. And I ask you this. I dare you, in fact, 888-957-9570. I challenge anyone outside of winning the big one. What are your knocks on Kyle Shanahan? Like, let's have a sophisticated adult conversation. What? Is it time management? Is it having maybe a click on the team? Are we doing that? Is it how he handled Trey Lance? Get over it. Trey can't play. He's been on 3 different teams. I was rooting for him. We were wrong. Coach was wrong. The GM was wrong. He's not very good. Like, what are your gripes? What are your gripes with Kyle?
Is it influence in the draft? What he's done potentially with John Lynch in the draft? Is it how he's run CMC into the ground, a lot of people think?
Look, I think those are valid criticisms. Does that then make him a horrible coach?
No. And can I ask you, Shasky?
Those are weaknesses. Coaches have strengths and weaknesses. We act like they're perfect. They're not. They're like players.
Who was supposed to get the ball last year?
Jawan Jennings?
Who was supposed to get the ball? Honestly, you play your best player. You work your best horse, right? When the race is on, you give your ball. You give the ball to the guy you have the most trust in. It's very obvious who Kyle has the most trust in. It's CMC, and we saw a great example last year of why this guy is so great. You can't get between the tackles. You can't get yards between the tackles. All right, let's start with getting past the tackles. Let's do short passing to you, CMC.
He was a top 10 receiving target in the NFL.
It's unbelievable
with no other weapons. Like, who's doing it with Kendrick Bourne and Jake Tonjes? You just tell me. Sean Payton? Is Sean Payton doing it with Jake Tonjes and Kendrick Bourne? Is he? It's not what I saw. Like, and again, look, part of the personnel is he dictates that. There's no doubt. Kyle's a winner, and yeah, he hasn't won the ultimate one. I acknowledge that. But I want to hear the gripes, Niner fans, because I find a lot of the rhetoric around Kyle Shanahan ridiculous. Like, I find it ridiculous. I don't think it's rooted in reality. Now, if we go around the league and we're comparing and contrasting head coaches, right? And you were just say, give me the top coaches in the NFL. Everyone's going to start with Andy Reid, right? Andy's got the hardware. He's got the innovation. Andy's done it time and time again. And head-to-head, and I'll go through it, Kyle comes up short. I would argue in Kyle's entire tenure, no coach has owned him more than Andy Reid. And that sucks. I would also argue during Bill Walsh's tenure, no coach owned him like Bill Parcells. So sometimes guys just have your number. That is a reality. Sometimes guys just have your number. And sometimes you have someone else's number. Did you know that Nick Sirianni has never lost to Sean McVay? How's that even possible? How's that even possible? I ask you, Niner fans, who are you taking? I'm taking McVay all day.
I got to say, too, Andy Reid did not create miracles on the field the way Patrick Mahomes did against the 49ers multiple times. And I know we'll get to that. I'm just saying, I think it's almost an unfair, this guy has his number, period.
He's 0-5.
No, absolutely.
He's 0-5. McVay and Shanahan, McVay. They're going to be linked forever. McVay has the one thing Shanahan doesn't have, a Lombardi Super Bowl trophy. And he beat him en route to winning it. He'll have that. And until Kyle gets over the mountaintop, that is going to be the differentiator between him and McVay. Am I the biggest Kyle fan? I am. McVay's got that on him. There's just no other way around it. Ben Johnson. I love Ben Johnson. He's done it 1 year. And Kyle beat him this year in a game where Trent Williams didn't play because he got hurt on the second play of the game. In a game where George Kittle didn't play. It was one of the best games in the NFL of the year. Mike McDonald right now has Kyle's number. And now it is up to Kyle to adjust. He is the reigning Super Bowl champion. He won the last two in emphatic fashion. But go around the league. Look at these coaches, and we're going to go through them. Do a lot worse than Kyle Shanahan, Niner fans. We're going to take all your calls, and I want to hear people. Let's have a conversation about Kyle Shanahan. I'm not saying he's the greatest coach to ever live, but I'm also not here to say that he sucks. Let's have a healthy debate. What are your gripes with Kyle Shanahan, Bay Area? That's what's coming up on the game. Get in line. 888-957-9570. It's Carter Chasky. Spinoni's out sick, and that's what's coming up on the game, and it's sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
DraftKings is live in all 50 states. Yes, that means you, California. The Cup is down to its final matches. One trophy, one champion. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in California. So whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. Right here in California, the world's biggest stage is in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers sign up with the code 957thegame, spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards. That's code 957thegame in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends July 19th. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries tomorrow on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Some matches are too big to watch alone. That's why before the sun comes up, the lights are already on at Jack's Bar in San Jose's Japantown. Fans gather shoulder to shoulder as chants build toward kickoff. Tables shake after every goal. By sunrise, the whole place is roaring with the sound of the world's biggest matches. For decades, Bay Area soccer fans have found their way to Jack's for mornings like these. Open every weekend at 6 a.m. Real soccer culture. Real match day atmosphere. Jack's Bar in San Jose's Japantown.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Join 95.7 The Game at the Miristar Federal Credit Union Stuff the Bus event, a backpack drive supporting Bay Area student success July 18th in San Jose from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Help us make an impact in our community. Get all the details and donate now at 957thegame.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Yeah, I was in it till the fourth quarter, man, and then it just when they started just running the ball like we had nobody on the field, I was done, and I'm done with Shanahan. He's another Marty Schottenheimer. His culture is toxic. We're being too nice. It's the NFL. There's no wishy-washy going on in the NFL. Tell Kyle he can go up to be the OC and go sit up in the booth. And we need a mob boss to be the head coach, man. We need someone that's not going to sit up here and have toxic relationships with the players and all this and that. Put them in a doghouse and all this and that. You know, barking at cats on the sideline, man, because he can't handle the pressure. When Kyle gets shocked, he folds up tent and he runs through the woods and leaves all his gear behind, man, and leaves himself exposed out there in the wilderness. It's just like, dude, come on, dude. Are we this crazy that we're going to expect anything differently in the future?
All right. Joe Shasky, 95.7 The Game. That's Nick in Berkeley calling the day after the Niners lost to the Seahawks up in Seattle. And look, I love Nick in Berkeley. He's one of our most passionate, best fans and callers. That is one of, I would argue, thousands of phone calls we have fielded here in the last decade regarding Kyle Shanahan. He's an OC, not a mob boss. And I love Nick in Berkeley, but I think that he was not alone in those criticisms. Now, look, I will forever be frustrated, angry, mad, ticked that Kyle didn't know the overtime rules. That is one thing that for me is just
inexcusable. Completely.
It's so bad for me. It was almost a deal breaker on him. And I get it. If it is for someone a deal breaker, I get it. I think about it all the time. If you had done that for Joe Lacob or Eddie DeBartolo, would they have just fired you? No, I'm dead serious.
I know you are, and I kind of am laughing because I kind of think they would.
I think they would.
I do think part of it though is the thought in the back of your head that someone will pick this guy up in seconds if I fire him.
All right, so, and we're gonna hear from everyone. 888-957-9570. Shanahan, Kyle Shanahan. He doesn't suck. Look, is he the best in the league? No, he's not. He has to win a Super Bowl for him to be the best. But I'm looking around the league and I'm just writing names down and I'm going around and I'm saying to myself, all right, there's Andy Reid, there's Sean McVay. You want to put Mike McDonald up there, the boy wonder. He's 3-2 against Shanahan right now, all time. He won the last two in emphatic fashion. You want to say that he deserves, or I think he's 2-3, excuse me, against Shanahan. You want to say that he deserves to be higher than Shanahan because he has the Super Bowl? Hey, you have the winning hand right now, okay? I'll put him there. I'm not taking Mike Vrabel over Shanahan. That's me. I'm not taking Jim or John Harbaugh over Kyle Shanahan. That's me. I'm sorry. I'm not taking Nick Sirianni over Kyle Shanahan. I don't care if he has a Super Bowl ring or not. And Sirianni, you boob! I'll get to the head-to-heads on all these guys. I'm not taking right now Ben Johnson. Now, maybe a year, 2 years from now, I will reconsider Ben Johnson. I'm not taking Sean Payton and his championship from 20 years ago over Kyle Shanahan. From the 415, I'm a Kansas City fan. And the idea that you would even consider getting rid of Kyle is ridiculous. If Andy died, he would be my second choice, and it's not close.
Wow.
Let's go out to Captain Kirk in Alameda, 888-957-9570. If you do have gripes on Shanahan, look, legitimate ones, I want to hear them. Let's have an adult conversation about a really good head coach who's not perfect, but he's freaking good. Captain Kirk in Alameda, what do you got?
Hey, what's up, guys? I actually don't disagree with you at all, but something interesting that I did was, so I downloaded this app, Meta AI.
Okay.
And the other day I figured, what the hell? I'll put in the Niners schedule and see what happens, predicting the 2026 season. I haven't got through all the games yet, but I did the first one. It has the Niners winning in Melbourne, 24-21, and then it lists out the reasons. And the number one reason is Shanahan is a better coach when given time than Sean McVay. It picks it every time.
That's incredible.
And I just thought that was interesting.
So
you'd want to know about that.
AI was picking Shanahan over McVay. How many Niner fans would agree with that?
I don't think that's a good omen. AI is usually really bad when it gives me picks for gambling. So
You've been using AI for picks?
Yeah, it does not work very well.
I forgot to say this. Spinoni is out today. I apologize. I'm stuck in the big chair and I'm not accustomed to it. He's out sick. Carter's filling in from behind the glass. If you're tuning in, you're going, where's Joe? Joe's not feeling good today. Let's go to Alex in Oakland. Alex, Shanahan, what are your thoughts?
Hey, so first of all, I'm not a 49er fan,
okay,
but I'm an observer of football, so I want to say that. So I'm not being biased.
That's who I want to hear from.
When Shanahan coached in the Super Bowl and they lost, he wasn't a head coach, but he was running that offense. So let's say that. When he got picked by the 49ers to be the coach, all my 49er friends, I told them, he going to get y'all to the big game, but y'all not going to win. And he's like, oh, no, he's going to be number one. I say, he's going to get y'all to the bowl. Y'all not going to win. It's unexplainable of why you can't figure out what's wrong with him. It's just when it comes to the big games, he goes blank. He's a great coach, good coach. But in them big game moments, it's like his brain turned to mush.
So, Alex, can I ask you a question? Alex, can I ask you a question? Do you blame him for the 28-3 comeback against the Patriots? You blame Kyle Shanahan?
Yes, because when they scored that first touchdown, he didn't do nothing about it. He should have kept his foot on their throats.
He did. He threw the ball, and Julio Jones stepped out of bounds.
He scored 28 points.
I'm just telling you what I saw.
I hear you.
If that was almost 10 years ago.
Yeah, 2016.
And I'm just saying, he just can't coach in big games.
Well, I dismissed that. I dismissed that because was the Philly game in the wild card? Was that a big game? I don't know.
Was it the Super Bowl? Was it the Super Bowl? Yes or no?
No, it wasn't the Super Bowl, but he's also won. But he won an NFC Championship game. He's won how many of those to get all these games are big. So only the Super Bowl matters? So by your rhetoric, Andy Reid would have never won one.
I think people would argue with you just saying it's not the big one. But I hear you. They are all big games. I have a real problem with people blaming him for that game.
Oh,
I'm
it just
sorry.
drives me nuts.
I'm sorry. Like, if you score 28 points in a game, you should win, unless it's on the defensive coordinator. And Dan Quinn was the coach. He's a defensive coach. That's on you, dude.
I agree.
Like, I just, it's crazy to me. Yeah, maybe Kyle should have run the ball more, but like, come on.
Let me ask Niner fans, in the 10 years he's been here, it's a simple question. How many times has he been thoroughly outcoached? Just think in your head. How many times has he been thoroughly outcoached? I would argue Andy Reid is the architect of at least a handful of those.
In fact, take Andy Reid out and give me a game where he was really, really outcoached. It's hard to do, honestly. I mean, you and I did it because we have to do it for the show, obviously. But as a listener, I'd love for someone to call in.
I think McDonald absolutely masterclassed them in Week 18 and then again in the playoffs.
I'd agree.
And I also would argue that by that second matchup in the playoffs, so closely packed together, I thought their players were just humming. And that extra week and everything, and it was, hot knife through butter. Now look, Andy Reid, let's break down. Kyle and Andy Reid. This is the guy who owns him the most. And I would throw Spagnuolo in there. He's 0-5 versus Andy. 2018, at Kansas City. It's a 38-27 loss in the box score. They were down 35-7 in the first half. Carter, 35-7 in the first half. Kareem Hunt could not be stopped. Mahomes had 3 touchdowns. Do you remember Reuben Foster had returned from a substance abuse suspension and had one of the worst fouls I've ever seen in my life in that game on Mahomes? That was also the game they fought back valiantly. The game was over. Jimmy Garoppolo tore his ACL in the fourth quarter.
Right.
Super Bowl 54 against Andy Reid. Kyle had his number for 3 quarters. He got out-coached in the fourth quarter. I would argue Andy Reid, one of the plays no one ever brings up is when they got into the red zone and they ran that Army play, that Army-Navy play from like 70 or 80 years ago where they were all bunched up and then they moved around. Clearly, Andy had 4 or 5 gadget plays ready to go for that entire game, and it just felt like we didn't match that same creativity. And obviously what they did in the fourth quarter, I mean, they were going to score 100 in that game if that game kept going.
They had a quarterback who made magic, too, with what he was given. Let's call it what it is.
No doubt.
If we had a quarterback, it felt like that needed it all drawn out for him, and they had a quarterback that could take the coloring book and throw it out the window if he needed to.
Now, one of my big gripes in that game is that Raheem Mostert didn't have a touch till the second quarter. He was the guy who had 300 yards the week before, 2 weeks before.
To your point, one of the most dominant games anyone's ever seen. I've never seen anything like that. We threw the ball 8 times. 8 times. Think about that.
It was, and I would have kept running the ball.
I would have just run it down their throat until they stopped it.
I don't understand. They got away from Raheem Mostert, who's like, what?
Just send him to the edge.
I know. 2022, Kyle versus Andy. Remember, this is the week they traded for Christian McCaffrey. Bosa still had the groin injury.
You and I were both at this game, I think.
Yes. Jimmy was playing quarterback through the worst red zone interception possibly of his career, and that is saying something. Mahomes flipped his hips and made a dime downfield. I don't know, was it Valdez Scantling?
It was unbelievable. You remember this.
When I seen him throw that ball, they got thoroughly outcoached and outplayed in that game. There's just no other way around it.
When I seen him throw that ball,
exactly.
I was like, oh my God.
Super Bowl 58, 25-22 loss to Andy Reid. It's the overtime rules. It's everything. That one actually pisses me off now more than the one in 2019. I don't know why.
I'll tell you why. It's very easy why. It's because that team, to me, feels like, are you ever going to get a team that was better than that team? I mean, in my lifetime, that was the best team ever. Like, I'm not counting 95, obviously, because I was 2.
Yeah, well, 89,
right?
95 would smoke that.
Yeah, but I was 2.
Yes, so I get that.
So maybe back to 2005, let's say.
How about if I honestly think 2011 and would have slowed that team down? I think 2011 is one of the greatest defenses I've ever seen in my life.
100%. What they had 8
But their offense wasn't good enough.
No, I'm taking 23 over. I think the defense was good enough on 23, and the offense was, 30 points a game. So,
but they didn't show up.
Exactly.
And again, Spagnuolo out coaching Kyle. 2024 against Andy Reid. 2018, A 28-18 loss. They ran for 184 yards and 4 rushing touchdowns in that game. Trent got ejected late in that game. Do you remember that? D. Winters got faked out by Mahomes on the sideline where he pump faked and then ran upfield. Game the Ayuk got hurt. Purdy was 17 of 31, 2 touchdown runs, 3 interceptions, and one of them was in the end zone in the fourth quarter. Jennings got hurt and left the game. Debo played 4 snaps and left the game. And Ricky Pearsall made his debut. Kyle's 0-5 versus Andy Reid, and Andy Reid has dominated him. Now I'm going to go through some of the other ones. 888-957-9570. If you have a gripe with Kyle Shanahan, today's the day. I want to hear it. I want to have a legitimate conversation. I think he's really good. I think he's proven it for a decade. I don't think he sucks, and I don't get it. I don't get it from Niner fans that think he sucks. This segment is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to tell you ride willy-nilly. Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
Hey, it's Bonte. And if you've been sitting on the fence about moving, this is your sign. School starts before you know it, and a smart move is getting your family settled at River Islands in Lathrop before the first bell rings, not after. Here's the good news. River Islands has quick move-in homes ready right now. No waiting for a new build, no scrambling in August. Just choose your home, move in, and get your kids enrolled in one of River Island's K-8 charter academies or the high school, all before the year kicks off. And you're not just getting a house. You're getting a whole summer left to enjoy it. Miles of trails, sparkling lakes, a brand new amphitheater, and the Redwood Cafe opening this fall in the town center. Homes starting in the low 600s to over $1 million. And if you're 55 and better, Del Webb at River Islands offers a wide range of home sizes and resort-style amenities right on the water at their Lakeview Club. Don't wait for the first day of school to wish you'd already made the move. Visit riverislands.com today. riverislands.com.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. The FIFA World Cup is entering its biggest matches, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Right now, Spain is trading at 58% to win the whole thing, meaning a $100 trade would net $167 if, in fact, they win one more match. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, D-I-B-S, to get $10 when you trade 10. K-A-L-S-H-I. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned here. For more information, go online to kalshi.com/regulatory. Hey, it's Dibs.
And Steiny.
From 95.7 The Game. On Sunday, July 19th, we're heading to Bay Street, Emeryville to catch the final, and you should too.
Match day festivities start at 11:30. The whistle blows at noon, and we'll be watching on the massive plaza screen and TVs throughout the terrace. Grab a pizza, a burger, hand rolls, brews, and more. Then come meet us and the rest of the 95.7 The Game crew and cheer on the world's best.
Get details at baystreetemeryville.com/events.
This is an urgent health alert. If you worked in construction, manufacturing, mining, stone fabrication, or another job with heavy dust exposure, and now suffer from shortness of breath, a chronic cough, and have been diagnosed with silicosis or another serious lung disease, you may qualify for potential compensation. Visit govictory63.com for a free, completely confidential case review. Workers across multiple trades are filing lawsuits alleging prolonged silica dust exposure caused devastating lung disease. Companies and employers are accused of failing to adequately warn workers about the serious health risks associated with exposure. If you've been diagnosed with silicosis or other lung disease, don't wait. Filing deadlines may apply, and no one contacts your employer without your permission. See if you may qualify today. Visit govictory63.com for your free confidential review. That's govictory63.com.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services by the Goldwater Law Firm in Phoenix, Arizona. Primary legal services performed by co-counsel law firms. For additional disclaimers, go to goldwaterlawfirm.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more, or visit TremfyaRadio.com.
Now back to the morning roast.
Hey, Dunleavy, get on the phone, start making calls, dude. Why you sitting at the desk twiddling your thumbs, bro?
With Joe Spadoni.
Stop playing with your pencils and playing tic-tac-toe with yourself. Get out there and make some moves, man. Make it happen. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
And Joe Shasky.
Giants, Niners, just on crack.
On 95.7 The Game.
Shasky and Spadoni out. Carter is filling in. Spadoni's sick today, and we're talking Kyle Shanahan. As you can hear right now, it's on and cracking like pistachios. And that's brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. All right, Shanahan haters, I know you're out there. I see you. Hey, Carter, how about an opposing point of view? Shasky, the Philly game was a wild card game. Jaden won 2 his rookie year on the road. How many do you think he gets the rest of his career? I mean, who knows?
How was last season?
It's not good.
So we're just going to credit people for 1 year nowadays, I guess.
Well, Kaepernick has 4 road wins on his playoff resume, which is more than Steve Young.
And he couldn't get a job after 2015.
I mean, I don't know.
Let me read you a comment from the YouTube chat here, Shasky.
Yeah, give it to me.
Giants forever. Special teams falls under the head coach. I'm not sure how hard that is to understand. Kyle is the boss of everything, and special teams has been awful his entire tenure. Kyle gets the blame for that.
I don't think it has been awful his entire tenure. 2019, Robbie Gould was amazing.
It wasn't awful last year.
No, it was
quite
actually
good last year, actually.
It was a weapon. Sky Moore was incredible.
It was a weapon last year.
So, where do you have Shanahan on your list of coaches? We had a lot of lists coming out this week about quarterbacks, and I think most people have Andy Reid above Kyle, and that's 100%. There's like nobody who could have Kyle right now above Andy Reid. Kyle's 0-5 and has lost 2 Super Bowls to him. The argument is over. You know what I mean? Like, for now. McVay. Where's Kyle versus McVay? Well, regular season, he's 10-7. But I don't really care about the regular season when there's a NFC Championship matchup that McVay won en route to winning his lone Super Bowl. So you could tell me Kyle is 11-6 or whatever it is against Sean McVay in the regular season. The one loss that McVay has to him, or that he has to McVay, is the one that counts. McVay's missed the playoffs twice. They both started the same year. He's 10-5 in the playoffs overall. One of those wins being against Shanahan. Shanahan has missed the playoffs 2017, 2018, 2020, and 2024. So 4 times. But he's 9-5 in the playoffs. Lost 2 Super Bowls. McVay 1-1 in the Super Bowls. That big one is that's the difference. Most people are going to take McVay over Shanahan.
This is a dumb question, but I'm not picking any coach over Kyle Shanahan in the world if I'm in the first round of the NFL playoffs.
Oh, I like that.
You know,
unless I'm facing McVay.
Yeah, if I'm in the wild card, I'm not taking anyone over Kyle Shanahan.
Well, let's get into that. So, like, Nick Sirianni has a Super Bowl win. Do you know what the record is between the two of them? Head to head.
Is it we're 2-1?
3-1.
3-1.
Shanahan's 3-1 over Sirianni. What's the lone loss? The game Brock Purdy got hurt.
Right.
NFC Championship game against the Eagles. This recent one, how can anyone make an argument against Shanahan versus Sirianni? He thoroughly outcoached Sirianni in that game.
Wasn't close. And they were superior in a lot of positions, frankly.
I mean, their team was ridiculous on paper.
That offensive line has 3 Pro Bowlers on it.
Yeah.
2 of them all pro.
Now, look, the 31-7 win in the NFC Championship game is the lone victory Sirianni has. And they have it. And they earned it. They knocked their quarterback out. They won that.
Injuries are part of the game.
You could make a legitimate argument. Kyle's specific offensive philosophy is in part how Brock got hurt. I'll listen to that. Having Tyler Kroft come over and block a DN who had the most sacks in the NFL, like, yeah, it wasn't smart.
No
that
doubt.
was really dumb. Should have thrown a challenge flag on the Devontae catch down the field. I'm not going to argue that. Sirianni, they get the win there. Remember what happened a year later? Debo and Kyle and Brock went into Philly and ended their year. They were 10-1 at that point. In the rain, in the link, and the Niners ended their season. Debo went bye-bye.
It's one of the proudest moments you could have as a Niners fan,
in a regular
honestly.
season. One of the great regular season wins of all time.
In the regular season, you're right.
One of the great regular season wins of all time. And then the other win in the regular season was that game where Jimmy was god-awful for the first, 2-3 quarters, and they ended up winning 17-11. It was Sirianni's first year as coach. Hurts was the quarterback. He was really, inconsistent. Debo made an unbelievable touchdown in that game.
Yeah, Hurts was so green then.
And the Niners weren't good. That was the Jimmy Trey Lance year. So I think I'm taking Shanahan over Sirianni. It's not close. What about you?
Oh, I mean, it's not even a comparison to me, honestly.
All right. Dan Campbell.
Now we're getting harder.
Kyle's 2-1 against Dan Campbell. 2021, Campbell inherited a dumpster fire in Detroit. The Niners were blowing their top off in that week 1 game. Trey Lance threw a touchdown pass. That's how crazy that game was. Me and Bonte started the postgame show with 7 minutes to go in that game. And Detroit came roaring back late in that one. And we had to get off the postgame show to watch the final 3 minutes of the Niner game. They won 41-33, 2021. The Niners did. Should have won 41-10. But Detroit came back. NFC Championship game. Did Kyle get outcoached or did Dan Campbell get outcoached?
I think Dan Campbell got outcoached, personally.
I thought it was a tale of 2 halves, and the adjustments at halftime and the third and fourth quarters showed you who the better coach was.
I would also push back on that, though, and say Dan Campbell kind of shot himself in the foot in that game quite a bit.
I'll listen to
that. And I think Kyle did not, which that gives me to me, that gives Kyle a huge edge of who outcoached who.
Would you say that Dan Campbell's situation on offense and defense, losing the coordinators last year, was a small tale of how you view Campbell, or do we need more data?
It's a small tale of how I view Kyle, honestly, because we deal with this every year, which is losing coordinators. And
God, I love that.
He gets no credit for it, and yet Dan Campbell got all the passes in the world. It felt like last year. Oh, their division's so hard.
Yeah.
Oh, this is our division easy.
Yeah.
So yeah. I think it does give him some leeway, right?
Yes.
I'm not going to be fire Dan Campbell because of last season, let's say.
I agree. I totally agree. I'm taking Kyle, though, over Dan Campbell.
No doubt.
All right. Mike McDonald. He's got a Super Bowl ring. In 3 games last year against the Seahawks, the Niners averaged less than 3.5 yards per carry in 21 personnel. And they just stymied the Niner run game. But in 11 personnel, okay, where you get one of those running backs off the field, juice, almost 6 yards per carry for the Niners. You had no Kittle in week 18, week 1 after the first drive, and you had no Kittle in the second matchup at the end of the year, meaning the playoff game. Right now, Mike McDonald has the edge on Kyle Shanahan, and it pains me to say that, but I have to be fair.
I agree with you. I think you have to go on recency, right? And I have 2 lists brought up here that are like official, coach rankings. PFF has Kyle Shanahan ahead of Mike McDonald, and that's current.
And so as I've been not slurping, but supporting Kyle all morning, I have to acknowledge Mike's got the edge on him.
Yeah, I think when you watch that Week 18 game, Shasky, they were beating all 3 phases of the game.
Week 18, division round, NFC Championship game, Super Bowl. I'm sorry. He's done what we haven't accomplished.
And he doesn't have one of the elite quarterbacks to me, so that matters to me.
At all. Now, what he does have is a Hall of Fame GM.
There's no doubt about that. The guy is unreal.
He is unbelievable. And that one of Kyle's flaws, which I acknowledge, he does not have a Hall of Fame GM. He has a Hall of Fame player as a GM, but he's the GM, Kyle. And I think that is a weakness that's actually holding back, in my estimation, Kyle, the head coach.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Is that his biggest weakness? Do you think his inability to finish in big games is a bigger weakness than his ability to draft? I think his ability to draft is by far his biggest weakness.
It's undeniable since the Trey Lance trade and draft, they've been not even close to as good with draft picks. So yes, I would agree with that. That being said, he also has flaws, specific stubbornness, whether it's play designs, fourth quarter time management, when and where to go for it, I think is very underrated. Part of the loss to Sean McVay went gunslinger in that fourth quarter. Now, they had Stafford, but he went gunslinger. The Niners punted the ball. They could have gone for it or kicked a field goal in the Rams territory with like 7 minutes to go. And he punted the ball, and I said, you cannot give them the ball right here. You have to go for it here. And he had went for it the week before in Green Bay.
I know what you're talking about, actually, but I have to say, as one of my gripes for Kyle, his ability to make the decision of whether to go for it or kick a field goal or punt, I think he does a really good job of.
I'm isolating one. It's probably not fair. I'm isolating one. Again, I said to you the week before, he went for it. It was that Trent play where Debo ran the ball, and it ended up working out for them.
I think he has the perfect level of aggression when it comes to those situations. Is
any Niner fan taking LaFleur over Shanahan? Shanahan has undressed LaFleur.
That's a joke, honestly.
He's undressed
That's embarrassing
him.
Even bringing it up.
Okay. How about Sean Payton? You taking Sean Payton over Kyle Shanahan?
I'm not, but if you were to call in right now and say you are, I couldn't bash you. Let's put it that way.
Well, the only win Sean Payton has over the Niners is 2018 when we had lost our quarterback. 2019 was that thriller. I mean, that might have been the best game of Jimmy G's career.
In
New Orleans. 48-46 win. The one where Kittle's getting his face mask dragged. Juice got laid out in that game. I thought he got concussed. Remember, he grabbed his helmet because Jimmy threw an oh-no throw on the sidelines.
That was one of the best moments of Kittle's career.
Hands down. Yeah, I don't know, man. I
don't think Sean Payton is, no. First of all, the age is, can I count that against him? I don't want an old head coach anymore. I want a young guy who's innovative nowadays.
Are you taking the Harbaughs?
No.
No.
I think there was a time where you and I would have considered maybe taking Jim Harbaugh over Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, not now.
I don't even think it's close
John.
now.
I think John's so overrated. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM1 and HD1, San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. All right, now look, We're having these conversations. I want you to join in, Bay Area. 888-957-9570. We got young Carter filling in for Joe Spadoni. And we are just discussing, Kyle Shanahan and where he stacks up. I want to hear from these Shanahan haters that always pop up. They always pop up when we lose a game we shouldn't. And they're nowhere to be found when we're winning games. And they win games year after year after year after year. I don't get it. I just listed off all these head coaches. I gave you all the head-to-heads. Like, McDonald has Shanahan's number. I acknowledge. McVay has things on his mantle. Shanahan doesn't. I acknowledge. Andy Reid clearly owns Kyle. Who else? Who else? What does it take for the Bay Area to say someone's good? No one's saying he's the best, and no one's saying he's the greatest to ever live. But come on. I want to hear it, people. I want to hear it from you. What is an area that people want to knock on Kyle Shanahan? Is it he doesn't develop the quarterback? I mean, what other guy out there is winning games with Jimmy Garoppolo? Name one. What other guy is out there breaking passing records in terms of receiving for a tight end with George Kittle and Nick Mullins? What guy's out there keeping the season alive with Mac Jones, who no one in the NFL wanted? Look, he can't win the big one in terms of the Super Bowl. That's the last thing that he needs to accomplish. But I want to hear from everyone regarding like these flaws that everyone wants to point out when Kyle loses a game that maybe he shouldn't. He got dismantled by McDonald and the Seahawks. Their personnel, their coaching, special teams, pick every face. They got dismantled. I think he's a good coach. Let's go to Jimmy in Bayview. Jimmy, what do you got on Kyle Shanahan?
Hey, guys. Carter, you looking good?
Thanks, Jimmy.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Shanahan, for years, has drafted poorly. Great organizations do not draft poorly. Great organizations reflect on what they're doing wrong. And and his inability to beat good teams right now. I mean, they can beat up on the little guys. And his inability to adjust or to change his offensive philosophy, two tight ends. I just don't understand it. Great organizations, there's always a voice in the room, a contrarian voice to remind people of, what we could be doing better. I'm not even sure Lynch and Shanahan are aware that they draft poorly. I mean, that's how far I think they're off the line.
All right.
And until that happens, we're going to be stuck in mediocrity. What do you guys think?
We're not mediocre, though. We're really good. 925, Kyle Hader here. It's not that he's not a good coach. He doesn't complete the job. We're going on 31 years and counting since the last Super Bowl. And new 49er fans are happy with wild card wins. GTFOH. And
Shasky,
win the Super Bowl, and I'll give him credit.
Sorry to cut you off there, Shasky. Jimmy did say one thing I do really agree with, though, is one issue I've had with the Niners is that there feels like there's too many guys on the same page.
Oh, there's no dissension. There's creative tension.
No, and I think that there's no one to push back on some of these ideas that Kyle does have, like drafting Black in the third round, for instance. You know what I mean? Saying, Kyle, look, this guy is not even projected to potentially be drafted. You know what I mean? There's just no one to push back on some of these, and I hate to say it, wacky ideas that he does have. And I think that's needed for constructive building, basically, within any organization, right? I think the Warriors have that.
100%. Hey, Kyle, maybe you switch your offensive line philosophy a little.
Exactly.
A little. No one's saying you're the worst, but a little. No, creative tension, I believe in. Look, inarguable, one of his weaknesses is the draft. Inarguable, one of his weaknesses is there's too many yes men. There just is.
Like he and John Lynch are just on the same page way too much. Like they just feel in lockstep on everything. And you and I were looking at each other like, Nick Sorensen's not it.
No, we knew that.
Let's cut the fat already, for God's sake.
But he wanted to run that stupid Seattle defense from 15 years ago that everyone in the league already has moved on from. No, look, there's this thing that he doesn't beat good teams. He just beat the... Look, the Eagles were a flawed team, right? We agree, right? Flawed team. They were the defending Super Bowl champs and were pretty comprehensive the year prior. Were they not?
Yeah. I think there's a way of saying it, which is he doesn't beat great quarterbacks. I could buy that more than great teams.
Okay. I think Brock's really good, but I don't think he's great. I think he's really good.
That's fair.
Okay, now, look, you'd say, Joe, you're slicing hairs here. And I am. I'm splitting hairs.
That's what you got to do with quarterback rankings,
100%. Do I think he's on the level of Joe Montana? No. Do I think Steve Young was on the level of Joe Montana? No. But I don't think Brock's on the level of Steve Young. Now, he might be above Garcia, above Kaepernick, above Alex Smith, but he's still below what I would determine to be like, these dudes are just different. He's a really good player. That's not a knock. You can win a ton of games. I do think he can win a Super Bowl. I think a lot has to go right, but I think there's a lot of guys you can say. Sam Darnold. I think Purdy is as good, if not better, than Sam Darnold. I think he's better, personally. Now, I can't debate. He stayed healthier the last 2 years. He's put up better numbers. But I trust Purdy more in these playoff games than Sam. And Sam just won it all and just beat us. Now, let's be fair. Week 1, Purdy outplayed him.
Yeah.
And Purdy had a couple bad throws in that game. Week 18, Sam didn't do anything special. Purdy didn't do anything special. I thought he was good, Sam, in the playoff game, but he didn't need to be special. He had to make a couple of throws. That game was over.
Back to the Week 18 thing, Shasky, and I brought this up with you. If you rewatch that game, which I've rewatched,
the screenplay killed them.
I've rewatched it a couple times.
Kenneth Walker play was awful.
I'm not sure in the first quarter that Sam Darnold even started the offense on their side of the field. I think he was on the 50-yard line, at least it felt that way. And if he was on his side of the field, they started on the 45.
Yeah.
So it's very hard for me to get on the quarterback when you have such an advantage in special teams.
JSN's so sick.
Yeah, you mean the third-ranked wide receiver?
He is
in the
I don't say this lightly. He's the closest I've seen to Jerry in terms of a 1-year sample running right. He's the closest to Jerry Rice. He can do everything.
Wow, that's quite a statement.
Well, notice how no one ever compares anyone to Jerry, but he's unguardable. How do you guard him?
I think Jamar Chase has the same issue, though.
I'll listen to it, but I don't see Jamar Chase twice a year.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm biased. I see this guy twice. Jason's amazing. I'm not saying that he is Jerry Rice. I'm just saying, where's the flaw in that guy's game? Toughness, size, speed, separation, catch radius, yak. He does it all. Home run hitter, whoo!
It might be the size, but people don't care about that now as long as you're creating space, right?
All right, we got a couple. I want to go bang, bang real quick. We got Matt and Marin, and we got Dave and Fresno. Let's go to Matt and Marin. What do you got on Kyle?
Hey, guys. Yeah, the one thing I don't understand that people seem to leave out is I don't get why Kyle gets all the criticism and, when things aren't going well, he gets so much hate when arguably, if you look at just the offensive side of the ball, obviously defense is a different deal. But Kittle, who we drafted, and CMC, who was a trade, those are the only Hall of Famers Kyle's had to work with. And we're in the NFC Championship game almost every year the last 6 years. And then in the Super Bowl, what's it been? 2-3 times. And basically, he's criticized at every turn where in the Bay, Steve Kerr has had Steph Curry, KD, Klay Thompson, Draymond. These are generational talents, all Hall of Famers. He could show up to work. Chafsky, your kid could show up and coach the Warriors to go to the finals with those lineups. And we talk like he's a genius when I've always been of the mind that Kerr doesn't even have to draw anything up. He just got to show up to work and hang out.
It's funny that you say that.
Why Kyle doesn't get that same leeway when he's done more with less than maybe any coach in all the sports, and I just don't think it's fair.
I mean, think about this. Nobody had Kittle. Nobody had Kittle on their draft board. Look, Kittle's a Hall of Famer. Nobody thought that Debo could do what Debo did. Now, they did take him in the second round, but no one thought he would be that and revolutionize the position.
You might have picked One of the greatest defensive players of all time out of the fifth or fourth round. What was Fred Warner?
Third rounder.
Third?
Yeah. Converted safety. CMC is a Hall of Fame talent. His best year is 2023. Like in his career, right? Right? Brandon Ayuk. I had never heard of Brandon Ayuk, and I watched Pac-12 football back then. The guy I wanted was the guy who ended up going to the Patriots and stunk.
N'Keal Harry.
N'Keal Harry. All right, we're going to get into all of it. We got Grant Cohn joining us on the other side. Probably one of the bigger Kyle critics.
That's exactly why we have Grant. It's perfect for him.
All right, let's get to this World Soccer Championship update, which is brought to you by Jack's Bar and J-Town Pizza, your destination for international soccer action in the San Jose's Japantown. Spain and Argentina booked their places in the 2026 FIFA World Cup final after impressive victories in the semifinals. Spain produced a composed and clinical performance to defeat France 2-0, controlling possession and limiting the French attack throughout the match. I mean, who wrote this? AI? Well, Argentina came back from behind to beat England 2-1, Bonte's England, in a dramatic contest, setting up another chance for Messi to compete for football's biggest prize. The final promises to be fascinating with the clash of styles and Spain's disciplined, possession-based approach, while you're going up against Argentina's experience, resilience, and attacking quality. The Cardiac Kids. With both teams in outstanding form and the World Cup trophy on the line, my God, what it'll read. Fans can expect an intense, high-quality showdown worthy of the tournament's grand finale. And that is your World Soccer Championship update paragraph, a.k.a. novel, brought to you by Jack's Bar and J-Town Pizza, your destination for international soccer action in San Jose's Japantown. I'm going to go take a nap after that read and that segment. And Grant Cohn, the biggest critic in this market of Shanahan, on the other side, sponsored by California Office of Traffic Safety.
Speeding catches up with you when you get caught and handed a ticket, or worse, in a crash. No one makes summer plans for fines or a trip to the hospital after a crash. So slow down and follow the speed limit. Make your 100 days of summer and beyond the safest ones. A message from the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
On Saturday, July 25th, your first place Quakes take center stage at Stanford Stadium for the 105th California Classico against the LA Galaxy. Presented by El Camino Health. NorCal versus SoCal. Then stay after the match for the biggest summer fireworks show in the Bay. Tickets at SJEarthquakes.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries tomorrow on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
With the new MyLowe's Pro Rewards American Express card, earn 3 points per dollar spent on Lowe's qualifying purchases for the first 6 months after card account opening. Plus, save 5% every day on eligible purchases at Lowe's and earn points on eligible purchases everywhere else Amex is accepted. Card members get more at Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. 5% can't be combined with any other offer. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit.
Don't miss comedian Bill Burr live at the Mountain Winery in Saratoga on July 30th. Buy your tickets at mountainwinery.com. And for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Golden Voice, enter online at 957thegame.com.
All right, it's the Morning Roast. Joe Shasky. We got Grant Cohn on my screen. I'm staring at him right now. Spadoni's out sick. I got young Carter bobbing his head in the engineer room, if you will. We got young Victor quietly, the quiet assassin back there working. Grant Cohn, we're talking Kyle Shanahan. 95.7 The Game audience. You guys know me a long time, and I think Kyle's really good at what he does. Is he the best coach in the league? No. It's Andy Reid. I would probably also stack Sean McVay above Kyle. He has the one thing that Kyle doesn't have, and he beat Kyle en route to winning that, which is a Super Bowl. And right now, I think it's fair to have Mike McDonald ahead of Kyle because, look, he dominated him in the last 2 games and then beat McVay and then went on to win a Super Bowl. After that, I'm probably taking Kyle over everyone else. That doesn't mean he's perfect. That doesn't mean he's on the level of Bill Walsh or anything like that. Like, that's the gold standard. But I think he's really, really good. And I'm bringing in Grant Cohn right now. Grant, what's up, buddy? If I were to, drill down and I were to say, who are some of the biggest critics of Kyle Shanahan, I think you're one of the first people that I think of. And I don't think that's a negative thing on you. I think I think it's good that we have disagreement and people that are pushing the limits on how they view things. And so what is your biggest gripe with Kyle Shanahan as a coach?
Well, you said he's really good at what he does. What I find really interesting about Kyle is he wears a lot of hats. He does a lot of different things. So when we're ranking Kyle, it's kind of tough because are we talking about Kyle the OC or Kyle the head coach or both? Because Kyle the OC is undoubtedly elite. Like, he is absolutely a top 5 offensive play caller in the league, along with Andy Reid, Sean McVay, Sean Payton, Ben Johnson. He's right there. But as a head coach, I don't think he's top 5. Because as a head coach, you are what your record says you are. And in 9 years, his winning percentage is .550. And while he did a really good job last year, he did a really bad job in 2024. And you can't make the excuse like, well, look at the players he's working with. Look at the quarterback he's working with. He's also the general manager. So if he were to get fired tomorrow, he'd get hired the next day because he's a top 5 offensive coordinator in the league. And elite play callers always get hired as head coaches. So when you get Kyle, the head coach, who's good but flawed, you get Kyle, the offensive coordinator, too. And that's a big selling point. But if we're really ranking head coaches, I don't see how you rank a head coach with a .550 winning percentage over 9 years over Sean Payton, who has like a .630 winning percentage over 18 years on 2 teams and a championship. It doesn't make any sense to me. Well, but that doesn't mean Kyle isn't good.
I mean, I looked at them head to head, and Kyle's got the head, got the matchup on Sean Payton. We watched Jimmy Garoppolo just absolutely knife them up multiple years ago. So, I mean, look, I think you and I just view the winning percentage thing very, very differently. The first 2 years of Kyle, he inherited a dumpster fire. To me, it was an expansion franchise. I go back, the worst team I've ever seen was the 04 Niners. Okay? Until I saw the 2016 49ers with Sean Drones and Jeremy Curley and Blaine Gabbert and Colin Kaepernick. DeForest Buckner wasn't DeForest Buckner that we know today or knew when he was, at his height in 2019, 2020. Eric Armstead didn't have a position. Jimmy Ward, we didn't know if he was a safety or a corner. There were no redeeming carryover players that Kyle inherited. 22 of those 67 losses of his career in the regular season came in the first 2 seasons. Don't you give him a little more leeway?
Yeah, I mean, that's true. That's good context. But, I mean, those losses the first year were all by 3 points or less. That team didn't have to be that bad. I mean, he wanted Brian Hoyer. He didn't want Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
He traded for Jimmy Garoppolo. He could have kept tanking and drafted Josh Allen. But let's give him those first 2 years. What about 2024? I mean, 2025 happened, so we forget about it. But 2024, Kyle was there. Purdy was there. Kittle was there. Warner was there. Christian McCaffrey was not. Robert Saleh was not, and they went 6-11. All of a sudden, McCaffrey comes back, Saleh comes back, and they win a bunch of close games. Oh, and Moody leaves. But, I mean, who's responsible for Jake Moody? Kyle Shanahan. This is all his team. So, yeah, he gets a lot of credit, but he's too inconsistent. And the fact of the matter is he's had multiple chances to cement himself as a champion, and he couldn't get the job done with really good rosters. So, again, I don't see how he's achieved elite status as a head coach when he's had his opportunities. I think he has achieved elite status as an offensive coordinator.
So, because everyone has a different, way of viewing it. How many elite coaches are there in your eyes right now? I'm just curious.
Well, I mean, guys that you would have to rank, or I would have to rank ahead of Kyle. Obviously, Andy Reid.
Yes.
Sean McVay.
Yes.
Sean Payton. I would say you'd have to put
Peyton hasn't
Mike
won
McDonald.
once. Can I stop you for a
been there a
second?
couple of years.
Can I stop you?
I think you'd have to put Nick Sirianni above him. Nick Sirianni's never had a losing season, even though Kyle just beat him in the playoffs. I think you'd have to put Nick Sirianni.
Kyle's 3-1 versus Sirianni.
He's never had. I don't think head-to-head is necessarily the way to rank head coaches.
His only win was when Purdy got hurt.
At least how I would do it. I'd have to put Jim Harbaugh ahead of Kyle Shanahan. He's never had a losing season in the NFL. He's won in multiple places. I don't really count what he did in college. I would have to put Mike Vrabel ahead of him. He's won in 2 places. He also has been to a Super Bowl. You could argue that Mike McCarthy's ahead of him. He's won in 2 places. He's won a Super Bowl. But again, Kyle's a better play caller than most of those guys. But as a head coach, again, I don't understand what else you would use to rank them. I mean, does Kyle have a good culture? Yeah, it's good. It's not necessarily the greatest. We see it with this whole Brandon Ayuk fiasco. It would never happen on the Chiefs. It would never happen on the Rams. But it lingers here, and it's not the end of the world, but there are reasons the Niners haven't won a Super Bowl, and I think a lot of it goes back to leadership.
Sean Payton hasn't won a big playoff game in like 2 decades. Mike McCarthy got dismantled by Kyle not once but twice in the playoffs. Sirianni is 1-3 versus Kyle. The one game, look, and I said this to these guys earlier, like you could blame Kyle's scheme, thought process, Tyler Kroft blocking Brock Purdy. I mean, that's on you, Kyle. Like that's on you. I'm not sure that they beat that Eagles team even with a healthy Brock. That's a separate conversation. He ended their season this last year and was the best coach on the field, and then ended their season the year after they lost to them in that December game where Debo went bye-bye to the entire league. Like, I don't know, man. I some of these I take umbrage with. I'm not going to deny Mike McDonald. I'm not going to deny McVay, Andy Reid. I think Kyle is above Vrabel and all these other guys that you reference. And Jim and John Harbaugh, there was a time I would have put them above Shanahan. I don't think that currently is how I view it.
Okay, in 2023, Kyle Shanahan had the most talented team in the league. He had 9 players in the NFL top 100. He didn't win the Super Bowl. He was going against a pretty frumpy Chiefs team, and he blew it. And his starting quarterback, Brock, scored 1 touchdown in 75 minutes. The next year, Nick Sirianni, who no one in the Bay freaking respects, faces the same team in the same game and blows the doors off of them because the Chiefs weren't that good. I'm sorry, man. Kyle's good, but I just can't make excuses for it. It's been a decade. His winning percentage is what it is. He's had a lot of really good players, but when you take away Christian McCaffrey from his team, he doesn't win. And he's had some really good defensive coordinators. We'll see what Raheem Morris can do, because when he had Nick Sorensen, he couldn't win. And a lot of credit goes to Eddie freaking Pinheiro. God love Eddie. He gets no credit, but he was maybe their MVP last year. If they had Jake Moody, they wouldn't have made the playoffs.
Man, these criticisms on Kyle are extreme. I can't, there's no argument he did not know the overtime rules, and I did think he got out-coached. Look, he's 0-5 against Andy Reid, and I can make an argument he's been dismantled both by the D coordinator for the Chiefs and by Andy every single time. Like, I'm not going to argue on Andy. Like, the whataboutism regarding the following year and Philly blowing the doors off the Chiefs, that team was amazing. They did what we haven't done. And that's the last litmus test for me on Kyle, is winning the ultimate prize, the Super Bowl. And you have the ace in the back pocket. I have no rebuttal to that, Grant. I really don't. But like, to say that their personnel is worse than the Chiefs, I mean, the Chiefs are losing players left and right. They weren't going to make the playoffs with a healthy Mahomes last year. I mean, how many legal fiascos from Hunt to the Rashee Rice, and I mean, they took on Clark, the kid from Seattle. They've had their fair share of giant whiffs as well. But Mahomes covers things up for them. And I think we would all acknowledge Mahomes is a generational quarterback.
Well, the Chiefs have a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Yes.
And a Hall of Fame head coach.
He is now,
and the Niners don't. The Niners have a good quarterback and a good head coach who doubles as an elite all-time play caller. But they don't have an all-time. Their best player for the last 4 years has been their running back, and he's 30 now. And although he was a freaking warrior last year, he's not going to carry them to a Super Bowl. He couldn't do it when he was 27.
Yeah.
He's not going to do it now.
Yeah.
And look, as good as Kyle Shanahan is as an OC, he's got to figure out something else, a new direction for his offense, because Mike McDonald owns it right now. I mean, every time they play Mike McDonald, Christian McCaffrey runs for fewer yards. Next time it could be 7. Yeah. Last time it was like 20.
Yeah.
Last time they faced each other, Brock Purdy was the leading rusher for the 49ers. That's on Kyle. His running game is non-existent last year. That's on Kyle.
I can't argue that. They could not run the ball between the tackles, except the one game where Kittle returned against Atlanta. Like, I will not deny that. And I would...
The one guy who couldn't stop that running game is now the Niners DC. You got to love that.
Okay, well, we'll see where it goes. Do you think I'm too sky in the pie? I mean, pie in the sky on Kyle?
No, I completely understand where you're coming from. And I think your position is pretty much the mainline position with Kyle Shanahan, because you can't separate the head coach from the offensive coordinator. The fact of the matter is, if you have Kyle Shanahan, the head coach, who's flawed, you get Kyle Shanahan, the OC, who everyone wants.
Yes.
And if you have Sirianni, yeah, he's a good coach and he has a great winning percentage, but he has a different OC every single year. And half the time the guy's good, half the time he's not. And they're kind of up and down, although a down season for Sirianni is like 11 wins. A down season for Kyle is the wheels fall off.
Well, but
at least they pick high.
You would also say, though, I mean, he's working with probably a Hall of Fame GM and a Hall of Fame owner.
True. Would Kyle want to even work with Howie Roseman? I think one of the things about Kyle and his dad is they want to be the czar of the organization, and that's exactly what Kyle has achieved.
I think a fair criticism that I've had, you have, a lot of people have, I think it goes over the top, but I do believe Kyle, the GM, sets back Kyle, the game day head coach. And I don't think that's very, like...
Who sets back Kyle, the play caller? That's the whole... And that's why Kyle's the most interesting coach in football. He is really good at what he does. But he does so many things. He does too much.
I love you.
He does everything. And really, like... Belichick tried to do that and it didn't work. And I don't think his dad tried to do it and it didn't work. I think Kyle needs to focus on coaching.
Mike Holmgren tried it and it didn't work. Like they're all individually difficult jobs. And when you try to do them all at once, it's impossible. But I can't deny, like if I were to ask you, you've been covering this team a long time. What do you think? 7, 8 games in the last 10 years. Kyle's been thoroughly outcoached. Liam Cohen, I thought, brought it to them this year. I think McDonald brought it to them a couple times. Andy, who I've referenced, I think all 5 games, they've been, outcoached in those games. A couple McVay games. I mean, like, how many in your tenure of covering this? I mean, he's played, 150 games? Like, how many times can you truly say you came out of that press conference and you're like, he got outcoached today?
I mean, there were some games in 2024, which we've all collectively agreed to forget, where he just got destroyed. I mean, he lost to Mike McDaniel and the Dolphins and Tua in Miami.
Yeah, that was
with game. Purdy out there.
I forgot about
that. I
did forget about
happened.
That.
It's happened. I mean, but then there's last year where he was really, really coaching very well. But how much of that was the fact that he had a great defensive coordinator who's also a head coach? I mean, when Kyle's at his best, his defensive coordinator is also a head coach. And it's a guy like D'Amico or Saleh who has a ton of energy. Like, Kyle's a lot of things, but he's not exactly energetic. Sean McVay's, blowing a gasket in the sideline. Kyle's very composed, almost dour, which is fine. Bill Belichick was like that. But I think Kyle does need a certain type of... and we'll see if Raheem Morris is like that. I think he has that personality, but he's not as good of a DC as D'Amico or Saleh.
All right, I love having this conversation. We're talking about Kyle Shanahan, the pluses, the minuses. Is the hate warranted? Are you surprised? And we're going to go to the phone lines, 888-957-9570. You want to talk with Grant Cohn, covers the 49ers, got the most popular YouTube channel, breaking down the 49ers every single day on there. He's one of my favorite people in the world, even though I agree with 49 to 51% of the things that he says on any given day. He knows I love him, though. Like, the national rhetoric, I had a clip that I had earlier this week. I said, hey, look, if you think that Brock is mediocre, you can't then simultaneously say that Kyle is mediocre as a head coach. Like, one of those has to not be true. And I think the national people picked it up, and TJ Houshmandzadeh could not believe, like, well, who thinks Kyle's not good? And it's like, hello? Do you listen to the Bay Area? I field calls all day and texts and DMs and you name it. Get Kyle out of here. He's Marty Schottenheimer. He's the Dusty Baker of football. He can't win the big one. He sucks. He's an OC. Now, I think that's extreme, but I'm surprised nationally how insulated they are from Kyle criticism. Are you?
Kyle has the best PR of any coach. I've never seen a guy get pretty much universally regarded as a great coach without a championship in any sport. And he's been doing it for 10 years. And again, he's very good, but it's partly the fact that his dad was a coach. The Shanahans have connections in the media industry, like going back to the 90s. Adam Schefter wrote Mike Shanahan's biography. So there's a lot of people who are partial to him, see football the way he does, owe him favors. I think that's part of it. But I think,
interesting.
I don't know. If you're not a Niner fan and you're just looking at them from the outside, you're like, that's a pretty good organization. No, better than they used to be. Yeah. But I think when you're on the doorstep for 10 years, you start to look at like, well, what do we got to do to get over the hump? And I think a lot of times he has been the common denominator. The reason they lost those leads in both Super Bowls, he didn't help.
You ever hear like LeBron talk about he's chasing ghosts, meaning he'll always be compared to like Michael Jordan? And I get it, because Niner fans fancy themselves as like the Yankees of football, right? And they're prestigious. We won for years, even though the Kezar years, you talk about selective memory. It's like Kezar never existed. The franchise started in 1981, and everything that happened prior to that doesn't exist in history as we go. Rest in peace to John Brody from earlier this year. But I find it interesting that, like, he is being held accountable. We haven't won in 31 years. Well, he's only been here 10 years. And there is an aspect of the heavy scrutiny on Kyle is through the lens of, well, we used to win Super Bowls. Well, Bill Walsh is the gold standard. And then George Seifert, who no one ever brings up, is the gold standard. And yeah, we had Joe Montana and Steve Young. And we've done this with quarterbacks, but I feel like there is a group of fans holding Kyle to the Bill Walsh standard, and that just feels, unattainable.
Well, at a certain point, you got to win a championship or else you can't keep the job in perpetuity. And a lot of people will compare Kyle Shanahan to Andy Reid. Like, look, you got to be patient. Andy Reid took him 17 years or whatever it was to finally win a championship, and that's true. But were the Eagles wrong to let him go? They had him for 13 years. They let him go. They've won multiple championships. So has he. I think at a certain point, you need a fresh start, both the coach and the organization. I don't think the Eagles regret letting Andy Reid go. They've gone in their own direction. They do really well. So I think you could say the same. If Kyle gets to year 12 and year 13 and he hasn't won a championship and the team isn't getting better and he's holding on to his old aging stars, you got to wonder if it's time to go in a different direction. Not completely, but maybe he would want a fresh start too. It's not like he's rebuilding the offense for the future. He's holding on to his guys.
I'm so fascinated to see what the offense looks like this year. Juice is out here complaining that he's not getting paid like a tight end. Hilarious. He did make a hell of a catch on the final drive against Philly. Carter's going to get here in a second.
Grant, I got a question for you. So
this is young Carter, by the way, Grant.
We've met Grant a couple times, but when you were bringing up like head-to-head quarterbacks, head-to-head coaches, I was curious about your Vrabel. Why do you have Vrabel over Kyle Shanahan?
Interesting.
Yeah, I was simple as his winning percentage is higher. He's coached for 2 teams, and he's been to a Super Bowl. He hasn't coached as long as Kyle. Kyle's been to 2 Super Bowls. But I feel like that's a pretty good resume. He was in Tennessee. He took a team that was awful in New England and took him to the Super Bowl right away in 1 year. Not like, let's mess around for 2 years and tank and bring in Brian Hoyer or the equivalent. You got to give him credit for that. Now, he doesn't call plays, so maybe you wouldn't want him because you're always at the mercy of his coordinators, and Kyle doesn't have that feature. But if we're just ranking head coaches, again, I don't see what the criteria is other than winning percentage over a long period of time.
Well, I think he also did inherit Drake May, right? So like that, and he's made the most of Drake May. He looked way better under Vrabel than he did prior. The thing on Philly, though, they have Howie and they have Jeffrey Lurie, and they just operate different than Jed and the Yorks. Like that's an element of this. Their ownership is more cutthroat. They're more business savvy, and they want to do whatever Howie wants them to do, and they've empowered him to do so, and he has, rightfully earned that trust. They won with Doug Peterson. They've won with Sirianni. They've won with a variety of DCs. Let's go to Dave from Fresno. Dave, hop on in. You're talking to Grant Cohn, Joe Shasky, and we have Carter, and I've got people, 510, Butcher's just another delusional 49er fan. At what point did I say that he was the most amazing coach of all time? I just think he's really good. Let's go to Dave in Fresno.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Good morning, Grant. I think the thing with Kyle, it's hard for me to put somebody in the elite status when they're constantly getting in their own way. And that's the issue with Kyle. He has some elite traits, as Grant pointed out, but so many times he does head-scratching things that elite coaches just shouldn't do. You say no to Tom Brady, the whole Trey Lance thing. You ignore the offensive line year in and year out. These are all things that can help a team take you over the top. And he's a great play caller, but as a head coach, you have to look at the whole resume. That's roster personnel. That's in-game decisions. That's you used McCaffrey 500 times last year at 29 years old. You can't figure out a way to use your young, fresh legs running backs. You're an elite coach. You're an elite offensive mind. He has great offensive plays, but as a leader of men, as a head coach, there are just too many questions to be in that elite category.
Did you feel that way? Wait, time out. Let me stop you for just a second, Dave. Did you feel that way when Kittle was lying on the ground in Philadelphia and they're throwing to Jawan Jennings and Demarcus Robinson and they're beating the defending champs in Philly on the road? Did you feel that same way?
About Kyle?
Yeah.
Yeah, I always felt this way about Kyle, and we always make excuses. Well, he was playing with this, he's playing with less. Well, like Grant said, he picks these people. He's picked Brock Purdy. He picked Jimmy Garoppolo. He said no to Tom Brady.
Look, the Tom Brady element, look, I'm with you on that. But, like, that was 6 years ago, my guy. We got to move on. Like, Brady's been retired for multiple years now. Like, where are we at right now? Like, we're holding grudges from 6 years ago. Like, they should have won the Super Bowl with Brock Purdy. Like, they are the ones that bumbled that in the fourth quarter. Kyle's the one throwing the iPad because the guy he hired wasn't running the defense he wanted in Steve Wilkes. So I get some of your grievances, but you got to move on some of the other ones.
I'll move on when he moves on, and I just think he needs to evolve. No, I'm serious. Like Grant said, we got to find a different way to evolve the offense. It can't be all Christian McCaffrey or bust, or or we win when we have an elite defensive coordinator. Like, we got some young players, develop a new young rising star, and then we can revisit this conversation. Hopefully, our new receiver or new running backs. We can get some new juice.
Yeah.
Okay, Kyle. I see you.
It's a good counterpoint. It's a good counterpoint. Grant, you're smiling ear to ear. Why is that?
Because he just made a ton of great points that I couldn't have thought of myself. Man, I need that guy as my best friend. I like that guy.
I mean, does anyone think Kalen Black is actually going to be RB2 this year? Does anyone think that this guy's going to get what did he have? 85 touches last year as running the ball? Brian Robinson. 85, I think it was.
That sounds high to me.
I think it was like 6 a game when you break it down. I think it was like 85. I could be wrong. I was looking at some of the advanced numbers. Does anyone think Kalen Black's going to get more? If I said 100, over, under, how many touches does he get this year?
Way under.
Victor, Victor.
If McCaffrey stays healthy for 17 games, way under. But I don't know if he can do that 2 years in a row now at 30 years old. Oh, they drafted Kalen Black as McCaffrey insurance, not as like a rotation.
Yeah, he's not going to be
no rotation.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Brian Robinson had 92 carries last year.
Even more than I thought.
I'm shocked.
Isn't that crazy? I mean, look.
They traded for that.
I love you so much. When you see these quarterback rankings that are coming out, Brock Purdy, like, I have a hard time putting some of these guys ahead of Brock Purdy when I've watched them throw up on themselves in the biggest moments. I think Jared Goff is a really good quarterback. He's had some unbelievable regular seasons. His numbers they're incredible. He's going to finish with incredible numbers. But I don't trust him in the playoffs, and that's my gut because I watched him in the NFC Championship game, and he gets moved off his spot by just a little, and he couldn't make plays. And I thought that Purdy just thoroughly outplayed him in that second half of the NFC Championship game. And yeah, I'm holding that against him, like me. And that's my bias, and that's my Niner fandom kind of, seeping in there. I watched Jordan Love outplay Brock for long stretches of the Green Bay game in the rain and then throw up all over himself in that fourth quarter. So when I see all of these different rankings on quarterback lists, absolutely overall health factors into some of these lists and stuff. But I do it a little different. Like, do I trust you in a high-leverage playoff game? And a lot of these guys on these quarterback lists, and I'm not even talking just Brock, I just don't trust. I do trust Brock Purdy to a degree. That final drive in Philadelphia was pretty nice.
Yeah, but he threw 3 picks in 2 games. His quarterback rating in the playoffs this past year was 68. And it's not all his fault by any means. I actually think Brock, he used to be a product of his surroundings, and now I think he's carrying the offense. But I think he's like in this group with Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams, Drake May, and these guys who've had one great season. And Brock has a lot of football ahead of him. He could go down as one of the greats. But the reason I would put like Dak Prescott or Jared Goff ahead of him today is because they've done it for so long and they've achieved a level of consistency where you pretty much know what Jared Goff's going to give you. He'll give you about 400 to 4,500 yards and 30 touchdowns, and it's not going to be quite enough to win a Super Bowl, but he's going to end up being one of the top 15, 10 NFL quarterbacks of all time in terms of passing yards. Like he's Matt Ryan. And Brock Purdy could end up being better than that, but he needs to like do it for a longer period of time and stay healthy. Because right now he's in the same exact boat as Jaden Daniels.
So you're doing the lists when people do lists, because I love the lists, but like when you're evaluating the list, your interpretation is resume, how you feel about him, consistency. It's not, because like I do the list like, do I trust you in a playoff game?
I just don't want to make the Ron Jaworski mistake. Remember Ron Jaworski when he looked at Colin Kaepernick for like 7 games and was like, he's going to be the best quarterback of all time. Yeah, we can all project people, and we all want to be the first to say that how good someone's going to be, but you got to let it play out. Look at Sam Darnold.
I agree.
We all wrote him off, and now, 100 starts into his career, he's stabilizing as a pretty good quarterback or better than that. So I think let him prove it. Yeah, Brock could go down as a top 5 quarterback in the league, but he's just not there yet.
No, I think he's somewhere between 6 and 12 on any given day. Like, that's kind of where I got him, right? I got him somewhere between 6 and 12, and I think he has the ability to play into the top 5 for stretches. I don't think that's a knock. I think he's really good. I do not think he's great. And, when I see these lists, and I see Mahomes not number 1, I'm like, sorry, guys. I don't care what he does for the rest of his career. He's number 1 for me until someone else in the top 5, knocks him off the perch and wins the Super Bowl. Stafford's got 1, and I trust Stafford, and I think he's awesome. But Josh Allen, who I absolutely adore, I'm not ever putting him on a list to start a year ahead of Mahomes. I'm not putting Burrow ahead of Mahomes. I'm not putting Lamar ahead of Mahomes. Mahomes has done it.
Yeah, you shouldn't make your list just based on what happened last year. Just because Mahomes missed the playoffs 1 time, now he's not the best quarterback in the league. No quarterback can come close to his resume.
Exactly.
Josh Allen's better than him. He's never been to a Super Bowl. Josh Allen is good, and maybe he'd be even better than Mahomes if he were on the Chiefs, but he's not, and we haven't seen that. And he had every opportunity to go to the Super Bowl last year and not have to face Mahomes, and he still couldn't get it done. So that's the way I look at it. I think a lot of these lists are a little bit too much based on what just happened.
Yes. Caleb Williams, I'm super high on. I like him. He's a lot of fun. I mean, we'll see, and I really like Ben Johnson, same thing. I really like Ben Johnson. He was super creative this year. The way they used the tight ends was unbelievable. Let's see what it looks like when the quarterback starts making money and you got to fill out the rest of the team. When you look at the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan, what's the thing that you think about that no one talks about? It could be this year. It could be long term. It could be over the body of work. Think about it for a little bit. But, because I think about this.
Here's one.
Okay.
How about, does he really want to coach his team long term? I know he says he wants to be here, but you don't have a Hall of Fame quarterback. You got 2 ones you like. You have a very old core. You don't have Howie Roseman. You have John Lynch, who's not great at drafting. Kyle's not great at drafting. Can he rebuild this team the way McVay did, the way the Seahawks did, and have a new young core? Or is he going to take this older core until the wheels fall off and then maybe look to go somewhere else the way Andy Reid eventually did? That's one of my. I mean, I don't think the Niners want to fire Kyle. They essentially pushed out Jim Harbaugh and regretted it. They might let his contract expire, or he might say, you know what, I'd rather not sign an extension here. It's not like Brock Purdy is his guy. He likes Brock Purdy, but he didn't. That was Brian Griese's guy. Maybe he feels he could, maybe in a couple of years, Joe Brady gets fired and Kyle feels he could go coach Josh Allen in Buffalo. Now, maybe he doesn't want to bring his entire family to West New York, but there's decisions Kyle could have. And how many years do you really want to coach one team anyway?
Yeah, I heard his kid is a hell of a football player. Carter, what do you got?
Carter?
Yeah, Grant. So you were very clear that you're taking Dak as kind of a tier above Brock. I don't think it's a crazy take by any means, but
look, I like Dak more than most, but
me too.
I can't unsee the playoffs.
Yeah, and so that's where I was getting at here is how do you justify that when Dak's 2-5 in the playoffs and Brock's 5-3?
I think that's a good point, and it's hard to justify it, but that's 4 games, 8 games. I'm trying to look at the whole body of work. And I think that Brock definitely has the ability to outplay Dak Prescott on any given Sunday. But the totality of their careers, Brock just hasn't been how many times has Dak Prescott thrown for 4,000 yards? 4, 5? How many times has Brock done it? Once?
One time.
He could do it a lot more. He's 25 years old. He's 26 years old. I just think it's premature to say he's definitely past these guys, although he can be on any given Sunday.
All right, last one for you, Grant, and love having you on. Thank you for jumping in on short notice. When I see these quarterback lists, everyone's arguing in the comments about Purdy. And I came in here with Carter and I go, how the hell is Mac Jones 29th? Are you kidding me? I trust Mac Jones, and I would not have said this 2 years ago. I would not have said this 3 years ago. I think Mac Jones is so devalued, it kind of drives me nuts. How the Texans didn't bring him in, the Indianapolis Colts didn't bring him in, the Minnesota Vikings didn't look at him. My mind is blown. He is what I viewed Sam Darnold as coming out of the Vikings. Nobody wants to look at this. Nobody wants to take a swing on this. I would rather pay him a fraction of what I'm paying Trevor Lawrence.
You see, this is very interesting because the way it was phrased by insiders is that there wasn't a trade market for Mac Jones. That's possible, or the Niners wanted to keep Mac Jones, and what it would take to trade for him was exorbitant, like a first-round pick or a second-round pick. And you wouldn't expect that because they have such an expensive starting quarterback that they love, but he has missed time, and they couldn't win without him in 2024. So now they have 2 starting quarterbacks, and Mac is really cheap. I think if he were a free agent, there'd be a market for him. But I think that teams weren't going to trade a first or a second round pick for Mac Jones. I wouldn't have either. You could have Kyler Murray for essentially free. The Cardinals are paying for Kyler Murray this year. I understand that, but I'm with you. I think Mac Jones could be the next Sam Darnold, a guy who goes and gets another starting opportunity next year somewhere else. If it's on a good team, it could be really good. It could be Minnesota.
All right, we got camp coming up in a week and a half, give or take?
Yep.
What's the thing you're most excited to see?
I want to watch Dejon Stribling. He is, Mike Evans, we know what Mike Evans can do. The question is, can he stay healthy for 17 games? We don't
totally
really know what Dejon Stribling can do. And I think they drafted him specifically, like, they have to beat the Seahawks. You have to have an answer for the Seahawks. You scored no touchdowns in 2 games against them when they had Nick Emanwari, who is the best player on their defense. So what are you going to do? Nick Emanwari is their nickel, but he's like a safety who's built like a linebacker, and they get away with putting him at nickel because he runs a 4-3. Well, now the Niners slot is 6'2", 207 and runs a 4-3 as well. Are the Seahawks going to let their safety linebacker hybrid cover Dejon Stribling? Can Stribling make him pay? If so, the Niners are in business against Seattle. If not, they're going to not score touchdowns. So much depends on Stribling.
Dude, how can anyone know what he's going to do? I have no idea.
Grant.
I mean, he played 5 years in college. I actually think we do know what he's going to do.
Okay.
I think he's a solid number 2 receiver. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know that he's going to be a number 1, but he put up the same exact numbers at 3 different schools and ran pretty much the same routes at 3 different schools. I think there's a role for him.
He's huge.
And I think he needs to. And he's going to be there like the last guy you think about. He should get some really good some matchup. Remember Jordan Matthews?
Oh, yeah.
Once upon a time would just feast in the slot. I think that's what they're envisioning for Stribling, at least as a rookie.
In the Super Bowl, Conley made multiple plays. Everyone was like, oh, my God, could he be MVP of the Super Bowl? What were you going to say, Carter?
Grant, this is a tough question, man, and I know that you're not always the most positive, let's say, when it comes to the team. But can you sell me on how Michael Williams, what's going to happen this year with Michael Williams? Can you sell me on it?
Carter and I want to give him a look. I just think that they reached on Michael. I like the kid. I don't think he'll ever live up to the 11th overall pick. I have this thing on D tackles. He's not an edge rusher. He can be a good player. I'm not saying he doesn't bring value. I have a hard time seeing him ever live up to this selection.
All right, let me try my best to sell you on Michael Williams.
Please.
He was 21 last year. And he was a legit, very good run defender at 2 positions. So that's something. I mean, just based on that, that's a guy who's going to be in the league for 10 years. But Solomon Thomas has been in the league for 10 years. So, like, to me, he doesn't have a position. He's a tweener. And no matter where you put him, you don't really want him on the field on 3rd down. It didn't seem like he had any type of pass rushing moves or acumen. But I think he has the frame to get way bigger. Again, he's 22 right now. He's big. I think he could put on 20 pounds. I think he could be 290 pounds and be a full-time defensive tackle a la Eric Armstead. And that's a player who's worth $20 million a year. But I think he's not going to – I don't want him at 270. I don't want him playing defensive end. He gives you nothing other than run defense at defensive end. Remember when the Niners used to play Eric Armstead out there?
Oh, yeah.
It didn't really work because he couldn't even contain quarterbacks in the pocket out there. But once he became a full-time D tackle, their defense took off and his career took off. I think Michael has a chance to do that. But, like, how old will he be? 26? It's going to take some time to put on that kind of weight and strength.
God, I love Niner football. I'm so pumped up for it. Now, just zooming out, media. Give me a media take that you got. Just when you see it, and it doesn't have to be local, it can be national. It just feels like right now, just there's so much up in the air when it comes to the media, this dead period of time, and everybody latching on to LeBron, soccer talk. Just from your vantage point, what's going on in the media world that's kind of like ticking you off?
It's ticking me off. I don't know if anything's ticking me off.
The athlete podcast for me.
There's all these like stories that wouldn't have the light of day if it wasn't the dead period. Like the Matt Miller story is amazing.
Oh my God.
I've been watching that one. Like, whoa, buddy. And then just the whole Brandon Ayuk melodrama. The fact that anytime he updates his Instagram story, it's breaking news. That won't be the case in a few months, but it is right now. And it's kind of like bizarre to feel like I'm on the Instagram beat. Like every 4 hours, I got to check Instagram and see if Brandon Ayuk posted something dumb. It's like he's back. I got to interpret this. So I guess maybe I'm annoyed at myself for having to do this, but it is what it is.
Grant, I got to give it to you. Your reaction videos to them are really funny.
Dude, when he threw the chicken to the dogs, I was like, all right, I'm done watching these. Like, I have dogs.
I don't think you can do that.
I said to Carter, I go, he's going to give his dog salmonella or something. Like, this is not good. It's not good. It's not a wild animal. It is a domesticated dog. I don't know. Grant Cohn, thank you for joining us. We had a lot of fun. I love you, dude. I hope all's well, and I can't wait to see you soon. Let's go golfing soon.
Hell yeah, man. Love you too. Thanks so much for having me.
You're the best.
Thanks, Grant.
Grant Cohn, subscribe to him on his YouTube channel. It's the best 49er YouTube channel out there. And I just love talking sports with him. We agree a little, and then we agree a lot, and then we agree a little, and then we agree a lot, and then we argue a little, and then we argue a lot. And that's kind of like the beauty of sports. Brandon Ayuk, I just completely, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I've been operating like he's not even on the team. So shame on me. I completely forgot he's even on the team. Brandon Ayuk. I know. We got some reads here. This hour is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We got the injury report here coming up, and we're going to re-rack this. We got Bonte coming in. Spadoni's out. We just did 2 hours on Kyle Shanahan, and I feel like we could do 200 more.
Me too.
I mean, Shanahan is so polarizing.
Isn't it great to talk football again, Joe?
I love it. I miss it so much. All right, give me the injury report, Pete. Giants third baseman Matt Chapman. He was placed on the 10-day IL on July 10th with a lower abdominal muscle strain. Team medical staff and Tony Vitello hope that the rest through the All-Star break will have allowed for him and that muscle to properly heal and get him back on that field very, very shortly. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, and AudyCC Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and the Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He referenced something, and I just a minute, just give me a minute on this.
Yeah, my bad too on that injury report. It was actually July 1st. I think the 0 there was a typo, so I apologize.
Whatever. Matt Miller, this story. For those that don't know who he is.
Tell me, I have no idea what he was. No clue.
Are you serious?
No, I'm serious. I had no idea what you're talking about.
Matt Miller did all of these draft breakdowns. When I was growing up, we did Walter football. And everybody hates Walter football, but that was the website you go to mock draft 2021 or whatever, back in 2011. He had all the mock drafts. Well, Matt Miller was doing a lot of draft stuff. He was a scout or whatever. And I want to say he started with Bleacher Report. All right. And so he was just a regular dude with a blog who made it very, very, very big and then got hired on by Bleacher Report. Well, eventually got signed on by ESPN and was essentially a scout draft guru when it comes to the NFL draft. Kind of like a grassroots Mel Kiper Jr. I'm just trying to give you an example. Well, he got in this horrific car accident. And I'm wow. And he apparently lost his arm. It's really bad. Whoa, right? That's crazy, right? Well, in the days after on the internet, it starts exploding online that apparently he had created hundreds. We're talking hundreds. And I don't mean 200. I mean closer to 1,000 fantasy leagues where people would give him money to play in the Matt Miller run fantasy league. And he was in hundreds of them. And he claimed some of your entry fee was going toward donations and charity. And allegedly, people never got paid out for these leagues. And allegedly, whatever charity that people claim that the money was going to. He had a 401(c) or whatever that is, the charity number. Apparently, they never donated anything. Apparently, no money ever went to anyone's pockets in charity. These are all the alleged or all the accusations.
Wow.
Well, I guess the state, the feds, people were onto him and they were investigating him. Well, now this footage comes out of his car accident because he ran into like a big rig. And it looks like either he's swerving into it deliberately or recklessly. And I don't know if he's again, I'm just going off the video. The video looks like either he's deliberately trying to hit the truck or he's on drugs or something. The whole entire Matt Miller story, again, online, allegedly, is, I guess the conspiracy theory suggests that he tried to maybe hurt himself on purpose to evade the feds.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't even know how to describe it because it's so, I don't know. I don't even know what to believe. Like, I do know this. The people that have done the research claim no money has ever been given to charity. And people that were in his leagues, that won the leagues, claim they got no money back in terms of the winning. They might have gotten, some of them, after months and months of pursuit, got like their $100 entry fee back.
That's crazy. How could did this go on for multiple years?
Yes.
How could this go? Like, people didn't realize after the first year they weren't getting paid?
Allegedly. Again, I want to make sure all of this is allegedly because I do not want to sound like I am saying this is just what the internet is saying.
Right.
On top of that, he was charging people for, like, I'll teach you how to be a scout. It would be like me creating a website. I'm going to go farther on this. This is true. It would be like me creating a website saying, hey, young people, I'll teach you how to do sports radio. Pay me in installments, and I'll give you a, 7-step class, and I'm spitballing here, and I'll have you, talk to industry leaders, and you'll get tutelage and this. So apparently he was grifting from a variety of buckets.
God, you should do that.
I actually did see he posted like his GoFundMe after the accident, saying he needed donations to afford his surgery, and people were already calling him a scammer for that.
Should have just started another league.
I mean,
allegedly.
So now, okay, that's a horrific story. Fantasy football's around the corner, and I want to hear from people on fantasy football today.
You want to hear from the king of fantasy football that you're talking to, right?
Who, you?
I mean, I've won every year I've been here.
Oh, there's always a guy who thinks he's the best at fantasy
Haven't lost
football.
yet.
Okay. I want to hear about the worst payback story in your fantasy football league because I can't imagine the amount of leagues where I've been in them, we've all been in them, where someone pockets the money, spends it on something else, and you don't get your money.
Honestly, give us worse punishments too while you're at it.
Did you see the one that just made the internet? This guy lost his fantasy league and had to caddy for the winner of their fantasy league in their friend's golf outing and had to wear the full white jumpsuit, carrying the sticks and everything, and like smiling the whole time, wiping the clubs. It was an incredible punishment.
That's pretty funny. My first year in my other league, not the work league, our punishment was you had to spend 24 hours in the airport. Even if you weren't traveling.
Awful.
It was awful, and I got last.
And you went, I thought you were the king of fantasy.
No, well, of this league, I am the king. But that league, no, I'm not. It's actually people who are competent. And so I basically went to the airport. I took a video from all different places, basically, and then said, 6 o'clock here, 7 o'clock here, and I left. They never had any idea.
Bro, fantasy football. I love it and I hate it.
I love it.
I love it and I hate it.
It's the only sport that, like, to me, the fantasy's good. Baseball's too much for me.
Baseball.
Yeah, fantasy baseball's too much for me.
Basketball sucks now.
Basketball sucks.
I still don't even understand basketball.
It sucks now. It just sucks. Do you do head-to-head in basketball?
Yeah, and I don't know. I think football's the best with 1 week, like the injuries coming in. I don't know.
I agree. I don't know, man. I just fantasy football and money. The amount of guys that have, like, we call it go MIA when it's time to pay. Got to trust your treasurer is all I'm going to say. Got to trust your treasure.
Yeah, I think we've learned that for sure. I actually I kind of respect Guru's notion of like, I'll pay you at the end of the year. I'm starting to respect it, I have to say. Well, we won't discuss any further, but...
So there's two types of people. There's people like me who bring cash day of, hand it to the treasurer, and say, I paid, mark me off. And then there's people like you who I have to hunt down.
No, you don't have to hunt me down. I have been in a league where I was not paid, and I think you know that.
Willard and Dibbs were begging me to be the commissioner of the 95.7 The Game League. You know my theory on this, right?
Why?
Well, I guess apparently they need a leader.
You were so half in, half out last year?
I wasn't in at all.
Yeah, exactly. You just made a team, and then you kind of left it.
No, I didn't do anything. I said, here's the $100, shut everyone up. I do 2 leagues, Victor. Friends, family, that's it. It's too many leagues ruins it for me. Straight up.
2 leagues is the right amount.
It's definitely a 2-league maximum.
Exactly. I know buddies, Rocco, that are in 17 leagues, and I'm like, dude, you're playing against and with every single player on the field at all times.
Guru did 6 last year. Such a Goo move.
So Goo can manage 6 fantasy teams, but not 1 radio job.
Oh my God. Don't do our guy like that. Come on.
Come on, dog. You set him up. All right, we got Bonte Hill going to join us in a little bit. We're on LeBron watch today. What day is it? Day 17?
Day 17. But, Shasky, we have a little new information that we're going to get into on the other side.
Is it good?
I think it's pretty good. And the Tides have kind of been pulling us away from the Warriors, people like Shams Charania. I think that this is pushing the Tide back in on the Warriors. And that's just my feeling on it. I'm excited to hear yours.
Okay, well, look, LeBron watch has been exhausting, and I just want him to choose a location. I want him to come to the Warriors now. Like, now we're boxed in. I got nowhere to go. Like, now, you got to put a ring on it now, LeBron. And if you don't, I'm going to hate you forever. Like, there's going to be some Kill Bill action going on here. We're going to hunt you down. But, like, seriously, like, let's figure this thing out. Can you just let us know where you're going? Him and Draymond are doing a podcast tomorrow? Live?
I'm not sure. I'll look it up.
I think so.
He has one today, I think, too. Might have the barbershop live today. If that's what you're thinking.
You think it's today?
Well, he was on a podcast yesterday, so he didn't do it.
Tyrese Halliburton's.
No, it was actually his. It was Mind the Game podcast, which is his. It's just that Tyrese, I think, was filling in for Steve Nash.
Mind the game.
Yeah.
Mind the game.
Yeah, and they poured wine, so it was definitely LeBron's.
I am so out on all these athlete podcasts. It's the way I view stand-ups nowadays. Just the clips that I see on Instagram as I'm scrolling, like, oh, that's funny. I don't watch full stand-ups anymore. I used to. I don't really watch many full stand-up comedy acts. I don't watch athlete pods. I'm sorry. I'm out. Just out. I'll watch the clips. I'll see the clips online. I'm out on watching the full pod.
Oh, I totally agree. All the clips is all you need, right?
Yeah.
Like you take the best things for me, and I'll look at it later.
If I see another athlete tell me, 200 million is actually not 200 million, one more time, I swear to God, I'm going to throw up. Like, we get it. You guys are filthy rich and horrible at money management. So is all of America. Like, can you believe we got taxed? Yes, I can. Because America looks at their at their pay stub every week, and they're like, damn, I'm only taking home 62% of my check.
It was really refreshing to see what Kyle Kuzma said about this, I think a couple days ago on his Twitter, is he was like, it actually pisses me off that guys post this.
It makes me insane. This is why the smartest way to go about this is this. And look, you can say, Joe, you're caping up for certain athletes. Yeah, I am. When I heard Devontae Smith from the Eagles say that 75, 76, 77 million, at the end of the day, I took the best deal, and people say I didn't, I could have gotten more. If I can't figure it out off 75 million, I've got bigger issues. And I was like, wow, how refreshing is that? He goes, my mom and dad worked their butts off their whole lives. I never thought we would ever see a fraction of this. The fact that we got this, I'm going to make more in my career because I think I'm going to continue to play well. I'm going to do the best I can to do that. But if I can't make it work with that, I have some serious problems.
Yeah, he's wise beyond his years.
He's like my dad. I don't know if his dad was a plumber or an electrician, but he was basically saying we couldn't even fathom this.
He bought a regular house too. Yeah. He's a very normal guy. I think another great example. We've talked about a couple of people like this, but Jason Tatum, what his mom is doing for him, I think is brilliant. She will not let him spend a dime of his NBA contracts. Not one dime.
I love that.
He can only spend what he makes off the court.
Well, that's what Jameis Winston was saying earlier. Everybody laughs at Jameis. Jameis, see, there's common sense and then there's book smarts.
Right.
And they're very different. Jameis, for as goofy as he is, he's got like street smarts. He's got common sense. He goes, I didn't look at my bank account until after my first year. I had $13 million sitting there. He had signed like a $25 million contract. He goes, the first big thing I bought, because he was using basically endorsement money up to that point, I bought my grandmother a Lazy Boy. But Jameis,
he can afford that with $13 million.
Jameis will be living a happy, good life for the rest of his life because I just think he gets it.
Yeah, absolutely. God. And he's going to be hired by Fox, too. So,
all right. We got Bonte Hill joining us. There is sound from LeBron James that you have to hear. Mark Grandy did a video last night saying he believes in this video, LeBron tells you where he's going. I'll be the judge of that on the other side. And that's what's coming up on The Game. And it's sponsored by Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Hey, it's Bonte. And if you've been sitting on the fence about moving, this is your sign. School starts before you know it, and a smart move is getting your family settled at River Islands in Lathrop before the first bell rings, not after. Here's the good news. River Islands has quick move-in homes ready right now. No waiting for a new build, no scrambling in August. Just choose your home, move in, and get your kids enrolled in one of River Island's K-8 charter academies or the high school, all before the year kicks off. And you're not just getting a house. You're getting a whole summer left to enjoy it. Miles of trails, sparkling lakes, a brand new amphitheater, and the Redwood Cafe opening this fall in the town center. Homes start in the low 600s to over $1 million. And if you're 55 and better, Del Webb at River Islands offers a wide range of home sizes and resort-style amenities right on the water at their Lakeview Club. Don't wait for the first day of school to wish you'd already made the move. Visit riverislands.com today. riverislands.com.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries tomorrow on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
With increasing summer temperatures, this is a good time to replace your home siding, decking, and fencing. Golden State Lumber and Showroom works closely with contractors to keep your home protected. AZEK Exteriors offers outstanding durability, is easy to install, and protects against fire and dry rot. And TimberTech Advanced PVC Decking has a Class A fire rating and is backed by industry-leading warranties. Visit goldenstatelumber.com for products that increase the value of your home. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only.
1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40, and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
You know, Shasky here, morning roast. Spadoni's out sick. We got Carter filling in. And I walked into the other room, the break room, and I talking to Steiny. And he's like, God, LeBron, when is this guy going to make a decision? I said, did you hear this sound? Grandy did a video last night. Grandy sent me a text. Mark Grandy sent me a text, said, Shasky, you have got to hear this sound. I was in bed. I was watching Cape Fear episode 8. I said, Grandy, I love you. Unless he actually made the decision, I'll watch that in the morning.
Yeah, chill out, buddy.
You know? Then he sent me his video. I was like, hey, dude, stop stealing my style. Putting the camera in your face way too close. That's my move. So, I still haven't even heard the full sound.
Wow, I thought you were kidding.
No.
Oh, you're going to love this. You are going to go crazy.
I was too busy preparing. So, can you please play me, LeBron James, this sound that Grandy claims tells you where he's going to go? From yesterday, the Game Time, what is it called?
Yeah, I believe it's the Game Time podcast.
Game Time podcast. The LeBron James, I'm the greatest podcast.
In 10, when I made a decision to go to Miami, I had my reasons. When I went back to Cleveland in 14, I had my reasons. So actually, this would be the fourth. And then when I went to LA 8 years ago, I had my reasons. So, for me now, I have an almost 22-year-old son who is now my former teammate, which is hilarious. And I have a 19-year-old son that's at the University of Arizona. But it's my almost 12-year-old daughter who is pulling the weight a lot. Yeah. So going to my daughter, I was home for the 4th of July, and my daughter came home after being out with her friends and cousins and everything, and I pulled her to the side because she's up as of age now. So, anytime I leave, she's like, Dad, where you going? I'm going with you. Where we going? Yep. So I pulled her to the side, and I was like, baby, I'm letting you know, I don't want you to hear from nobody else, but I won't be playing for the Lakers next year. I will be playing somewhere else, so I won't be home all the time. And you may not have an answer right now. You can give me an answer now. You can wait. You can write it down. Just want to know how you're feeling about it because you mean a lot to me. You know, with me being away from you means a lot. You know, so the family portion is a big thing too. You know, my daughter and my wife and things of that nature. And I'm a big family guy. So there's a lot of things that's, you know, people are like, hurry up and make a decision, Brian. It's like, okay, it's not just about the team.
So just to be clear, he was sitting down with Rich Kleiman, who I believe is Kevin Durant's agent, and they were on the Boardroom Game Plan Summit in New York. There's so many podcasts. It's just insane.
Okay. All right. So the audio is really good, though. He has a 22-year-old son in the NBA, which is funny to him. That's what he said. And I'm like, yeah, funny that you hoodwinked everyone into taking him second round and paying him the most amount of money in the second round in the history of the game when he's clearly a G League player.
They had a good laugh after that, and I cut that part out.
Yeah. So then he said, I came home for the 4th of July. Where is home?
Los Angeles.
He considers Los Angeles home.
For the last 8 years, yes.
Okay, so that's his home.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because I didn't know, when you say home, like, where is Cleveland home?
I'm pretty sure Brentwood, specifically in Los Angeles.
Okay, so when he says home, you are 100% sure he means home in L.A., somewhere in the L.A. area.
Yes, they live in L.A. now.
All right, no, because I just want to make sure that we're clear.
Yeah.
Home in L.A.
That is home base, it sounds like, for them, going forward.
So he says, hey, I came home in the 4th of July, and I said, baby, I need to talk to you. She said, where we're going? So she kind of knew he wasn't going back to LA. Hey, I'm not going to be a Laker anymore. Like, Dad, I already knew that. Then he said, I won't be home all of the time. So that tells me he's not going to the Clippers, right? Let's just do process of elimination. Clippers are out the door because if he stayed in LA, he would be home more of the time.
Also, we have not heard them mentioned once. You got to throw them out, I think.
Agreed. But I want to be fair here.
That's fine.
Okay. I won't be home all of the time. Does that insinuate that he's going somewhere on the West Coast, which is close in proximity to home, and he'll still be able to be home some of the time, but won't be home all of the time? Or is it, I'm making a dramatic shift and we're going to the East Coast and I'm only going to be home some of the time, meaning a very small amount of time? Like, I think it can be interpreted both ways. Mark Grandy, interpreted it that he's staying on the West Coast and will be home sometime because he'll be living in the Bay and going back and forth, which is only about a 45-minute, 1-hour drive, flight, excuse me. Huh.
To be clear, and you and I talked about this a little bit, you cannot, when he says, I won't be home much or all the time or whatever.
Well, I wrote down, I won't be home all of the time. Maybe we should play it back and get the exact words.
Let's play it one more time.
In 10, when I made a decision to go to Miami, I had my reasons. When I went back to Cleveland in 14, I had my reasons. So actually, this would be the 4th. And then when I went to LA 8 years ago, I had my reasons. So, for me now, I have an almost 22-year-old son who is now my former teammate, which is hilarious. I have a 19-year-old son that's at the University of Arizona, but it's my almost 12-year-old daughter who is pulling the weight a lot. So going to my daughter, I was home for the 4th of July, and my daughter came home after being out with her friends and cousins and everything, and I pulled her to the side because she's up as of age now. So like anytime I leave, she's like, Dad, where you going? Like, I'm going with you. Like, where we going? Yep. So I pulled her to the side and I was like, baby, I'm letting you know, I don't want you to hear from nobody else, but I won't be playing for the Lakers next year. I will be playing somewhere else, so I won't be home all the time. And you may not have an answer right now. You can give me an answer now. You can wait. You can write it down. Just want to know how you're feeling about it because you mean a lot to me. Yep. With me being away from you means a lot. So the family portion is a big thing too. My daughter and my wife and things of that nature. And I'm a big family guy. So there's a lot of things that's, people are like, hurry up and make a decision, Brian. It's like, okay, it's not just about the team.
Okay, so when I initially heard it the first time, I interpreted it as where are we going, like team-wise, her asking. I think now I heard it the second time, and it's oh, where are you going right now to go get food or go out to eat or whatever? So it does sound like that's the first time he told her he's not returning to the Lakers. Hearing that again, obviously his daughter's extremely important. Hearing that again, it makes me feel like the Warriors have a slight advantage because going to Akron is a long way away from LA. That is not easy.
Can I give you what I think is by far the biggest part of this?
Well, I was going to get to the daughter.
Sorry, you keep going.
Yeah. And then I was going to Miami, right? Miami, that is a long way away. I mean, these are long proximities. He said, I have an almost 12-year-old daughter. This is my wheelhouse. I've been coaching 10 through 15-year-olds for the last however many years. 11 going to be 12. She's either in 5th or 6th grade, right? They're really impressionable. They're entering junior high. They're not yet in high school. When families make these decisions to move, to not move, usually it's before you start, kindergarten, before you start junior high, or before you start high school, right? I'm talking about family moves, right? Some people want to stay in the same area through all of elementary and junior high for their kids, and then maybe they'll move when they get into 8th grade or whatever. Most people don't want to uproot them in the middle of junior high or in the middle of high school.
I think you're getting at what I was getting at here, but keep going.
Right? And I'm just telling you, like, families. Like, these are just the people I know. Now, does it happen? Of course it does. It happens. Job pull you away, family tragedies, families just moving, finances, someone gets sick, stuff happens. But like, I'm thinking of it from just forget that he's a millionaire basketball player. Just a dude. He's just a dude. Wherever he goes, it could be a 2 or 3 year period, right? That's going to get her through 8th grade. And then when he retires, he'll be able to enjoy her high school and with her when she's in high school, right? Let's just say 2 or 3 years. She's in 5th or 6th grade now. So she's got 6th, 7th, 8th grade. Like I said, 2 or 3 years. He wants to go somewhere where he can be near her for the next 5 or 6 years is essentially what I'm gathering from this. And I don't know what it looks like on a private jet to go back and forth from Akron. That sounds like a lot. I don't know what it looks like to go back and forth on a private jet to Miami, LA. If you're telling me home base is LA, I'm almost kind of scratching Miami off the list now.
Those are 5-hour plus flights. I can guarantee. I don't even have to look it up.
He said something on the front end. My daughter was out here playing. And I mean, we're really dissecting this. But I was with my cousins and friends. Do the cousins also live out in LA? Or do the cousins live in Akron?
I know he has cousins in Akron because he put it on his story with his daughter playing with one of his cousins at his house in Cleveland.
So this is why I asked. So is there family in Akron for them to hang out with and be with the next couple of years? I don't know the answer to this.
Let me give you what my biggest takeaway from this was. In this clip, he makes it clear that his family is going to stay in Los Angeles to me, regardless of where he goes.
Again, that's with your assumption that LA is home base.
Yeah, it is home base though right now.
Confirmation.
Right? And he says, Daddy will be away from home in that clip to her. He makes it clear that I'm going to be away from home because I'm going to a different team. So if I'm taking that, meaning that they are staying in Los Angeles, this will be the first time in LeBron's career his family does not come with him. They went with him to Miami. They went back with him to Cleveland.
I see what you're saying.
So then when I asked the question of Cleveland is his hometown, is home really home without your family there?
No.
What's going to be there for him?
Well, you do have you have what I call the family that might create the most headaches.
Exactly.
Which is the peripheral family members that just drive you nuts asking for stuff.
But it's clear who this guy is closest to, and he makes it clear on his Instagram all the time, it's Savannah and it's the 3 kids. And to me, anyone can tell me, well, he can private jet back and forth all he wants. You can be richer than God. You could be a trillionaire like Elon Musk. At the end of the day, that flight is still going to be 5.5 hours.
Oh, it's
period.
And that's half a day both ways.
Yeah, and that's not reasonable.
No. So you think the Warriors are now heavily favorites?
I have been the only one at this station preaching this the whole time. I think everyone here, I think everyone in public, I think Shams Charania is a complete, I don't want to say fraud. I don't think that's not the word. I want to say, though, that what he has taken into account and what executives in the league have taken into account is so on-court based we are talking about a 42-year-old. Like, at some point after 23 years in the league, do you think that your priorities are going to be the same as they were in 2013, 2014? No.
Well, no. Your priorities as an adult. Look, Carter, what was your life like a year before your daughter came?
Exactly.
What was your life like?
It's completely different.
And how old is your daughter?
I wonder where my time was, honestly. Yeah. She's 4 months old. I wonder what I was doing with my time.
Nothing. You were doing nothing.
Literally nothing.
You were doing nothing. You were partying and being selfish.
It was so wonderful.
Yes. So let me give you an example. And I know there's people with, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 kids. The first 6 months with my son, I was like, oh, this is amazing. And da-da-da-da. You know what the best time, like right now is the best time where he's able to do anything and everything. He's 2.5. We go golfing. I hit balls at the range. You guys have seen him. I take him to baseball practice. We go everywhere together. I couldn't imagine living my life and not seeing them and being with them all the time.
I was just going to say that to you. Could you imagine not being away from LJ like that?
There's a level of selfishness you have to have as a professional athlete in another profession. So like, okay, I'm not going to say who it is, but I have a family member who's a police officer. He went through this. He was a lot of his time, because he was on call. He would have to overnights. We got to go do a sting. Hey, someone just died. We had this, that. Like, he's getting pulled away all the time. It's no different from a doctor. There are certain occupations, though you still live at home, you're asked to do a lot. Right now, my wife works during the day. I'm asleep trying to be at 9 o'clock at night. I'm up at 3:30 in the morning, right? We have very weird patterns, but I'm able to spend the whole afternoon with my son. When he goes to school, I'll only have a small window to be with him, where she has these extra hours in the evening they get to stay together. So your point about balancing family time, it is absolutely an ever-evolving real thing for people that love their kids. And I know LeBron loves his kids.
Yeah, and I would just say, too, you bring up like a doctor and whatnot. A doctor that's been working, though, in the same hospital for 30 years is probably not taking the shifts in the middle of the night.
No, but if you are a specialist in some field, you're going to be asked to come in
absolutely
at random times. There's no doubt about it.
They're going to ask the younger person before they ask you, is my point.
Possibly.
Anyway, my point is...
He's at the top of his field. There's no doubt.
My point is, he has nothing left to prove. There is nothing left to prove. And this idea that he is going to go, he's got a ring chase to get to 5. He's got a ring chase to get to 5. He brought a championship to Cleveland. He already joined a super team and brought 2 championships to Miami. So he did it by himself kind of in Cleveland. He did it with the super team he joined in Miami. What's left? Go join your arch nemesis. Get one there.
I love that.
Just my pitch.
No, I absolutely love that. I mean,
it would be at least different.
Sure.
And he could see his family on top of that.
Can I ask you this? Is retirement not on the table at all?
See, that's another thing I've wondered. Okay. And it sounds like it's not at all. Shasky, also back then, he wasn't into golf. And maybe we make too much of the golf thing. Oh, yeah. You can't play golf in Cleveland during the basketball season.
No, not during the winter.
You can't.
No.
So either he better get a really, really nice, indoor golf setup at his house, or else Cleveland's out to me. He plays every day. That's his lifestyle now. It just is. That's who he is now, So I'm having trouble with those other 2 places. I really am. I think that they present more problems off the court than the Warriors do, even with the Warriors' on-court issues, let's say.
I'm just contemplating where this is going for LeBron, and it does feel like the Warriors have an advantage if we're going proximity-wise. I would just say this to you, though, Carter. My sister moved up to Roseville. Now, these are not my kids. It's my sister. It's different, right? And I'm like, Roseville's not that far away. It's within the state. Now, obviously, LeBron has way more money, way more access, way more everything than I. She might as well live 3 states away. We barely see each other. Wherever he goes, whether it's Golden State or 5 hours away in an airplane to Akron or to Miami, it's going to be a grind on him. Big time. It just is. There's an emotional toll that's going to take a chunk out of him. And that's just real. It's real.
I can tell you right now, if he goes to any of those places and leaves his family in Los Angeles, it won't be for 2 years. He will only sign for 1 year. That's for sure. And I think he'll only commit to it for 1 year.
Well, then why is he doing it? I'm just curious. Why not just retire then?
I think it's a great question. As I said,
do you think he's cognizant of how it ends? Like the story that's written about him, I think he's aware of it.
For sure.
I don't think he's that maniacal. I think he was at one point. I don't think he is currently. But I do think he's very cognizant of like what it looks like and how it ends.
Yeah, I think you have to be, though, when you're in his position, right? Like, you're considered potentially the greatest of all time. Like, you are. Obviously, people will argue Jordan, but there's people that argue LeBron, and I'll hear you.
Yeah,
I don't agree with it.
In this chair every day. 888-957-9570. You've heard the LeBron sound. I'm going to play it again one more time. We're going to go out to the lines. Does this make you feel like the Golden State Warriors are sitting here with the best family dynamic possible? Not the best basketball dynamic, the best family dynamic. Can you play the sound one more time? And then we're going to go out to Oscar in Stockton. People are lining up as we speak.
We might not have the best basketball dynamic, but we do have the player he said verbally that he wants to play with most and potentially his off-court best friend. That matters. I'll play the sound.
How weird is that? His off-court best friend.
In 10, when I made a decision to go to Miami, I had my reasons. When I went back to Cleveland in 14, I had my reasons. So actually, this would be the fourth. And then when I went to LA 8 years ago, I had my reasons. So, for me now, I have an almost 22-year-old son who is now my former teammate, which is hilarious. I have a 19-year-old son that's at the University of Arizona. But it's my almost 12-year-old daughter who is pulling the weight a lot. Yeah. So going to my daughter, I was home for the 4th of July, and my daughter came home after being out with her friends and cousins and everything, and I pulled her to the side because she's up as of age now. So, like, anytime I leave, she's like, Dad, where you going? Like, I'm going with you. Like, where we going? Yeah. So I pulled her to the side, and I was like, baby, I'm letting you know, I don't want you to hear from nobody else, but I won't be playing for the Lakers next year. I will be playing somewhere else, so I won't be home all the time. And you may not have an answer right now. You can give me an answer now. You can wait. You can write it down. Just want to know how you're feeling about it because you mean a lot to me. Yeah. With me being away from you means a lot. So the family portion is a big thing too. My daughter and my wife and things of that nature. And cause I'm a big family guy. So there's a lot of things that's, people are like, hurry up and make a decision, Brian. It's like, okay, it's not just about the team.
We're going to go out to Oscar in Stockton. I want to make a point at some point about raising boys versus girls. All right, Oscar in Stockton, what do you got on LeBron?
Oh, wow. A whole lot of things. This circus we got going on, I wish you would hurry up, decide where you're going to go. I understand about the kids factor because I raised 3 daughters and one with special needs. That's why you do have to choose in your career what you want to do. But he don't have to prove anything. But this attention gathering, it reminds me of Trump, man. We don't care about all that. Decide where you're going to go so the rest of the league can move on. And this is the problem I got with everybody trying to put him as the king. And I don't get down with that. For you to try to even have the audacity to come join Steph Curry, so don't even consider yourself a GOAT. Never. Because you're supposed to go down fighting against Steph. He can be your friend now off the court, but for you to come join him, because Steph is not leaving Golden State to go and join anybody. That just shows you who Steph Curry is. And see, Steph Curry is the person who moves the needle in the NBA. The Warriors, that's why everybody has been trying to replicate what the Warriors have done. That's why the NBA has put this new second tier in for the Warriors, because when the NBA first started, they said, we want each team be able to retain the players who they drafted. And that's how the Warriors built their dynasty, off the players that we drafted. But since we had an owner that didn't mind paying to win, guess what? The rest of the league started crying, so they put this provision in. So for me to want LeBron to come here, that's going to take away the eternity for the league. Because I want Steph to compete against LeBron. Because LeBron's still one of the top 15 players in the NBA. But I don't want him to join the Warriors. I want him to be on another team. So
Oscar, I think it's going to happen. I'm starting to believe it's going to happen. And I don't think it's even going to be 1 year. I think he's in this for you don't just go somewhere for 1 year. This feels like a 2-year thing to me. And I'm just guessing. We're going to have Bonte Hill joining us right now. Spiloni's out today. He's not feeling good. I had Carter filling in. We got Bonte. God, you look great, Bonte. You look younger. You look smarter.
I just texted him that. That's so funny you say that.
You look great with the glasses on. You're raising 2 daughters. And I know every girls are different. Like every family, every baby is different. Boy, girl, whatever. But it's so funny. Like my two nieces, they were like wild animals. Like they were crazy, tackling each other, whatever. They're very unique though amongst all the other little girls that I've seen being raised. When my buddy Rocco brings his daughters up to the Russian River and we're all hanging out, like they're just so sweet and they're so like, it's just, and they're great athletes, but they're just so sweet and so different. My son, on the other hand, is like a wild boar. He's like, let's wrestle. I got to throw things. I got to bang things and drum. And when I listen to LeBron talk about his relationship with his daughter there, like I could sense the tenderness. Like this feels very, very sincere. I know a lot of people don't take LeBron's word at heart. Like this shows a level of vulnerability that he's very rarely showcased. You're raising two daughters. You know how important adjusting your life is to those daughters. I don't know. Have you heard the LeBron sound? Do we need to play it again for you?
No, I heard that yesterday because I'm not going to lie. Every notification I get from X/Twitter, I'm like, okay, it's a decision. LeBron's made this decision. I'm like, and I get a bunch I got the Schefter alerts, the Shams. I'm just like addicted. Like, all right, when is it going to happen? And by the way, thank you, LeBron, because he's leading us straight in the training camp. There's no dead time. And so shout out to you, LeBron James, for that one. He saved the summer
From
for
one
crying out
king
loud.
to another. Thank you.
From one king to another. No, it's good. But no, seriously, when Chaz was with me, when Chaz was born, and it came at a time in my life where we just started this morning show.
Yeah.
NBC came calling. I didn't know what the hell was going on. And I got a baby girl, and I'm thinking to myself, what do I do? And the moment you get that girl, I'll never forget being in that hospital room, looking at her, watching. It was funny. She was a day old, and Zach Wilson was in Coastal Carolina, and I'm texting Shasky, Zach Wilson ain't it. Zach Wilson ain't it. We both agree, like, Zach Wilson ain't it.
I'll never forget that Coastal Carolina game.
Coastal Carolina game on a Saturday.
It was over.
We were out.
I was out
we
on
were
him.
Out. And I'm in the hospital. Tessa's a day old. And what the baby girls do to you, they do make you a little softer. They do.
In a good way.
In a great way.
In a good way.
In a great way. And look, she's in the dance, she's in the ballet, she's in the swim, but she needs attention.
Yeah.
Like, Papa, put your phone down. Papa, like we watched Jumanji last night, and the questions that was coming every scene, even after the movie. But it is something about having a baby girl. And I don't know what it's like to have a baby boy. I wanted a baby boy for sure, to play catch with or whatnot. But watching my daughter kind of be intrigued with what I do and get into sports. And also bring me into her world, like, Papa, you got to have this tea party with me. Papa, you got to get up and dance with me. I'm up there dancing to Danny Go with her. So to LeBron's point, it is different having that baby girl. And does he want to be on the East Coast? Knowing his daughter's now getting into volleyball here in LA, and she has a bunch of friends. That's the other dynamic. You want your girls to have a pact, girls they can trust, because we know how this world is. And I think that does mean something to them. And so for all the people who think the Warriors are out of this race, I don't think they're out of the race because of that factor right there.
All right, we're going to keep this conversation going. I see Fred on the road. We have another call from the 650. Get on in, 888-957-9570. I'm going to play the LeBron sound one more time. But this feels like the most vulnerable he's ever been, the most real he's ever been about his family dynamic. And I feel like it gives the Warriors the best chance, if we're being honest here.
Let's go.
I want to hear from Warrior fans. 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up. Basketball, baseball, soccer coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. LeBron talk. That's what's coming up, and it's sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for USDA Choice Boneless Beef Top Sirloin Steak Value Packs, just $7.99 per pound. Limit 2 packages. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
On Saturday, July 25th, your first place Quakes take center stage at Stanford Stadium for the 105th California Classico against the LA Galaxy, presented by El Camino Health. NorCal versus SoCal. Then stay after the match for the biggest summer fireworks show in the Bay. Tickets at SJEarthquakes.com.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Need plumbing, heating, or HVACR work done right that very first time? We'll call a UA Local 38 signatory contractor. Their craft certified professionals complete over 10,000 hours of hands-on training. So you're getting experienced experts who know their trade inside and out. And with Local 38 contractors, you get quality work, dependable service, and clear pricing from the start. No shortcuts, no surprise add-ons. Whether it's your home or your business, trust professionals who invest in skill, safety, and accountability. Visit UALocal38.org to learn more.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Whether you're a Bay Area homeowner looking to upgrade your outdoor space or a contractor building the absolute best for your clients, TimberTech stands out. Picture this, a deck that's the highlight of your backyard, turning heads season after season. TimberTech delivers stunning, real wood looks paired with the kind of durability only advanced engineering can provide. And the best part? You won't spend a single weekend sanding, staining, or sealing it. You get all the beauty without the back-breaking maintenance. Trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, TimberTech uses advanced technology so your deck will still look amazing 20 or 30 years from now. It's sustainable, low maintenance, and backed by industry-leading warranties. When it's time to build, you need a local partner you can trust. That's why you head to Ashby Lumber. With locations in Berkeley and Concord, the expert at Ashby have everything you need to get the job done right. Build with confidence. Build with TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Find it locally today at Ashby Lumber.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi, it's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Join 95.7 The Game at the Miristar Federal Credit Union Stuff the Bus event, a backpack drive supporting Bay Area student success July 18th in San Jose from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Help us make an impact in our community. Get all the details and donate now at 957thegame.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Oh. DJ Carter Chickering production.
This is a certified hood classic. Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Carter Chickering on the beat. Joe Shasky on the mic. Spadoni's out today. It's the morning roast. We got Bonte Hill joining us, and we're talking about LeBron, all right? And the Warriors have been waiting, like the rest of the league has, for the last 17 days. We're on LeBron Watch, day 17. And we got Fred on the road who's going to join us here in a second. 888-957-9570. I'm going to play you some sound from LeBron James from yesterday. He's going to be on again, I think today on some podcast, and then again on Saturday. We're all waiting on the decision. And look, for all the things LeBron is and isn't, I think one thing that you have to acknowledge is the dude really loves his family. And that's how I judge a lot of people. Like, are you good to your family? You know? And I think he's a good dude. I got a lot of issues when it comes to the basketball stuff and just the media stuff. But, like, as a dude, as a dad, come on, man. Come on, man. A guy that everyone should look up to as a role model, come on, man. He's been amazing. Listen to what he said about free agency this time around.
In 10, when I made a decision to go to Miami, I had my reasons. When I went back to Cleveland in 14, I had my reasons. So actually, this would be the fourth. And then when I went to LA 8 years ago, I had my reasons. So, you know, for me now, you know, I have an almost 22-year-old son who is not my former teammate, which is hilarious. I have a 19-year-old son that's at the University of Arizona, but it's my almost 12-year-old daughter who is pulling the weight a lot. Yeah. You know, so going to my daughter, I was home for the 4th of July, and my daughter came home after being out with her friends and cousins and everything, and I pulled her to the side because she's up as of age now. So, like, anytime I leave, she's like, Dad, where you going? Like, I'm going with you. Like, where we going? Yep. So I pulled her to the side, and I was like, baby, I'm letting you know, I don't want you to hear from nobody else, but I won't be playing for the Lakers next year. I will be playing somewhere else, so I won't be home all the time. And you may not have an answer right now. You can give me an answer now. You can wait. You can write it down. Just want to know how you're feeling about it because you mean a lot to me. Yeah. You know, with me being away from you means a lot. You know, so the family portion is a big thing too. Yeah. You know, my daughter and my wife and things of that nature. And I'm a big family guy. So there's a lot of things that's, you know, people are like, hurry up and make a decision, Brian. It's like, okay, it's not just about the team.
You know, it shows the vulnerability. It shows what really matters to him. Obviously, basketball matters. But I think family and that dynamic is humongous. And, Bonte, you said to me, you don't get the years back.
Nope.
And I think it's one of the more powerful things you ever told me about when it just comes to, like, raising your kids.
You know, I hate to bring this up, but, you know, I missed this show. It's no doubt I missed this show, what we built on this show. But also, I was missing out on Chestnut in the morning, taking her to school, waking up with her, having fun with her. There were so many things I missed out on. And I think about my personal life and how people missed out on that. You know what I'm saying? Like my father, my relationship with my dad is a lot different than the relationship you have with your dad. Mm-hmm. It just is. It is what it is. And, you know, it's the hand I was dealt. So one morning, Chester was like, you know, Papa, I hate it when you leave at night. I hate it when you leave at night. And there's something to that. And now she wants to go everywhere with me. Hey, Papa, I want to go to a World Cup game. And I had a great time just walking through. She was so happy. Little things like Valkyrie's games, Niner games. She's locked in on the sidelines. Radio. She'll come to the radio station with me. She won't say anything to anybody, which is really strange. And then afterwards, she'll ask me all the questions in the world. She'll go to NBC and sit at my desk and act like she's working. And the thing with the baby girl is that as a guy, we're setting its tone to how they should be treated in this world. So when they get older and start dating and, you know, they get boyfriends and they get married or whatnot, this is how you should treat them. So I'm basically taking her on these first dates as well as the relationship I have with Anna, where if we get into a little argument, I have to be cognizant. It's like, you know what? That's not good. We can't do that in front of them. Now you're going to slip up and, you know, I'm sure it happens with you and Michelle in front of LJ and the kids look up like, it's not cool. But you kind of watch yourself because they will understand, like, okay, this is how I should be treated, especially a baby girl. It's just completely, you know, boys, you throw them against the couch and, you know, you rough them up and you're like, go fight the bully, go stand up for yourself. Baby girl's a little different. You know, you get a little sensitive there and you don't want to miss out on those days. So the quickest way for LeBron to be around his daughter is being with the Warriors, going to SFO, getting on the private jet and getting down to LA in 45 minutes. You know what, LeBron, we'll send you the field goal. We'll have shoot around without you or whatnot. And just the whole thing, Shasky and Carter, I can't believe I talked myself into LeBron James joining the Golden State Warriors. 2 years ago, I was completely out on this.
I know.
But we're at a point now where if he doesn't come, where does it leave the roster?
Well, I don't even want to think about that. I don't even want to think about that. Shasky did have a point 2 years ago about trading for LeBron. Let's go to Fred on the road. Fred, 888-957-9570. I mean, you heard the audio. You hear that. What does it make you think, Warrior fans? Fred on the road, what do you got?
Oh, man. You know, when I hear that clip, man, I want to just dive into the clip by itself because Shasky, Bonte is right. You don't get these years back with your kids. I got 2 sons, and this stuff that I've done and haven't done professionally so that I could have the flexibility to be able to do stuff with them that typically I may not have had. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole because that's just a long conversation.
No, but I feel that. I feel that, though. I know what you mean.
Yeah. 3 things about LeBron. A lot of people, I don't know if they know or not, but he spent the last 5 years building this compound in Brentwood, like his dream home. They tore down 2 homes, and now they just completed it a couple of months ago. So,
wait, Fred, Fred, they built a home in Brentwood, California?
Yes, this is correct.
No, Brentwood and SoCal.
Not the Brentwood up here. He's not living next to Kyle Madsen.
Brentwood. Yeah, the OJ Brentwood.
Yeah.
So they finished that, right?
Oh my God.
So Mark Spears had a good point. You know, what better way to get back and forth? He can fly in and out of one of those little airports down there in SoCal. Man, right here in San Carlos, be in the city in no time.
I totally agree.
That's one thing. 2, one of you guys mentioned a minute ago, professionally, he doesn't have nothing else to prove. He won by leading the super team in Miami. Then he went back to Cleveland, brought them their first and I think only championship. Then he went and won one for a historic franchise, the Lakers. If you're in the NBA, there's really no other more historic franchise than you could win for that, even though the fans still, however they figure, that's a fact.
It's true.
But I think third of all, and this kind of ties me back to the clip, is that other fella, that other good fella, Steph. I watched the ESPYs the other night, and I grew up in the era where Charles Barkley said, hey, I'm not a role model. When you look at a person like Steph and that acceptance speech that he made for that Muhammad Ali award, it's hard for you to tell your kids, don't look at these athletes as role models when you got somebody like Steph Curry. And I think that aura that Steph gives off of family and philanthropy, and then they kind of got the same lifestyle that intertwine, with the stuff like the wine drinking and the golf playing. I mean, what better way to put a cap on a great career by playing right alongside, not for a couple of weeks in the summer like they did in France, but for a whole season or 2, trying to get that elusive 5th chip and doing it with that other guy that's a one-on-one. So then my 3 things.
I love it. That's a great call.
LeBron is taking that into consideration, but we'll see what happens in the next couple of days, fellas.
What a great call, Fred on the road. Make sure you're signing up to be a Game Pass Pro member on 95.7 The Game's YouTube channel. You get all kinds of private stuff. Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game. Sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. Bonte, what a call from Fred on the road right there. I mean, what part do you want to chew on?
Yeah, well, the whole, not playing for anything, right? He's submitted his legacy or whatnot. But I do think LeBron James, it matters to him how he ends. He wants to compete.
I asked that
he's
to
still
Carter.
He's still
I think he's cognizant of what it looks like at the end.
And the whole point where he was talking yesterday, it could be for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. I think it could be a 2-year deal. I really do. And he understands the salary cap of every team in this league. Rich Paul, they dissected everything. And the one thing with the Warriors that we've discussed over the last couple of years is how much money they'll have available at the end of this season. LeBron knows that. You know the Jimmy Butler dynamic already. You will have a slot to go get some play, to get another big boy in this. But so Is it a 1-year deal, 2-year deal? Who knows? But LeBron James is cognizant of everything, and he knows what time it is with every cap and every situation in this league.
I think it's a 1-1, like meaning 1+1 at minimum.
Yeah, player option.
Yes,
Yep.
and I think that what's going to end up happening is Steph's going to take significantly less as well, and you'll have basically the equivalent of 2 $40 to $50 million slots available to spend on whatever or absorb on whatever.
If he's super, like, he obviously does really care about his image. I agree with that. But if he's, like, super intense about caring about his image here at the end, don't you think that would take the Sixers out, Bonte?
No, I don't. I don't think, because he's looking at it saying, if the Sixers win the championship and I'm on the roster,
oh my God,
have a big hand in it. That's 4 championships with 4 different organizations. And I led that team to a championship for the first time since 1983.
Yeah.
All right, 1983.
And you
haven't
can
been to
win
a conference finals since Iverson. What's that, Shasky?
You can win back-to-back.
You can win back-to-back with the Sixers.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's a story in itself.
Taking a minimum contract to join a super team, you don't think that has any tarnish on your name at the end? At least the Warriors aren't competing.
Not really.
LeBron, him, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh for 2 years plotted out a move to Miami and join the Heatles. And Kevin Durant still gets more heat for joining the Warriors than LeBron did for that. LeBron is Teflon, no matter what. I mean, did he went back to Cleveland? Think about what he did going back to Cleveland. I know they have the number 1 pick. You're taking Andrew Wiggins. We're going to flip him for Kevin Love, knowing that Kyrie Irving's already there. So I got my point guard set. I got a big who can shoot threes. I got Tristan Thompson. I'm going back home, but I'm going back home with some star power. LeBron's a genius, dude.
He is.
He knows. Him and his crew, you got to give them credit. They know how to plot out moves, and they know how to make decisions. So
I would just push back.
I don't think it tarnishes anything.
I'm sorry to cut you. I would just push back. Like, the minimum contract means something to me. Like, you have all the money then to spend on more stars on that other team.
Look,
that matters to me.
Why is that a negative? When Tom Brady took a little less to play for Tampa Bay, why did that?
This isn't a little less. You went from a maximum contract to a minimum contract. Well, this is a lot less.
The rules in this sport are way more penal than the NFL salary cap.
But it's just reality.
Look, hey, dude, I think it's noble. I actually do.
You think it's noble?
Yeah. In the era where every athlete is telling me how $200 million is actually like less than $1 million and you can't live off of it, like this guy taking this at the very end.
I think it's noble for that reason, sure.
No, I think it's actually like, look, there's many things I will criticize LeBron. This hill I'm not dying on. You can. I'm not saying that you're dying on the hill.
I'm not dying on anything. I just think that if you're worried about image, you have to be considering that.
He will be crushed by a segment of people no matter where he goes.
No matter what.
He's LeBron.
No matter what.
Let's go out.
I think it's crazy. Hey, Shasky, real quick. I think it's crazy if he's going to play on $15 million. $15 million. The guy could be making $40 a year.
I didn't believe he would play for $15 million. I didn't believe that. And if he does it, you know what? To me, I will shut up because you're putting your money where your mouth is if you play for $5 million, $4 million. Like he really does. Drop the hat, Matt. That's when you tell me I do care about the game and not just about the money. I mean, like, wake me up when Harden plays for $5 million. Drop the hat, Matt. Step right up, no waiting. What do you got on LeBron?
Hey, how you guys doing this morning, man?
What's up, dog?
Look, This is like one of the most exciting news for the Warriors, especially with the last 3 years. I mean, after listening to the audio, like I told everybody, LeBron James already predetermined what he wanted to do, just like with Miami, back to Cleveland, with LA, right? Everything is thought out, and his decisions already made. There's no such thing as a race, you know what I mean? So they already planned this out. Draymond opting out, you know what I mean? And he's coming to the Warriors. There's no doubt about it. I got girls. I got a family, and this is my second time around having kids, and I was around for my first kid, right? So, like I said, everything he said in the audio is hinting us to let us know that he's coming to the Warriors. There's no such thing as a race. It's just when he's going to release it. You know what I mean? So, for those that hate on LeBron James, coming here, Warriors fan, you guys don't know what it is. Once he get here, you guys gonna be riding on his coattail. You know what I mean? Because that's gonna give us a chance to at least win. Like to turn the TV on, I'm watching Warriors tonight. You know what I mean? Like LeBron's in town. You see what I'm saying? There's so much money marketing when LeBron's coming to the Golden State Warriors. You know what I mean? First play with Steph Curry and Draymond Green, Steve Kerr, and then the young guys getting excited. come on, like you gotta say everything. You know what I mean? Jimmy Butler might be leaving. It's like what his last 2-3 years. If it's 2-3 years, he's staying over here in the Bay Area, man. Let's go Warriors.
Is there any world where LeBron comes and Draymond doesn't come back?
No. I mean,
I'm just asking.
Listen, I'm joking here, but it was so funny to watch Jimmy and Draymond play dominoes together, hang out, eat food, all that stuff. And now Draymond's golfing with LeBron.
It's unreal.
He's got the podcast coming with him. Where's Jimmy at? What is Jimmy thinking about all this? What's the dynamic between Jimmy Butler and LeBron James? So if LeBron does sign, that's another dynamic that we're going to be basically uncovering come December. When Jimmy's nearing a return, what does it look like for the Warriors if LeBron does come back? But here's the thing, Shasky. The Warriors, at the end of the day, we can talk about the circus and what he brings to the table and the fandom. The Warriors right now need LeBron James. They need him.
Oh, no doubt.
Those are the facts.
No doubt. I mean, God, I was telling these guys, I'm watching this kid for the Bulls, Caleb Wilson. Oh my God. I did not know he could move like this.
Oh, yeah.
He's way different for the Bulls than he was in North Carolina. North Carolina, he was like a post player.
Can I ask you both a question?
So your point about the Warrior team, like, yeah, they can't have enough good players.
Let me ask you both a question. Is there a world in which Draymond takes less money so that the Warriors maybe, have a couple million extra that they can say, we have the most money actually to offer you of any team right now?
Possibly.
Absolutely.
I think there is too.
Yeah, I definitely think Draymond would. And he said it last season. Remember Sasky and Carter? You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
What does Chris Mullin say? What's he saying?
Oh, man.
What's he saying?
You know, Bully was, he birdied on 8 yesterday at Olympic.
Cool.
I thought you would be,
That's a tough shot. Everyone's looking at you.
Listen, man.
Tell Mully I want some action.
Yeah, you probably won't get any. No, seriously. Conflicted, right?
Yeah.
Because on the court, does it make you a championship team? No, it doesn't. You still have issues with the point of attack defense. What's the shooting look like around LeBron James? I think Pods would be better as a standstill shooter. I think Pods actually played well around LeBron James. I really do. Like he did post All-Star break. Steph is going to be Steph. Horford being a stretch 5 when he does play. When he does play.
Keep forgetting about him.
When he does play, he's going to have wide open threes. Not bad for Al Horford. He'll hit about 37 to 40%. So he's wavered. I don't want to speak for him, but he's wavered.
Yeah.
A couple days he'll be like, yo, LeBron's coming. And then a couple days he's like, what are you hearing? I don't know. So, and then where does that leave? Where does that leave Yaxel Lindenborg?
My favorite.
Nobody's even talking about that.
Well, Draymond is.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm sure we'll get to that, which is, makes me not wait for training camp with the Golden State Warriors. We got training camp with the Niners and then training camp with the Warriors. That's a whole other dynamic, right?
Poor Yaxel was so scared. He scored 4 points last night.
I don't know. He was so. Was that real quotes to the Chronicle?
Yeah.
Like
Ron Korchak.
Look, man. It comes off as a bit tone deaf. What Draymond said about Yaxel yesterday. And some people have praised him for being a mentor. But we all remember what happened 4 years ago in training camp. We can't get over it. And things have not been the same since, whether we like it or not. As Guru says, the Hawaiian punch. We got to leave. We can't get over it. It still looms 4 years later. We're still talking about it. And the last thing we want to see with Yaxel, who we're all excited about, is go to training camp. Now, I don't think he's a punk. And I don't think he's going to allow himself to be punked. But is he going to start walking around on eggshells now? Come on, that's the last thing we need.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM1 in HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station on the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Gene in Oakland, what do you got on LeBron?
Hey, fellas. I got a lot on LeBron and a lot of questions, really. By the way, I turned 80 yesterday, so...
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday, Uncle Gene.
We'll call you Flash Gene for Flash Jerry, number 80.
Hopefully Jerry doesn't chase you down, Gene.
Now you're an octogenarian.
Yeah. So I still have. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. That's nice. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Yeah. And so I'm 80, but I still have an inquisitive mind. Okay. I still want to know the why of things, and I'm having a lot of trouble with the whole Bron thing. Okay. Too many whys and not enough answers. Starting with, why in the world is he leaving L.A.? Has that been answered yet? I mean, he's leaving the family that he loves.
No, he's leaving because of Luka.
Year. Really?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, all right. That's an answer. I guess that makes the most sense. Secondly, why would he want to come here? I mean, and the only, first of all, of all the teams in contention, we're the furthest away from winning a championship. And it's hard for me to believe that that's still not a goal of his, no matter how much of a kumbaya moment he's having at this point in his life. I still think he wants that fifth ring. So along with that, I have to believe that there's still stuff going on with Anthony Davis, that they're still trying to work something out. And I also believe there may very well be a third person involved in this, another high quality player, because that's what it's going to take if he comes here and Jimmy goes, for us to actually make some noise in the playoffs and move ahead.
Gene, would you rather have?
Even though I want to.
Would you rather have the kid from New Orleans or Anthony Davis?
Well, let me put it this way: I'm intrigued about LeBron coming here, and I really believe that. Well, we've been told that the Anthony Davis thing is part of the deal. So under those circumstances, I'd rather give it a shot. You get 2 years at 55 to 60 mil. Hopefully he's well enough and healthy enough and motivated enough, excuse me, to play 50 games, say, or 45. So yeah, I guess I'd take my chances on Davis under those circumstances.
Yeah, Gene, great call. I'm watching LeBron highlights from when he was with Miami. You can make an argument this guy's had 4 separate Hall of Fame careers.
Gene.
No, I'm dead serious.
Gene brought up something that I've wondered, Steiny and I have talked about a lot, which is the fact that the Clippers haven't been in the mix. I think it's interesting.
Well, newsflash.
I know what you're going to say.
Even as dumb as I think it is, the whole thing, like in terms of Pablo Torre being so obsessed with it, it's not going away.
Oh, that's not what I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to say the second fiddle in L.A. Yeah, I know, but he's still in L.A.
The Lakers to the Clippers is like going from the Dodgers to the Angels. You just don't do something
100%.
Like that. You go from the Clippers to the Lakers.
I'd rather see you play for UCLA basketball than the Clippers.
Right.
Lifestyle matters.
I don't deny that, but
dude, Norm Nixon, when he got traded from the Lakers to the Clippers in the 80s, was miserable. He was forgotten about. He went from Magic and Kareem to the LA Clippers at the LA Sports Arena. They're second fiddle. You don't do that. He would have made that decision by now, going to the Clippers. And there's no Kawhi either.
Well, it was never considered, so I think that tells you everything you need to know.
You want to talk about a team, they rebranded again, and they need another rebrand, it's the Clippers. Those jerseys and logo, that awful.
The logo's awful.
Awful. All right, more LeBron talk, and you got to hear Draymond Green and Yaxel going back and forth. Oh, boy. That's what's coming up on the game. We got Bonte in for Spadoni, Carter in here. We're all chirping it. Brought to you and sponsored by Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
Being built like a baller takes years of doing the right things. So does building real wealth. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. Independently owned, no corporate parent. They work with founders, executives, and families whose financial lives are anything but simple. From liquidity events and concentrated positions to decisions that span generations. The kind of experienced people who do right by what you've built. See if they're yours at Baylord.com/baller. That's BAILARD.com/baller.
If you're still using a sportsbook to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries tomorrow on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat. Paid spokesperson.
History San Jose and the Cruiser Shop in Campbell invite you to Shiny Side Up Bike Show on Sunday, July 19th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at History Park, 1650 Center Road in San Jose. Experience 100-plus bicycles, local vendors, a live DJ, a kids zone with activities, BMX stunt shows, and food trucks. Tickets are $5 for kids and $10 for adults. Visit historysanjose.org for tickets and more information.
I think we should have an open relationship.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Let's definitely do that.
With our cars.
Oh, FlexCar. Yeah, that's what I meant too.
FlexCar is the first and only month-to-month car lease. Swing from a Wrangler 1 month to a Prius the next. FlexCar, you drive everything.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibs coming up at 2 o'clock. But now back to the Joes on the Morning Roast. Hey, Joe, I totally think you're winning the debates today.
So, the internet's funny. We got Bonte filling in, Carter filling in, Spadoni's out sick, Joe Shasky here. From the real JPap58, Jonathan Papelbon, as I check my X, my Twitter, it's a DM. I go, wow, Papelbon, huh? He's DMing me. Hey, quick favor. I'm in the running to co-host a major podcast event on Spotify and Google. If you can, drop a vote for me. I'd appreciate it. Much love. Here's the link. Jonathan Papelbon, you got hacked, bud.
Those are still going on.
He still follows me.
And the first time I got one of those DMs, I was like, is this real? And I clicked on the link and I couldn't vote, right? Now all of a sudden they start coming in waves. It's like, all right, buddy, you've been hacked, and I'm probably not going to vote for you anyway.
Well, you know who has a very popular podcast? The guy by the name of Draymond Green. 888-957-9570. We're on LeBron Watch, day 17. We are Chris Mullen amount of days, Elliot Ramos amount of days. I know, so two things are not the same. Jeremy Curley amount of days. I'm trying to think of other guys who wore number 17 in the Bay Area over the years.
Curley.
Yeah, Aubrey Huff amount of days away for LeBron. Stop saying he's leaving the Lakers. I hate Aubrey Huff. That guy.
I'm out.
Yeah, so out.
I'll leave that one alone.
Well, also Guru's out today. But
wow.
Stop!
Why do you have to do that?
Hey, Bonte, I had a joke I almost want to retell today, right now.
I heard the joke, and I was shaving, and I heard the joke, and I was like, whoa. I was like, and you know the goo's listening.
Oh, he's always
the
listening.
goo is listening.
I love him. So Draymond's got a podcast. Yaxel is at Summer League. He's sitting down with two people from Summer League. It's low-key. They were joking around. Like, the tone matters to me. They're like, Yax, and he's a young guy. Hey, great performance, blah, 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 blah. Hey, next question. Here you go. What would your pitch to LeBron be? This is what it sounded like.
My pitch is, man, I know you don't like rookies that much, man, but I'm not the average rookie, you know? And I would love to learn under you, man. So, I mean, if you're looking to play with one of the greatest shooter of all time and a close friend of yours, Draymond, it'll be great to come to Warriors, and we'll be glad to have you, you know?
So somehow, some way, Draymond felt slighted. I don't know what's going on. I really don't. I don't get it. Like, it's just his energy versus Yaxel's energy. Something doesn't make sense. So the next day on the Draymond Green show, you can find that here at Odyssey, he has this to say about Yaxel. Draymond Green does.
A lot of people I saw like, oh, man, Yaxel gave his pitch to LeBron. Like, what about his pitch? And he said, I know you don't like rookies that much, but I'm not the average rookie. If you're looking to play with the greatest shooter of all time and Draymond, we'll be glad to have you. Is the pitch too weak or too strong? I don't know. I think the pitch is pointless, you know. But it's fine. Training camp is coming soon enough, and, you know, you got to rein the rookie in a little bit. You know, teach him a few things. Training camp's coming soon enough. Yeah, training camp will be here pretty soon. And I think you all know why I'm hitting that training camp. And, yeah, it'll get here soon enough, Yax. Enjoy all your media. Training camp's on the way. It'll be here before you know it. Summer will be gone. Training camp will be here, and the journey starts. And, yeah, Yax, it's on the way.
I mean, so that happens, okay? That drops. And then poor Yaxel says, and this is what he said to Ron Kroichek of the Chronicle. Man, after calling his pitch to LeBron pointless and referencing the training camp and saying he would rein him in at training camp, Yaxel said, quote, I got a little nervous, he said, laughing. Quote, I don't know what he's talking about, man. He could be hitting at a lot of things. Hopefully it's not the rookie hazing thing. I hope we keep that at a minimum. I just hope it's like, yeah, I got you. This is what you should do and what you shouldn't do. So I'm a little worried, but hopefully everything goes well. I mean, geez, Louise. Is this going to be a thing, or is this just hopefully nothing?
Well, I think early on, Carter Rashasky, it's the Michigan State thing.
Oh,
and Yaxel was proud to be a Wolverine, and he won that natty. And he's got that hanging over Draymond Green in the college ranks. Hey, I won a natty in Ann Arbor. You didn't in East Lansing, Michigan. All right, so they joke back and forth about that. And somebody asked Yaxel about, hey, could you give a pitch? It was Mark Stein? I forget who asked Yaxel that question, but it was, look, he's a fan-friendly dude who's having fun with the media. He's got some persona to him. He's a personable dude. So he got asked about a pitch, and it was fine. It was lighthearted, and there's nothing wrong with it. And Draymond's like, yeah, we got to rein him in a little bit. And he's the one with the podcast who does all the media stuff. It's Draymond being Draymond, man. And here we are in 2026. And the amount of hours and the amount of time we spend on Draymond and some of the things he says off the court is just amazing. And so I don't know what it means either. Well, I'm a little nervous about it.
Yaxel
What happens if they box out? You know what I'm saying? They're battling for position for a rebound.
Oh, I thought you meant boxing. I mean,
Monte, that's funny you say that, dude. Because if you watched his boxing out yesterday, if that's what they're gonna do, OMG,
yeah, these guys are gonna go at it.
Yeah, that'll be fireworks.
So Yaxel Lindeborg, also on the Chronicle. I'm not done. He often receives social media messages about Draymond and the Jordan Poole incident. Quote, I've seen the video, and I'm like, damn, what could have inspired that to happen? It was kind of interesting, but I'm not the kind of guy who's going to be mad at teammates. I don't think I'll ever put Draymond in a position to even want to do that, I hope. Quote, unquote.
And Jordan Poole went to Michigan.
Yeah, thanks.
You don't think Jordan Poole and Yaxel has had any interactions together? I mean, look, Draymond, when Jordan Poole was a rookie, and Jordan Poole was talking that talk to veterans, and they were getting a little annoyed, and Draymond said, oh, what?
We have breaking news.
Oh.
This is for Ralph Barbieri somewhere in heaven. Hit the breaking news sounder.
Oh.
It's not LeBron.
Oh.
It's not LeBron. I didn't mean to. 49ers Parag Marathe is one of 3 finalists to become the next commissioner of the MLS per Sportico.
Wow, that's pretty crazy.
Isn't that nuts? I think it's warranting of I mean, he's been with the team almost 30 years.
I'll give it to you.
Apologies if you guys, I didn't mean, that's why I tried to say, it's not LeBron. It's not LeBron.
Your face. Why would you do that?
I know, I'm with you, Vontae. Why would you do that?
Well, guys, Parag, I've been wanting Parag out the door for years.
Well, so he's got Leeds United. MLS. Would that mean he's stepping away from the 49ers?
Well, it's a full-time job if you're the commissioner of the MLS, right?
He would have to, right?
Absolutely.
So how many Niner fans are hoping that Parag gets that job?
I'm raising my hand in the studio.
Carter, true story. Shasky and I saw Parag at training camp, right? And he's sitting there. Shasky, remember what I said to him? I said, man, maybe I should have you working on my contracts at 95.7 a game. He goes, I don't know if you want that.
I mean, this is a man who told Bill Walsh, we don't need you. He said that to him.
Yeah. Listen, he's had some good contracts, some team-friendly contracts, some opt-outs in important dates. I'm not as...
no, he's done good things.
Yeah, he's done a lot of good things. I mean, and they've spent money. They front-loaded a lot of contracts. I'm not mad at Parag, as a lot of people are. They think Parag has a lot of sway. Look, he's Jet York's right-hand man. You need a guy like that who knows the books, who knows the spreadsheets or whatnot. So, I mean, I just, the breaking news sounded Chesky threw me. I thought we had
My bad. Hey,
I thought he was coming to the bench.
Shasky, we had a conversation earlier about how it feels like they need a guy in the building who will tell Kyle no or will push back on him.
I actually think Parag did tell him no.
That's what I'm saying. I like Parag because he seems like the only guy right now in that building who will push back on him.
But here's the problem. I think Parag and whoever, Yorks, Lynch, they got taken to task so bad by Bosa and Trent in back-to-back years.
Completely agree.
They took it out on Ayuk in a weird way and then immediately regretted the Ayuk deal before the injury, like immediately. And it's like, guys, You were with him for 5 years. What?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I have got a lot. All right, let's get back into LeBron. I apologize for breaking news on Parag. I thought that was shocking. You know, Parag could be the commissioner of MLS. Bizarre.
Yeah, that's crazy. Major League Soccer. Shasky, real quick on the Draymond Yaxel thing.
Yes.
I've been thinking about it from a basketball sense because I know everybody's talking about LeBron and we haven't really talked about the on-court fit. Well, Yaxel, what's his ideal position? If he's next to
stretch four.
Stretch four. What position is Draymond Green
The
playing?
4.
How's that going to work out?
Well, Draymond actually is probably the best at small ball 5, but you can't do it all year. Here's the irony of the Anthony Davis thing, right? As you talk about potential trades. Simultaneously, Anthony Davis hates playing the small ball 5, even though he's way bigger, and he wants to play the 4. So Draymond, Anthony Davis, Yaxel, like there's already a lot of positional redundancy.
And we just went through this with Jonathan Kuminga.
Yes.
Literally went through this with Jonathan Kuminga. And I'm not saying that Kuminga is going to be some all-star or something like that, but literally in the training camp a couple of years ago in Hawaii, Jeremiah said, man, JK's best position is a 3. Steve Kerr comes back the next day and says, JK's best position is a 4. Well, who's the 4?
I know.
It's Draymond Green.
Yeah.
So you already got that dynamic where both those guys are going to fight for minutes, and can they coexist in the half court together? We'll see.
I know. We'll see. All right, let's go out to Paul in San Ramon. Paul, you have an interesting thought here regarding if LeBron shows up and the Warriors throughout the regular season. What do you got?
Hey, thank you guys for taking my call. Happy Friday. Yeah, so I'm also on Twitter. I do a lot of like Twitter sports groups and stuff like that. So one of the posts that like a doctor posted, his name is Dr. Pandya. He's like a UCSF professor.
Doc Pandya, yeah.
Yeah. So he said, actually, do we really think that LeBron at age 42 would be able to push a Warriors team over 82 games? Plus the playoffs to a championship with their core players being Stephen Curry, age 38, Runner's knee, Draymond Green, age 36, Jimmy Butler, age 37, ACL tear, Al Horford, age 40, Kristaps Porzingis, age 30, he has the POTS, Moses Moody, he has the tendon, and Yaxel Linderborg, he's a 24-year-old rookie, question mark. So that's the honest question. So if you guys remember, like during the 2020, I think when the Warriors won a championship in 22, when Stephen Curry was out with that injury, they had other players, like they had Jordan Poole. He helped carry the team, right? So there was another Twitter post that kind of said the Warriors had players to support their core players during that time, and right now they don't.
Do you want LeBron?
Really have
Paul, yes or no? You want LeBron?
Dude, I mean, honestly, I don't. I think he's. I just think he's old, man. I mean, I just think he's past his prime. I mean, he might have some years left in him, but I don't think I'd want him. I think the Warriors can develop more around rather than LeBron. I think he goes to Cleveland, and I also think he makes. Sorry.
No. It's all good. Yes, he's old. We all acknowledge that. He's their second
old.
best or best player, right? I mean, like, can we meet in the middle? Like, even though he's the oldest player in the league, but like, he'd be their first or second best player on any given night.
I think it'd be a good story. I mean, I think I'll tell you this, and I even told my friends this yesterday. If LeBron goes to the Warriors, then him, Steph Curry, Draymond, and Steve Kerr all retire together in 2 years, and then that's the closing chapter for the Warriors run with LeBron James. That's what I say. If he goes, it's cool. I mean, you get to see everybody retire together, and then LeBron goes out with them. Maybe they win a championship, and I think he's just waiting to make a decision after a World Cup final. I think he does it either Sunday night after the game because he wants all the spotlight on him. And yeah, I mean, it's between Cleveland and Golden State. We'll see what happens. But I think it'll be interesting either way.
All right, Paul, good call. Carter, what do you got?
Can I throw something at both of you that I was thinking about last night, which is, look, if one of his concerns is Steph Curry's knee, correct? Isn't this something he's going to have to worry about if he goes to Miami?
Oh, Giannis is as volatile calf-wise as Curry is knee-wise.
The last 3 seasons, Curry has played more games in every season than Giannis has. Every season. I just think, if that's the big holdup here is well, he doesn't even know if Curry's going to be healthy.
I don't think
then Miami's out too.
I don't think that's the holdup.
I agree.
I actually don't like the spacing in Miami because they don't have any shooting right now. If you look at it, Bam, Giannis, and LeBron, it is very redundant in terms of where they operate on the floor. LeBron might be their best shooter.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's the shooter. How's he working off ball with those two?
I think it's a tougher fit than it sounds.
And Andrew Wiggins loves a mid-range.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? He loves a mid-range. He can hit a 3 here and there, but he's not the most consistent three-point shooter. And Paul has to realize, and a lot of callers have to realize here, you're just bringing in LeBron. That's the first domino.
Yes.
Yeah, you're not a championship team right now. But how do you become a championship team over the course of a season? And that's why the trading deadline come January and February is going to be very important. Where does it leave Jimmy Butler? You still have, and if you don't trade picks for Anthony Davis, you still have ammunition to make a big move at the deadline. So it's not just about being a championship team right now. Yeah, you sign LeBron, you're not a championship team right now. But can you become that over the course of the season by making some shrewd moves, knowing that this league has never been more wide open?
All right. I'm going to let this individual on hold know. If you start rambling nonsense and going in another direction, other than the LeBron James Warrior conversation right now, I am cutting you off. I'm giving you 5 seconds at a time to make your point. And if after 5 seconds you start rambling and going in another direction, we're cutting you off. I love you, kind of. Bonte loves you. That's why I'm doing this for him. Tony in Oakland. Tony, stay on topic.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I have rules.
That's 3 seconds.
Take it. Bonte, how? The king is back in the house.
Oh, God. What's up, Tony?
Bonte,
Tony, real quick.
Here. Okay, let's
last
start
time
out.
you called.
You want to know how to make the Warriors great? You know what I'm saying? They got to go to God, right? All of them. And look at the World Cup soccer. Holy moly. Look at these dwarves taking down like Argentina with heart, taking down 6'6" dudes who are huge. And what was it? It's because they rally around their heart within. They've got the heart factor, right? So if you want the Warriors to win, that's how you win, with the heart stuff. First, look at Spain. How do they win? They go to God. Oh my God! And they bring down Mbappe, because let's see who has the most faith on the field. It was the Spanish and then the Argentinians. And I love how male they are. You don't got these he-she's with buns and wearing Birkenstocks, right?
Okay.
I mean, I just.
Whoa!
She's gonna get us all shut down.
She didn't even mention LeBron.
I mean, she's gonna get us all shut down.
Last week she was talking about chopping heads off.
I mean,
what is going on?
She's like, Shanahan doesn't have the guts to kill someone. I'm like, whoa.
She said something about the Iraqis and chopping heads off.
I'm like,
yo, you know that's. Hey, that Alcatraz for about 6 months.
All-time call there.
You can't be doing that.
All right.
You can't be doing that.
All right. I'm gonna give him a chance just because he loves to come at me. People are saying that BPA to you is Burnsy to me, meaning for some reason Burnsy just hates me and he wants to rip me at every turn. So, all right. Burns, you're on the same shot clock, 5 seconds at a time.
Oh, you know I can't get 5 seconds at a time. At least give me 10 G's.
All right,
hey,
10.
Am I on?
Yeah, 10.
Am I okay? Listen, first of all, I love how yesterday, and I'll go yesterday because I listen to this 95.7 all day long. I'll go yesterday when it was half the show was, hey, man, we're going to have to give Draymond such love because he's taken, a contract hit. He's going to really take over for, bringing LeBron James here. And then the second half, it's, oh, my God, you guys were like two little chicks on a text line. Oh, did you see what little Mandy said on the text? Because we can't ever call her and just talk talk to her and just really feel what we can get. Right? Hey, Bonte, you're there. Call up Draymond. Hit him on the air and tell him how he feels about the new kid, right? You guys, come on, man. It's like,
Burns, who is that? That was Steiny and Evan. We didn't barely talk Draymond.
It was not the right show.
I know, but the minute Draymond, you're trying to, like, think what Draymond said and figure out what he said in his words. How about just give him a buzz and ask him what he wants about the rookie, man? Quit trying to.
Hey, hold on, Bergie. You know what, Carter? Call Draymond. Let's get him on 95.7.
Yeah, let me text him right now.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
Burns.
While we're at it, let's go ahead and call Steph and Joe Lacob too. Want to call Jay York and ask him about Parag? That is about the dumbest thing I've heard all day.
Steph should be in once a week, I think.
Burns.
You can never get Draymond on the air. You're 95.7. You're the home of the Warriors. You can't get him on the air.
I know, it ticks me off.
Break, dude.
I want him too. I agree.
Unbelievable, dude. But the whole thing about LeBron, dude, LeBron's coming. Paul, get that dude Paul a cup of coffee, maybe a little toot. Give me a break. I don't care about the numbers. I don't care about their ages. I don't care about their injuries. Give me the goddamn old men. Old men rule this world. When are people going to understand that, Bay Area?
I love you, Bernsey. Have a great weekend. Dude, he totally missed work today and is day drinking, right?
Just call LeBron or call Draymond.
Goddamn old people run the world. I was like, whoa, actually, you're right.
Give him a 2.
We would get into it every day. Me and Bernsey. Those are the type of guys he might be BPA's cousin. He might be, man. What? We talking about murderers row.
So Brian,
Tony talk about God knows
I don't even know.
With no pun intended.
I don't even know.
And you got what is going on a Friday?
You know what? It's insanity. I mean, I think LeBron day 17, we've been on the watch. You know, like we're like the watchers on the wall. What do they call it in Game of Thrones? What do they call it?
Night Walker.
No, not the Night Walkers. The guys that are on the wall.
The Night Watch, right?
Yeah, the Night Watch. That's what we are. We're waiting for LeBron to make his decision. Matt in Oakland, just save us. We're drowning. Save us.
Hey, fellas. How's it going?
I'm doing good. It's Friday. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, Burns is priceless, man. That's just amazing. And Draymond, man, I'm so tired of his act. I could care less what he says. But check this out. So I did some math. Let's compare Cleveland, Miami, and Philly, and the Warriors. And if LeBron truly cares about his daughter and he wants to spend time with her, let's assume that he has unlimited resources. That's fair, right?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I agree.
He could be in Brentwood from Chase Center, limo, private airport, jet, Santa Monica Airport, private limo. He could be home in an hour and a half.
It's true.
You cannot do that from any other place. Philly's going to be 4 to 5 hours. Miami's going to be closer to 6. So if he really cares about his daughter and he wants to go home after games, that's actually practical if he comes here.
It's an easier commute than Guru.
I suggested this too on the Saturday show, which is if Joe Lacob is serious enough and really, really wants him here, they could put a helipad right on top of Chase Center for him.
I'm just out on helicopters.
I don't know if LeBron is.
Oh, well, I personally, I'm scared of helicopters.
Then you're home in like an hour because you're skipping the LA, the traffic here at least. You get to the airport.
Every movie I watch, it's like the helicopter comes crashing down. It doesn't save anyone. Plus, very difficult.
Get the chopper.
Get the chopper.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, Get the chopper. Hey, helicopters are scary. I did a helicopter ride in Hawaii.
Oh, so you're with me.
And it tricked me. It was scary.
It is.
It gets hot.
Yeah.
It's tight.
I'm a believer man wasn't made to fly. It's just my personal opinion.
Like in a plane either?
I don't love planes. I get very anxious and nervous. And let me
ask you guys this.
I like driving.
Joe Lacob and Kirk, they were at Summer League yesterday. You see him? Joe Lacob had the tucked in polo on, sitting courtside. What is going on in his mind? Because again, the guy loves stars. You know he wants to make this happen. You know what's
on his mind? I already said this to the boys yesterday. What's on his mind is he lands LeBron and he calls up China and he's like, who wants to sponsor with us. The same way Shohei, no, I'm dead serious. The same way the Dodgers are selling all these advertisements to Japan and back forth. Like, they have made so much money on the Japanese connection through Shohei and Yamamoto. I mean, first off, you have Curry with the clear connection now with the new brand that he's using. I mean, I think he's seen dollar signs. And then I also think they're like, all right, then who do we get next? They're getting somean else. If they land LeBron, they're not done.
The picks are gone. Yeah, the picks are gone. The picks are gone. You can kiss those goodbye.
Oh my God.
Let me ask you guys, though, outside of AD, what are the other options?
Trey Murphy III.
Yeah.
I
actually think I will listen to the argument that Trey Murphy III on basketball, offense and defense fills a bigger need than Anthony Davis.
Oh, I am with you.
Up for that.
Yeah.
Right now.
Perimeter defense and shooting.
Dude, you go look at Trey Murphy's numbers, and some people say, well, what has he done? Go look at his numbers on that team and think about if he plays with better players like a Steph, like a LeBron, like a Draymond. He's 21, 6, and 5. He's flirting with 50, 40, 90. I would rather overpay for Trey Murphy than take a chance on Anthony Davis, knowing that he's going to want a max deal and he's 34 years old. Really, he's got a 40-year-old body already. I'm good off AD. I'm good. And by the way, LeBron knew about AD getting traded for Luka Doncic. That's the other thing. Like LeBron has a little bit of that in him.
He was the little finger with the knife.
He's little finger. That's a great one. Little finger. Well, I didn't know what was going on. Go get Trey Murphy. He's a better fit. Overpay Joe Dumars for him. I don't even know if he's available. But, hey, Joe, you want 4 picks? Here's 2 pick swaps, 2 first-round unprotected picks. We need Trey Murphy, who's 26 years old. And you go from there. And then you have Trey Murphy, LeBron, Steph, and you got the Jimmy Butler domino. It could either be a plus where Jimmy comes and helps you go to another level, or, hey, we need more shooting. We need another big. We need another creator. We need another shooter. There's the Jimmy Butler domino right there off the expiring contract.
I want to go. We only have a couple more minutes before we get to our final thoughts. It's Friday. Have you been to Elena's Ponte on West Portal?
Oh, yeah. Elena's.
It's excellent.
Of course. It's amazing.
Yeah, okay.
It's amazing.
So yesterday, took my nephew golfing. We went to Glen Eagles. It was one of the windiest days I've ever had out there. Shout out Tom Shea and Glen Eagles in McLaren Park. And I go, hey, you hungry? Let's go. I got a gift card. Let's go to Elena's.
Did you get a premium tea time?
What?
Did you get a premium tea time?
You just walk in, man. This is it's where I grew up playing. It's not the prettiest on the eyes course. It's actually probably one of the most difficult 9 holes you could play on the planet. I'm not even joking. For my money, it's U.S. Open conditions 24/7, 365. So we go to Elena's, and I go, I can't make a decision. I don't know if I want a crispy taco. I don't know if I want a burrito. Man, these tamales look really good. I went combo plate yesterday. I went 1 pork tamale.
I love that.
1 chicken enchilada and 1 ground beef taco hard shell. It was incredible. Can I just say, combo plates are underrated. Am I the only one?
Might be your best take ever.
They're underrated.
It's a really good take because when I used to always go to IHOP or Mel's, I get the sampler. You get the chicken tenders.
The sampler.
You get mozzarella sticks. And you get onion rings. You get a little bit of everything. Like, I don't know why the combo plate is underrated, and you get a good bang for your buck when it comes to the combo plate.
Yes.
I think I'm mad that you're even saying that on the microphone because it's a hidden gem. And now Dugan is listening.
Yeah, I know.
And everybody from Westlake, dude, the combo plates are undefeated.
They are.
When in doubt, just go combo.
There's something about the cornmeal on a good tamale that is just like, tamales when done right are just so underrated. I never think of, they're never at the top of my mind. And yet after I eat a tamale, I'm like, I love tamales. Like all of them. I like the verde. I like the red one.
There's a big spectrum between a bad tamale though and a good tamale.
100% agree. But the cornmeal, when it's done right.
Right.
Oh, yeah. God. And they put a little of that crema on there. Oh.
Yeah. That crunchy taco at Elena's, though.
It's off the hook.
It's so damn good.
Oh, my God.
It's so damn good.
Oh, my God. And then my little nephew, he got the birria tacos. His whole lips,
fire.
They were like covered in like the orange red.
Consomme?
Oh, dude. I go, hey, dude, you got stuff all over your face. You look like a toddler. He's like, it was delicious. We also ate like 6 bowls of chips. Fast five. Bonte, thank you for joining us today. You are the current World Cup expert on this panel today with Carter and I. Who do you have winning this weekend?
Spain's a better team. Spain's the better team, in my opinion.
Look at you, Vontae.
But it's something about Argentina, man. They just find a way. They find a way.
They're the Chiefs?
And they are the, oh, why'd you got to say that? I'm going to say they're the Patriots. Forget the Chiefs for this one. I got Argentina winning, but I don't know. Like, I just hope we get a good game because you know what? I think it's been a really good World Cup. America really put on for it. We presented ourselves well. Canada presented itself well. Mexico did. And hopefully we get it back. And I don't know about Spinoni every 4 years because I do want to see what it's going to look like in Spain, Morocco, and Portugal in the next 4 years. But maybe we get it back in 15, 16 years. Maybe we get it back in 20 years. I don't know. But I thought overall it was a really fun World Cup to see all the different countries come here to America, embrace our country. We embrace them. I've had a really great time at the World Cup. I'm going to miss it. And it got us through summer.
Yeah.
Think about it. It got us through summer.
Speculation they could get it back in 2038.
Jesus.
Okay.
I hope I'm alive.
Me too.
Yeah,
well,
like
according to Shanahan, I might not be alive this weekend, you know?
You're alive. Speaking of Shanahan, that's my final thought. Shanahan and Lynch are entering our lives once again. Now, I took a break from football. I like to take me a nice little 2-3 month break. I haven't watched a lot of IU. Why are you laughing, Sasky?
I love you.
I take a little break mentally.
I took a break.
Dude, I have to. Because we know what's happening. The Purdy talk, the Shanahan conversation, the Kittle conversation. Boss is going to do something that ticks me off. Football just, it turns me into a different person. I don't like the person I am from September through December. So
let me ask you. I asked this to Grant Cohn. I asked this to Carter. 92 touches last year for Brian Robinson?
90.
Over under for Kalen Black this year?
Oh, my God, under. Are you kidding me?
Way under.
Retired. These are Shanahans we're talking about.
Have you been following the Matt Miller story?
Oh, yeah, between that, Diana Rossini, and you got Twitter accounts.
Rossini.
This Tony Farmer guy, I thought it was Sam Farmer for the LA Times. This Tony Farmer guy, I don't even follow him. He pops up on my timeline. He is on the witch hunt for Diana Rossini, which to me is the weirdest thing ever. Like, I get what she did, but why is he just all in on Diana
I don't get
Rossini? It is weird.
Hey,
what story's stranger? Matt Miller or Diana Rossini?
Well, I thought it was stranger that Mike Vrabel was invited to the Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift wedding. That was just weird. It's like, we have to invite the Vrabels. It's like, really? Right? Like, right now? Isn't that like, am I the only one that laughed at that? And
there's a lot of people invited.
And make
Russell
sure.
Wilson and Sierra.
No, what was the referee who's on Fox who I hate? Come on. Make sure Dean Blandino's there. You got to invite the Blandinos. Like, what? Like, imagine going through that list and Michelle's like, Shasky, you got to make sure you invite the Blandinos. Like, what? That would be like the equivalent of me inviting Dave Fleming's family. You got to invite the Flemings.
I mean, at least to Vrabel's credit, he was the hottest thing in the news when they invited him. I mean, not for a good reason, but he still was.
You think he was like, had like a pregame talk with the wife? Let's just pretend like everything's great.
It's all good.
Even Taylor Swift, why is Sierra and Russell Wilson there?
That's what I'm saying.
Like, is Taylor Swift cool with Sierra?
I have no idea.
It was strange.
It was weird, right?
It was strange.
It's a popularity contest.
Victor, what you got? Yeah, you, dog.
Oh, my bad. I was locked in. But a couple days ago, Evan and Goo were talking top 5 baseball movies.
Okay.
I was a little upset. Nobody mentioned Hardball.
Hardball. Great movie.
Ooh.
I took that first.
I just watched that for the first time less than a year ago from Bonte's recommendation. It tugs at the heartstrings, bro.
G Baby.
R.I.P. G Baby.
Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
I mean, it was excellent movie.
I watched Rookie of the Year yesterday with LJ. He's really into like live action movies right now, and baseball ones in particular. Rookie of the Year has all the MLB affiliations. Bond striking out with the gold chain from the Pirates. It's like I had to rewind it like 5 times ago. That wouldn't have happened to LJ in real life.
But by the way, I just watched Bond's E60 for the first time because for some reason it's been popping up.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
He's the best.
I got to watch that.
Hey, Gomez, you still want to lie on me? And then he gives him the wink. It's like very. But by the way, movies. I watched Jumanji yesterday with Chestnut. She wanted to watch the
great movie.
Jumanji. She finished it. I thought she was going to get scared or whatnot.
Robin Williams.
David Allen Greer.
Yes.
Had more of a role than I remember.
Oh, yeah.
He's a very underrated character.
Totally agree. All right, guys, we're out of here. Thank you to everybody. I don't even know where we're at right now. I'm all over the place. Spadoni was out. Thank you for filling in and putting up with my nonsense. Carter, I love you. You're the absolute best. I have nothing more to say. Love you guys. Have a great weekend. When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC contractor, think Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front is often just to get in the door. And once the work starts, so does the extra charges. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. No surprises. And it's not just about the price, it's about the people. Non-signatory shops often cut corners, which means inconsistent work. UA Local 38 contractors invest in their workers with strong pay, real health benefits, and retirement plans. That means experienced professionals who take pride in what they do. Local 38 workers are craft certified and complete a 5-year apprenticeship consisting of 10,000 hours of training. So when someone comes into your home or your business, you know you're getting a trained, vetted professional. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose better. Choose UA Local 38. Plumbers, pipe fitters, and HVACR union signatory contractors. For more information, go to ualocal38.org or call 415-626-2000.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog, but they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, it's Dibs.
And Steiny.
From 95.7 The Game. On Sunday, July 19th, we're heading to Bay Street, Emeryville to catch the final, and you should too.
Match day festivities start at 11:30. The whistle blows at noon, and we'll be watching on the massive plaza screen and TVs throughout the terrace. Grab a pizza, a burger, hand rolls, brews, and more. Then come meet us and the rest of the 95.7 The Game crew and cheer on the world's best.
Get details at BayStreetEmeryville.com/events.
Hey, Bay Area, it's Guru. You know what's really bugging you? It's not your fantasy team or the refs. It's the bugs in your house. Ants stealing snacks, spiders showing up uninvited. That's when you head straight to AtcoPest.com. Atco Pest Control has been handling Bay Area pest problems safely and naturally for over 40 years, protecting your
family and your pets without breaking the bank. Get the details now at atcopest.com. ATCO Pest.com. Atco's got you covered.
Reach your saving goals with Mirastar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at mirastarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcast. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. As always, thinking of the Goo during this time. Taking care of his father.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Norm.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Is it a payday Friday today or no?
You're damn right it is. I already gave it all away.
So 30 days has September, April, June, and November. So we get another paycheck, though, at the end of the month. It's 31st, right?
Well, typically we get 2 per month.
Oh, we're on a 2 per month, not every 2 weeks.
Well, I think we have a new policy. I thought it was the 1st and the 15th, but, like Steiny, I count down the days to the next Friday just to realize that it's not a payday, and then I count another 7 days. And all I do is see my credit card bill go up and up and up and up. And so it feels like by the time we actually get to a payday, I'm just making donations.
I hear you. It's the life of a young person trying to, make it in this world. And by the way, you're doing a great job.
Oh, thank you. And I got to apologize to you early. I know you hate this. Usually when we do it off air, you just kind of turn the other cheek. But I got a little mad at you yesterday. I'm sorry. I got to apologize.
About what?
Well, we were just ripping and running, and I got a little personal. I shouldn't have done that.
I don't even remember what you said.
Well, I apologized towards the end, but I needed to do it on air, so.
What did you do?
Well, I made you out to be more of a curmudgeon than you are.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. The thing with the thing with the sales.
With the sales, okay. Yeah. No, Steiny's very kind. He's good to sales people.
I'm just a peach. I'm as kind as Draymond Green.
Well, you're a little better than him because you let stuff go, and apparently Draymond Green can't.
No. So we talked a little about Draymond yesterday and some of the things that he's been saying on his podcast. And now we've got, is it Andy Rooney? More to the story? No, it's just Oswald. George Oswald?
Patton Oswald? Somebody
help me. And that's the rest of the story. Anyway, today in the San Francisco Chronicle, there was a story by Ron Krojcik about Yaxel Lendeborg. He caught up with him in Vegas yesterday. And the story was about how Yaxel feels or whether Yaxel's even aware of some of the things that Draymond has said about him, over the last couple weeks. And it seems to me that Yaxel Lendeborg is a little bit trepidatious about some of the things that Draymond has said. And I'll just throw it to you because we don't have the quotes, obviously, on sound. We've got them in print. So Evan's got some of this right in front of him. So I just want you to listen to some of the things that Yaxel had to say about essentially Draymond coming down his road.
Yeah, shout out to Ron Krojcik of the SF Chronicle. He's at Summer League and did his due diligence after the Warriors played the Knicks yesterday. And Yaxel, by the way, had his first bad game of I think the sixth that he's played in the summer. He's been awesome. But he went to Yaxel after the game and he's writing a feature on him, kind of his unlikely story. But in the midst of it, he asked him about what he thought of Draymond Green. And, yesterday we talked about how he was kind of eerily referencing training camp. I thought he also sprinkled in a nugget about how he's going to be returning to the Warriors because the fact that he's talking about training camp in the first place as a free agent leads me to believe he already knows. But this is what he said about the clip, Yaxel. Quote, "I got a little nervous." And apparently there was a kind of a weird laugh that Krojcik referenced. I don't know what he's talking about, man. He could be hinting at a lot of different things. Hopefully it's not the rookie hazing. I hope we keep that at a minimum. But that first line, "I got a little nervous," that did catch my eye because it leads me to believe that there's not been much communication between these two. If he's truly nervous about, and we have a list of, again, I got to apologize for yesterday because I thought that the clip yesterday wasn't a big deal. But after we went home, did some homework, we put together chronologically the statements that Draymond Green, just in this summer, over the last month, has made about Yaxel. And something's not adding up. And I want to see if we can get to the bottom of it today. But when, Steiny, you heard those comments, I got a little nervous about Draymond. What'd you think?
Well, I got to be honest. First of all, great job by Ron Krojcik, turning something around that's this timely. And it's funny because I got off the air yesterday. I was thinking more about Draymond and Yaxel. And I was kind of thinking, look, if I'm Yaxel Lendeborg, I'm not scared, but I was thinking I'm a little wary of what's going on right now because I don't know Draymond Green, but I know about Draymond Green. And, he's already called me, whether it's a joke or not, an effing liar, whether he's, was joking about typical Michigan guy, all that kind of stuff. Maybe he was joking, but we also know that Draymond's got a track record. And so what I spent some time on yesterday just thinking about is what happens when this rookie comes to training camp for the first time and he's worried about Draymond Green, quite frankly. I mean, he's kind of acknowledged that. And so he's got to go into this situation with some unknown and some discomfort. And I guess there's people out there that could say, terrific. Let's give this guy some tough love early and see if he can make it, in this league. But when I heard Yaxel say what he did, it just kind of confirmed that if I put myself in Yaxel's situation, and maybe Yaxel's done something that we don't know of. I don't know. Maybe something happened behind the scenes that we don't know of. But if I put myself in Yaxel's situation, yeah, I'm a little concerned too. I mean, Draymond Green's not just anybody. He's a 4-time NBA champion. He's got a reputation. He's he's had a history with teammates that has been questionable in the past. And now here's the Warriors' number 1 pick, the 11th pick in the draft. They've got high hopes for him. Nobody said he's the franchise, but everybody believes that this guy can play and help this team. And there's just an extra layer of crap instead of him just coming to training camp and having no worries. Like, he's going to have to deal with this at some point.
Well, and the reason why, when I slept on it, I woke up this morning feeling like I misread the chessboard, because it's clearly like he's thinking about it. And I think that this summer league, this draft, and this upcoming season, it is about Yaxel Lendeborg. And I think Draymond, in a weird way, and I don't know if he's doing it on purpose. I'm not sure if he's trying to be funny. I don't know if there's some sort of college rift between these two. That, again, Michigan State sort of deal. It's just friendly banter, rookie hazing. I'm not sure what it is. But it does feel like there's a mounting pressure on this kid to perform. And some of that has been self-imposed, right? He said, I want to be great. There's a lot of room for me to step in and play early. I've talked with Kerr about helping this team immediately. I think I can do these things. And it does feel like Draymond should be encouraging of that, to try and I think he was at first, but something has happened, Steiny, in the last few weeks, and I'm not sure what it is, but the tone on draft night from Draymond just reaching out and saying, hey, welcome, Rook. We want you to get the keys of the franchise, speaking. Something changed, and I'm not exactly sure what it is, but the tone that he's taking in some of these clips where he's talking to him on his podcast, along with, again, Yaxel saying, I just hope it's like, this is what you should and shouldn't do. I'm a little worried. Hopefully everything goes well. Those were his words to Ron Krojcik. That leads me to believe that there's something that is either lost in communication, lost in translation, but like Yaxel and Draymond aren't on the same page right now. And I don't know, maybe that gets solved in training camp, but I think it's interesting that they're kind of talking to each other back and forth through either the media or, in Draymond's case, through his own medium on his podcast. Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. And, I know this. There are going to be fans out there that are going to say, we're making a big deal out of nothing. Well, if that's the way you feel, that's the way you feel. But I can't believe that Dunleavy and Lacob think it's no big deal. And I didn't hear, one thing I didn't hear Yaxel Lendeborg say in that story today is, I'm not worried. No big deal.
I've talked to Draymond.
Yeah, he doesn't know where Draymond's coming from, is the bottom line. So on the other side, we're gonna play some stuff that, quite frankly, I think's been lost, in the last couple weeks. But it's Draymond's already. I don't know what he's doing. Is he carving out his territory? Is he marking his prey? Is he I don't know, but I think something's going on with Draymond Green. As simple as that. Hey, basketball coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Grass-fed ribeyes.
Yes, chef.
Responsibly sourced salmon that was never frozen.
Yes, chef.
Restaurant quality steaks.
Yes, chef.
Organic chicken.
Yes, chef.
Wild-caught seafood.
Yes, chef.
At Sprouts, every cut is handpicked for flavor, freshness, and quality worthy of the chef at home. Even if your toughest critic still needs a booster seat.
More steak, please.
Yes, chef.
Sprouts Farmers Market.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries tomorrow on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Christina from San Mateo. We've had the pleasure of working with RNS Erection North Peninsula multiple times for our fertilizer manufacturing facility, and they have consistently exceeded our expectations. Dale and George are professional and knowledgeable.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at BayAlarm.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Don't miss comedian Bill Burr live at the Mountain Winery in Saratoga on July 30th. Buy your tickets at mountainwinery.com. And for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Golden Voice, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. And coming up at noon today, we got Bill Ryder. He's an Odyssey radio host at 97.1 The Fan in L.A. We'll talk to him a little bit about LeBron James. We'll have Marcy Weiser coming in at 10:30 today also.
Oh, nice.
Have some fun with her. She's got some activities this weekend that she wants to share with us. And she also believes that LeBron James is coming to the Golden State Warriors.
Oh, she does?
She does, yes.
Oh, I can't wait to find out why.
Yeah, me too. But by the way, we're talking about Draymond Green. And, we talked yesterday about him saying that Yaxel's pitch to LeBron was pointless and he'll see him at training camp and this, that, and the other thing. And I don't think it was a good look. And I thought it a sign of trouble, maybe, but I don't think it was nothing. I think something's going on between these two guys already, and they might not even know each other. But I want to go back a couple weeks. This is Draymond Green. When Yaxel was at his press conference, he made a reference to Curry texted him back, but Draymond Green didn't. And apparently that may have been one of the things that started this.
Yaxel's been lying. I was very happy to expose the rookie on the internet. This guy texts me. I text back within 30 seconds. Oh, man, dope. Welcome to the squad, bro. Happy you're on the squad. It's my responsibility as a veteran to help you be in the best position that you can be to be successful and take over this franchise. Blase, blah. This guy, it's the Michigan way. This guy goes in an interview and says, oh, man, Steph reached out. Text Draymond. I'm still waiting on a response back. You liar, Yaxel.
All right.
So,
fun and games?
I thought it was yesterday, and I still think there's something that we're not seeing. But I do believe that the Michigan comment, and this is like, something changed on draft night. I swear to God. Like, I think that Draymond is in on Yaxel. I think he's, hopefully they'll be able to play together and the Warriors will be successful. But there is something that happened that night. And what I think happened, and what's been happening, is that Yaxel Lendeborg has been making a name for himself in a way that, and I don't know if it's specifically Draymond Green, but in a lot of times the older generation has a problem with. The idea of the younger generation being given things and saying things before they've been earned. And that's what I think that Draymond at the root of this has. If there's any problem with, that's what he has. Because just to take you through that night, Draymond Green said it was a great pick, supportive of Lendeborg, texted him, can't wait to play with you, young fella, looking forward to what you can do. And then later on that night, on draft night, Yaxel Lendeborg was asked, because he wore number 23 in Michigan.
Right.
He was asked a hypothetical. If you had to wear Michigan State green for a year to get number 23 from Draymond Green, again, I'm sure it's aimed to be a fun, laughable question. Would you do it? And you know what Yaxel Lendeborg said? Basically, hell no. He said, quote, I hate those guys. I hate those dudes. I definitely hate them. All that they were saying, and they can't say much because I went 2-0 against them this year, so they're going to be little brother for me forever, and I'm not going to represent the losers ever. Now, some people might say, that's funny. I don't think Draymond liked that.
Probably not.
I don't think Draymond liked him calling his alma mater losers.
Probably not.
And it's because I do believe, and we talked to the boss about it, he's a Michigan fan, Michigan State's the little brother.
Right.
In the rivalry. And so when you talk down to them or any representative, I know Tom Izzo this year, after they lost to Michigan, was saying, we're not going to be any, damn losers. We're not going to be the little brother to these guys. I think something happened there. And for Yaxel to talk that way, along with the fact that people have been hyping him up and he's had a great summer league, he's been playing well, I don't think that necessarily bothers Draymond. There might be a little bit of a threat, I don't know, to his position or his security. But I think that Yaxel Lendeborg talking that way about something that Draymond Green represented, I think that did irk him a bit.
I do too.
And that's why he's using as many F-bombs as he is in his direction.
Yeah. This is more Draymond Green from a couple weeks ago.
How the hell are you going to say, Draymond haven't texted me back? So you know what I had to do? I expose the young fella a bit. Now, your credibility is everything, young fella. Don't you come in here lying. Because we're not really a team very big on, like, rookie hazing. Like, it's just not something that we do a ton of. It's just kind of been that way for a while. Like, we've just never been that team who would just pour in on the rookie hazing. But we can pick that back up. We can definitely make it a little more interesting, as far as I've been a part of, some popcorn and then some, tires going missing and all those things. Like, I've been part of those things now. We can bring those back, Yaxel, if you want to be lying.
Well, and of course, what he's talking about is when Yaxel did his in-person press conference here at Chase Center, he said that he still hadn't heard back from Draymond after he got drafted.
Right.
And so, again,
why would he say he didn't if he did, unless he missed the text?
I think he probably missed the text.
Right.
Yeah, I think is what happened. It was probably just an oversight. Because I have to imagine, if it's the biggest day of your life, you're getting 1,000 text messages from tons of people. I don't know if he had Draymond Green's number even saved in his phone. You know what I'm saying? So there could be something lost there. But Draymond didn't have to air him out that way. Again, I think that there is, and maybe, I don't know if it's a college thing, but it's like Draymond wants to make sure that this guy isn't too big for his britches.
Exactly. There's no doubt. And, I mean, you could say, the insecurity, or he's feeling threatened in a way. I think all those things are true. He knows that Lendeborg is going to play. At the very least, he's going to play. And I don't know if he's going to play 3 or play 4 or if he can play 5. I don't know if this is a playing time issue. I tend to think it isn't. I think it's more of Draymond saying, who is this guy already? But apparently he's seeing things that, we're not seeing. This is again from 2 weeks ago. And like I said, I must have missed this.
But I will say, to the scum bomb, he knows that term very well. Tread lightly, young fella. Let's make your rookie year really easy. You have a few rookie duties, but you don't want to raise those things up, man, because turn up the pressure on yourself. It can get intense in those rookie, having more and more rookie duties. All of a sudden, you're on a 100-mile drive to Best Buy to get a PlayStation 5 from a particular Best Buy 100 miles away in a city. So let's just tread lightly, Axel. We'll tread very lightly. All right now.
Okay. For all of you guys out there who say, chill out, guys, it's a joke, it's just a joke. Can anybody give me any example of anything like this going on around the NBA where a veteran player is airing out and absolutely going after the rookie that they just drafted? I'm sorry. He may have had a little smile on his face when he's doing that. He is not joking altogether. How can we have seen Draymond Green for the last 14 or 15 years and think that there's nothing there? Are we that naive? Because I'm telling you right now, I'm not saying that something's going to happen. Something's going to happen.
Well, that's why I said yesterday, I feel like I misread the chessboard, because as we're stacking all these quotes and I'm looking at the timeline, it did feel like the tenor of Draymond changed a little bit. No, not in a malicious way yet, but it's like, Steiny, these are all receipts. And Draymond's got a lot of receipts. Yep. Not all of them have to do with the Axel Lendeborg, but I do think that people are not giving Draymond the benefit of the doubt here because of his history. When I heard the comments about, him reining in the rook yesterday, I thought it was a little fun and games. But then when I'm reading what Yaxel said about him, which is, I don't know, he's probably trying to have fun too. But what really, it doesn't disturb me, but what really catches my ear or my eye when I'm reading these quotes is that these two have clearly not communicated a whole lot.
Right.
They're communicating to each other through various mediums. Because if I'm Yaxel, and he's talking to Krojcik yesterday, he said, I got a little nervous. Hopefully he's just this is what you should do, shouldn't do sort of thing. Quote, I'm a little worried, but hopefully everything goes well. What do you mean, hopefully? If you and Draymond Green are on the same page, if that's really the vet who's going to take you under your wing and all that, it should be, hey, Dre's just messing around. He's having fun. I was taking some jabs at him. We're all good. But it doesn't seem to me like these two guys have talked. Because if I'm in Yaxel's shoes, let's say I'm coming into the station, Steiny, and I started working with you guys, 4.5 years ago, and I sensed that you or Guru was not taking shots at me, but just feeling kind of weird. You're maybe making fun. You're doing things that I'm feeling maybe a little iffy on. I would text you guys. I wouldn't bring it up on the air, obviously, but I would just text you and say, "Yo, are we good?"
Right.
That's me trying to figure out where we're at. That aspect of this to me has been lost because I don't think that Yaxel, based on what I heard him say yesterday, has either been reached out to by Draymond or he himself has reached out to say, "Hey, we're just playing, right? Like this is all just a show."
Right. I mean, I would do that. If I were Yaxel Lendeborg, I would be reaching out to Draymond and being like, "What can I do, bro?"
Yeah.
And I don't know. What I always wonder in situations like this is, did Joe Lacob, Mike Dunleavy, Steve Kerr, this is kind of, I always am reminded of Durant when Durant talked about sweeping everything under the rug. Do the Warriors just kind of let this go on and somebody doesn't text Dre or call Dre and say, "Dude, what are you doing?" Or even somebody's got to call Yaxel right now from the organization and say, I don't know, either chill out or don't worry about it. You know what I mean?
I mean, I think we have enough of a track record to say that nobody's reaching out to Draymond to say, "What are you doing?" I don't think.
Probably not.
I mean, maybe someone says, "Hey, take it easy on him a little bit." But I also think it's interesting that Draymond is talking to him with this sort of fervor because he hasn't done that, at least to my knowledge, about a lot of rookies in the past, at least at this stage in the summer. I think it's interesting. And I do kind of want to run this by the great Marcy Weiser, not necessarily about Draymond and Yaxel, but this idea of, being an up-and-comer, you two are in established positions, working with people who are, I don't want to say on the back end. What's up, Marcy?
Hey, what's going on? Oh, let me turn my microphone on.
Oh, we got a Potter up, Cam.
All right, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Latham. Let's welcome in Marcy Weiser from Live 105.
Yeah.
What?
Did you forget?
No, I just wanted to make sure. Sometimes I get Live 105 and Alice a little mixed up.
Well, they're right next to each other in terms of the
exactly
the booths, but they're very different stations.
So here's what we're talking about, Marcy. So the Warriors drafted a player about a month ago, a guy named Yaxel Lendeborg.
Okay.
And Draymond,
really tall dude, right?
Yeah, and Draymond Green doesn't like him already.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, we pretty much are figuring it out.
Okay. Why do you say that?
He thinks he's cocky probably, and he hasn't earned his stripes. And he's saying, "I'll see you at training camp." And he's saying, I got to rein you in a little bit.
You got to bring the cocky. He's got to find his place. You got to bring the cocky while you're adjusting so that you play well.
But what if Draymond Green's telling you not to be cocky?
Be confident. Don't be cocky.
Okay.
There's a fine line. Okay.
There is. But I wanted to ask you this because obviously you are an established person in this market and have been in other markets. But when you were...
Debatable.
Well, when you're on the way up, when you were coming up, when you were trying to get to the place you are now, did you have a Draymond Green? Did you have someone who, I don't know, you thought
tried to keep you down?
What kind of felt threatened by you,
Threatened by me or me threatened by them?
No. They were threatened by you because Marcy Weiser, wow, she's really talented.
She's an up-and-comer.
Yeah, she's going to be something someday.
Okay, I will say there have been people that I have known who have not been very kind or warm. But then I've met a lot of people who have, and I like to think that I return that.
Yeah.
So that I'm a approachable, kind person.
You don't want to be Draymond Green.
I don't want to be Draymond. I want to be supportive.
Yeah.
But what if you're threatened? What if somebody's coming for your job?
I mean, that could happen at any time to any of us. I mean, that's
so what do you think you'll feel like? Will you welcome that person?
I don't think that I need to be welcoming, but I don't need to be an a-hole.
Well, and we're still trying to figure this out. If this guy Yaxel Lendeborg is indeed being groomed, not necessarily to take Draymond's job now, but at the end of the day, this kid's 24.
Okay.
Draymond Green's 36.
Yeah.
And has been in the league for 15 years and is obviously on the back nine. He might be on hole 16 or 17.
Right.
And we're just discussing the tone that he's taking towards this kid who has kind of made some comments and stuff like that, but it feels awkward already, and there hasn't been a single minute of actual basketball being played.
So stuff that he is saying in the media, it's coming across
a little bit cocky.
I mean, this is the other part too, is it doesn't seem to me like they've actually done a whole lot of talking.
Okay.
Them two.
Yeah.
They're speaking, but through various mediums to each other.
They need to get to know each other. They need to get to know each other on and off the court. That helps.
Well, it might hurt if they don't like each other. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, when you're on a team, you're on a team.
Yeah, sometimes you got to work with people who maybe you're not the biggest fan of.
Yeah.
Or aren't the biggest fan of you.
Yeah.
Marcy, why do you think LeBron James is coming to the Warriors?
Because he wants to play with Curry.
That's
the
it?
biggest thing, right?
Are there any other
He wants to have fun. It's close. It's West Coast. I think he wants to stay on the West Coast.
Do you think golf has to do anything with it?
They can keep their home in LA. He can go back and forth if his wife's there.
Well, and it sounds like his daughter might be a big factor in all this too, like having his family. I mean, when you're trying to find a new location, and you've been, again in the business for a long time, like family, that is a big deal, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And how old is she?
I think his daughter's 12. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah.
She's 12.
So basically, she's only kind of known Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Definitely.
They've been there for 8 years.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
exactly. Do you want to, am I putting you on the spot, or would you like to reveal why you want LeBron James to come to the Golden State Warriors? Do you have a...
I think it would be cool to see both of them on the court. That's all I got for you.
Oh, okay. You don't have any money on it?
I would love... Oh, I put $25 down.
See?
Kalshi?
It'll turn... It was, something like that. It was
prediction market?
It was, that turns into lunch. $100.
So you bet $25 if LeBron James comes to the Warriors, you win $100.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, I'm rooting for LeBron to come to the Warriors now, too. Marcy can take us to the cafeteria.
I'll take you guys to lunch.
Okay. Well, you can't take too many of us to lunch. It's still San Francisco.
Can I do my little plug about tomorrow?
Well, I was going to ask you about your appearance coming up tomorrow.
What are you doing tomorrow?
I'm stuffing a bus in San Jose, and I didn't bring the address. Dang it. I think it's 255 White Road in San Jose.
Okay.
And we're going to be stuffing a bus, taking care of our Bay Area students. So backpacks, pencils.
Oh, cool.
Disinfectant wipes.
Back to school stuff?
Back to school stuff, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
So
It's 9 a.m.
There's going to be a school bus down there?
Yeah, we're stuffing it.
See, a real school bus?
Sure.
Now, how long has this been in the works for? Have you done stuff like this before?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll be good.
Very
This
charitable.
will be my first one. Yeah, first one here. So
Nice.
yeah, looking forward to it.
Now, I actually do have a question. It's non-sports related.
Okay.
Have you ever seen a jam band?
Like Grateful Dead type of band.
See, she knew.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to run by you. So I'm going to see one tomorrow.
Okay.
It's called Widespread Panic
Nice.
at the Fox.
Okay.
You know who they are, right?
Yeah, sure.
I don't. I'm going with friends and family. They've just like, hey, do you want to come? It's a jam band. Sure, let's go. I love the Fox.
Okay.
What am I getting into?
Do you like jam bands?
Sure.
Then just enjoy yourself.
I've never been to a jam band concert though.
Microdose, go see a good show. The visuals will stand out. The audio will sound fantastic. You'll have a great time.
Where's the venue?
It's the Fox Theater.
Oh, that's a great.
And actually, our guy Ethan in sales went last night.
Oh,
what did he say?
He said it was great, but he went to Alabama, and I guess this band is from Athens, Georgia. So it's kind of like they're big in the South,
right?
And someone who's going to the concert with us is actually flying in because he's seen them, I don't know, like 100 times or something. I don't know if it's not similar to the Grateful Dead, but he was explaining that because of the jam band nature, no show is the same. Is that Fair to say?
Yeah. I mean, you're in for some long song jams. I mean, that's what it is.
So how long is a song?
On average?
Yeah.
They're pretty, for radio play, you want to keep it around probably 3 minutes, three to 4.
But live?
But live, I don't know. It just depends on fans, and you know what you're in for. What do you call fans that fly in to see Widespread?
Groupies.
Yeah.
No, like deadheads. What do you call them for Widespread?
Spread heads? I don't know.
So what were if you saw doesn't the fish people have a name? Fish heads?
Oh, for the Buffett, Jimmy Buffett?
No, Fish. PHISH, that band.
Oh, fish eggs?
Fish heads, I think they call them.
I don't.
But I'm not.
know.
I like Evans.
This is all at the top. I'm a novice.
By the way,
spread heads.
You have a fan in in our chat.
Oh, I do.
And he's one of our regular listeners, San Jose Jazz fan, because somebody texted in and said, "Who is Marcy?"
Yeah.
And San Jose Jazz fan said, "Marcy is a rock and roll radio DJ legend who works down the hall."
Bam.
Let's not get crazy.
No, you got a lot of fans here.
Oh, that's cool. No, all right. We'll tune in.
Well,
6 to 10, Live 105.
Well, he's a big morning roast guy with Shasky.
He can
Spinell too.
He can go back and forth.
Is it fair to say you're still spinning? Is that what you...
I don't spin.
What people call it now?
A wicca.
Spinning jams in the morning? I
think it's called tracking. She's tracking.
No, you don't. When you
I'm
track,
sorry.
that means you record.
Hey.
You're live. You crack the mic and you hit the buttons, but you don't have the vinyl that you used to have, or the carts.
Mm-hmm.
I started radio when it was carts, 8 tracks.
So what'd you guys track today?
And reel to reel, and I had to splice tape and tape it back together if I had a phone call. It was crazy.
Wow.
When Steiny hops on, does he bring the content, or do you generally just throw stuff at him?
We usually just
collab.
It's a collab for sure. Yeah, depending on what's going on.
You guys do your own jam band? You just kind of riff?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
You just
Kinda
never
like
know
that.
what you're going to get. It's
like today we talked about her appearance yesterday, and her appearance tomorrow down in San Jose. Stuff the Bus. Do you know that address offhand again?
I think it's 255 White Road.
Okay.
I hope that's right. But yeah.
So it'll just be outside on that road, and there's a big school bus, so people can pull
you'll
up.
See. You'll see. Yeah.
Now, are
You'll see.
people going to come to donate stuff, to pick up stuff?
To donate.
A little bit of both?
School supplies, backpacks, whatever you can do.
Okay. And then the bus will take that somewhere. You okay?
Yeah.
San Jose Jazz fan. You know he's from Hey, Marcy, is that 255 North White Road or 255 South White Road?
Oh, no.
That's important.
Let me, I'm going to,
you got a minute.
All right.
And
All
if you don't find it in a minute, I'll make sure that we all know the address later on in the show.
And people are saying fish fans are called fans, but just PH.
Okay.
That's from Mole.
Okay. Well,
I'll take
he's
your word
usually
for it.
on the money.
All right, hang on. It's Miristar Federal Credit Union.
Okay.
I'm looking for the address.
Miristar Federal Credit Union.
Miristar Federal Credit Union.
In San Jose.
In San Jose.
Oh, so you got to be up early.
Yeah. So I was just talking about that. How long is it going to take me from Marin County? A couple hours?
No. Hour and a half.
Yeah, 90. And on a weekend.
Give yourself 90.
You said his name's Jazzman?
San Jose Jazz fan.
Oh, San Jose Jazz fan. Okay, 255 North.
Okay, it's North White Road, Jazz.
White Road.
Go say hello to Marcy tomorrow, Jazz.
Yeah, I do.
For sure. All right. Appreciate you coming in, as always.
Yeah,
we're going
thanks,
to take
guys.
a little breather, and then we'll get back to Draymond Green. But once again, have a great weekend, everybody, on 95.7 The Game. This segment was sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local applicable regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi, it's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is an urgent health alert. If you worked in construction, manufacturing, mining, stone fabrication, or another job with heavy dust exposure, and now suffer from shortness of breath, a chronic cough, and have been diagnosed with silicosis or another serious lung disease, you may qualify for potential compensation. Visit govictory63.com for a free, completely confidential case review. Workers across multiple trades are filing lawsuits alleging prolonged silica dust exposure caused devastating lung disease. Companies and employers are accused of failing to adequately warn workers about the serious health risks associated with exposure. If you've been diagnosed with silicosis or other lung disease, don't wait. Filing deadlines may apply, and no one contacts your employer without your permission. See if you may qualify today. Visit govictory63.com for your free confidential review. That's govictory63.com.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services by the Goldwater Law Firm in Phoenix, Arizona. Primary legal services performed by co-counsel law firms. For additional disclaimers, go to goldwaterlawfirm.com.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
It is not hard to destroy a college. Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now, Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic.
It's almost like a university on a siege.
Listen to and follow Campus Files. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code WINNER.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Join 95.7 The Game at the Miristar Federal Credit Union Stuff the Bus event, a backpack drive supporting Bay Area student success July 18th in San Jose from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Help us make an impact in our community. Get all the details and donate now at 957thegame.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
My pitches, man, I know you don't like rookies that much, man, but I'm not the average rookie, and I would love to learn under you, man. So, I mean, if you're looking to play with one of the greatest shooter of all time and a close friend of yours, Draymond, it'll be great to come to Warriors, and we'll be glad to have you,
All right.
Back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. I don't think that started it, but I don't think that went over well either with Draymond Green.
Now, why? Just because he's talking about stuff that shouldn't be involved in, kind of thing?
Well, we'll go back on this because this is going to be something that we're going to talk about, obviously, today. So you just heard Yaxel Lendeborg asked to do a pitch for LeBron James, and he did it. And then a day later, Draymond was, by the way, so Mark Grandy, I didn't know this, works on Draymond's podcast.
He helps produce it sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, and so Grandy said this yesterday, and Dibbs and Willard were just like, whoa. So they talked about it for about a half hour. And, Grandy gives Draymond topic ideas and stuff like that. So before the show, Grandy knew that it was going to be something Draymond was going to talk about. Anyway, this is what Draymond then had to say about hearing Yaxel's pitch to LeBron.
A lot of people I saw like, oh, man, Yaxel gave his pitch to LeBron. Like, what about his pitch? And he said, I know you don't like rookies that much, but I'm not the average rookie. If you're looking to play with the greatest shooter of all time and Draymond, we'll be glad to have you. Is the pitch too weak or too strong? I don't know. I think the pitch is pointless. But it's fine. Training camp is coming soon enough, and, you got to rein the rookie in a little bit. Teach him a few things. Training camp's coming soon enough. Yeah, training camp will be here pretty soon. And I think you all know why I'm hitting that training camp. And, yeah, it'll get here soon enough, Yaks. Enjoy all your media. Training camp's on the way. It'll be here before you know it. Summer will be gone. The training camp will be here, and the journey starts. And, yeah, Yaks, it's on the way.
Sounds like a guy he's going to compete against, not be a teammate with.
I mean, I think to Draymond Green, those are one and the same. If you're on my team, I don't know, like when you're a senior and there's a freshman that steps on varsity or sophomore, I don't know, whoever you're competing against. Now, you know that that's your spot.
Right.
But there's somebody who wants to take your spot. We've all been there. We've all tried to take people's spots. We've all had people try to take our spots. That does sound like someone who he's trying to play this mental game, but the more and more I hear these clips that are stacked up against each other, I don't know if it's necessarily a threat on the basketball court, but there's something about the attention that Yaxel Lendeborg is getting before he's played a single minute in the NBA that is rubbing Draymond a certain way. And again, I don't know if it's because he's going to play his position, because Yaxel's the 11th pick and there's all this hype around him. He's playing really well. Dunleavy's been praising him. Lacob's excited. And there's some part of Draymond Green that feels like he comes from a generation where you had to earn it.
Yep.
In a way, there's been a role reversal, because to me, when I just look at Yaxel Lendeborg on paper, I actually feel like his story is very Draymond Green-esque. He got on a junior college team out of high school because he didn't really take basketball that seriously. The other piece that Ron Korychek wrote today in the Chronicle was about his kind of mercurial rise, Lendeborg's. He was a baseball player until he was 14. He was more focused on video games than baseball. And it's like, there's something about him that I actually think is very much like Draymond. And that's why I don't know why he's not trying to maybe bring him in more, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what this is accomplishing. Not that we always need a reason to figure out what Draymond's doing, but, you know, the new phrase in town is nothing burger, and I'm sorry, I don't think this is a nothing burger. And if Draymond Green were Bill Smith, I'd give him the benefit of the doubt, but he's not Bill Smith, he's Draymond Green. And we've seen that he can be detrimental to a team at times. And that's what I'm sniffing here. Like, I don't like it. I don't like the way this is starting. And here's the thing. I get it. There's going to be one side of people that say, what do you think? He's just going to punch Lendeborg when he sees him? No, I don't. We know Jordan Poole? Not necessarily, no. But this isn't good. And the biggest question, the most pertinent questions is, do you think this makes any impression on Dunleavy and Lacob, or is this just another eye roll and we'll see you at training camp? I don't know. I mean, I just can't imagine this is going over well with Mike Dunleavy. I just can't.
Do you think there's anything to... Lendeborg was also asked about the pool incident.
Okay.
By Kroichek, because maybe it's because he's a Michigan guy, but apparently a lot of Yaxel's friends have been sending him clips like, hey, you know, just heads up, this guy that, you know.
Oh, they've been sending Yaxel clips of Draymond punching Jordan Poole.
Yeah, so in this Kroichek piece, Lendeborg, quote, often receives social media messages about the incident. And he said yesterday, doesn't know what happened. You know, I've seen the video, and I'm just thinking, damn, what could have inspired that to happen? It is kind of interesting, but I'm not the kind of guy who's going to be mad at my teammates. And I don't think I'll ever put Draymond in a position to ever want to do that. Again, it's not, dude, me and Draymond, come on, that's old stuff. Me and Dre are boys. He's reached out. He's been very welcoming. He's been warm. And maybe Draymond is that guy during training camp to him, but I'm just getting this feeling signing that these two players, there's not a lot of communication between them right now.
No.
Maybe that's completely normal. But if Draymond is indeed the dude who is going to rein in the rook, shouldn't you at least try to talk to him first?
Yeah. And like the other thing I think of is I'm thinking of Lendeborg. So now Lendeborg's got to go into camp. Okay. And I'm not saying he's going to be worried about Draymond Green, but now Lendeborg's got to be like, well, I've got to try to mollify this guy because he's my new teammate, but I can't let him, I got to stand up to him too. Like, I can't let this guy get over on me. Why? Because he's definitely testing me. And so Yaxel Lendeborg now has to walk this line of catering to Draymond, but not, not over challenging him. I just can't. I can't see any benefit to what's going on right now. All right, let's get into some calls. People have been waiting. Let's go to Daryl in Alameda. He's been hanging in there for a while. Hey, Daryl, how you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, Steiny, Evan.
Yeah.
Yo.
Hey, Steiny, couple of things. First thing in regards to LeBron. I heard you mention that you had a question about the things that I disliked about LeBron or some of the things that he brought to the table.
In L.A.,
I actually have 5 things.
All right.
Real quick. Okay, number one, with all that young talent we had before AD, LeBron went to the front office. They get AD in here this year. AD was going to be an unrestricted free agent the following year. So instead of LeBron taking those young guys, that young talent, Ingram, you name it. We had Caruso, we had all those guys, right? Instead of taking them under the wing, showing them the ropes for a year, getting AD as an unrestricted free agent, and running the table for 3 years, no. You get rid of all the young guys and bring AD in. You got one bubble championship.
All right.
Other thing,
Yeah, we got to get through them a little faster, Harry. But I'm loving it.
It's Daryl.
I'm sorry, Daryl.
Okay, real quick. The other thing, he brought in Russell Westbrook, Hall of Famer, and trashed him the first year and all the time that he was with the Lakers.
All right.
Third thing, he forced him to get Bronny James, the draft pick, and give him a guaranteed contract.
All right. 4.
He helped fire Frank Vogel after Vogel brought them a championship. Next thing, he got rid of Darvin Ham after he took us to the conference final to bring in J.J. Redick. Okay, going on to this Draymond and Luxembourg? You know, the new rookie. Yeah. Man, if I'm that rookie, I come in and I take it to Draymond on the court, and if Draymond does anything out of pocket to me, I'm laying him out, period. Draymond would deserve it. He's ruined the Warriors since that fiasco with KD. Yeah. I would have taken KD 10 times out of 10 over Draymond in a heartbeat. I don't know what the Warriors were thinking. But Draymond, just be quiet. You don't need to mentor this dude because your attitude is crap. Let Steph mentor the young guys.
Hey, Darryl, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Good stuff. Let's put the rat on the table. Sponsored by Atco Pest Control. There are a lot of Warrior fans that are saying, well, this guy, Draymond Green, ran off KD. He ran off Jordan Poole. I don't want Draymond Green messing with this guy. I don't want him messing with this guy. He's our rookie. He's doesn't mean you give him the keys to the franchise, but it doesn't mean you try to break him down from day one. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I mean, wouldn't you agree, though, that this is also putting a lot of pressure on Lindeborg?
Yes.
Now, I don't know if that's his intention. And maybe Draymond might also, through all this, just be saying, hey, look, to whom much is given, much is required. And so if you're going to go do these media hits and people are talking about how great of a player you are and you can step in immediately and start for this team, well, then I'm going to challenge you. That's just how it goes. You meet fire with fire, and that's his way of doing it. But in the process of that, and that's why I came in today and I was feeling like it's about Yaxel, but it shouldn't be because he's never played an NBA game. He is still to this point a college player that's in summer league, and we're going to see what happens day one of the NBA season. But it's like there already is this mounting pressure that to me is unfair to even a guy who was drafted higher than him. Like, people are talking about Yaxel Lendeborg, and I think Draymond is framing, in a way, Yaxel Lendeborg as, like, he's a different rookie.
Right.
He's not going to be Kuminga. He's not going to be even Moody. He's not going to be Wiseman, who was the second overall pick. He's going to be better than that.
Right.
And Draymond might be feeling like Yaxel's putting that. It's a self-imposed pressure, but I think what he's doing in the process, he's just stacking expectations. And this guy's 6'9", 240. He's got broad shoulders. But there's a lot of expectation, I think, for this kid that to me it's like, okay, he's playing well in Summer League. Well, let's see if he can play well in the NBA. But Draymond's saying, all right, I'm going to test you in training camp. If you're the dude then.
Right.
And it's like, he's the 11th overall pick. He's not Darren Peterson. He's not AJ DeBonsa. We're not writing articles about him on ESPN yet. But almost Draymond's making the spotlight. He's putting that spotlight on him.
Yeah. Let's go to Philmo Mike. What's up, Philmo? How you doing, man?
What's up with it, man? How y'all doing?
Hey.
Sounding good.
Thank you.
Marcy go crazy. Marcy, Marcy, she go, I like Marcy. Marcy, yeah, man. Shout out to Marcy. Shout out to Mills. Anyway, that's bad. I shouldn't have said that.
Simmer, Mike.
Anyway, but listen. Yeah, my bad. But listen, this situation is very interesting to me because
me too.
Draymond is like a rogue individual, meaning like he kind of going to just do him. But I would advise Draymond, listen, bro, when you came into the league, see, Draymond has an interesting – he came to the Warriors in an interesting time because he always talks about this. He truly believes, like, the Warriors franchise, even though we were a whack franchise, he thought that, like, we had no fans. He talks about going on board and we was giving away and people didn't even want the tickets, man. He feel like he was like he did something. So his vantage point is an interesting one. Now, he basically, he's been out here a long time. He's basically from the Bay. With the Bay, Frisco, Oakland, we don't like suckers, bro. We don't like haters. So for you to, if he's hating, and I don't think he's hating, I think it's college hate. I think it's Michigan State and Michigan hate because he always bring that up. I really think it's that. Ultimately, I think this story is blown out of proportion, and they're just doing their banter on some Michigan and Michigan State thing because that's a real thing. That's like HISI. That's like El Cerrito High and Richmond High. It's a real thing. It's a beef thing. So like the Michigan State and Michigan thing, it's a real thing. Last point. Sometimes when you have someone that's younger than you, doing things a little bit different than you, actually kind of funny, you know, have some charisma about them. As the OG, you may look at it a certain way, and then you start hearing people talking like, you know what I'm saying? Like some people like, oh man, you seen the kid? The kid going crazy, man. You need to watch out for the kid, man, on some joking banter, but it kind of like rub you the wrong way. So I feel like Draymond definitely feels something, but he has to be an ignorant fool, and that's why I love Steph Curry. Steph Curry like his time in the NBA is only for so much. You know, Draymond, he ain't, you know, he kind of like late to the party, meaning like Steph Curry been in the league around the NBA since he was 5, 6, since he was born.
Right.
Draymond don't want to lose this. He not going to lose it, but he could starting to see the writings on the wall, and he has to be a fool to do all this talking about how he wants the Warriors to be set off in a well, you know, put off in the distance and in the future do well, to hate on somebody that's going to be, you feel me, that we're giving the keys to for the future. And the last point, I'm sorry, I'm long-winded. How you going to do that when David Lee brought you on? He really brought you on, bro. Like, I used to be in the club and see y'all used to go out together and kick it. You and David Lee in the cellar. So, bro, don't act like a hater, bro. Bring up the youth. Love the youth.
Thanks, Filmo. Appreciate the call. All right. What do you think of, what if I tell you a little story?
Well, I'm on your couch.
And you can tell me if my analogy or my parallel is completely off base, but I have to go back in time.
Okay.
So back in 1999, the Warriors had a coach, Rick Adelman, and Latrell Sprewell was on the team. And they fired Rick Adelman.
Great coach.
And they fired Rick Adelman because the owner and the front office thought that he didn't have enough discipline. And Sprewell was kind of breaking rules and didn't really answer to anybody. And so they hired P.J. Carlesimo, the guy that they nicknamed Policimo when he was a coach in Portland. And their slogan that year was "No more Mr. Nice Guys." And I'll never forget the billboard. I've told this story. The billboard at the base of the Bay Bridge with the Warriors coaching staff in black sunglasses. No more Mr. Nice Guys. And if you think Latrell Sprewell wasn't aware of like what was going on and why P.J. Carlesimo was being hired, you are absolutely, positively crazy. So that summer, a story came out that Sprewell was not into the hire at all. Not at all.
Did you write it?
I did not write it. Peter Vesey wrote it. And so we got to training camp that year, and I went up to talk to Sprewell, and he's like, yeah, I'm not talking this year. And he didn't talk for like the first 3 or 4 days of training camp. And then I went up to him like, dude, what's going on? Like, why aren't you talking? You've always talked. And he basically said, I'm already hearing all this stuff about me not liking PJ, and I just don't want to deal with any of that. And I just want to play ball this year. I don't want to talk to the media about this. So he explained why he wasn't going to talk to the media. But there was no doubt that there was something there. There was just no doubt. And there were 3 or 4 incidents before Carlissimo actually got choked. And you could see it coming. You just could see it coming. Now, I'm not saying the same thing's happening with Lendeborg and Draymond Green. I'm just saying don't think this is absolutely nothing. This is something that's going to have to be dealt with. And I don't know if it's going to involve Dunleavy and Kerr and Lacob, or it's just got to be Draymond and Lendeborg. But this is not a good way to go into training camp. That's all I'll say.
Well, so you think that there's, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but do you think that there's friction?
Yes. Yes, I do. I believe there's friction, and I believe that the first time they meet, hopefully both guys will be really cool.
Well, then for the first time, if you're right, if there is friction, then for the first time in his career, Draymond's going to have to be the bigger man. Because this is the other thing, too. It's like, if Yaxel's a young guy who's never played in the league before and doesn't have an understanding of, obviously the Warriors' locker room culture, how things go, well, then how can he be the bigger man? It's this is maybe one of the issues with Jordan Poole. I remember reading, and it was about Klay's exit back in the summer, I think 2024. But one of the things that pissed off Klay and Draymond Green until he got his contract was the fact that Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins both got their contracts before the champs.
Yep.
And I know that Draymond was a better player a few years ago than he is now. But if you're coming off, let's say, the worst season or least productive season of your career, maybe since the first time you entered the league, right? You weren't playing a lot. You weren't Draymond Green yet. Last year, Draymond was not very good. He played a lot, but he was not very productive. If you're seeing where your career is headed, and you're seeing this guy who's coming in not to replace you, in my mind, it's to help you. Well, then he's got to be the bigger man in this, and that's one of the things that I'm listening to him not do.
Right.
He's continuing to stack comments and kind of push and prod the young guy, and that might be his way of giving him tough love. Okay, he's trying to be the vet that he's always been. But this season, it's like if there's friction, he's going to have to be the one to solve it, I think, because he's 36 years old. He's been a 15-year vet. He's the future Hall of Famer. This guy's a rookie. Like, Draymond's going to have to be a bigger man, and he hasn't done that yet.
I mean, and I don't know the details of, but I think it's interesting that a week ago, Adebayo and Tyler Hero got into a fight over something that was being said after Adebayo left. And like, that's what I mean. I mean, who knows if and when these guys talk for the first time, what the tone's going to be. And again, Draymond, I don't know. I agree. Something is going on. And the Warriors have to figure out if they want to continue to be in the Draymond Green business when they know damn well there's nothing they can do when Draymond inserts himself and interjects himself into, virtually every situation Warriors related.
Well, and just real quick, I know we got to hit a break here, but the other part of this is not going away, because Yaxel Lendeborg was just asked about his comments yesterday at Summer League. So unless one of them comes out and says, if they really want this to go away, if it's really a nothing burger, then somebody's going to squash this. And to me, that has to be Draymond.
Yeah.
It can't be the rookie.
He can't quash it.
No,
he can't squash it unless Draymond squashes it. Period. Yeah, it's a good point. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see the calls on the other side. We'll get to you all on 95.7 The Game. Also going to be joined by Bill Ryder at 12 o'clock, Odyssey radio host on 97.1 The Fan. He's a sports journalist and writer. We got to play a LeBron James quote that from yesterday that some people are interpreting in a positive way. We'll see how you decipher it, but we'll be back on the other side. Talk a little more about Draymond Green and Yaxel Lendeborg. DraftKings is live in all 50 states. Yes, that means you, California. The Cup is down to its final matches. One trophy, one champion. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in California. So whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. Right here in California, the world's biggest stage is in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers sign up with the code 957thegame, spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards. That's code 957thegame in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends July 19th. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries tomorrow on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC/R contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from David from Modesto. Aaron did a great job in repairing our commercial roll-up doors. Would recommend RNS to anyone needing door installations or repairs. Our company has used them for many years for all of our roll-up door needs.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Jay Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. As Jay celebrates its 40th anniversary, the team invites all wine lovers to experience the artistry, hospitality, and California soul that defines Jay Vineyards. Every offering at Jay is an invitation to discover the bounty of Sonoma County, where guests explore local ingredients paired with Jay's celebrated sparkling Pinot Noir and Chardonnay wines. Make Jay your next wine country destination, located just 70 miles from Chase Center in Healdsburg.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you wash that all away with Game. and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference. Hey.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
On Saturday, July 25th, the first place Quakes take center stage at Stanford Stadium for the 105th California Classico against the LA Galaxy, presented by El Camino Health. For more info and a chance to score tickets, courtesy of the Earthquakes, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're talking about why Draymond Green feels so threatened and insecure about Yaxel Lendeborg. He's acting a little scared.
He's acting, I don't know if scared is the word I would use, but he's overly interested in him. And I don't really get why. You know, I think it started with the fact that Yaxel on draft night referred to his alma mater as losers. I think that's something that, and Draymond's the kind of guy that, like, even if it's a perceived shot, he'll just take it up 2 or 3 levels further. I mean,
right.
I mean, literally from what the trash talk with Paul Pierce back in 2014. Like, if he senses that you're going after him, like, he's just going to take it a mile further.
Right.
And so I think this is kind of his way of doing that. And he's having fun with it. But it does, like, I got to tell you what, this is going to be the number one storyline going into training camp now.
No doubt.
How Draymond Green and Yaxel Lendeborg are going to fit. How they feel about each other. They together, and I would argue more Draymond than Yaxel, they have made this the number one storyline. And so the only way that this goes away, because they're going to be asked about it.
Right.
Reporters are already asking Yaxel, what do you think about Draymond's posts? I'm sure when Draymond gets to camp, they're going to be like, hey, Dre, what did you mean by that? And he's going to have to explain himself.
Yep.
They're making it a story.
Absolutely. And in case you're just joining us, I know, and I'll always mention there's always a small percentage of people that, why are you talking about this? Well, open up the San Francisco Chronicle today, and there's a big story on Yaxel Lendeborg, and he's very aware of Draymond Green coming down his road, and quite frankly, I think is like not really sure what to make of it, and, said, yeah, he's a little worried. He's a little worried. By the way, widespread panic, you're seeing them when? Tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow night at the Fox.
Somebody here on the 4-1 side. You'll enjoy it. WSP is a legit Southern rock jam band following the Allman Brothers style. Ooh, that sounds good.
I like the Allman Brothers.
They do long, epic riffs on bass guitar and drums. Just get lost in the jams and noodle yourself into submission. Ain't life grand? Spreadheads is correct.
Okay, I'm in.
There you go.
Looking forward to it.
All right, Kev's in Berkeley. Or I'm sorry, Ken. Ken is in Berkeley. Hey, Ken, how you doing?
Hey, thank you guys for having me on.
Sure.
Yeah, so I just want to touch on the whole Yaxel and Draymond Green. I mean, I just think it's great for the Warriors. I mean, everybody talks about what about Steph at the league? I mean, what about Draymond? I mean, so Yaxel, he's coming in. He's like that. I mean, there's nothing that Draymond can do to Yaxel physically. there's nothing he can do. So I just think that, my grandpa, he used to watch the Westerns back in the day. And one thing he loved John Wayne. So one thing he used to always say is, you live by the gun, you die by the gun. I mean, and that's what, there's nothing that can be squashed. It's just that there's going to be high-level competition in practice. And that's great for the team. I mean, it's going to elevate everybody again. It's going to elevate their intensity and everything. I mean, like I said, there's nothing Draymond can do physically to the rookies. Draymond has to accept that he has to make room for them. The elevator cannot elevate no more higher with Draymond. I mean, there's nothing like he did everything. I mean, grateful for Draymond, but he has to make room for this rookie.
I agree.
And so I don't think Jackson is very confident. I mean, I don't think he's getting cocky to like, oh, I'm the best rookie out there. I just think he has that confidence. I just think he's counted to Draymond Green, and nobody did with Jordan Poole. When the issue of Jordan Poole, I don't think nobody has in the NBA a little bit, but I mean, that's all. I mean, that's all I really think it is.
Thank you, Ken. Appreciate the call.
Ken.
Well, we'll see.
That'd be the Berkeley Marina.
We'll see.
I mean, do you think he should be worried?
Well, I can only put myself in his spot. And yeah, I'd be a little nervous. I would. Not that Draymond's going to jump me, but just as a rookie going into your first training camp, you don't need this guy, who we all know who he is, like coming down your road. It just doesn't make any sense to me why Draymond would be talking like this. And here's where my mind sometimes goes. And this is just absolutely positively from the gut. But if I'm Mike Dunleavy and I'm Joe Lacob, and I guess you can't do this, but this guy, I don't know if he's signed on the dotted line and is just sitting there, or he's still a bona fide free agent. But I'm sorry, I can't wonder. I mean, I can only wonder if Dunleavy and Lacob are like, this is it. This could be the last straw. I'm not bringing this guy. We can't bring these two guys into training camp. And even if they do work it out, it's probably going to be short-lived. And I just wonder if this might be something that's really caught the attention of Lacob and Dunleavy, particularly because, like, this is Dunleavy's guy. This guy's going to be, like, more important than Pods in terms of Dunleavy's reputation. If Lendeborg is a player, it's Dunleavy's guy. If Lendeborg is a bust, Dunleavy's done.
Well, I could see Mike not liking it. I mean, you were the one that pointed out during the Phoenix Suns game how when Draymond got ejected, Dunleavy didn't look too happy with him antagonizing the crowd and going out the way that he did. So, but at the same time, Steiny, it's like the Draymond Green file is longer than this room.
Yep.
I mean, he's gotten away with so much in his career, and it's because he's been such a great player. It's because he's a 4-time champion, because he's a future Hall of Famer, and because, for the most part, he's still been a productive player the last couple of seasons. Last year, I'd argue, took a turn, and that's why it's interesting to me, because this is a big year for Yaxel. I think it's obviously a big year for Dunleavy, but I can argue it's a bigger year for Draymond Green. Because even if the Warriors give him what he wants, which I imagine is a 2-year deal, basically any type of deal that's beyond this season, Draymond's looking for security. Just because they give it to him doesn't mean that they won't try to trade him.
True.
They did that last year, or at least his name was apparently in talks. Now, for a player of what caliber, I don't know. But just because Draymond Green gets, quote-unquote, what he wants doesn't mean that he's going to finish his career with the Warriors. And that's why I guess I'm a little surprised that he's kind of jabbing or poking the rook, because I do think at this stage in his career, if Draymond really wants to retire a Warrior, well, then he's going to have to change a little bit. And it doesn't feel like that's happened whatsoever by his comments towards Lendeborg.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Draymond is... What's the word people use? It feels like Draymond's gatekeeping right now. That he's not what he's seen from Lendeborg or what he's heard from Lendeborg ain't the way, or he doesn't like the way Lendeborg has been talking, and he's got to be the guy to say, that's not how we do it here. Everything runs through me. And the fact of the matter is, and maybe Draymond doesn't care about reading the room, but I do think, like, Lendeborg's going to have the support behind him. If Lendeborg comes onto this team and can play, and he looks like he's a good guy and he's not a jerk, like, the fans will be with Lendeborg, I think, more than Draymond Green. If, like, Draymond Green and this guy, you know, if it really does come to the fore that these two guys have a problem with each other.
Well, I think that's why they're trying to push him in the first place. You know, it wasn't as if Yaxel Lendeborg walked up to the SiriusXM Emmy radio set and said, hey, Jake Fisher, Mark Stein, I want to talk.
Right.
It's like, no, they obviously ask all these teams if they can have a conversation with these rookies. And you know better than I, but I imagine that the Warriors then take that, decide if they want Yaxel to speak, and then ask him. And he's like, yeah, sure, of course I'll do it. No problem. I'll check, you know, his podium game is good. We saw that on draft night. He's one of the more polished, not just NBA players that's in the draft, but I think he's also pretty polished in the way that he represents himself and the way that he talks. So the Warriors are also trying to push Yaxel because they want him to be at the front of this season.
Right.
Because right now, I hate to break it to people, there ain't a lot to like about this offseason. There's not a whole lot to be excited about because you just won 37 games and basically brought everybody back. Yaxel Lendeborg currently is the only new addition to this roster. So they're trying to push that, and I completely agree with it because you want to have people excited about something. And right now, the only thing, sans LeBron, that Warriors fans can be excited about is the fact that Yaxel Lendeborg has played so well in Summer League and looks like he's going to help you on day one. And that's why I guess if you're Draymond, I would imagine that you would, instead of, kind of ribbing him or talking crap, it's like, don't you also want to be propping that up if you're really trying to help the organization? Hey, look, by the way, Yaxel, okay, he went 1 for 6 last night from 3. Dude, he's still shooting 48.5% from three-point range during Summer League. He's giving you that kind of playmaking ability so far that we saw at Michigan. As a one-on-one defender, he looks like he can move his feet. He's tough to beat. Those kinds of things instead of, hey, get ready for training camp, Rook.
Right. I mean, and I'll challenge, some fans out there and ask, is there anything, I get it. There's a no big deal element of fans to this. Has anybody heard any established veteran, like start out a relationship with a new guy on the team this way? It just doesn't make any sense. And for everybody that's, they're just having fun, I'm going to play it again. This is from a couple weeks ago when apparently Lendeborg either missed a text from Draymond Green or lied about getting a text from Draymond Green. But you tell me if you think this is all fun and games to Draymond.
Yaxel's been lying. I was very happy to expose the rookie on the internet. This guy texts me. I text back within 30 seconds. Oh, man, dope. Welcome to the squad, bro. Happy you're on the squad. It's my responsibility as a veteran to help you be in the best position that you can be to be successful and take over this franchise. Blase, blah. This guy, it's the Michigan way. This guy goes in an interview and says, oh, man, Steph reached out. Text Draymond. I'm still waiting on a response back. You liar, Yaxel.
All right, that's part one.
Yeah.
How the hell are you going to say, Draymond haven't texted me back? So you know what I had to do? I had to expose the young fella a bit. Now, your credibility is everything, young fella. Don't you come in here lying. Because we're not really a team very big on, like, rookie hazing. Like, it's just not something that we do a ton of. It's just kind of been that way for a while. Like, we've just never been that team. We just pour in on the rookie hazing, pour in on the rookie hazing. But we can pick that back up. We can definitely make it a little more interesting, as far as I've been a part of, some popcorn and then some, tires going missing and all those things. Like, I've been part of those things now. We can bring those back, Yaxel, if you want to be lying.
All right. Okay, so that's all fun and games, right? And then later, more recently, a couple days ago, Draymond says, Yaxel's pitch is pointless. Draymond Green says, I'll see you at training camp 7 times.
Yeah.
And there was one other thing he did that I can't remember, but yeah.
Okay, so well,
this guy.
This is why, as I'm putting it together, I'm coming back around to your side from yesterday, and it's because the response from Yaxel is not a buddy kind of response, the one from yesterday in the Chronicle. It's like, okay, if Draymond Green is talking about bleeping Yaxel this, bleeping Yaxel that, but that's his boy, I think that makes a little more sense, right? If I'm not saying we do this, but I can talk to you and Goo, and you can talk to me a little different than we talk to other people.
Right.
Because we spend the most time together. But this is how Yaxel responded. Well, I hope it's like, yeah, I got you. This is what you should and shouldn't do. I'm a little worried. Hopefully everything goes well. Could be rookie hazing. I don't know what he's talking about. And he said, I got a little nervous. That doesn't sound to me like they're buddy-buddy. Like, oh, hey, we've been talking since the moment I became a Warrior, and, I've been giving him crap about Michigan State being the little brothers. He's been giving me crap about Big Blue not knowing how to do things in the league. Draymond's been giving me this advice, but he's also been kind of... It's like there's nothing that leads me to believe that that's the case here. Again, I think they're speaking through their various mediums. And so the whole buddy-buddy kind of, I'll give you crap, you give me crap, I just don't think they're there yet.
No, they're not.
I don't think
they know each other.
No, and I think that's maybe what irked Draymond in the first place is he's like, dude, you're calling Michigan State losers on draft night. At the podium, you're saying, I haven't heard from Draymond kind of thing. And so Draymond's like, all right, if that's how you want to play this, we can play that game until we actually meet each other and learn who each other are. I think Yaxel is a good guy. I think Draymond's going to hopefully give him the benefit of the doubt. But there's just something that's not adding up about a relationship that, oh, by the way, in my opinion, has to be important. The relationship between Draymond and Yaxel, to me, has to be important if this season is not going to end up like last year, because I think their games on the basketball court, just talking hoop, their games can be complementary. Yaxel's a good passer. Yaxel takes care of the ball. Draymond has known to be a facilitator. Like, they can work together. And so I do think that their relationship has to be important, not as much off the court. They don't have to be best friends, but there can't be any like lingering acrimony from the summer, which was completely avoidable.
Right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go out to, who's been waiting on? Gary in Daly City. Hey, Gary, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Have a good Friday. I don't know if it's been talked about. I mean, I watched what David Lee did for Draymond Green. Draymond's got a short memory. David Lee took him under his wing, stepped aside, and became a sixth man so Draymond could start. He forgot about that. He put him in his house and kept him there with him to make him feel comfortable. We've all been there. I was an engineer for 36 years. I've seen my guys when I was with, great guys. I don't mean to change it. A lot of new guys started, and they were pretty hard on him, real hard. But it's old school. But I always had to rein them in, saying we've all been there. We've all. And you don't want somebody to be nervous. Axel should keep his mouth quiet. Show it on the court. But somebody should, like Matt, you're right. Somebody should intervene right now. But this doesn't sound right to me. And I've seen it. I've seen guys, the young guys, nervous, but sometimes they square off. They said, we don't. And I had to rein things in and kind of keep things in house and say, hey, just let this go, man. This isn't worth it. We're all trying to earn a living and get by. And we're all here to help each other. And if Draymond should just shut up, I mean, it grows old, but you guys are right. His contract's open. If I'm Dunleavy or Lakeup, I would be thinking about, this is enough's enough.
I might be thinking that too. Now, obviously, they've had some kind of agreement. You opt out, we'll take care of you. So, I do think we're talking a little bit of fantasy here. But I don't know, you never know when it's somebody's last straw. I'll just put it that way. And the David Lee comparison, I think it's not perfect, but it is kind of fair. And you could say, well, Draymond was better than David Lee at that point, and you might be right. But David Lee was still a veteran at that point and deserved respect. And, David Lee did all the right things to help Draymond Green. And I do think that is something where Warrior fans who have been around for a while and they know that story about David Lee and Draymond Green, those are the kind of people that say, wait a minute, Draymond, this is where you got to put your money where your mouth is and do the right thing. And you're already being confrontational and, challenging our rookie, and we haven't even gotten to camp.
Well, I think in the distinction with, Draymond and David Lee was Draymond better for the Warriors at that time? And the answer was proven to be yes. Clearly, he was. Now, we only found that out because David Lee got hurt, but once it was clear that the young guy was better for the team's success than the vet moved aside. And we don't know yet if Yaxel's better for the team than Draymond, but I'm hearing a lot of response from fans, people on the text line or chat. It does feel like the majority is pro Yaxel already.
Right. I agree.
I think Draymond's feeling that too, because he's on social media. He hears what people are saying. He knows that he didn't have a good year last year. He knows that people were hoping that he would, either get traded or opt out or basically not be on the team this upcoming season. I think he hears that. And so until it's proven, and maybe that's what he would come to the table and say to the folks that would throw David Lee in his face. They would say, he would tell them, well, he had to prove it I had to prove it against David Lee.
Right.
And I did prove it. I proved in that season that I could help this team win and eventually become 4-time champions. Yaxel ain't proved bleep. He hasn't proved a damn thing at the NBA level. He's an 11th pick. He's supposed to be really good, but I'm going to challenge him every single day until he proves that he's better for this organization than me, something that I think a lot of people already are there on.
Yeah. But let me put it this way. So Yaxel Lendeborg gets drafted by the Golden State Warriors, and on draft night, they ask him about his rivalry with Michigan State, and he says something about Michigan State that he probably said in college all the time, and it wasn't a big deal. But I don't think there's any doubt it didn't land well with Draymond Green, saying, yeah, I would never wear Michigan State stuff and represent losers like that. Okay, so Draymond chalks that one up. Okay, fine. Then Lendeborg gives a pitch about LeBron James, and he responds to that. Like, Lendeborg has not done anything where he has confronted Draymond Green verbally about anything. He's just doing all his media. He took a shot at Michigan State. Like, big deal. He went to Michigan. Like, Draymond feels a certain way about Michigan, whatever, and he has a problem with the pitch to LeBron. And what does he do? He goes on social media, onto his podcast, and just hammers this kid Lendeborg. It's like, are you kidding me? You couldn't text Lendeborg and say, dude, let's have a talk. Like, why would you undress him like that? He said nothing yet about you even. Yeah, he said something about Michigan State, but he didn't say one thing about Draymond Green. Oh, I don't like him. Oh, we're gonna go at each other. So this is conduct detrimental to the team, as far as I'm concerned. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We got Bill Ryder coming up on the other side. He works in L.A. at our sister station. We'll talk a little bit about LeBron James. I got to play that quote from yesterday that people are thinking positively about. But we'll be back on the other side to talk more about the Golden State Warriors.
Hey, this is Willard and Dibs from 95.7 The Game with great news from Safeway. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations.
Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. I personally love shopping at Safeway and saving up to 20% on my purchases for you with personalized deals, meal plans that list the ingredients needed to make shopping easy, and pet perks. There's something for everyone, including a free item every month from some of my favorite brands.
If you sign up today, you can get $5 off your first purchase of $25. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FORU, as in the letter U. We will see you at Safeway soon.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
The Sherwin-Williams Summer Sale is here. Get 30% off select paints and stains or 35% off our newest product, Emerald Symmetry, July 17th through the 27th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Point! Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace! You're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at Metamucil.com.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
I just bought a new automobile the same way they did in the 1900s when movies were silent.
Well, I just got this Jeep from FlexCar. Maintenance and insurance are included, and I can switch cars anytime.
What are you, high on giggle juice?
The first and only month-to-month car lease. FlexCar, you drive everything.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900. 800-738-9900.
In San Jose today, mostly sunny skies with a high of 75.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC. Don't miss comedian Bill Burr live at the Mountain Winery in Saratoga on July 30th. Buy your tickets at mountainwinery.com. And for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Golden Voice, enter online at 957thegame.com.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Thank you, Tim Roy. Hope you're doing well. Coming up in 10 minutes, we got Bill Ryder, Odyssey radio host on 97.1 The Fan in L.A. He's a sports journalist and writer and a host of the Writer Than You podcast. And we're going to get into something LeBron James said yesterday and see what he thinks that may mean. He's covered LeBron for the last several years. Let's finish up with Draymond for now and go to Rob in San Jose. Hey, Rob, how you doing, man? Thanks for hanging in there.
Hey, folks. First of all, love your show.
Thank
Steiny and Evan, I really appreciate you guys not letting this go. Look, this absolutely heats me up. I never call sports radio talk shows. Long-time listener. Love your show, but this has literally compelled me to call you because simply, let's call this what it is. Draymond is a bully. You know, this individual has done this over and over and over again to the team. We would have had, gosh darn it, 6 championships if it wasn't for him. In what God's name would compel you, Draymond, to do this? You know, this young man has not done anything to you. He's come in, and he has a chance to be the face of the franchise to really take us into the next generation of Warriors basketball. And you do this. And Stein, you said it perfectly earlier. Draymond has run KD out of town. He's run Paul out of town. What right mind do you think is going to benefit you in saying this on your podcast? This is all he's basically in a situation where he just wants to hear his own voice. You hear it in the podcast. You hear it when he's talking about it. He said it 7 times. What do you want to do? Are you trying to threaten him? Do you want to fight him? I really do think that this, as you all said, is the last straw. We got to get him out of town. We got to cut this guy. You know, he is detrimental to our team, and this is the last straw. You know, and we just hope to God that this doesn't do anything to the rookie psyche because he really does have a good demeanor about him. He's confident. He's got a great personality. And look, we don't know the future. We don't know where he's going to end up. But, you know, I'm so glad you guys are not letting this go. And really, something has to be done. He's a bully. He's an antagonist. He's always been this way. Let's get rid of him now.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate the call.
I mean, Rob brings up, I don't know about them getting rid of him. I think Draymond will be back. But it is interesting to me that all this has happened after Draymond has become a free agent. He's not on the team right now. Now, I think everybody assumes that he will be, whether it's through back channels or Draymond's comments the other day referencing how he'll see him in training camp. But it's like, in a way, this is how you know that Draymond still has juice, and it might be crazy, and people might still hate it. But it's like he's doing all of this and creating, if you want to call it friction, that's fine. He's creating this friction as a free agent. The Warriors still have to figure out how much money they want to give him, if they want to give him money, if they want to sign and trade. He's doing all this without technically any form of financial stability. He's doing this with, I think, a verbal commitment from them. But it's like, if you verbally commit to a college, they can still pull your scholarship. And he does not believe the Warriors will do that. I think it's because he's right, they won't. But I think that's another part of this, too. It's like, Yaxel Lendeborg gets picked, you opt out, and then you start talking in this way. And, by the way, LeBron James still has to make a decision. LeBron could also factor into this.
Yeah.
Because Willard was talking about it a few days ago, and he said he thinks LeBron would be good for Yaxel. What about LeBron and Draymond?
I don't like that at all.
Draymond and LeBron.
I'm not in love with. I'm not in love with that because, LeBron, and then so here we go. Then LeBron's in here. Okay, we got LeBron in here, and he's best friends with Draymond Green, but he's probably going to try to be a middleman. But he's still more Draymond Green than Yaxel Lendeborg. And here's the other thing. Let's put another rat on the table, sponsored by Atco Pest Control. You know why Draymond never was all over Kuminga? Because he was never threatened by Kuminga. And he knew when push came to shove, Kuminga could not take minutes from him. He couldn't. Not in Steve Kerr's system. He knew it. So I believe he knows that Lendeborg is a different kind of player and one that, he's going to have to deal with in terms of a guy who's getting minutes and a guy who's going to play. This kid is going to play, and he wants to put him in his place before he ever comes to camp.
Well, he certainly wants to establish a hierarchy, and that hierarchy is not Yaxel and Draymond in the same place. It is Draymond and Yaxel. Would it be fair to say he wants him to kiss the ring?
Yeah.
I know Yaxel just won the championship, but you know what I mean? It's like, I think in Draymond's mind, and he's kind of correct, it's like what you did in college doesn't matter. Hell, Draymond was a second-round pick. He accomplished a lot in college in his own right, but for that, he got a second-round selection, and then he made his career in the NBA. Yaxel still has to make his career, and I think he's got a good chance to be a really good player. But this is something else that I've been feeling too, and it's just that it's almost as if he's setting this up so if Yaxel isn't spectacular right off the bat, well, then he's not going to be his equal, or he's not going to be what was promised. And that, the Warriors haven't delivered this quote-unquote savior, which to me is not why they took him. They drafted him because he could play now.
Right.
And in a weird way, they drafted him because he could help Draymond Green. If Draymond and Porzingis and Horford and Curry and all the old heads stay healthy, he's supposed to be able to help them. That's why he was taken, I believe. Otherwise, you take one of these 19-year-olds, you go after more of a project or a developmental piece. But that's not what the Warriors are about right now. They're still trying to compete, and that's evident by their actions. Kerr is back. Porzingis is back. Melton, Horford. They brought back all the OGs, all the guys from last year's team that were a part of a 37-win season. Yaxel's the only one that right now is a difference. And so I can't understand why right now he's not trying to make sure that Yaxel's in the best possible headspace. Because again, Yaxel's saying, I don't know, I'm kind of worried a little bit. Hopefully he's just joking around, but he said, I'm a little worried about Draymond's comments. So why wouldn't Draymond try to put him in a mental space where he can elevate this team? Because that's what he was drafted to do.
Here's my question. Why is a 36-year-old man who's been in the league 15 years, who's apparently gone to the Hall of Fame and won 4 titles, why is this 36-year-old man who's got all kinds of accolades in the NBA, why is he coming down the road of a 23-year-old rookie who just got drafted on the team? That is absurd to me. It's like he's seeking him out to do this. And that, to me, is what I don't understand. Again, I'm going to go back to the senior in college, and here comes a hotshot freshman. Okay, hey, we recruited this hotshot freshman. Fine. The senior doesn't go to the hotshot freshman before anything happens and says, hey, I tell you what, you ain't got nothing going here, bro. You got a long way to go. Why, you couldn't wait till camp? It couldn't wait till camp. Come on, man.
Well, he's telling him that once camp starts, it's game on. And it's also funny because I feel like Yaxel, again, Butler and Moody are both out. They're going to be hurt to start the season. Hopefully they return and they come back and they help. So why is Draymond at all feeling threatened? Like his position, I think it might be as much about Lendeborg as it is Draymond's in the process of figuring out what the last year or two, depending on the contract, is going to look like here. And if Yaxel is next up, then so be it.
Man.
He's looked pretty good.
Yeah. Until Draymond threatened him. Then he went 1 for 8.
Oh, that's what you're saying? That's why he was so bad yesterday. He heard Draymond's podcast and started short-arming threes?
But just a little thing, Evan, like, okay, what's Lendeborg supposed to do now the first time they go to either camp or they meet each other?
Put his elbow in his chest. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, but that's the point. Lendeborg has to... I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything by it, Draymond. Like, you don't want him to do that, but you also don't want him to be the guy who's like, yeah, I am a rookie, and you've been here 15 years, and I dare you to take me on. Like, Yaxel's not going to do that either, probably. But he can't back down. Like, he's putting Yaxel in a brutal spot.
Well, he is, but it's interesting. From what I've heard from Yaxel, he seems like a kind of a reverential dude. It's not like he's, I know that he did he took the jab at Michigan State, but I don't think he meant it as, hey, Draymond, you're coming from a school of losers. That's not, you know what I mean?
Right.
It might have been the wrong thing to say at the wrong time, but I don't think that Yaxel is stepping into the Warriors and saying, I want to be better than Draymond. Like he's not going to pull a Pods. That's not the vibe that I get from him.
Right.
I think he, similar to every single stop in his career, because he played 6 years of college at 3 different schools. The moment he gets to a new location, he knows the coach wants him. He's brought him for a reason, and he's going to be the best possible player to help that team win basketball games. And I got news for everyone. That's exactly what he's done to this point in his life. Now, the NBA is a completely different beast, but I think that Yaxel Lendeborg has a confident but not cocky temperament. And maybe that's where Draymond has misread him, that he thinks that he's cocky, or he sounded cocky on draft night, and he just wants to knock him down a peg, which is completely within his right to do. But he hasn't really done that with any other draftees before. He didn't do it with Wiseman. Didn't do it with Kuminga. Didn't do it with Moody. He didn't do it with Podziemski. And Podziemski, I find interesting because it's like, Podziemski, out of all the people that have been taken in recent years, he's the one that's been the most cocky, or the closest to being cocky. And we haven't heard Draymond talk like that.
No, we haven't. Something's eating at Draymond Green. Probably a lot of things, quite frankly. But it doesn't make any sense to me. There's nothing positive about it. And we'll just see where it goes. Hey, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. And all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's welcome in Bill Ryder, Odyssey radio host on 97.1, The Fan in L.A. He's a sports journalist and writer, also hosts the Writer Than You podcast. Here's how I want to start today, Bill, if it's okay with you. I have not yet played the LeBron sound from yesterday where he talks about what's going to truly impact his decision. I'd like to play it and then have you react, if that's okay.
Whatever you want. I'm excited. Let's do it.
All right, here we go. This is LeBron on what's going to affect his decision.
In 10, when I made a decision to go to Miami, I had my reasons. When I went back to Cleveland in 14, I had my reasons. So actually, this would be the 4th. And then when I went to LA 8 years ago, I had my reasons. So, for me now, I have a almost 22-year-old son who is not my former teammate, which is hilarious. And I have a 19-year-old son that's at the University of Arizona, but it's my almost 12-year-old daughter who is pulling the weight a lot. Yeah. So going to my daughter, I was home for the 4th of July, and my daughter came home after being out with her friends and cousins and everything, and I pulled her to the side because she's up as of age now. So, like, anytime I leave, she's like, Dad, where you going? Like, I'm going with you. Like, where we going? Yep. So I pulled her to the side, and I was like, baby, I'm letting you know I don't want you to hear from nobody else, but I won't be playing for the Lakers next year. I will be playing somewhere else, so I won't be home all the time. And you may not have an answer right now. You can give me an answer now. You can wait. You can write it down. Just want to know how you're feeling about it because you mean a lot to me. Yep. With me being away from you means a lot. So the family portion is a big thing too. Yeah. My daughter and my wife and things of that nature. And I'm a big family guy. So there's a lot of things that's, people are like, hurry up and make a decision, Brian. It's like, okay, it's not just about the team.
All right. Bill, you heard it. If you listen to that, does that give you any insight on where he may end up? And what do you take that as?
Yeah, I sort of have two reactions, guys. The first is I respect and even relate to that. I've moved my kids a bunch for my job. I get it. I have a daughter and a son, 17 and 14. And my second is you would think that would mean closer to L.A., and you would think that would have to mean Golden State because it's just hard for me to get my arms around the idea he'd ever be a Clipper. And obviously that hasn't been at all reportedly in the mix. But I will say, as a guy that's covered LeBron since his first year in Miami, LeBron says a lot of things and tends to surprise people when he makes his decision. So if I were to take that clip at face value, I would say it would increase the likelihood it's the Warriors. But I tend not to take anything LeBron says at face value because he is very surprising and keeps his cards pretty close to the vest in these situations.
Well, Bill, from what you've gleaned so far in this process, how much have you flip-flopped? Because it feels like the reports out there change. I was just going to say every single day we're hearing different information. Sometimes it's leaning towards the Warriors. Sometimes they're in fourth. They're the front runners. How much have you flip-flopped from where you started and to where you are now?
So a ton, although the flip-flopping is really limited for me to 3 teams. And again, this could be wrong because having covered him at least since he left Cleveland the first time, other than when he went back to Cleveland the second time, which I had some information on, I had been shocked every single time he's made a move. It's between the Warriors and Cleveland and Miami for me. And if I had to guess, right, my inclination would be Cleveland is the favorite, and then probably you guys, the Warriors and the Heat are probably, if you combine them, 50%, and Cleveland's probably 50%. Although, guys, if he comes down and announces he's going to be a New York Knick or a Spur or a Timberwolf, I'm going to try not to be surprised because every time he does this, he kind of follows the sound of his own drummer, and sometimes that's a sound none of us expected.
We're joined by Bill Ryder, Odyssey radio host on 97.1 The Fan in L.A. When he talks about family and, not being around, my first thought is, could that possibly mean that either the Clippers or the Suns could be in play?
Yeah, that was my thought, too. So I thought about the Suns because you're right. Like, it's a very, very short flight. It's an easy flight if you're on a private plane. I thought about the Warriors, obviously not incredibly far from L.A. The problem with Phoenix, I think, and again, I'm trying to riddle out what LeBron actually covets and what he actually wants, and so I'm making some suppositions here that may not be in his thinking. Phoenix just isn't good enough to compete. There's a mixed feeling out there nationally and in L.A. about how good the Warriors actually would be with LeBron. I think their ceiling is championship level, or at least third best team in the Western Conference, which gives you a puncher's chance. I don't think that ceiling exists in Phoenix. And again, it's hard for me to get my arms around him being a Clipper because it is from a brand perspective. And here in LA, they are taken so unseriously. The view is so negative toward the Clippers from Lakers fans that, I could be wrong, it's hard for me to think LeBron would put that jersey on.
Bill, having covered LeBron these last few years, and this is something that we constantly get people calling in to talk about, if you were going to describe what the circus is around LeBron James, the LeBron James hoopla, like how big is that And what would Golden State, or any potential location for that matter, be absorbing in regards to the attention? What did you make of it when he was down there?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, so I covered him. I lived in Miami when he was there. I was in Cleveland all the time, and obviously I'm here in LA, and I've been in LA basically since he came here 8 years ago. He sucks all the oxygen out of the room. He's kind of like the way that Frank Sinatra was described with the Rat Pack. Great guy as long as you understand who's in charge of the Rat Pack. Look, LeBron's really nuanced, and anything you say about LeBron does not get taken with a nuanced sort of interpretation, and I've been aggregated so many times. But LeBron is a great teammate, a great leader. He's also insufferable. He needs to be the center of attention. He's an incredible competitor. If he respects a coach or a GM or a teammate, they will tell you he's one of the best people to have around. But if he loses his patience with those same people in those same positions or doesn't respect you, he can make your life a living hell. Even without a documentary crew following him around, it is all about LeBron all the time. It is a absolute circus. Now, what I don't know is the culture of that locker room and the way that Steph and Draymond and Steve Kerr and that organization have absorbed big personalities before. Maybe that negates some of that. Maybe LeBron's respect for Steph, if that relationship is as genuine as it seems to be from the outside looking in, negates some of that. But the reality is having LeBron can be a mess, and it's usually worth it.
Bill Ryder joining us on 95.7 The Game, Odyssey radio host on 97.1 The Fan in L.A. We know LeBron's one of the all-time greats, but my question is, he's 42. Like, what have you noticed that's slipping in his game?
Yeah, I mean, defense and energy. I don't want to say hustle or effort because that's not right. Kind of like Messi in the World Cup. LeBron needs to be able to take minutes off. He needs to be able to take time off, even when he's on the floor. He is, as I think, capable and impressive at understanding his body and his energy levels as anybody. Kind of reminds me of Tim Duncan's last year with the Spurs, where Duncan played, 25, 26 minutes a game, would not sort of impose himself in the same way sometimes. But because he sort of paced himself, Duncan was amazing in that playoff run and part of the reason he beat LeBron and the Miami Heat. So I think LeBron's issue is that he's not going to give you full defensive effort if you put him out there 35 minutes a game, and he probably shouldn't be playing those kind of minutes. That said, I think we saw this in the playoffs with the Lakers. He is able to save a lot of himself for the postseason and bring a pretty high level when it actually matters, if you have the depth to just get him to that position in April and May.
How well does LeBron, and I know it's varied in different locations, but how well does LeBron work with young guys? Because one thing that the Warriors have done this offseason, more than anything else, they brought in this 11th overall pick, Yaxel Lendeborg. And I think while some people are assuming that a LeBron James type of presence, arguably the greatest player of all time at that position, could help someone like that, that's not necessarily what I've gleaned him to be associated with throughout his career. So if you were to describe how LeBron treats or sort of acts around young players, how would you describe that?
Look, so I've done this as a reporter who has the same access we all have when we go into a locker room and talking to people. I'm not around closed doors, but I would say that LeBron is indifferent to any talent that cannot help him achieve his goals, which is to compete for a championship. And so I would say at best disinterested and at worst maybe frustrated. Now, if he's playing with it, look, remember Andrew Wiggins was going to be on LeBron's team, and there are some reasons this. Wiggins didn't sign with what became Clutch Sports, but LeBron, as I understand it from back in those Cleveland days, was instrumental in Andrew Wiggins being sent out and Kevin Love being brought in. And there's a lot more reasons just Wiggins was young, but that was a part of the equation. But that was then. If LeBron James is still hell-bent on championships wherever he goes this upcoming season, I think that might, if you're a young guy, you might just want to buckle up that LeBron's not going to be your best friend, and you better bring a high level to even remotely catch his eye in the right way. If LeBron's just interested in being near his family, which is fine, or playing with buddies, or going back to Cleveland, or chilling with Steph, or going back with Pat Riley, maybe the equation is a little different this time around.
Bill, where does this documentary fit in? We know that he wants to document this next year, whether it's his last or not, I'm not sure. But, I mean, I think obviously the documentary would be the best with the Warriors in terms of pairing him with Curry, but I'm also thinking of the idea of LeBron joining a new team with like a whole crew coming with him. And is that any part of this equation at all?
Look, I think it's a part of the equation for whoever courts LeBron James. I think you have to be, you better be prepared for the circus and the cameras and all of those things. I think, and again, I'm guessing here. I mean, full disclosure, I've known LeBron a long time. We've gotten along at times. We've not gotten along at times. I am not his favorite person. He was not very nice to me on social media a year ago. It's fine. It's part of the deal. I like LeBron. But I haven't talked to his people in the last year the way that I did in the years sort of predating that. So I'm guessing here, but educated guess, having covered the dude for many, many years, the expectation from LeBron is going to be, you better let the camera crews in. And as long as the answer is yes, and he can have, his sort of big year recorded and documented and put together so he can do his version of The Last Dance, I think everything will be fine. I imagine anyone who wants LeBron already knows you're going to have to open up your locker room. And I think for you guys and for the Heat and for the Cavs, it's just a question of to what degree is the juice worth the squeeze. That is LeBron's age. I think then there's also the distractions and the realities of having a guy who wants to be the center of attention all the time, be the center of attention all the time with camera crews everywhere. Yeah,
and Bill, this is kind of what I want to get into. So yesterday at the Fanatics live taping, and with Rich Kleiman and Tyrese Halliburton, everyone's trying to parse words and read these tea leaves, and there was a few that came out. He mentioned trust the process. Then he said it wasn't a reference to Philly. Talked about the clip that we just played for you with his daughter. He also mentioned how he saw something on social media where someone was comparing him to being a play-in type of guy, and that's not who he is anymore. What do you think is the most important thing for him? If you had to, I guess, I don't know if it's rank or kind of list them. We've talked about the documentary, competing for a championship, being in a good location. Like, what do you think is important to him right now?
It's a $1 million question. I have two answers for you. The first is, I think the most important thing to him right now, I know this is not what you're looking for, but it's to be the center of attention. I mean, LeBron is so smart. He is so aware of every word he says, having massive power to bend the physics of the sports media universe. When he says trust the process, that is to have attention in Philadelphia. And when he brings up, and I take him at his word as a family man, it sounds like he's a great dad, but when he brings up his daughter and what she wants, I think that's to pique the interest of people in Golden State. And I can tell you, having done sort of talking to my friends in Cleveland on the Odyssey station there, he'll send coded language where they're convinced he's going to Cleveland. I lived in Miami. I know that Heat organization. He sends coded language where they think he's going to Miami. So first answer to your question is, I think the most important thing right now is that everybody covets LeBron and wraps him in the attention that he seeks. As it relates to what he actually truly wants, and I'm just going to be straight, I have absolutely zero idea. And that's why I'm as interested in his decision here as I have been any of the ones before. Because in the past, I could at least make an educated guess because we all kind of knew what LeBron wanted, what was sort of important to him. I have no idea in a basketball and life sense what he actually wants. And when he's done insisting on being the belle of the ball and the center of attention, and he actually makes a basketball decision and a life decision, guys, your guess is as good as mine.
Bill, good stuff. Really appreciate it, man. And if you had to bet, you taking Cleveland?
I think if I had to bet, like, straight up, I'm taking Cleveland. I think, like, if you're going to Cauchy or one of the Vegas books or one of the I'm probably betting you guys are Miami because I like the odds better. Because nothing with this guy would surprise me.
Appreciate you, Bill. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you, Jess.
Yep, Bill Ryder, Odyssey radio host on 97.1, The Fan in L.A.
So with that,
yeah,
if he does want to be the center of attention wherever he goes, is that here?
Well, I was thinking that exact same thing.
Because the center of attention, even though he doesn't draw it to himself, it's Curry.
Yes, and I was thinking the same thing. On the one hand, he can be the center of attention here because Curry will yield.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, he'll never be the center of attention here because it's always Steph Curry who's going to be elevated above him. Has LeBron ever played somewhere where when he joined the Miami Heat, Wade was already there. So, and obviously Wade wanted him in Bosch. I'm just kind of thinking out loud about LeBron, is Steph's mere presence going to overshadow him? Because Steph's personality will not overshadow LeBron.
No, but I think the difference is that in Miami, being the center of attention wasn't just the negativity. And it was because he was brought in to deliver a title and eventually did. You know, I imagine things were probably terrible for him in Miami after 2011. You lay an egg in the finals against a team you're supposed to beat. Single digit, was it game 3, game 4, had 7 or 8 points. You know, like those kinds of performances probably had him feeling like he made the wrong choice. But once you deliver that championship and eventually got 2, the center of attention became, all right, thank you, LeBron. And this is where I struggle a bit, because I think if we learned anything from Durant, which is kind of the only summer we can compare this to, if LeBron comes here and becomes the center of attention, I don't know if he's ever going to get the positive attention that he's deserved and wanted in other locales, because everything is going to be about Curry. Curry's the light. Curry's the sun. Everything revolves around him. But if it doesn't work and LeBron is still the center of attention, people are just going to put the blame on him, because no one's ever going to blame Curry.
Right.
Curry is absolved of that for everything he's done for this franchise. But if they do succeed, and by succeeding, I mean like win a playoff series, is LeBron still going to get what he's feeling like he deserves? Or is he going to be treated like Durant, which was, well, you might have been the finals MVP, but you ain't the best player. We all know that.
I mean, if being the center of attention is one of the most important things for LeBron, then I think he's going back to Cleveland. That would seem to be the place, the safest place. Oh, and by the way, let me throw a theory out for you guys.
All right.
Because I haven't referenced my guy in a while, because I haven't talked to him, but I texted him yesterday, Harry.
Oh.
So I texted Harry and said, hey, where's LeBron playing? You want the Warriors to get him? And of course he said, no, I don't want them to get him. He'll get hurt. He's 42 years old. That's what happens. He won't play a full season. Blah, blah, blah. I said, oh, and he said, they're not going to get him anyway. And I said, where's he going? And he said, oh, no doubt, he's going to Cleveland. And I said, why do you think he's going to Cleveland? And he said, well, he cannot be the villain in Cleveland, which means he's not going to Philly or Miami because he doesn't want to be on the other team that might eliminate the Cavaliers in the playoffs.
That's something I hadn't thought of. I don't know if it's true, but that's a great angle.
It's not crazy.
That is a great angle.
I mean, LeBron having to go into Cleveland to win a Game 7 and doing it.
Which would also rule out Miami.
Yes, absolutely.
So and I kind of agree with you, Bill. Like, I think it's between Cleveland or Golden State. I would lean the Cavaliers just because I think there's more opportunity for him to win. It's going home. It's a good story. And they're in the East. It's like, you don't have to walk through 2 absolute bears just to even try and compete for a finals. But from that standpoint, I do believe, though, that that's something LeBron's considered. If you go to Miami, and maybe it's not beating Cleveland, but like, what's your reception when you go home? And you didn't choose Cleveland.
Right.
They're on the table. It's not as if the Lakers traded you to Miami or to Philly or to Golden State. It's like, no. They were an option for you, and you chose to not end your career where it started, in your home city. I'd probably boo him.
I mean, yeah. When you think about it that way, here's the one thing. When I think of Cleveland, in my heart of hearts, I ask myself, you really think Mitchell and Harden want to play with LeBron? You think it's just oh yeah, definitely.
I think
Mitchell I could see.
Yeah, Mitchell I don't think really cares. James Harden, though? But see, like, this is the thing. Are they still the same personalities? Are they still the same alphas that they were when they were competing against each other 10 years ago? I don't know. I think maybe that's the reason why James Harden wanted to get to Cleveland in the first place. It's why he didn't mind going from Brooklyn to Philly and from Philly to L.A. It's like, I mean, he's coexisted with Kawhi, who is not as dominant of a personality, but Kawhi Leonard's a better player than James Harden.
Yes, I think we all. At least
at that stage in their careers.
I think we all would agree with that. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about LeBron James, where he's going. A couple tidbits coming out yesterday from him about what's important to him. I'll play it again on the other side, but I do think this thing's coming to an end. I heard he said. I think he said yesterday, I'm not going to keep you guys waiting too much longer. I thought I heard him say something like that, but then
apparently not a long time would be 20 days then, because this is from the start of free agency, and he's taken about 3 weeks now. Seriously.
You think the August 6th date matters at all?
I kind of think it does. And it's not about LeBron trying to do AD a favor. I think it's more of a clutch thing. Again, Draymond doesn't have a contract either.
Right.
So, and also, I know it's completely off the beaten path, but didn't Clutch just get Gary Trent Jr. $64 million?
Yeah.
That seems like a calculated thing. So Rich Paul is pulling some strings behind the scenes, and that's why it wouldn't shock me if this lingered any longer. He made a comment today in one of his podcasts with Kellerman about how if LeBron had teamed up with the Warriors, and I don't know if it was back in the day or now, that they would have 60 national dates because of how big of a circus it's going to be, how big of a story that team will be.
Right.
But I do think there's some of that too. So if you were right last week that you were saying LeBron's going to make a choice soon because they got to figure out these Christmas Day games. They got to figure out all the national dates and where the Warriors or Cavs or whoever he goes to is going to be positioned in the national hierarchy. I also think Rich Paul's thinking about that. And maybe that matters in the documentary percentages, what money he can make. So, yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily August 6th, but just because he says it's going to happen soon doesn't mean nothing to me.
Yeah. Somebody's saying to me they think LeBron to Cleveland would be a better documentary than to Golden State. Yeah, I could see that. Guy going home again. You might be right there. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I'll play it again on the other side. I want to know if anybody makes anything out of LeBron James. He brought up his 12-year-old daughter and how she's going to be instrumental in his decision. 888-957-9570. You only get one shot at this, one chance to handle your injury case the right way, one chance to get the compensation you actually need, and one chance to protect your future. And once you make the wrong move, you don't get a do-over. Sign too early and it's final. Say the wrong thing, it's recorded. Take a low offer and you can't go back. So before you make any decisions, call Beam Law. They step in immediately, guiding you, protecting you, and making sure every move is made with your best outcome in mind. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't take that risk. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down. It's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley. Baseball season is in full swing, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Right now, Milwaukee is currently trading at 9% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $1,000 if Milwaukee can be great, really great, in October. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, DIBS, to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI, Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned here. For more information, go online and see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries tomorrow on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Whether you fill up your tank or plug in an EV to charge, it's time to earn more on the road. The Rewards Credit Card from Stanford Federal Credit Union offers up to 6% on gas and EV charging through September 7th, 2026. With low rates and no annual fee, get 25,000 bonus points worth $250 cash back when you open and use your new credit card. Apply online at sfcu.org. All credit cards are subject to credit approval and membership eligibility. Terms apply. sfcu.org.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
Spain is going to the Cup final, and they did it by beating the best. La Roja outlasted France in a semifinal that lived up to every bit of the hype. France pushed back, but Spain's discipline never cracked, and when the moment came, La Roja made it count. The reward? A place in the final. One win away from immortality.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
On Saturday, July 25th, the First Place Quakes take center stage at Stanford Stadium for the 105th California Classico against the LA Galaxy, presented by El Camino Health. For more info and a chance to score tickets, courtesy of the Earthquakes, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson, and I guess we'll start this segment off with a little radio lesson for the 408.
Okay.
Seems like a nice person. Well, actually, he takes a shot at me. Steiny. Oh, let me get it right. Steiny. We've heard the LeBron heartstrings audio 10 times today. Be more creative. All right, here's the rule for radio, Chief. We've played it once on our show.
It's true.
Once and once only. I can't speak to the other shows. And we also have a concept in radio called resetting. And my boss is big on it. And let me tell you something. When my boss asks me to do something, I do it.
Well.
And I reset when appropriate. So get ready, 408, because I'm going to reset again. Once again, this is LeBron James. This was from yesterday.
This is
talking
with
about
Rich Kleiman.
With Rich Kleiman talking about his daughter and what role she plays in this.
In 10, when I made a decision to go to Miami, I had my reasons. When I went back to Cleveland in 14, I had my reasons. So actually, this would be the fourth. And then when I went to LA 8 years ago, I had my reasons. So, for me now, I have an almost 22-year-old son who is now my former teammate, which is hilarious. I have a 19-year-old son that's at the University of Arizona, but it's my almost 12-year-old daughter who is pulling the weight a lot. Yeah. So going to my daughter, I was home for the 4th of July, and my daughter came home after being out with her friends and cousins and everything, and I pulled her to the side because she's up as of age now. So, anytime I leave, she's like, Dad, where you going? I'm going with you. Where we going? Yeah. So I pulled her to the side, and I was like, baby, I'm letting you know I don't want you to hear from nobody else, but I won't be playing for the Lakers next year. I will be playing somewhere else, so I won't be home all the time. And you may not have an answer right now. You can give me an answer now. You can wait. You can write it down. Just want to know how you're feeling about it because you mean a lot to me. Yeah. With me being away from you means a lot. So the family portion is a big thing too. Yeah. My daughter and my wife and things of that nature. And 'cause I'm a big family guy. So there's a lot of things that's, people are like, hurry up and make a decision, Brian. It's like, okay, it's not just about the team.
All right. I can't believe I'm saying this. I I thought I heard something, but maybe I misheard. And it's this. When he was talking about his 12-year-old daughter, did he say, she's pulling a lot away, or she's pulling away a lot? Or did he say she's pulling a lot of weight?
I think he said she's pulling a lot of weight.
Okay.
How she feels about this is weighing on him.
Okay. Because I first interpreted it as she's pulling away a lot, meaning she doesn't want him gone as much. She's pulling away from his decision to leave the Lakers.
As a father of 3, you can understand that.
Yeah.
What I heard is that Bryce is no factor.
Where does he go?
Arizona. He was a freshman at Arizona this year. He didn't play in any regular season games, but Bryce
he goes to Arizona or Arizona State?
No, Arizona.
Okay. Well, that's not
the number 1 team in the country, or number 2, I guess.
Oh, okay. All right. Antonio in Oakland. What's going on, man?
Oh, solid, man. I don't think LeBron James, I don't think it matters to him that he doesn't want to beat the Cavs in the playoffs. I think he just wants to go to the right situation. Am I sick of it? Oh, yeah, man. He just make a decision. But at the same time, Kobe, he faces hometown 76ers in the finals. And I don't think he cared. Oh, man, I beat my hometown 76ers in the finals. Boo-hoo. Nah, he's like, I'm just trying to win at the end of the day. And it kind of reminds me of when Peyton Manning, when he was trying to decide if he's going to sign with the 49ers or not. And he said, he didn't want to because he didn't want to face Eli Manning, his brother, in the playoffs. I can't stand that stuff. So, but anyway, man, I personally think he's probably going to go to the Warriors. I just have that gut feeling all of a sudden within the last 24 hours. That's kind of awesome. Not that I want that to happen, but I think it's going to happen. Because if he would have went to them East team, Pat Riley would have already signed them. The Cavs, I don't even know if they got cap space, but they probably would have already signed him. I think he's going to come to the Warriors, man. That's just me keeping it real and authentic. That's how I feel. But, he's a narcissist, though, so he's going to drag this out. That is what he does. We're used to that. 2 + 2 is 4, not 5. And, yeah, man. So,
what does that mean?
The last 4 years, he's been swept and gentlemen swept.
Antonio, real quick, what does 2 + 2 is 4 mean?
The number reference?
I'm just saying, like, we already know what he's about. Like,
2 plus 2 is 4.
Be a narcissist.
Gotcha.
Yeah, like, it's obvious. Like,
I got you.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Antonio. Yeah, I just like
I thought he was making a reference because some people were surmising that he'll be number 5 if he joins the Warriors because it's 2 plus 3. That's his number. And number 6 is retired.
Gotcha. Hey, so what did Dibbs text you?
Oh, well, I missed this. Sorry, Dibbs. This was 45 minutes ago. Who wins 5-on-5 best of between Michigan and Michigan State? So I'm assuming it's all time. You can take 5 of the best Michigan State players basketball ever, and you put them up against Michigan. So I asked you during the break, as our resident historian, specifically in the college realm, and who do you got?
Okay. Do you have... Okay, I love this. All right. Do you have a list of the greatest Michigan State and Michigan basketball players of all time?
I have the top 10s right in front of me.
Okay. So I'm going to do this without any list.
Yeah.
And I'm going to see if I missed anybody.
Okay.
All right. Let's do Michigan first. If I had to pick the 5 greatest players from Michigan of all time.
Yaxel Lendeborg.
He's not going to be in the top 5. He only played there 1 year, too. Chris Webber.
Chris Webber, yes, he is top 5.
Okay. Glenn Rice.
Glenn Rice is top 3.
This guy should be on there. Phil Hubbard.
I am not seeing a Phil Hubbard. Why do you?
Because Bobby Knight said he was the greatest player in Michigan history.
Oh, boy.
All right. I'm going to try Jalen Rose.
Jalen Rose is top 10.
Joke.
What?
I'm going to go two tricky names here.
Now, this is just a top 10 list based on their college contributions.
Yeah,
not
I know.
What they went
Mike
on to
McGee.
Not here.
What?
Dude, this ain't me.
Loy Vaught.
Not there.
This is a joke.
A couple of these guys are from the 60s. They might be from before your time.
How about Antoine Jobert?
No.
How about...
You're missing one, obvious one, I think.
What year?
Same year as Rose and Weber.
Oh, who's the third?
Jawan Howard.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot him. I forgot him. All right, who else? Go ahead and tell me.
Rudy Tomjanovich.
Ooh, I'd forgotten he went
Apparently he averaged 30
he
in
was
1970.
A great...
This guy was a beast.
He was really good.
1966 National Player of the Year, 3-time All-American, Cazzie Russell.
Oh, yeah.
So, again, a few of these guys are from way back.
All right.
And then this was the one guy I was familiar with. I didn't realize he was a top 10 kind of guy, but he was damn good in college, and that was Trey Burke. He was the player of the year in 2013. He was really, really good.
How about Ricky Green? He anywhere on that list?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, Ricky Green. And then I'm seeing Roy Tarpley.
Oh, Tarpley.
Big Ten Player of the Year. And Henry Wilmore.
No, I haven't heard of him. I have not heard of him.
4th all-time in career scoring.
Okay.
All right, so that's Michigan.
Let's push Michigan State to the other side.
Okay.
That'll give me a little more time to think. But Michigan, Ricky Green, he was the guy who Stockton supplanted.
The chat's trying to have some fun. Jordan Poole's not in the top 10, unfortunately.
Was he only there a year or 2 years?
He made a big shot against Houston in the tournament. I know that. I think he was there for 2 seasons.
I think you might be right. All right. Talk a little more about LeBron James and what he might be doing. We can get back into Draymond Green, who's...
Oh, there's something I need your help with.
Okay.
You can, maybe sometime in the next hour, you can throw some of your knowledge. You can give me some advice.
All right. I'd be happy to.
Life stuff.
Because it looks like you're going to go to a real fun concert tomorrow.
That's part of it. That's part of it.
All right. Hey, DraftKings Sports is live in all 50 states. That means California. The whole world is watching one tournament right now. Group stage chaos, knockout drama, stoppage time, heartbreak. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in California, so whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app.
Right here in California, the world's biggest stage is in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers, sign up with the code 957TheGame, spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards. That's code 957TheGame. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends June 28th. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
If you're still using a sportsbook to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVACR contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download
download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Join 95.7 The Game at the Mirastar Federal Credit Union Stuff the Bus event, a backpack drive supporting Bay Area student success July 18th in San Jose from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Help us make an impact in our community. Get all the details and donate now at 957thegame.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thank you, Moses Moody. Appreciate it. Get well soon, obviously. Right before the break, I
think he has he just had his charity event, his annual basketball camp in Arkansas. Either it's coming up soon or it just happened. I read a piece about it because Curry's going this year. I know they've had some guys in the past, like Klay Thompson showed up, and this is all in Little Rock. Moses Moody puts on a basketball camp for his hometown. It's pretty cool. And I do know that Curry's going this year, and because he was talking about it at the American Championships, the golf tournament.
That's cool. All right, we're talking about the greatest players in Michigan basketball history. We've gone down their list. Again, I'm not looking at any names here. Here's the guys who came to mind. Tell me if they're on the Michigan State list.
Okay.
Magic.
He is number one.
Steve Smith.
Yep.
My favorite point guard, maybe of all time, Scott Skiles.
I don't see Scott Skiles.
Oh, God, he was so good at Michigan State. Draymond Green's got to be on there because he left the top virtually every leaderboard.
I think a lot of this is based on career statistics.
Okay.
So Skiles might be individually one of the best, but...
Okay, so now it's down to 4 guys. 2 of the guys were on Magic's championship team, Greg Kelser and Jay Vincent.
I see Kelser. Okay. I don't see Vincent.
All right, and then this guy's got to be on Mateen Cleaves.
Yes.
And then the only other guy I have is Sean Respert.
Sean Respert is on the list. Their all-time leading scorer. And then from there's a few younger guys. Like, obviously, I knew Draymond. The other 2 that I did think would be on this list because of longevity, but also because of how good they were as college players. Number 1 is Cassius Winston. He's the all-time Big Ten assist leader and was, I think, a multi-time All-American. And then Denzel Valentine. He was the player of the year in 2016.
Oh, that's right.
He was really good.
He went to Michigan State.
Yes, he's a Michigan State player. And then outside of that, the guys on here that I'm seeing you haven't named would be one's Johnny Green. He played in the 50s.
Don't remember him. No jokes.
Look, hey, he played in the 50s. You haven't heard of him. Jumpin' Johnny was his nickname. And Morris Peterson.
Oh, yeah, Mo Pete.
Yeah, he was on the title team in 2000.
No Jason Richardson.
Nope.
Jaren Jackson Jr.
He didn't make the list.
Shiko Jake, enough with the sarcasm. The reason we're talking about Michigan and Michigan State's best players because we've got 2 of them on the Warriors now, Lendeborg and Draymond Green. Do you get it?
According to Steiny, they're at odds.
Get it? Oh, they're at odds. This is not good.
A little friction. Just playful banner.
Let's jump out to Chris in San Jose. Get us started on this segment. What's up, Chris? How you doing?
I think you got the wrong one. I this Bud in Oakland.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hey,
what's up, Bud? How you doing, my man?
No, you can't miss bring me out. If I was a star on the show, you was bringing me out. Man, you got me coming out. You called out the wrong guy. Hey, what's up? Listen, man. As far as the whole LeBron thing, man, honestly, I kind of think that the scenario for him to stay in L.A. with the Clippers, you know, he don't even have to go too far. If his family's weighing on him and his daughter doesn't, you know, want to move or go, you know, if she does want to go anywhere, it's only right that she wants to go home to Cleveland. Anytime wants to go home. But, if they want to have to relocate, move the family, You stay in L.A., you change arenas right there. They got rid of Kawhi, so he'll be the big star name there. It's room for Bronny to get out on the floor. You know, his son's going to be looking to come out of college soon. Maybe they swing to get Bryce over there as well. I think it's kind of setting up for him to be able to stay in L.A. Ballmer gets another guy to sell the tickets. You know, he got another big name to stay right there. Then you get the battle against L.A., who went the opposite way, who wanted to go with Luka other than you and see your vision. And then also, as far as the whole documentary thing, it would make sense if he came to the Warriors, because the whole storyline between him and Steph, battling those years, you know, going back and forth, they went and got KD, then all of a sudden, you know, LeBron comes, and now he's a part of this. The villain is now a villain with the other guys, the other superheroes or whatever. You know what I mean? But I think the story there is these OGs against the youth of the league. Everybody knows the NBA is the youth league now. So you got these OGs who's big names who still run the league, who's going to sell out every arena they go to. These guys can have like a tour against the youth of the league. They get on teams, they go around the whole youth. And if you want to take this league from us, you beat us in the finals if they make it there. But I think that'll be a good documentary story at the end. If him and Curry went together, you got this documentary how they was once, enemies. Now they became friends and won it all. Thanks for taking the call.
All right. Thank you.
Is that the director?
Bud.
Thanks, Bud.
Appreciate it.
So let me ask you this. I know these guys are psycho competitors. Do you actually think that LeBron James is saying, if I go to the Warriors, we can win it all?
Yeah.
Really?
I think he thinks there's probably a chance.
Well, then they're in business.
I don't know. That's a great question. I think he knows it'd be tough. Obviously. Probably not, though, realistically. Look, if he's looking at it objectively, wouldn't he have to say what the rest of us think, and that is he's got a better chance of, let's say, getting to the finals in Cleveland, Philly, or Miami than getting to the finals in Golden State.
Well, for sure, but I also think looking at how they ended last year, in that case, couldn't he look at a dozen teams and say, yeah, I could win a championship with them?
Yeah, and I
can elevate them to a title contender.
Right, and three of the big names are teams that he doesn't seem to be considering. It is funny how I you know what, I made a mistake yesterday. You know what I did?
What are you talking about?
It's not a big deal.
What do you mean?
But, I was saying if you had a bet.
Yeah, if you had $1,000 to double your money.
Yeah.
Which I don't. We got paid today.
Oh, okay. Maybe I didn't make a mistake.
I gave it to the bank.
Because what I was going to say was I should have never, after that, what he said yesterday, I should have never come off my longest of long shots, the Clippers.
The Clippers?
And yesterday I said, well, I guess if I had to bet, I'd bet on Philly. But you know what? If I had to bet, I'd still bet on the Clippers because those odds got to be unbelievable.
Oh, I see. So, yeah, you're taking what Bill told us earlier.
Yeah,
Bill
exactly.
Ryder of Odyssey down in L.A. And he's saying he would bet on the Warriors because the odds are not as high as Cleveland.
Right.
You have a chance to quadruple your money.
Yes,
yeah, I mean,
exactly.
I guess, but $1,000, that's a lot of money.
Yeah,
you don't want to be wrong. I think
that's true.
I've moved a little bit between teams, but I've been on Cleveland for I think pretty much since the second week, so I gotta stick with them.
All right, let's go to I don't know who this is. This is Chris. Hey, Chris, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen?
Yo,
how are you, man?
This is you're right. This is Chris in San Jose.
Okay, got you, buddy.
Happy Friday. Sweet. Yeah, no, you're good. I don't know. I wanted to bring, I guess, some brevity and some humor to it. I just kind of, when LeBron came out and we found out that he was leaving the Lakers, I mean, me personally, and I know a lot of other people, it's like we've had 25 years of LeBron now. He drags things out. We know he loves the attention. Even when he's talking about Azuri, that just makes him seem like a great father. But at the end of the day, if I was a betting man, he's going to do whatever he does, whatever he thinks is the best situation for him to not only compete and, quote unquote, play meaningful basketball, but he's also going to want to play 35 minutes a game with the ball in his hands, right? So he's going to want to do that. And he's not making a decision. You know what he's going to do? He's either going to make a decision like an hour before the World Cup final so that his name is a part of that broadcast, or he's going to wait until the World Cup final is over so that all the attention is going to be on LeBron again. I don't know why people haven't thought about that. He's shown us who he is for 25 years, and he wants the attention, period, point blank. And then real quick, going back to I'll kind of leave it there, and then going back to the Michigan thing, did you guys mention Magic Johnson at all?
Yeah, he was the first guy on Michigan State.
I'm just making sure. I must have missed that point. But, all right, gentlemen, just wanted to throw that out there. I was like, God, have they not Magic Johnson yet? So, all right, guys, have a wonderful Friday. I'll talk to you soon. Have a good one.
Appreciate it.
Give you a 4. That was good. Well, I'm with him on that LeBron is who he is. But actually, this was Willard yesterday. I thought he brought up a great point about why he wouldn't do it during the World Cup, which I hadn't thought of. And that's the NBA doesn't have a contract with Fox. So why would he? Fox wouldn't talk about it on the broadcast because it'd be a direct competition of their bottom line.
I thought I came up with a brilliant idea yesterday.
What does it mean you thought?
I had an idea yesterday, and I was like, this is what he should do. But he didn't.
Okay.
He should have made his announcement 3 minutes before Trump's speech. That's what he should have done. Trump went on at 6.
Yeah.
He should have dropped it at 5:58. Now, that would have been something that people would have
by the way,
talked about.
You want to get into the teleprompter business?
What do you mean?
So apparently, the big story yesterday, I don't know if our president talked about it in his speech, but there's this guy he's in charge of the teleprompter. And during the presidential race and debates a few years ago, apparently this guy was cleaning up because he was betting, or I should say putting a position down, trading on Kalshi on what the president was going to say.
Oh, my God.
He's making a lot of money. I think he got found out. He's in a lot of trouble now. Insider trading, I don't know if they know what to do, but teleprompter business is going well.
All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. I almost feel like getting somebody in here. What is going on with DeChambeau right now?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Open Championship, and he's been on the screen now for about 30 minutes. Now something's going on. Anyway, we'll figure it out.
What's the longest that you've ever taken to take a shot in golf?
I mean,
like when you were starting,
I think I'm a pretty fast player for the most part.
And you imparted that on Guru on Monday when you guys were...
We tried to.
Okay.
We tried to. He picked up his ball a lot. But not like I pick up my ball, I go home. He's more like I pick up my ball because I'm taking too much time, which is fine.
All right. I got something for you.
Yeah.
I need your advice.
All right.
So we've been talking a lot about family today. LeBron, his daughter, Bronny, apparently not Bryce. He's making a choice based on family. If you can go back in time to when you were trying to impress the in-laws, how'd you do it? Like you're meeting the family of your, significant other for the first time, and you're like, I'm Steiny. I got to put on the charm. I got to put, a bow tie on. I don't know what you do. Bolo tie. You grease the hair back. You put some buttons on. You get your best shoes out of the top shelf. What do you do?
Well, I'll tell you what I do, Evan, and I appreciate the question. And I will use this opportunity to commend my mother and father, because what I did in that situation, Evan, was what I always do. Try to be respectful. Use all the lessons that mom and dad taught me about politeness, about courtesy, about respect. That's what I tried to do. That's the way I try to live my life. So, for example, if you're asking, how did it go with Beth Plash's mom and dad or Nori Frank's mom and dad, the bottom line is they liked me a lot because they viewed me as somebody who would be respectful to their daughters. And I'm happy to say that they were right. They were right, those parents, to trust me.
Now the real question.
Yeah.
How do you split the bill?
What do you mean? Oh, with the parents?
I mean in a theoretical world, you're going out to dinner.
With the in-laws?
Yeah.
They're paying. They're older. They're paying.
But can't you not let them know that you are expecting them to pay for it?
Well, just do the fake reach. Just do the fake reach for the credit card.
But isn't there a way to do
Always
this?
works.
Like if you alligator arm it, that they know that maybe you don't have it, and then they start to judge you. It's tricky.
Or maybe, well, first of all, and I agree with too much on the. You can't split the bill with your in-laws.
Well, I don't mean splitting the bill, but you're going for it. It's like, okay, maybe they want to do the dinner. You can get how do you? You got to show them some sort of courtesy.
Well, you know what you do. There's a lot of ways you can handle this. As the meal starts, you go, Mr. Jones. Yeah, how you doing?
Mrs.
And Mr. and Mrs. Jones, I'd like to pay for this meal tonight. And they'll say, no chance. And then you go, okay. But at least you offered.
Now, what if they say okay?
Well, then you got to pay. But I don't think any parents would say that. Like, I would not, if and when my daughter brings home a partner and we're going out to dinner, which we've done, like my daughter and her partner, they've never paid a dime when we take them out to dinner.
Well, they know they can get you.
Of course.
But that's who you are.
But they're young. They're trying to carve themselves out a career.
But what I'm trying to avoid is, and again, I'm just asking, what I'm trying to avoid is the possibility of becoming judgmental based on the result, or critical of myself for how I'm acting. I mean, how whoever's acting.
Are you going out to dinner tomorrow with parents of a friend?
Yeah. I'm a little nervous, Steiny.
Have you ever done this? Have you met them?
Not these ones.
Oh, you haven't met the parents.
And the brother.
I'd be more nervous than Yaxel Lendabor going to training camp.
Well, fortunately, the parents haven't talked about me on their podcast and said, we're going to rein the rook in. When we get to California, we're going to rein the rook in.
Well,
fortunately, I haven't heard anything like that.
You could, now this will cost you, but you could pay the bill without them knowing.
But I don't know them. That's the problem. Because I would do something before, say, hey, I'm bringing people to a certain place. I'm trying to impress them. Is there anything you could do? I'll tip you well, obviously. They're going to try to fight for the bill. I'm going to let them pay, but here's an extra 20 or 50. Is there any chance you could put us in a spot with the best lighting? Like, I've done stuff like that before, but you don't want to overstep your bounds. You know what I mean?
Well, here's the other thing. Don't pay, whatever you do, don't pay unless you know this thing's going in the right direction. Seriously. Like, the last thing you want is you get stuck with a $200 bill paying for her parents, and then she tells you to hit the pike in a week.
Well, that's not going to happen.
That would get me upset.
I don't think that's going to happen. But yeah, this isn't going to be like Meet the Parents, the movie. That movie was off its rocker.
If I could be honest too, I'm going to, and somebody could tell me that, I'm wrong. But if I were at dinner with my daughter and I was the dad, of course, and the guy snuck behind me to pay.
How would that make you feel?
It wouldn't make me feel great. Like I'd appreciate the gesture, but I'd also be like, oh, okay. You're a little like LeBron. You want to be the center of attention. It's like you paying has now turned this into something that reflects on you in some way. Like,
makes you a bit of a sly dog.
Yeah, makes you a little bit of you're our superstar on the team now, I guess. You little 26-year-old snot nose buying dinner for a grandfather or, somebody like that. I wouldn't take that well.
Well, what if someone put me up to it? Like, Mark Stein put Yaxel Lindeborg up to making his pitch for LeBron. Nobody would want to hear his pitch. Nobody needed to know what Yaxel Lindeborg thought about LeBron, but it could have been somebody that went up to him and said, hey, you know what you really want to do? You just want to take the bill immediately before they even have a chance. And that's not on me. I'm just taking advice. That's why I'm asking you. That's why I'm trying to run this by you.
I wouldn't pay unprompted. I just really wouldn't. That could rub a set of parents the wrong way. Again, it wouldn't rub me the wrong way, but I would not take it as, wow, this guy's a keeper. Can you believe what he did? This is unbelievable. What a generate. No, he might just be showing off.
No, for people asking, this is not a bit. And the way I can tell you that this is not a bit, my brother just texted me. He said, first time I met her mom and brother, I got to the restaurant early and put my card down before they arrived.
Yeah, so he's a hot shot. He wants to be a hot shot.
They appreciated it. However, don't know if I would have done that if Dad was there. Again, this is where we got it. It sounds like some people got advice for me. Seriously. They're not listening.
Scott from Marin. He's got experience with this. Hey, Scott, how you doing?
Lay it on me.
Oh yeah, I've got daughters just like you have daughters. When they're married now, but I had well, she actually ended up marrying him, but we had a dinner when we got together in the city he did that. He paid, he slyly got ahead of us and paid ahead of time, with the card. Yeah, I didn't like that. And I kind of made mention of it, not at the table, but to my wife, and then I said, that's not going to happen. We can't have that.
Right.
and I'll tell you what, it turned out just fine. Everybody's he's a great guy, and I'm very in, but I paid everything ever since. So anyway. And they can afford it. So, but anyway, but it's just, it was just a little thing that just kind of, wait a minute. No, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
We're not doing that.
Yeah.
But anyway, I would definitely, if I was, it depends who it is, you got to read the situation and her parents and whatever, but I would definitely not worry about it. I'm 100% going to think they're going to pay the bill. So I wouldn't really worry about it. But
thanks,
anyway.
Scott. Appreciate it.
All right.
Like, here's what you do.
Thanks, Scott.
You just play it straight. I would just play it straight. And then when the bill comes, say, I'd like to pay for this. Just say it like that. I'd really like to pay for this. They're not going to let you. You wouldn't think. But here's the thing. If this thing goes in the right way, you're going to have more of these kind of dinners. And then at one point in the future, you pick the spot to pay the bill and kind of surprise them. That's what I would do. But after you get to know them and after they, you're more comfortable, you can kind of steal the bill from them.
This is a 4 from Ollie Connie saying, at this point, let Steiny pay. Just let Steinmetz pay. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Well, that reminds me of a funny story.
Well, you just won the coup de grace or whatever, right?
Calcutta.
Yeah, that one.
But our buddy Dan Daly, a short little story. What the hell? I was playing, I was in a little golf match with this guy. I'll just call him DD. And we're having this golf match. It's a foursome, but I'm playing him individually. And we're at like hole 16, and my guy Alex tees off, and it was a par 3, and I go, Alex, what do you think that is? What's the distance there? And Alex goes, about 160.
Oh.
DD gets so mad, so mad. That's not the way you do it in match play. You can't be coaching. You can't be giving him this, that, the other thing. Like, I got money on this. I'm like, we got $20 on it. And he's like, yeah, but that's not the point. You can't do that. I'm like, okay. And it got so bad that our good friend Dan Daly kept saying, I'll give you the 20, Dow. I'll give you the 20. And then I ended up winning. He tried to hand me a 20. Threw it right back at him.
So
I said, I wouldn't take $20 from you for 1,000 right now.
He tried to Chris Paul you? You coaching?
It's unbelievable.
It's about the principle.
It is about the principle. All right. One more segment till the weekend on 95.7, The Game.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Grass-fed ribeyes.
Yes, chef.
Responsibly sourced salmon that was never frozen.
Yes, chef.
Restaurant quality steaks.
Yes, chef.
Organic chicken.
Yes, chef.
Wild-caught seafood.
Yes, chef.
At Sprouts, every cut is handpicked for flavor, freshness, and quality worthy of the chef at home. Even if your toughest critic still needs a booster seat.
More steak, please.
Yes, chef.
Sprouts Farmers Market.
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HabbisLaw.com.
Omar Habbis is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
For soccer fans who treat match day like ritual, San Jose's Japantown is where it starts. And right in the middle of it all, there's J-Town Pizza. Before kickoff, giant pizzas hit the tables. Cold drinks start flowing, and fans settle in for the world's biggest matches. From pre-game meetups to post-match celebrations, J-Town keeps things buzzing well after the final whistle. Big matches, big gatherings, big pizza energy. J-Town Pizza in San Jose's Japantown.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries tomorrow on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. The FIFA World Cup is entering its biggest matches, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Right now, Spain is trading at 58% to win the whole thing, meaning a $100 trade would net $167 if, in fact, they win one more match. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, D-I-B-S, to get $10 when you trade 10. K-A-L-S-H-I. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned here. For more information, go online to kalshi.com/regulatory.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to tell you right willy-nilly. Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar.
You drive everything.
Want to talk about low testosterone or impotence? No way, right? But did you know 1 out of 4 men suffer from this condition? Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
At Prime Male Medical, we specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges, injectable medications, and testosterone treatments.
Get your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a year of follow-up visits for just $99. Go to PrimeMaleMedical.com or call 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
On Saturday, July 25th, the first place Quakes take center stage at Stanford Stadium for the 105th California Classico against the LA Galaxy, presented by El Camino Health. For more info and a chance to score tickets, courtesy of the Earthquakes, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. One more segment, and then we'll get the boys in here. I think it's Mark Grandy and Dan Dibley today.
Yep.
Willard on vacation.
They'll be talking with Graham Ike, who was awesome last night for the Summer League Dubs. So they'll be talking to him at 2:30. We'll be joining him from Las Vegas.
So that's the guy I saw a couple years ago at Gonzaga in that game against St. Mary's. He outplayed the big white dude from St. Mary's.
Yeah, that doesn't really whittle it down.
What was his name again?
It doesn't really whittle it down. His name was Mitch Saxon.
That's right, Saxon.
Yeah, you weren't very kind to him that night.
No.
Neither was Ike.
Exactly.
No, Ike, I think he might have been a 5-year guy. He played at Wyoming before he got to Gonzaga. But he was really, really good the last couple of seasons for the Bulldogs. And he's a skilled player, good rebounder. He's got some touch from three. So I know he's kind of a free agent pickup for the Warriors, and he's been helping them so far in Summer League.
All right, got a question for you.
Yeah.
Yes or no? LeBron will make his decision this weekend.
No.
So Monday we won't know.
I don't think we will.
Okay.
I also wouldn't be surprised if it's not by the end of next week, which is, I think, what we talked about yesterday with Willard and Dibbs. Because you were like, is the decision on its way soon? And Dibbs said, well, specify soon. And he said, like, next Tuesday or something, or Thursday.
Right.
I think they believe it'll be done by next week. I have my doubts. I just don't understand what the difference is at this point between doing it today and doing it next Friday. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. We got a World Cup final on Sunday. Spain versus Argentina, noon. Yeah. I'll use this moment to plug Bay Street Emeryville watch party. Big screens, food, drink, everything under the sun. I'll be there with Dan Dibley, our resident soccer guru. Come out and watch the game with us. Bay Street, Emeryville.
You excited?
Lot going on. Yeah, it'll be fun. It'll totally be fun. I'm definitely going to watch it. In fact, how about this? You might think I'm breaking my own rule, but I'm not.
Okay.
So I'm not going to golf Sunday. which is very unusual.
You could. You just...
I can't. No, our tea time's gonna probably linger till, around 11:30, 11:45, and I don't want to. I don't want to be late. I got to be there at 11:45. I'm going to be there at 11:45.
I'm sure you've heard this before, but you have an issue with rigidity.
What do you mean?
You have stuff that you just don't want to do. Like, for example, you could play 9 holes on Sunday morning.
Never.
Case in point. But because of your rigidity, that won't allow you to enjoy some golf before you go to Emeryville Bay Street. Or you could even play 9 after if you really wanted to.
Well, that's probably not going to happen. Because, I'm going to be tired from talking to all the fans and,
It's celebrating an Argentinian win and stuff like that.
You think they're going to win?
I don't know. Spain's really good. I mean, I'm not as big of an expert and a fanatic as Dibbs or Grandy. I'm sure they're going to talk about it, and Dibbs will have his, lock of the day or whatever he does. But I just know that they're the 2 best teams. Argentina's had the most. I think I've had the most fun watching their matches because they've come from behind every time.
I didn't know this. Did you know this?
What?
Eric and Pinole. I didn't realize they did this. Don't forget there's still a good 3rd place game on Saturday.
Oh, that's right.
France plays England.
They do.
Oh, so they play the consolation, if you will.
Yeah.
You know the last consolation game ever played in the NCAA tournament in basketball, don't you?
I don't.
It was in 1979.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. How about this story?
Was that after the Great Inflation?
You mean the Great Depression?
No. There was an inflation in the 1970s.
Right, but it was never called the Great Inflation.
Well, I don't know what it was called, but there was one.
How about this? The FIFA World Cup has been a bonanza for beer sales in the United States. Fans down to a total of 290,000 stadium beers during the 6 matches in Philadelphia.
Can you repeat that?
290,000 stadium beers in 6 matches in Philly.
Good job. That's a really good job. By the way, the Great Inflation, macroeconomic period between 1965 and 1982. That's a lot of beers. We got to be better.
Like we do.
Yeah, we, like in the Bay Area, we got to be better. And I'm not just talking about down at Bay Street, although they do have a ton of delicious libations. I would also encourage people to check out Tokyo Central, which is a haven for Asian cuisine.
Where's it? Where's that?
Literally next to where you're going to be. You didn't go to it last time when we did the Super Bowl out there?
Oh, I know what you're talking about now.
It just opened in February.
Yeah.
Tokyo Central.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a big market.
But it's huge, right?
Yeah. They got fresh food. Basically everything you need.
In the U.S., beer consumption has fallen steadily for a decade, according to the Brewers Association. Canada's also seen a similar decline. Come on, people. Let's pick it up. Beer will come back.
Well,
it always does.
What we needed is Scotland to make the final, and then there would have been a lot of drinking. That might have been okay. So, of all the stories from the World Cup, I think the ones that I enjoyed the most, I did enjoy learning about the idea that Argentina sends out a list of people who haven't paid child support to Homeland Security and the FBI to make sure that those people cannot attend international sporting events.
It's incredible.
I think there's like 13,000 people in this list that haven't paid child support in their home country, so they can't leave and go enjoy anywhere else. That's funny to me. But also, the story about the Scots drinking Boston Dry, that is incredible. Nowhere else.
Stuff of legends.
Dude, you're telling me. I don't know if we went to another country that we could do that with how many Americans we have. Scotland's not the biggest place. And yet, a small group of brave beverage soldiers decided to invade Boston. That was the reverse Tea Party, is what they did. They didn't throw it out. They took it in.
Pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Here's my reading a little more from this Consumers are buying less regular beer and more quote-unquote wellness drinks. How's that working out for you? How's that working out? How are those wellness drinks working out for you? Oh, yeah, they're great. Those wellness drinks. Don't you get it?
What is a wellness
Beer
drink?
is a wellness drink. Goodness gracious. Pat in Castro Valley's got some advice for you, Evan. Hey, Pat.
Hit me, Pat.
What's going on?
Hey, you guys. Hey, Steiny. Hey, Evan. So I need more context. This is not a fiance. This is like just starting to date, or is this a long relationship, or this is your first meeting of the girlfriend's parents, right?
We're pretty serious, Pat. I'll say that. How about that?
Okay. You're still too early. You do not go for the bill. You do not even, try to go back door, try to take it from the waiter. Just be gracious, accepting, just be humble, be very, just be appreciative. Even after you get married, I tried it a year after my wife and I got married, and I already knew from my wife, like, don't try to take the bill. Is my father-in-law is the traditional Italian father, he pays for the bill. He does not let someone else pay for his dinner. So we're going big trip to Disneyland. I'm going to be the big shot. I'm going to go behind. I'm a year into the family. There's 30 of us at breakfast, a huge family trip to Disneyland. I take the bill ahead. He doesn't talk to me for 3 days, the rest of the trip. And he still gives me this look for the next few weeks. Then he finally grabs me aside and he gives me that. I appreciate what you were trying to do, but you don't take the bill from me. That's what I do. That's what I take care of my family, and I never did since. And
that's a big bill.
How much was How much was that bill for 30 people?
Bill.
Well, okay, this is 2001. It was the buffet breakfast. It was probably like $25 a person. So it was a big chunk. I was a newlywed. He knew I couldn't afford it, but I did it.
Sounds like about a thou.
It was a lesson I paid for in many ways, but
gotcha.
Even recently, we had a big dinner for my daughter graduating from college, and I went to him ahead. I still knew he wasn't going to let me pay, but I went to him ahead. Instead of trying to go behind, I said, Dad, please, this is, it's a big event. We have 20 people, big steak dinner. Let me take care of the bill. And he gave me the, okay, are you sure you can do it? And then he's like, and he's like, all right. Then he went to the maitre d' or the waiter, and he got the bill ahead because I didn't want to kind of put him on the spot. I didn't want to, I tried to do the ahead of time. And that would be my advice if you're going to down the road, still respect, for him to want to take care of the dinner. If you do, give him a little heads up, and maybe he will let you take care of one, but just be careful about, I'm a father now. I've got
sure.
college graduates.
Mm-hmm.
If bring someone, I want to take care of the bill. So just
thanks, Pat.
enjoy it.
Great stuff.
Appreciate it, Pat.
Appreciate you, Pat. I think it sounds like sound advice.
Yeah. Just don't pick up a bill at Disneyland. Also can't order the most expensive thing on the menu.
Like, how Steph Curry embraces the petty king?
Yeah. Well, he hasn't done that in a while, but that's one of his.
Can I be a petty king for a minute?
You can be whatever you want.
All right. I'm going to play this for the last time today, I swear. But I got
This is the LeBron one?
No, I have to be a petty king. This is Draymond Green on Yaxel, but I have to be the petty king.
Yaxel's been lying. I was very happy to expose the rookie on the internet. This guy texts me. I text back. Within 30 seconds, man, dope. Welcome to the squad, bro. Happy you're on the squad. It's my responsibility as a veteran to help you be in the best position that you can be to be successful and take over this franchise. Blase blah. This guy, it's the Michigan way.
There's no such thing as blase blah. It's blah, blah, blah. What is blase blah? That's not it. It's you say, I do this, blah, blah, blah. Like he was omitting the text from his text, and he just wanted to finish it, blah, blah, blah. What is blase blah? What is blase blah?
That's a good question.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Apparently blase is the group from Brooklyn.
Okay, he didn't mean that.
Hey, man, I'm not going to touch that one. It could be something that, I'll just say you and I are not privy to.
He also
it could be
used
America's thing.
He also used the phrase. He called him a scum bum.
Yeah,
Axel Lendeborg. Have you ever heard that before?
No, I've heard of scum and I've heard of a bum, but I've never heard them put together. Were you researching all these this morning?
Just the first one. No.
Blase blah.
Now, I may be inviting age jokes. Clearly,
you do it every day
because maybe blase blah is come into our vernacular among our young people, and I don't know that. But I thought it's blah blah blah, like yada yada yada, not blase blah. But hey,
I've heard of blah blah blah.
I said I'm the petty king today.
Blase fair. Oh no, there was I did have something else. Since we're on the beat of just kind of airing grievances, can I tell you what I think the dumbest part of the LeBron James conversation has been this whole summer? And I know a lot of people are saying, well, you guys are pushing it 16, 17 days. What did you give it up? Can I tell you the one part of this that I find incredibly stupid?
Yep.
It's a question that I saw this morning posed. How will LeBron fit? On the court?
I'm kind of interested in that.
How will he fit?
Yeah.
With the Heat versus the Cavs versus the Sixers versus the Warriors? Yeah. Dude's LeBron James. How will he fit? You'll put him out there, he's going to be LeBron. How's he going to fit? How's he going to fit? Seriously. That's like the last thing I'm concerned about. He's coming here for $6 million. He can fit any way he wants.
Well, he's got to fit basketball-wise and then culture-wise.
No. Okay, culture I get. He's got to fit his documentary crew in a Chase Center. That's a logistical nightmare. But on the court, I don't get why do we have to talk about that?
Okay,
he's going to play forward. He's going to average 20 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists, and jog back on defense. That's what he's been doing for the last 3 years. You can fight me on this if you want.
We got 5 minutes. I'd rather say, Jim Mole saying, I think he mixed up blah, blah, blah with laissez-faire.
That was where my mind went.
Okay.
And when I see how's LeBron James going to fit with Giannis Antetokounmpo, I think blase blah.
I think it's fair in the context of what he's got left. And, how good is he defensively? Is he like
not much?
Did you
watch him this year?
So does he make a defense worse?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he's not the defensive player he was. Okay, but who's the best defensive team in basketball last year? The Thunder?
I don't know.
Okay, so let's say it's OKC. I'm not sure, but I'm just throwing them out there because they're a pretty good defensive team. If you replace Lou Dort with LeBron, they're not as good of a defensive team.
Right.
He's not the defender Lou Dort is, but he's a much better offensive player. That's how I would look at it. Again, it's like the fit.
I also think it's like stylistically. Like if the Warriors run out Steph, Draymond, LeBron, and Horford, what kind of style are they going to play? How will they be defensively? What offense will they run? Because I don't have any idea. I know LeBron can fit on any team. I think it's a question of what role would he be expected to have on each team. If he goes to Miami, I guess he's going to be a 2 here with Steph Curry. In Philly, for example, they've got enough players now that he could go into that situation and just kind of feel it out for a while. You know what I mean? But if he comes to the Warriors, I think he's going to have to figure it out soon.
Yeah, it's like I don't know, man. It just kind of bugs me a little bit. Which, by the way, we got coming up in 25 minutes.
Oh, that's right.
What's bugging you?
Dale in Hollister wants to join us.
Hey, Dale.
Hey, Dale. What's up, buddy?
Hey. Oh, well, listen to you guys. I'm traveling with disabled vets all the time, and I usually have an earbud in my ear. And by the way, your producers need to turn Guru's mic down on the crossover because it really pops my eardrum.
Well, he's not here today,
anyway,
so we'll be all right.
I know. I know, but in general, actually, Bonta also is kind of loud. But on the dinner thing, what I would suggest, and I'm 67 years old with 3 adult children, I would at least start the dinner saying, "Hey, I really appreciate you guys coming out. You took the expense of traveling. May I offer to pay for dinner because you've been through the expense to come meet us versus us meet you," and then just live with the decision to go with.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I'll strong arm it.
And then now on Draymond, I have to mention 2 or 3 things real quick. In 2016, after Draymond was here 3 or 4 years out here at the Warriors, Coach Izzo had to get him out of being in jail in Michigan for getting in a fight with a football player. Everybody's talked about all the Draymond things that you can talk about, and all the ones we don't know about. But I remember Draymond talking about when he was younger how Bogut took him under his arm and he was such a good mentor, but that's the last thing Draymond's ever thought about because it's only been about Draymond. He's had such an entitled life since he's been with the Warriors. He's taking credit for these victories and stuff that he was part of, but it wasn't him. And personally, I like to see Dunleavy just say, "Okay, Draymond, you're a free agent," or do a sign-in trade for somebody just to get him off the team because they got to go forward. This old crap, this old school stuff. I'm 67. I'm way older than him. And that hazing crap, I didn't like it when I was in high school and stuff. So they got to get rid of that and go on and go forward and show to the Warriors fans that they care about going forward as much as they are caring about giving a chance at being a winning team as soon as possible.
Yeah, good stuff, Dale. Thank you. Appreciate it. We'll see how it all plays out. But I forgot about that part that Dan brought up. Bogut and don't you get it? Bogut takes Draymond under his wing, and Draymond respects Bogut. Why? Because he knew Bogut. He knew he couldn't mess with Bogut.
He's international.
But he's what? Croatian.
I think he's Australian.
Well, no, he was born in Eastern Europe before he moved to Australia.
Oh, Rogues Bogues?
Yeah, like he's more like a Jokic.
Well,
Draymond ain't messing with Bogut.
Oh, he goes after the Europeans. I think Nurkic is from Eastern Europe.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, he punched him in the face.
Wait, where's Nurkic from?
Eastern Europe. I think all
right, he messes with certain guys from Eastern Europe.
No, he messes with the guys that he thinks he can get after. And I don't know, maybe this is all some Grandmaster plan to really test just how tough Yaxel Lendeborg is. But I got news for really anybody that tries to do this. Like those days are done. Like the idea of being a tough guy in the NBA, at least from how I see it, like that doesn't exist anymore. That doesn't get you anywhere, being a tough guy. Being tough, having toughness on the court is it's not what I'm talking about. But getting in guys' faces and getting texts and trying to be Billy Badass, that doesn't move the needle.
Croatian. He's of Croatian descent.
Okay, well, you're of German descent, but you're not from Germany.
I don't think, has Bogut ever messed with anybody from Croatia? That's known as a tough country.
Draymond?
Yeah.
Croatians. I don't know how many NBA players are from Croatia.
I don't either. I'm thinking Lithuania's obviously was Sharunas, but anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy. All right, well, got a couple more minutes here.
We got Grandy and Dibs. Yeah. I will, well, I know people don't like him, but yeah, I am rooting for Argentina on Sunday.
I don't have a preference anymore. Just want to see a good game. And
I like to see the greats go out on top.
How old is Messi now? So this is definitely his last. This is it. Swan song.
I think so. He's 39 years old. Dude, but, okay, it seems like 6 different people that are, great players have announced that this is their last World Cup, which is why I think this has also been of maybe more interest. I know every World Cup's big, but it does seem like a lot of people are more into it, and maybe it's because there's kind of there's been an emergence of a lot of young guys. Like a lot of people are getting introduced to the Erling Haalands, who's 25 or something. Jude Bellingham for England is 23 years old. And then the older guys are moving out. The Messis, the Ronaldos. I think Neymar also said it's his last World Cup. So a lot of the superstar talents are finally saying their goodbyes, at least in terms of the World Cup.
Gotcha.
So I'm rooting for Messi to get his second one. He's already in league of his own, but that would put him in a different category.
He's from Croatia. Thanks, text line and on the YouTube chat. Tony Kukoc. Former Bull.
Why do I think that Draymond would try to mess with him?
He would.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would try to because he's skinny.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Hey, no one plans to call a lawyer, but a lot of people wish they had sooner. Because after an accident, the clock starts immediately. Insurance companies move fast. They call, they record, and they push for answers. One wrong move, maybe saying too much, signing too early, or trusting the process can cost you thousands. That's why waiting is the biggest mistake you can make. Call Beam Law first, before you speak to insurance, before you agree to anything, and before you risk your case. This isn't just a claim, it's your recovery. It's your income, it's your future. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's the best-looking decking you'll find on the market, trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality. But TimberTech isn't just about looking great today. Thanks to its advanced technology and unparalleled durability, the TimberTech decks you build will still look amazing decades from now. Add in industry-leading warranties, and it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. Build with confidence. Build with TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Find it locally at Ashby Lumber.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Hey, it's Bonte. And if you've been sitting on the fence about moving, this is your sign. School starts before you know it, and a smart move is getting your family settled at River Islands in Lathrop before the first bell rings, not after. Here's the good news. River Islands has quick move-in homes ready right now. No waiting for a new build, no scrambling in August. Just choose your home, move in, and get your kids enrolled in one of River Island's K-8 charter academies or the high school, all before the year kicks off. And you're not just getting a house. You're getting a whole summer left to enjoy it. Miles of trails, sparkling lakes, a brand new amphitheater, and the Redwood Cafe opening this fall in the town center. Homes starting in the low 600s to over $1 million. And if you're 55 and better, Del Webb at River Islands offers a wide range of home sizes and resort-style amenities right on the water at their Lakeview Club. Don't wait for the first day of school to wish you'd already made the move. Visit riverislands.com today. riverislands.com.
Struggling with social isolation? There's help, and it starts with shoes. Try Walk and Talk, the non-prescription treatment for people who want to move their bodies and mouths at the same time. Simply invite a friend on a walk. Just one dose boosts serotonin and reminds you that light gossip is better outside. Side effects may include new inside jokes and slight perspiration. Do not attempt if you're allergic to processing emotions in public. Individual results may vary. Don't wait. Ask your doctor if Walk and Talk is right for you. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Togethering heals.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal. We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait, what?
Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are from paws, hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Don't miss comedian Bill Burr live at the Mountain Winery in Saratoga on July 30th. Buy your tickets at mountainwinery.com. And for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Golden Voice, enter online at 957thegame.com.
You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
All right, thanks, Jimmy. Appreciate that a lot. It is crossover time, and it's a Friday. It means it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control and the What's Bugging You segment coming up in about 10 minutes. Let's welcome in Grandy and Dibbs to the show, and the weekend gets started for me in about 20 minutes. How are you guys?
Doing great.
Good.
Yeah.
How are you?
Yeah, doing great.
Yeah.
I'm just, I don't know if you guys have seen this because you've been doing a show, but I was just telling Grandy that Bryson DeChambeau just got hit what I'm calling a reverse Balogun. A reverse Balogun. Apparently today
Please
at
explain.
the Open Championship, thank you, Roxy, Bryson on the fifth hole, which would have been about 5 hours ago, he put one in the thick stuff, and he may have...
I can't see it.
Thank you. I talked to Susan.
The ball was completely buried. You could not see it.
Right. Apparently, he stepped behind the ball and may have improved his lie. Whatever. He finishes his round and he's one shot back. And then we're watching the end of the coverage, and now they're doing like a 2-box look, and Bryson is actually back on the course trying to defend himself.
With a couple of officials.
For like an hour, Grandy. We were here for like an hour, and come to find out, unlike Balogun, who actually got things to go his way, DeChambeau got a 2-stroke penalty hours after
he played that hole.
He finished the round and played that hole. So anyway.
Oh, no. All right, I don't want to get you guys...
He's 3 back.
He is now 3 back.
I don't want to make you guys nervous. I just got a text from somebody.
You want to tell us who?
Yeah,
from Harry?
He's listening to the show.
Harry doesn't listen anymore.
No, Harry emails.
Right.
And let's see if you big mouths are going to talk about a certain team like you always talk about a certain team. So Chris Finch now is in the Bay, is in Napa. He said he was listening to he said he was listening to my lame ass.
What's up, Finchy?
Well, now say Finchy's in trouble. Now say, good luck with LaMelo Ball and Ed Edwards.
Why are you looking at me?
Lay on for a sec.
You guys, you know how you talk about those
Lay on for a
T-Wolves.
sec. Hey, Chris Finch. My name's Evan Giddings. I work with Matt Steinmetz 5 days a week, 4 hours per show. It's a long 20 hours. Good luck with LaMelo and Anthony Edwards this season, and I told Steiny this, I think you're going to need it.
And Chris,
is that right?
stop. Hey,
What? What? He asked me to do it.
And Chris, I'm Dan Dibley, and I've been doing this for 30 years, and the only time I've invoked your name was yesterday when we were joking about voice memos, and I actually said, what if Chris Finch sent a voice memo to LeBron James or Rich Paul about, come to Minnesota. It's great here in December and January, and you could learn to ice skate, and maybe you can get good at curling or ice hockey, or you know what? Maybe you can ice fish. So, Mr. Finchy, that's the only time I've ever talked about you, other than to poke at Steiny.
It's going to be a mild winter this year in Minneapolis, I hear.
You said that about the East Coast, too.
Yeah, there too.
But it's going to be really wet here. It's El Nino here and reverse Nino everywhere else.
Yeah, we're going to get hit by bad weather.
No, but it's, in all seriousness, I hope he's having a good time in Napa. That's awesome.
And he's actually, enjoy the sun now.
Yeah, he's actually
Wine
got
tasting or what?
Probably. Yeah, I don't know. But you can tell how tight we are because he called me and said he was going to be out here.
Yeah.
So when people, you a Finch? Yeah.
No, but he texted you like hearing his name on the radio, so at least he's like listening to you. That's cool.
You guys talk about him today?
No.
No. He's here, and he just happened to find me.
Gotcha. Okay.
But his brother's with him, his older brother. I did play against his older brother.
Yeah, Frank Finch.
Kevin Finch. Nice try.
No,
Kevin was a lefty.
Well, it's funny because like
a wiry lefty out of Wilson.
Yesterday you were naming like people who were on your like should LeBron go to Philly thread and like some of the names, not Ed Lackman, which
Ron Cohn.
You threw out another name and I was like,
Fasano?
That's the one.
That's not a real
name. That's not a real person.
He owns a concrete company in outside Philly.
My whole thing, it always goes to, is it Ed Lackman?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you have disparaged him for having no hands so many times. So every time you invoke like the old school Philly names, I think about Ed Lackman and you like going left side and like pump fake and like throwing a nice bounce pass and Lackman with those concrete hands, and you like just kind of rolling your eyes.
You know what?
You wouldn't show anyone up, but at the same time, you're like, "Come on, Lackman."
I had bad body
I put that right in the pocket.
You know what?
Still do.
I've
Facts.
done to Ed Lackman what Draymond's doing to Lendeborg.
It's a great pivot.
God.
Well, okay, maybe you can help us, Grandy. People have been telling us all day that you have a story about this, or
story about what?
About Draymond and recording this podcast and his response to Yaxel.
Well, I mean, I don't know like specifically that episode. I work on the production crew for Draymond's podcast every once in a while.
Yeah.
So I know like the background of how the podcast gets recorded. You'll create a Google Doc for him and you'll run through things that we think he should talk about. He doesn't have to talk about it. He can choose what he wants to talk about. But on there you write down what Yaxel said. And the question that I think he asked to the audience when he was getting into that segment was the pitch like too strong or too weak or whatever it was? Like that was probably written on the Google Doc and Draymond just read it and then was like, oh, I don't know, it's pointless or whatever he said. I don't know.
Meaningless, yep.
Meaningless, whatever it was that he said. But
he also told you to F off at one point?
Oh yeah, like a couple months ago.
Oh, it's so good.
At some point.
Yeah.
This should bother you.
It's in the system. You can find it from yesterday. But,
all right.
Well, the whole bit was like, who is the best active player from each of the Sweet 16 schools? And apparently Grandy and the co-producer thought that Jaren Jackson Jr.
No, it was just like this graphic that was on social media that somebody put out. Best active NBA player on each of the alive teams in the Sweet 16. And you got to Michigan State. It was Jaren Jackson Jr. And Draymond read through all of them and he said, I don't really know why I'm talking about this. Actually, I do know why. I think my producers were trying to get me upset that it was Jaren and not me. And he said, I see what you guys are doing. So he said, bleep you, Grandy. Bleep you, Greg, who's the name of the other producer.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's great. It's great.
Yeah, see, now that seems more lighthearted than what he said about Lendeborg.
Although he doesn't know Grandy, and he's still saying bleep him.
He doesn't know Lendeborg
either.
either.
Bleep Yaxel.
Right. And, I mean, that's where yesterday I was kind of fighting for my life where, I mean, I heard the thing, and it's like, he mentioned, training camp is coming like 7 times. Like, to me, it felt a little bit foreboding, and it felt a little bit, not that it's going to be like, oh, yeah, Jordan Poole went to Michigan, and so did you. So, yeah, training camp is coming. It's not that, but I did feel like a little bit kind of what you were saying, Steiny, of like, yeah, training camp is coming, and you're going to have to come correct on everything that is going to be Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, I just think it's weird. I mean, there's more going on here with Draymond, and I think it's about 5 or 6 things that have happened already, and they're all pretty little.
So what is it? You think he feels threatened by Yaxel?
I think it's a few things. I think he thinks Yaxel's already getting way more attention than he should. Like Evan said, I think he's heard talk about, Yaxel's going to be the next generation. I think he's heard things like Yaxel may be able to guard 1 through 5. I think he's heard that Yaxel said guys who went to Michigan State are losers.
That's just good banter.
I know all that. I think that he was bothered that he referred to Steph Curry as the greatest shooter of all time and your friend, Draymond Green. Like, it could be a million different things with Draymond. Who knows?
Yeah, I just think he's creating kind of unnecessary friction going into camp. And the thing that I guess stands out to me is it doesn't seem like they're communicating. Unless it's through a medium of, all right, Krojcik asked Yaxel what Draymond thinks. Yaxel's responding to what Yaxel said on a podcast or on an interview. It doesn't seem to me like they're actually discussing this among themselves. And so, again, if Steiny says, hey, Giddings, bleep you, like, that's funny. But if we don't have a relationship and we haven't spent 1 second on the air together, then when I walk into the room with him, I'm going to wonder, is there some energy that's off here? Am I walking on or talking on eggshells around you? And for Yaxel to respond to Krojcik and said, hopefully we're good. That doesn't sound to me like somebody who is very confident that the veteran that he's coming in to help and play alongside is 100% in his corner.
You guys probably feel this way because it's Draymond specifically, right?
Of course,
like
that's why.
If it was anybody else saying what Draymond has said, it's not a big deal. Because a lot of what he said is just what a lot of veterans say to young players,
just
right?
Off the top of your head.
Who?
Off the top of your head, before the guy's ever stepped foot in the gym with the Warriors, the 36-year-old, 14-year veteran is like going out of his way to come down your road. Like, is anybody coming down Peterson's road or DeBonce's road or anybody's road? And even if
Yaxel's kind of came at Draymond too. Yaxel's been like, Steph texted me back, Draymond didn't. Yaxel's been like, posted a Photoshop of his coach Dusty May dunking on Michigan State. Yaxel's giving it back.
Right, but does the way Draymond sound like this is all in good fun?
I think it's mostly based in good fun.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's probably where we disagree.
Yeah, I think there's something there.
If
really
it was
do.
any other veteran, I don't think this would be much of a story at all. And I know that it is Draymond, and Draymond's had his past transgressions, and I'm not denying that. But I think we're making it a big deal because it's Draymond and not because of anything else.
I don't know. I mean, I'm telling you, if I'm Mike Dunleavy or Joe Lacob, at this point, I'm not.
There's no doubt that it's a story, and people will continue to ask Yaxel and Draymond about it. Like at media day, he's going to get those questions. I guarantee. It's not great, but
did you see Ron Krojcik's story today in the Chronicle? Yeah. I mean, Lendeborg said, you can tell he doesn't know what to make of it. He doesn't know how serious or not Draymond is. He acknowledged, I'm a little worried. See what's going on. I don't know. It's just, why? It's all unnecessary.
Right. I mean, it's necessary because Draymond Green, as Mark Grandy knows, being one of the producers, he's about content. And so this content becomes something that people want to, click on and listen to. And so from that standpoint, and I heard you earlier talking about why didn't Draymond just call Yaxel or pull him aside and be like, we're not really doing this. You and I can have our thing back and forth behind closed doors, but when you put it out there, it's not great for anybody. But Draymond Green is somebody who's thinking about content and thinking about his next job, I think, certainly. And so when this all happens, Draymond Green is happy to take the bait.
I'm just listening to Yaxel Lendeborg, and he doesn't sound like a guy who's on the same page with Draymond when he says, I got a little nervous. I don't know what he's talking about. Hopefully it's not the rookie hazing. I hope we keep that at a minimum. I hope it's just I got you. This is what we should and shouldn't do. So I'm a little worried, but hopefully everything goes well.
Yeah, but the one thing that Krojcik added was, I got a little nervous, he said, laughing. And I think if we listen to Yaxel talk, the amount of times we've listened to him talk, he's always got that giant smile on his face.
Right.
He's always kind of playing. I read that entirely different than you guys read that. I read that as, I'm a little nervous. It's Draymond, you never know. But I don't think it was I'm nervous. Just how I read it.
No, but I think he's uneasy. I think he's uneasy and he doesn't really know what to make of it. All right. Hey, spiders follow insects indoors during warmer months. Atco Pest Control removes spiders and reduces the pests that attract them. Visit AtcoPest.com. Mention you heard about Atco on the What's Bugging You segment and get 10% off spider services this month. All right, I'll finish it up.
I mean, what's your spider? I'm just curious, your spider concern. When you see a spider.
Spiders.
Not
really.
You see a spider in the corner and you do what?
I let it go.
Grandy?
Yeah, if it's not bothering me, if it's up in the corner, I'll leave it.
Evan?
It's going down.
like it's going down? Like is it
like we're gathering timber, Dibs?
Thank you. Paper towel smush or like
first round TKO?
Not a catch and release, like
catch and release.
Like you can
put it outdoors.
Yeah, exactly.
Get a little cup and slip a piece of nail underneath it.
No, not really.
Okay.
We are at Copest Control.
It's gonna be Smush Parker. I'm sorry.
Nice. Oh, shoot. I stepped on the line.
Not the first time. I just was wondering because,
That's a 5.
In my house, I'll see a spider and I'll kind of like whisper to the spider, like, you better leave before the missus sees you. Because I know how it goes when she sees the spider, and it's the same thing.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. I'll just get this one out of the way. I don't have anything else, and it's fresh in my mind. But, yeah, Draymond Green's bugging me. Dude, you're 36. Let the kid alone. Let him alone. What are you doing? You're supposed to be his teammate, and this is how you welcome him to the team? I mean, this is why, Draymond, that people are already on Lendeborg's side. Like, what are you doing? Be a teammate, a good teammate. That's it. I'm done.
I can tell. I know you're very proud of your college career, Steiny, but I can tell you didn't go to a big college. This is how Michigan versus Michigan State talk to each other.
Okay. Well,
this is how it is.
Do you have any idea how we talk to Dickinson?
No.
That's right. So you have no sense of the Franklin and Marshall Dickinson rivalry.
When you meet in the March Madness, you meet in the NCAA tournament, you meet on the gridiron with a Big Ten title on the line. It's different, Steiny.
What about a national championship?
So it's different. They're really, really super competitive. So this is all in fun.
No, you respect the person, but you can absolutely hate the college they went to, and you can point that out in their face and be cool with it.
Okay. So you think everybody's cool with everybody?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Draymond went to college 15 years ago, by the way.
Yeah.
You still hate that
college.
Still like a high school Harry. It's really weird.
Still hate that. I'm gonna hate UW as long as I live.
Well, and you're not gonna pick fights with people from UW for no reason.
And if you want to peel it back, Draymond Green was there 4 years, and I think he went to 2 Finals 4, and he knocked on the door. And Yaxel just was born on second base. I show up at Michigan year 6, and I win the Natty. I do think that there's a little piece of that with not only in Michigan State, but like Yaxel, year 6, I go to Michigan and Dusty May, and we're awesome, and we win it. And Draymond Green was the best player on that team. And I think they went to 2 Final Fours, and they were close, and they just couldn't get over the hump.
Yeah, and Yaxel might be a better college player than Draymond was.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't Draymond win most outstanding player in
Draymond was
tournament?
Really good.
He was a better college player, but my point is he doesn't have a national championship.
He didn't get drafted as high, but more successful.
Well, I wonder about the Will Richard, LJ Cryer dynamic because they actually faced each other, and Will Richard in Florida beat LJ Cryer in Houston, and Cryer had a bit of a down game for him, but Houston was, and we talked about it with him this week, and he's like, yeah, we led by for 39 minutes, and we just couldn't get it across the line. And, Will Richard actually he was the high scorer in that game.
Who is it? Was it on the text line or the YouTube chat earlier today?
Yeah, it was on the YouTube chat. This is unbelievable. You said LJ Cryer? LJ Cryer.
Yeah.
Somebody on the text line says, that should be LeBron's nickname.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
It's not bad. I gave him a 5, Dibs.
Yeah, a rare 5.
Yes.
And I love that.
Willard and Dibs had LJ on earlier this week, and I think Willard, or was it you, from one LJ to another was the line.
Right.
Started to ask about LeBron, and then LJ went, I thought you were asking about LeJay Jones.
Oh.
Right.
I hope he didn't talk about LeBron because Draymond will come down his road.
He might. Yeah.
It's going to come down LJ Cryer's road.
Well,
LJ
this
Cryer.
is a perfect time for me to go next because what's bugging me is all of you out there who talk about if it wasn't for Draymond, we'd have 6 titles.
I just saw that on YouTube.
If it wasn't for Draymond, we'd have 6. Okay, let's unpack that a little bit. So if Draymond doesn't get suspended and you go on and you beat Cleveland and you win your 2nd in a row, well, KD doesn't come, so you don't win the next 2. And so, in fact, you don't actually get 6. And the way you'd have 6 is if, KD comes, you win it, KD comes, now it's 4 in a row, and then he doesn't get hurt, and you beat Toronto, and you somehow win in 2022, and now you have 6. all you people are delusional. You don't get it. Don't you get it? And I heard this earlier, Steiny, and I was thinking about you, like, don't you get it? KD does not come unless you lose.
Right.
LeBron would be a Knick right now if they lost to San Antonio. So Draymond did not keep you from 6. He kept you from back-to-back, fine, but you don't get the 2 with KD if you get the 1 with Draymond Green. So all you out there, and you're the same people who say that Kyle Shanahan blew a 28-3 lead, you're wrong. Knock it off.
You there remind me of Shasky this morning. I don't know if you heard how Shasky opened the show, just screaming at everyone who thinks Shanahan stinks.
Oh.
And you're saying the same thing with Draymond, and I agree.
I was asleep.
They probably don't win a single title without Draymond.
Right, but
I don't know about
if
that.
KD doesn't come, they don't win a single title without Draymond.
They basically, some would say they won the 4th without him.
Yeah.
But he
don't get
wasn't
there.
like he didn't play.
He wasn't good in the finals. They don't get there with that.
I mean, they don't win that one without Iguodala for sure.
The last one?
He was a great mentor.
His veteran leadership out
Thank
there.
you, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't even remember if he was on the
You want to
team.
go next?
Sure, I'll go next.
Okay.
He was.
I think, Dibs, you brought this up on the air when it was happening, but I was talking about it behind the glass as well. The ESPYs are bugging me, not the show itself, but the fact that it aired live on the East Coast in Central time zones at 5 o'clock out here. And then we had to wait 3 hours to watch it out here on the West Coast. That is absolutely ridiculous. I'm going to see everything on social media before I get to watch it on TV. So I didn't even watch that tape delay of the ESPYs. Makes no sense to me, and it was bugging me. Just put it all at the same time live across the entire country, so nothing gets spoiled. If you care about it enough to watch it, or you don't, whatever, just air it all at once. That was bugging me.
And they used to do that with the Academy Awards and the Grammys. They used to like hold that, and then people would like not even tune in. So now you get a chance to watch it twice if you want.
Well, isn't some of that because they can bleep out whatever kind of vulgarity is during the actual taping, like for the Academy Awards?
But like, I mean, I
They
don't know
run it on a delay like I think we do on radio.
I don't
so
know
they
if you
can
watch Pat McAfee, and you're probably working, so you don't watch a lot of Pat McAfee. But
He's always got his sleeves off. Yeah.
right, but his show is live, and there are like 10 to 15 second gaps where someone is clearly saying the F word, because the S word apparently is fine now. But if somebody, drops a bomb, then it's like a long gap of no audio. So they could do the same thing.
Yeah. Speaking of curse words, what's bugging me is bar etiquette around the World Cup. Because unlike the Super Bowl, I think a lot of people are going to watch this World Cup final at bar of their choice.
Bay Street, Steiny and Dibs.
Bay Street, Emeryville. Although that one is outside, and so you don't run into this problem, which is, number one, be kind to your bartenders. They don't want to deal with you. All you want is a drink, and you elbowing your way to the front of the line and screaming at everybody that you don't have your double margarita is not going to help anybody. Number two, it is packed in all of these locations to the point that on Sunday, I will be getting to a bar at 9 a.m., 3 hours before, to try and find a table.
Smart.
So I don't have to deal with these issues. I'm not trying to shoulder my way through this crowd. I literally just can't move. We're all sitting there trying to watch this game. That's the second part is. The third part, not to get too graphic, but just aim. Aim as best you possibly can, because no one wants to walk into a bathroom, whether it's public or private, with it just an atrocity across the entire room. So those three things, bar etiquette is what's bugging me around this World Cup, because every single time I go to a place, and we've gone to a few around here that are very nice, and we love going there, we love giving them their business and our business, and I can't have a good time when everybody's screaming at bartenders, elbowing me because they're, pissed off about France or Spain or England, whoever the hell they're rooting for. And then I'm walking to take care of some business, and it's like someone has lit a fire in there. Just be respectful this weekend during the World Cup final, please.
I love that. And I went out for lunch. I think it was during the France game earlier this week. And I went to Cato's, actually, on Piedmont.
Nice.
I went to grab a slice and a side salad, and I thought, you know what? I'm going to get there at 11:45 to make sure I get a table. And I got my food and I got my water because I was doing a show, and I sat down, and by about 12:05, in comes the throngs of people. And I'm looking at all of them thinking, like, it starts at 12. Like, if you really want to have a seat, and there was this, nice couple, and they're looking at here and they're looking at there, and they're trying to size it all up. And I'm looking at them going, morons, like, 25 minutes ago, like you would have had your pick of the litter. And I'm in a 4 top by myself. It's the only seat that I could possibly get. And so I eat my food. And now I'm trying to like make eye contact with people, like to wave them down to let them know I'm leaving.
Sure.
It's 12:30. I have a show. I have to listen to Mark Willard for 4 hours. I have to go. And it took like 7 different people, Steiny, before somebody finally looked over and I waved him over. I'm like, sit down. I'm leaving.
There you
so
go.
I'm kind of with you on the whole like etiquette thing.
And of course, you can avoid all that by just going to Emeryville Bay Street on Sunday.
Boom.
Everything you just laid out, I experienced when I watched the Champions League final at a great establishment, Kezar Pub. Amazing spot to watch a
Awesome.
game. But the people, yeah, exactly what Evan's talking about. It can be a little rough at times.
Yeah, Kezar Pub, great bar.
You got some memories there, I know.
Great bar. Liverpool bar, actually.
Yeah, we went there for the Arsenal PSG game.
We used to go there. I lived like maybe a half mile away, and we would go there for the Pro-Am games across the street.
Yeah.
We'd go to Kezar and pregame before the Pro-Am, and then after the Pro-Am, you go to the post-game, and then you'd try to make your way back to Masonic and Geary. Mm-hmm.
You know it.
Yep.
All right, guys, have a great weekend, and see you later.
Fuck you guys, Mark and Greg.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny dudes.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it is Willard and Dibs, but no Willard today. He's beginning a nice long vacation.
Oh, yeah.
It's his anniversary, is that right?
Something
is that what
like
it is
that.
today?
Yeah.
I mean, do you have them muted on Instagram? Because I saw a post from Willard today. I think it's their anniversary.
Yes. Yes, I do.
Congratulations to Mark Willard and Christy.
The lovely
1
Christy,
year
yep.
anniversary.
Oh, yeah.
They'll be off somewhere out of the country next week, so a lot of Grandy and Dibs coming up here on 95.7.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and I don't know if it's our anniversary, and I'll have to look back at like what our first show was, and if I can come up with when our first show together was, I will absolutely post something on Instagram.
No, you don't. You don't have to do that.
I don't ever post anything ever.
Yeah, when was the last time you posted on Instagram?
I only post like show stuff like, oh, look at me, I'm at Jumpstart MD, and look at me, I'm at Fremont Bank, and you know, the things that are like show related. Other than that, like my older kids who are adults, I'll post that. But my 3-year-old, my wife and I have kind of agreed that we're going to keep her off social media until she's able to be old enough to say, yeah, go ahead and post that.
Yeah, so you're not going to post it, and you shouldn't, and I wouldn't want you to.
I would post something about though. If I could come up with like when our first show date was, that would be special to me.
I don't know when that would be.
Or when our 100th show is, like.
Oh, we're still ways away from that.
We're getting closer.
Gotta be.
Yeah.
Gotta be.
And the other thing is, and I only say this now because I've pitched this to the boss for, I don't know, ever since he's been here, but August 1st will be our station's 15-year anniversary.
Wow,
as a station.
August 1st.
August 1st.
2 weeks.
August 1st, 2011 was when the station launched. And so every year I go to the boss and say, yeah, we should, it's 14 years. We should do something.
Wow.
It's 13 years. What do you think? It's 12 years. And every year it's like, you're so fixated. I don't have to take a look. But anyway, August 1st will be 2 weeks from tomorrow. It'll be 15 years as a station.
Wow, 15 years. All right.
So I might post on that day. Yeah, it's a huge deal.
Yeah, you should post about that for sure. Don't include me in it, but yeah, post.
I won't.
Absolutely.
I mean, yeah.
It's funny. We were just talking. We're going to get a lot of LeBron stuff, and we got a lot of fun things planned for you coming up later on today as well. It's Willard and Dibs, but Dibs and Grandy. We were talking about Draymond a little bit during the crossover. It's funny. I'm looking at our text line right now, and these are texts back to back. It is absolutely hilarious. Talking about Draymond and how successful the Warriors would be without him, because it was your what's bugging you. Get real, right? The Warriors would not have 6 championships. Right. They did not have Draymond. And then I said I don't think they'd win a championship without Draymond. And these are two texts on our text line, 888-957-9570, back-to-back dibs. From the 415, Grandy's take was spot on, and you guys dogpiled him. Warriors are ringless without him. Get real. Then the next text, never thought I would agree with Steiny. I think he is right on about Draymond. Grandy is kind of clueless.
I mean, that's crazy.
I love it.
My only thing is,
Draymond has been this front and center for all of this.
Right. He's been phenomenal. And my only thing is the people who say, if it wasn't for Draymond, we'd have 6. That's the take that many people have. And we had a caller earlier on their show who said, if it wasn't for Draymond basically getting suspended, we'd have 6. And my thing has always been, no, you won't. No, you won't. Because you win that one. Draymond doesn't get suspended. And you go on and you beat Cleveland and you win your second in a row. KD does not come here. And I don't think that you win the next 2 without KD. That's my own personal opinion. I mean, they're allowed to, but no one's won 4 in a row since the Boston Celtics back in the 60s. So the people who think, if it wasn't for Draymond, we'd have 6. That's one that hits me like, no, that's nonsense.
Yeah. We can feel how we feel now about, you can feel about him however you want to feel about him. And he's clearly not the player that he once was. He's not as important to the overall success of the Warriors now, although it's no surprise either that he is not as good as he once was and the team is not as good as they once were. That's definitely no coincidence there either. But when Draymond was in his prime at the peak of his powers, oh man, just like there's nobody else like Steph in the league, there was nobody else like Draymond in the league. And I don't want Warrior fans to forget that because he was special. And you can still see that show up at times, not nearly as often, but you can see it show up at times. And when it does, it's still like, oh man, this is one of the most unique dudes ever to play the NBA.
Right. And I think that now it's a little bit different because offensively, the turnovers have become much more of a thing. And,
absolutely.
And defensively, he's not as elite as he once was.
Can't summon it as much.
Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, as you'll find out as you get older, there are things that as an older human being, you can't summon as often. And, we were talking out there about golf and, if I was to play golf 4 days a week, well, that's a lot of golf for somebody.
You got a push cart now, Dibs.
Right. I got a push cart. And if I played 4 rounds a week, by the time I get to my 4th round in that week-long stretch, it's not going to be as good as the first round because fatigue and age and all the rest of it. And so when you look at Draymond Green, it's natural. And think about Steph Curry. And if you want to look at his game log last year, even in the games that he played consecutively, they aren't all bangers. There's a game always in there after 3 or 4 or 5 games where it's a little bit off because he's 38, going to be 39.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, we can talk about Draymond and Yaxel as well. If you haven't heard what LeBron James said on the CNBC Sport Boardroom Game Plan Summit, he was sitting down with Rich Kleinman for a really long conversation. You're going to want to hear what he had to say. We have that coming up for you as well. Plus, we've talked to a couple of Vegas Summer League dubs this week. Chance McMillan on Monday, LJ Cryer on Wednesday. Another Summer League dub is going to join us here coming up in a little more than 10 minutes on Willard and Dibs with Dibs and Grandy in. Graham Ike, who I may be comparing, Dibs, to Will Richard from last year. You immediately fell in love with Will Richard. Yeah. You are high on Gonzaga, undrafted free agent, big man Graham Ike.
I just watched a lot of Graham Ike in the regular season and certainly in the tournament, and he's playing against college guys, and a lot of it was against the WCC, which is St. Mary's and nobody. But I think that his game, in terms of being a big body interior scorer and a guy who can rebound and defend, I think he's a guy who fits in that 12th or 13th man. And I know that Charles Bassey is kind of ahead of him right now in that role. But if you can get Graham Ike to come in and be a two-way guy and continue to develop his game, I like the player. I like the fit.
And regardless what happens with LeBron, he could come here, he could sign for the $15 million mid-level, he could come here for the minimum, he could not come here. They're going to need to fill up the rest of the roster with some cheaper options. It's why I think one of the more telling things that LJ Cryer told you and Willard a couple of days ago was, I think it was Willard's question when he asked him about the plan the organization has for him going forward. And the question that Willard was trying to ask was, are you going to be on the roster this year, LJ, essentially, without asking that question? And LJ kind of danced around it a bit and said, I don't want to reveal too much out of what Mike Dunleavy and Steve Kerr tell me. But he basically said, as long as I keep doing what I do and I stay healthy, there's a plan for me. Now, who knows if that means two-way deal, full-time contract, whatever it is. But the point is, Dibs, I think regardless of what happens with LeBron and the rest of the offseason, the Warriors, given their monetary constraints, likely will be filling the roster, the back end of the roster, with some cheaper options. And no offense to Graham Ike, but as an undrafted rookie, he's a cheap option, and there's a chance he can still make the roster.
Right, no doubt. And if you think about what he is, and he's listed as a power forward, but he's 6'9", 250, and he's somebody that the Warriors traditionally haven't had. Like, Quentin Post is not that, and Quentin Post is not here anymore. He's more of a 7'1", 210 guy, but Graham Ike is a big-bodied power forward / center, somebody who can come in and defend and score inside the paint and go up and get rebounds and whatnot, and he played for a long time. And also, we talk about the age of Yaxel Lindeborg, and Ike is going to be 24 here coming up in about 3 weeks.
They got two of the oldest rookies out there, huh?
Right, exactly. And so if Ike is a two-way guy and he starts in Santa Cruz, that's fine, but he's somebody that I like in terms of depth and somebody who can come in and actually impose his will right away.
Yeah. We don't have a ton of time before we got a break for Graham Ike, but let's let you hear the LeBron that we're going to react to. Because I think it's really, really important. And we're going to talk a lot about this going forward. This is LeBron sitting down with Rich Kleiman, agent of Kevin Durant. LeBron's done a lot of business with Rich Kleiman over the years, talking about his free agency this time around. Here is LeBron James yesterday. This, again, courtesy of the CNBC Sport and Boardroom Game Plan Summit. Here's LeBron talking about the impact of family in his free agency this time around.
In 10, when I made a decision to go to Miami, I had my reasons. When I went back to Cleveland in 14, I had my reasons. So actually, this would be the fourth. And then when I went to LA 8 years ago, I had my reasons. So, for me now, I have an almost 22-year-old son who is now my former teammate, which is hilarious. I have a 19-year-old son that's at the University of Arizona. But it's my almost 12-year-old daughter who is pulling the weight a lot. Yep. So going to my daughter, I was home for the 4th of July, and my daughter came home after being out with her friends and cousins and everything, and I pulled her to the side because she's up as of age now. So, like, anytime I leave, she's like, Dad, where you going? Like, I'm going with you. Like, where we going? Yep. So I pulled her to the side, and I was like, baby, I'm letting you know, I don't want you to hear from nobody else, but I won't be playing for the Lakers next year. I will be playing somewhere else, so I won't be home all the time. And you may not have an answer right now. You can give me an answer now. You can wait. You can write it down. Just want to know how you're feeling about it because you mean a lot to me. Yep. With me being away from you means a lot. So the family portion is a big thing too. Yeah. My daughter and my wife and things of that nature. And cause I'm a big family guy. So there's a lot of things that's, people are like, hurry up and make a decision, Brian. It's like, okay, it's not just about the team.
I know Mark Spears tipped us off to that yesterday, and then you found the transcript and read a big chunk of it during the show yesterday. But hearing LeBron talk, it hits me it furthers the point that I think Mark Spears and you were trying to make yesterday, which was I hear that, and I hear him talk about how big of an impact his near 12-year-old daughter, Zuri, is going to have on his free agent decision, and I think this points towards LeBron to the Warriors.
I think so, too. And I look at, 2010, and Bronny was not quite 6, and Bryce was not even barely 3. And so when you're 6 and you're 3, like, you have no real say in what you do. Like, you move or you move, and that's fine. You're a kid, and you don't have that same anchor that a 12-year-old daughter has. And this is where Willard and I yesterday were talking about it because he has a daughter who's now 16 or 17. And
a son that's 12, right around there, right?
Right. And so if you want to go ahead and uproot them, that is a very dramatic thing. And so when you have a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old kid, whatever, you go where you go and you have no real clue. You have no real best friends or no peer group. But
3-year-old won't remember anything before that.
Right. But we have a 12-year-old daughter. Like, she's lived her whole life, basically her whole life since she was 4 or 5 with this group and in this area. That becomes very dramatic. And I think as an older guy, an older dad, that becomes like the most important thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. So there's plenty more to say about that with LeBron James and his free agent decision. We're still on LeBron watch. It's crazy. It's July 17th and no decision just yet. I don't expect one today. Me personally, I don't expect one Saturday or Sunday. Maybe we get it as early as Monday, maybe Tuesday. I do think it will happen next week. But I do think that's a pretty big hint left by LeBron. And maybe he ultimately says, you know what, Zuri, I'm fine being further away. That's his soon-to-be 12-year-old daughter. But I do think that's a pretty big hint, and we'll talk a whole lot more about that. Coming up next, though, Graham Ike, undrafted free agent for the Warriors, playing on their Summer League team in Vegas, which is in the Summer League semifinals, by the way, officially after a win yesterday. The Gonzaga man joins us next here on Wheelers and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Graham Ike of the Summer Dubs joins us next on 95.7 The Game.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Hey, it's Dibs
and Steiny
from 95.7 The Game. On Sunday, July 19th, we're heading to Bay Street, Emeryville to catch the final, and you should too.
Match day festivities start at 11:30. The whistle blows at noon, and we'll be watching on the massive plaza screen and TVs throughout the terrace. Grab a pizza, a burger, hand rolls, brews, and more. Then come meet us and the rest of the 95.7 The Game crew and cheer on the world's best.
Get details at BayStreetEmeryville.com/events.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries tomorrow on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Hey, Bay Area, it's Guru. You know what's really bugging you? It's not your fantasy team or the refs. It's the bugs in your house. Ants stealing snacks, spiders showing up uninvited. That's when you head straight to AtcoPest.com. Atco Pest Control has been handling Bay Area pest problems safely and naturally for over 40 years, protecting your family and your pets without breaking the bank. Get the details now at AtcoPest.com. ATCO Pest.com. Atco's got you covered.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's cars with a K.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list.
Gas tank is full, tonight's dinner plans are set, grocery shopping is complete, and I even got everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
Every one of those stops gets me a bit of money back.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on gas, groceries, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first grocery trip.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Earn cash back on errands and everyday essentials. Download Upside and use promo code TUNEIN5 to earn an extra $5 cash back on your first purchase at one of over 100,000 available locations. That's promo code TUNEIN5 for an extra $5 cash back. Remember, use promo code TUNEIN5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
On Saturday, July 25th, the first place Quakes take center stage at Stanford Stadium for the 105th California Classico against the LA Galaxy, presented by El Camino Health. For more info and a chance to score tickets, courtesy of the Earthquakes, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It is Willard and Dibs, but no Willard today, so it's Dibs and Grandy with you. Happy Friday, everybody. As talking a lot of dubs today, we remain on LeBron watch on July 17th. We'll keep you updated if there's any news there. In the meantime, though, a special guest joins us now on the River Islands guest line live from Vegas. It is undrafted big man Graham Ike playing for the Warriors in the Summer League out of Gonzaga. Had a great 3 years up in Spokane at Gonzaga playing for Mark Few, and he joins us now again on the River Islands guest line. Graham, Grandy, and Dibs with you. We appreciate you taking some time for us today. How you doing?
Doing well. Thank you very much for having me. I'm very appreciative of being here today with you both.
Of course, Graham. Very, very nice of you, and we appreciate the time once again. Congratulations on the win yesterday. You had a nice performance, and you're on to the Vegas Summer League semifinals. How does that feel?
Yeah, man, it feels great. Definitely something that we've been talking about since we put this squad together, and we definitely look forward to closing it out, but it starts tomorrow, and then we'll see what Sunday looks like.
Well, let's just talk about your journey from the ouster in the NCAA tournament to now, where you go through, you don't get drafted, and you put in the work, and then you find your way to the Warriors. What's it been like for you from March until now in July, where you're a Golden State Warrior right now?
Yeah, man, it's been a nonstop grind. A lot of traveling, a lot of meeting new faces, a lot of playing basketball, which is dope. That's everything I could ask for. It's been a great journey that's been exciting. I've been learning so much on the fly in these last few months. But it's definitely an experience that I've dreamed about since being a child, and I'm just so grateful to be here now.
And even your collegiate career, you played your last 3 years at Gonzaga. Prior to that, though, in Wyoming, and you didn't play, I believe, in 2022, 2023. So, out of high school in Colorado, you go to Wyoming and then on to Gonzaga, where, of course, the team very good in your 3 years there, and you had a really, really good career with Mark Few at Gonzaga. What was your collegiate experience like going from Wyoming and then on to Gonzaga?
Oh, man, it was everything I could have dreamed of and then some. Definitely some ups and downs in between. I had got hurt in my senior year. I tore my ACL like 3 games in, so I didn't play. Then I ended up going to Wyoming. I sat out half the season due to rehab and whatnot. Come back that second half playing well, had a great second half of that season. And then the next season was kind of my breakout year. I averaged like 20 and 10. We ended up going to March Madness, which was awesome. next year I get hurt with the foot injury, so I don't play. And then the transition from Wyoming to Gonzaga was special. It was a lot early on, like through the portal and whatnot, especially with things being brand new, but a lot of phone calls, a lot of digesting, trying to see where I wanted to go. And then those past 3 years at GU, man, were just phenomenal. Got to play with a lot of great talent, meet a lot of great people, play under a legend like Coach Few. So it's definitely been everything that I asked for.
Graham, I don't want to crush on you too hard, but I've been telling these guys for weeks that you're somebody who I loved in college, your game. I mean, you were grown manning people throughout the West Coast Conference and even into the tournament. And I look at you now and you're doing big things in Summer League, but I look at your game and I think, how can he take his game, which is so dominant in college, and make that actually work in the pros? So when you look at your own game, what is the one thing that you need to be able to adapt to become an NBA player?
I think definitely the speed of the game and the athleticism, but that just comes with time and reps, you know what I mean? But also learning from greats in the locker room, and hopefully be with the Warriors coming up. But just from like Draymond and Steph, hopefully we get LeBron to learn from him, but Al Horford and Kristaps, but just really being a sponge and a fly on the wall in the locker room and during the year, and just trying to learn as much as I can on the fly.
Graham Ike with us here, Warriors Summer Leaguer in Vegas. In yesterday's win to push the Warriors onto the semifinals, Graham had 15 points, 9 rebounds, and 3 blocks to help the Warriors win 87-77 over the Knicks again yesterday in Vegas. I want to jump back to your college experience, Graham, at Gonzaga. You mentioned the legendary coach Mark Few. He is very familiar with Warriors head coach Steve Kerr. Of course, the two, being legendary coaches, I'm sure they've crossed paths a lot in the past, but more recently, a couple of summers ago, coaching together in the Olympics in France, helping Team USA win the gold. Before you even spoke with Steve Kerr, talked to Steve Kerr, joined the Warriors for Summer League, what did Mark Few and maybe others tell you about Steve Kerr, the head coach?
Just how great of a person he was, and how great of a staff that he had over here. It was a huge blessing for even myself to be coached by Coach Few, and him go to Team USA and then bring those kind of experiences back that he had learned even, you know what I mean? So being under Coach Few, reaching new heights in his career was special after all that he's done so far up to this point. But he was really just emphasizing how great of people and a person Coach Kerr is, and the people that are here, how great of people they are.
And was that a part of the reason why you ultimately found your way to Golden State as an undrafted free agent?
Oh, most definitely. Being surrounded by great people who play the game the right way, where I can learn how to play the game the right way under champions, you know what I mean? Because ultimately I want to win at the highest level, and so no better place to be than the Golden State Warriors, I feel like.
Graham Ike with us here on Willard and Dibs and Grandy with you. Colorado kid, Graham, and then you went to college in Wyoming and Gonzaga. I know, though, you have experience with the Bay because you play St. Mary's, also Santa Clara, and you also play USF in the city. Specifically, I'm going to focus on St. Mary's and USF. Those are raucous environments, and I know Gonzaga, of course, is always looked at as the favorite in the West Coast Conference, but what were those experiences like playing in those gyms here in the Bay?
Oh, man, going up to Moraga and just getting ready mentally for it is something in itself. It's definitely a war that you got to get ready for in such a small gym, like a high school gym. It's packed. It's hot in there. You know what I mean? And it gets super rowdy even before the tip. So you definitely got to get mentally ready before that. Now, conversely, playing against San Francisco, never played at their gym, only in the Chase Center, which was a new experience for me playing in the NBA arena, but it was definitely a great time. Their fans definitely showed out. Always saw Bill Cartwright on the side, which was pretty dope in my experience. But I've always had some good games at the Chase Center, and just hope to carry on.
Chase Center, how'd you feel playing there? I mean, does it feel like a place you may feel comfortable? And it's interesting because you and Bill Cartwright actually share a commonality, which is a player who had 2,000 or more points in college and 1,000 or more rebounds.
Wow, I did not know that Bill Cartwright had those achievements in college. That's big time. But definitely felt comfortable day one, like playing in there, just get a new feel. I felt like I remember my first game, I was saying to the guys, I was like, I feel like it's a little more springy on these courts. I know we can get up a little more, or maybe the rims were lower, but I know that's not the case. But definitely extremely comfortable playing in that gym and getting up and down in there. It feels like home already.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get you to press a flex on people because, you've got You've got people who will be on the Warriors with national championships, but you will be, when you make the team, and I think you will, you'll be the only one on the squad who has that 2,000 points and 1,000 rebound moniker.
Yeah, just all glory to God. And then my teammates that I've been around, to be able to put up 2,500 points is definitely something in itself. But I wouldn't be able to do that without my teammates or the coaching staff putting trust in me and my teammates giving me the ball, because we all know the guard has to get the ball to the big man inside. I'm not bringing it up every single time. So I really think it's a testament to my coaches and the guys that I've played with.
That's elite humility right there.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and flex for you, Graham, because I'm a huge Graham Ike guy, but you're in a very select group right now.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think it's like one of 86.
I haven't counted them all up, but I'm looking at the names, and there's
I'll trust you, yeah.
There's like a Tim Duncan and Alonzo Mourning and David Robinson and Patrick Ewing and Larry Bird. So we'll go ahead and put you in that category, right, Graham?
Yeah, I appreciate that. No doubt. Those are all legends right there. A great group to be a part of.
Absolutely. Graham Ike with us here on Willard and Dibs, playing for the Warriors Summer League squad in Vegas by way of Wyoming and Gonzaga. Graham, 6'9", 245 is what the Warriors list you as. I'm curious, who you model your game after for maybe some Warrior fans that haven't seen a ton yet at the college level but are getting used to you in the Summer League right now. What kind of player do you think you can maybe mimic, or the player's game that you maybe show the best? Who do you mimic yourself after?
It's just so many guys that have played at this elite level that I try to model my game after, like Chris Bosh. I got a lot of Zach Randolph comparisons early on. I just love Carmelo's game and his footwork and his face-up within the mid-range spots, you know what I mean? And being from Colorado, I saw him play a lot in 07, 08. I saw those games a lot. But just, those kind of guys, LaMarcus Aldridge, of course, even a little bit of Sam Perkins going back lefty. I like to study the game, and so those are some of the guys that I try to model it after.
So teammates with Yaxel Lendeborg, a lottery pick, and you both are in your, dare I say, mid-20s. Are you guys bonding as a couple of the OGs on this Summer League team?
I don't know for mid-20s. Yeah, we got a couple more years.
I mean, you're knocking on the door now, Graham. I mean, you're almost there now.
Yeah, almost doesn't count. But, yeah, me and Yaxel, man, it's been a great bonding experience. A great person to be around. Super funny, man. Super charismatic, and then knows how to play the game the right way. Plays hard. Selfless human being, especially on the court. But a great guy to be around. I love Yaxel. He's awesome.
Graham, we both like your game. Dibs has been very complimentary of your game. I'm curious what you could share with us that the Warriors have told you to focus on. What would they like to see you improve on in order for your future with the Warriors to be a long one?
Yeah, they just kind of told me to come in, be myself, play hard, go in there, try to get offensive rebounds, extra possessions, and then just go and play great defense, be a vocal leader on the floor, especially defensively. And that's something that I try to hang my hard hat on, but definitely those key things right there. But just being myself.
Any sense of the short-term future? I'm not trying to get you to tell us what Mike Dunleavy has told you, but do you feel good about what's going to happen after Summer League between now and the start of camp?
I'm not really sure what things look like short-term. I like to stay in the present so I don't get too far ahead of myself. I've had trouble when those things have kind of happened to me, so I just try to stay present, continue to finish out these games in the right fashion, and then we'll just see where things go.
Well, I know you just said that, but I'm going to ask you to think about it if it were to potentially happen. Just theoretically, Graham, you're a teammate with Steph and Draymond, and you mentioned LeBron earlier. I mean, what would something like that feel like?
That would be ineffable, man. Like something so good, it would be hard to describe. I'll definitely tell you when I get there, but I just want to be a fly on the wall in that locker room and soak up and just try to help the team win as many games as possible, but definitely learn from these guys at an alarming rate as much as I can.
Have you had a chance to interact with any of those guys, the aforementioned names, either in Summer League or throughout the process leading up to a possible camp?
I have not. I've only crossed paths with Al Horford briefly, just saying hello and whatnot, but nothing too crazy. No, I have not talked to any of those guys.
All right. Graham, well, best of luck. We'll be watching as the Summer League comes to a close. We wish nothing but the best for you. We appreciate your time. It was a pleasure chatting with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, fellas. The pleasure is all mine. I appreciate you.
Wow. Graham Ike.
That's my guy, Graham Ike.
Out of Gonzaga.
Man, as
Warriors star in the Summer League. Just the best. What an awesome guy.
Awesome. And the fact that he knew, and I haven't completely added up the list yet, but he's like, yeah.
86 of them.
One of 86. And the internet's undefeated. And so I just was looking at it, and I was like, wow, Graham Ike. And you start to scroll down, and the names that are on here, like Tim Duncan, Alonzo Mourning, and David Robinson, Patrick Ewing, Ralph Sampson, Larry Bird, a guy named Lou Alcindor.
Oh, yeah. Who's that? Oh, yeah, that's Kareem.
Rick Barry, Elvin Hayes, the list of Hall of Famers who had 2K points and 1K rebounds in college. And I know he had, I guess, a little bit of an advantage by having 5 years, but still.
Yeah. And also a lot of the best players now obviously play a year in college.
Right. But still. Even, back then, like Elgin Baylor's on the list, and Graham Ike is a guy who put up big numbers for a big-time program. And, just hearing him there, it's like he has everything lined up perfectly. And I hope that Mike Dunleavy Jr. is listening on the Odyssey app in Las Vegas. This is a guy you absolutely keep.
You love him.
I do
absolutely love him. And he talked about playing in Chase Center. And speaking of Chase Center, season tickets are now available for Golden State's upcoming 2026-27 season at Chase Center. Visit Warriors.com for more information or dial 1-888-GSW-HOOP, option number 1 there once you call. And tonight, right outside of Chase Center at Thrive City, they're hosting a special Blankets and Blockbusters event with a showing of GOAT featuring Stephen Curry on the largest outdoor video board in San Francisco. That's tonight from 5 to 8. Families are invited to enjoy the movie and explore the interactive kids zone, which includes games, crafts, a special themed photo op station, and more. Attendees are encouraged to RSVP at chasecenter.com. Unfortunately, Graham Ike will not be there. It seems like he's the guy that lights up every room that he's in, but he's got more pressing business to attend to, the semifinals of the Summer League in Vegas.
And honestly, if you're there and he's sitting in front of you, you're probably a little bummed because he's 6'9", 250.
He is also, he'll be 24 in a little more than 2 weeks.
Right, and that's why I was trying to hit him
August 3rd.
And I tried to hit him with mid-20s, and that's really disparaging because I'm knocking on 60's door.
Mid starts what? When you approach 24?
Is it 24 is mid?
It's 24, 25, 26. That's it.
Right, because 20, 21, 22, 23, that would be, I'll give you that as the early, and then the mid is 24, 25, 26, and the late is 27, 28, 29. So
he's got 2 weeks and a few days left of being an early 20s guy.
Right, and he is mid with Yaxel. And my point with the question was obviously tongue-in-cheek, but you and Yax are kind of a little bit of the OGs in Summer League. Yeah. And so, you guys hanging out and talking about renting a car in a year? I don't know.
He had a really good day yesterday. There's no doubt. 15 points, 9 boards, 3 blocks. He's 6'9" and 245.
Right.
And he can shoot a little bit. He can shoot a little bit.
And I do think that is a skill that will get better.
You need that skill. If you're not a 7-footer, even if you're a 7-footer, you got to be able to shoot a bit, really. But if you're 6'9", you have to be able to shoot at least a little bit.
And I would imagine if you play with Steph Curry and, heck, if LeBron's there, the gravity that they'll have, you'll have a lot more open looks than you probably did at St. Mary's in that tiny gym or here in the Hilltop against USF.
Well, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that we're not the Warriors flagship radio station, but we had a chance to talk to 3 Summer League Warriors this week. Chance McMillan on Monday, LJ Cryer on Wednesday, and Graham Ike today. All just seemingly awesome dudes, Dibbs. Just great guys.
Right. High character. And, LJ Cryer was there last year and he showed out. And I think Steve Kerr absolutely likes his game. And, Graham Ike might be in a spot where he gets either a 2-way contract or he just gets a Santa Cruz look. And that's okay.
Just keep him in the organization.
It just depends
if you believe in his talent, even if it's not ready to compete and help you on the big squad.
Exactly.
Right,
and because you've got 15 spots and, you talk about Malachi Leons, who was here last year, and he might be
on the Summer League squad as well.
Charles Bassey is somebody who they have, now signed to where he'll probably be ahead of Graham Ike, but you start thinking about, bodies, and when you've got an older team, you can't help but stack as many younger people as you possibly can.
Yeah. Just a couple other notes on the game yesterday when the Warriors beat the Knicks, and they used that win to advance to the Final Four of the Vegas Summer League bracket. It was Yaxel Lendeberg's Worst game of the summer league doesn't mean a whole lot, but he was struggling from the field. 1 of 9 from the field, just 3 points, but did a lot as a rebounder and as an assister as well. LJ Cryer was really good. LJ Cryer, 17 points, made 5 threes, also had 5 assists. And the Warriors move on. Up next for the Summer League dubs, the Lakers in the Summer League semis Saturday at 5:30. So if you're looking for something to watch tomorrow at 5:30, Dubs versus Lakers in the Summer League semis.
And that'll be a perfect kind of palate cleanser after the third place game when you get a chance to see France take on England.
How do you feel about third place games, by the way?
I feel great about it. And
you like them?
I do like them. I'm not saying it's must watch, but I understand it. And it goes back to the Olympics where you actually play for a bronze medal, but here you're playing for money. And even if you are not playing for the golden boot like Kylian Mbappe is, yeah. I don't know if he'll play all 90. I think he'll probably get a good 60 or maybe 75 minutes to go out there and try and get a goal or more. But I think that this provides an opportunity for people who've been in the World Cup and haven't had a chance to play a lot. You get to go out there and play. Like if you are the 23rd or 24th or 25th guy on France or England, and you've played maybe not at all, now's your chance to go out there and get a cap and play in the World Cup. It's awesome.
I feel like this specific matchup, England versus France, is a matchup where the players probably, and maybe we're overstating that because it is a World Cup game and it's, for third place. It still means something, but the way that the expectations fell for those two countries, and probably specifically France, because they are, in my estimation, the most talented team in the world. Talent doesn't always, win every single time. Spain is obviously very talented as well, probably the second most talented team in the world, in my opinion. But they beat France pretty handily. But with the expectations of those squads, and then the way the fan base felt like their teams had to win it all, or at least get to the final for it to be considered a success. This is a matchup specifically where it's France versus England, and I feel like the fans of those teams are kind of just like, I don't even want to watch that game because I'm still so upset they're not in the final in the first place.
I actually see it completely the other way, which is like if you are French and you're taking on England or vice versa, you're thinking, yeah, it's a rivalry. It's a European rivalry. And even though it's for third place, it's still our squad against your squad. And just looking at the tickets, the cheapest get-in price is $645.
Wow.
In Miami.
It's in Miami.
Yeah, in Miami. So it's a third-place game, and I guess it'd be different if it was, I don't know, and I don't want to disparage any country, but
if like Switzerland beat Argentina and made the semis, and then lost in the semis,
right,
and it was Switzerland. Like Switzerland would be going for a third place game. That's like probably their best result ever.
Exactly. But I do think the fact that it's France and England, two of the real blue bloods of international European soccer, like this matters. And
it would be like kind of not Kentucky and Duke, but like it would be like if in the Final Four the losers played each other in a third place game, and those two losers in the third place game were like two of the best programs in the history of college basketball.
They used to do a third place game.
When?
In the NCAA tournament.
How long ago?
I would have to go back to probably the mid-70s.
Wow, I did not know that.
I'd have to pinpoint the exact date, but it was a standard, like, you went to the Final Four and you lost and you played for third.
It would be like Syracuse playing Kentucky in a third place game.
Right. Which
those programs would be like, all right, wake me up when we're playing for a championship.
81. Thank you, Ken. 81 was the last time, which I believe was the last year before Ewing. Yes.
Yes.
And I'm thinking about those tournaments before that where, you just played for third and that's what you did. And for this one, I do think it's interesting because you've got Harry Kane on 6 goals and Bellingham on 6. Mbappe is on 8. So you could have a big game in the third place game and catch Mbappe. And if
Messi at
8,
he's at 8 as well.
It's Messi and Mbappe with 8. Erling Haaland with 7, but he's on ice.
Yeah.
And so I do think that
would be a good example too. If Norway was in the third place game, that would mean a ton to Norway.
Right.
Yeah.
And I go back to like all of the World Cups where the Netherlands would lose in the semis, and I know they lost in the final against Spain 16 years ago. I talked about it yesterday.
Painfully close so often, the Netherlands.
They've always been close, and so you get in that third place game, and I do think that there's a certain amount of pride and a reward in the third place game. Now, think about the NFL. You lose the NFC and the AFC championship game. And
what if you just did away with the Pro Bowl and you played a third place game that week?
No chance. Like, no chance. Like a pro football player, even like baseball, like we're going to play a best of 3. You lost the NLCS and you lost the ALCS, but something about this actually fits and works. Like, you're already here for the tourney. Just go play one more time.
And it's once every 4 years. I'm not like offended at it. It's just, for me, I think it's a little hard to get up for it and I don't think it should count towards the Golden Boot either, but maybe that's just my old man get off yelling at, a cloud take. I don't know what it is. But anyway, if you watch that game tomorrow, you can then flip over and watch Warriors-Lakers Summer League semifinals tomorrow at 5:30. Okay, time for a break here on Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you. Our thanks once again to Graham Ike for joining us. A great conversation, a great young man. You can again watch him play in those semis tomorrow at 5:30. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Back to LeBron when we come back. Dibs and Grandy on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HabbisLaw.com.
Omar Habbis is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
The Sherwin-Williams Summer Sale is here. Get 30% off select paints and stains or 35% off our newest product, Emerald Symmetry, July 17th through the 27th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Point!
Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down.
Ace!
You're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at Metamucil.com.
The world's game doesn't end when the tournament does. On Saturday, July 25th, your first place Quakes take center stage at Stanford Stadium for the 105th California Classico against the LA Galaxy. It's NorCal versus SoCal. Timo Werner versus Marco Royce. The first 10,000 fans through the gates get a Quakes Americana jersey presented by El Camino Health. Then stay in your seats after the match for the biggest summer fireworks show in the Bay. Quakes versus LA Galaxy, Saturday, July 25th at 7:30 at Stanford Stadium, presented by El Camino Health. Tickets at SJEarthquakes.com.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank, and when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country, and that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
For families living with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, birthdays are a reminder the clock is ticking. For too long, Duchenne muscular dystrophy has shortened lives, Cure Duchenne is changing that. Visit acurecan'twait.org.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each. $30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
No one plans to call a lawyer, but a lot of people wish they had sooner. Because after an accident, the clock starts immediately. Insurance companies move fast. They call, they record, they push for answers. And one wrong move, saying too much, signing too early, trusting the process, that can cost you thousands. That's why waiting is the biggest mistake you can make. Call Beam Law first, before you speak to insurance, before you agree to anything, before you risk your case. This just isn't a claim. It's your recovery, your income, your future. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, please don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Dillard and Wibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It's Willard and Dibbs, but no Willard. It's Dibbs and Grandy with you here on 95.7 The Game. We just caught up with Graham Ike of the Summer Dubs in Vegas. I got 4 words for you, Dibbs. You love Graham Ike.
I loved him before, but my love has grown. It's almost at the point where I want to either write him an early Valentine's card or
birthday card. His birthday's coming up in a couple of weeks.
Figure out some
Welcome
sort of
to your mid-20s, Graham.
Yeah,
love Dibbs.
He's already there and pen a song in honor of Steve Kerr, probably a handwritten letter.
Yeah.
I want to reach out to, Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy Jr. and any of the various Lakeups and just say,
they might be listening, Dibbs. You never know.
You need this Graham. You need Graham Ike. He is a perfect Golden State Warrior. Maybe he's not in the 15-man right away. Maybe it's a 2-way. Maybe he's a Santa Cruz EK. He is to me, he's a perfect kind of Golden State Warrior, somebody who he's reliable. And he mentioned the 86 players who've done what he's done in college, 2,000 points, 1,000 rebounds. One of those guys on the 86, hi, this is Trace Jackson Davis.
Oh, yeah, he had a hell of a career at Indiana.
TJD is a 2,000, 1,000 guy, so... Yeah, and I love the fact that Graham knew that there were 86 of them.
It's clear, I would imagine, the Gonzaga SID, the sports information director, whenever he reached that plateau, probably told him. And there probably was a stat on the Gonzaga game notes that was put out. It's probably how he knows about it.
Hayward Hills. I mean, that's a stat.
That's a stat.
Maybe he Googled himself. I don't know if you've ever Googled yourself. You probably have.
Yeah, I mean, most people have.
Well, I mean, now you're at a spot where, you've done Oregon radio, you've done pre and post, you've done that indoor football thing that you did.
Panthers.
I apologize. I was going to call them the San Jose something. I couldn't remember it, but you've done enough now to where you've got an actual digital footprint. So, you Google yourself, and if you're Graham Ike and you Google yourself, he's got a Wikipedia page.
One of 86 players to tally 2,000 points and 1,000 rebounds in his college career.
He Googles himself, and that's one of the things that pops up in his Wikipedia.
Wikipedia.
Which I don't have a Wikipedia. My ex-wife actually was in the process of making me one, and then we got divorced.
She was in the middle of making it while the divorce was going on.
She actually was before, and she's like, I need this, I need that. And if you do a Wikipedia, and I know it's Wikipedia, but when you try to create one, there's so many links and codes, and there's so much that you have to put in there if you want to do it right.
Well, I'm glad the 813 picked up on the bit, because you have... It's been more recently for Yaxel, and that's what the 813 on the text line is asking, 888-957-9570. I said, Dibs, I got 4 words for you. You love Graham Ike.
Oh, yeah.
But you also said that for months leading up to the Warriors drafting Yaxel Lendeborg.
Yep.
And a year ago, you were saying the same things about Will Richard. Before anybody knew much about Will Richard, other than, of course, his Florida days where he won a championship with the Gators.
Right.
And he turned out to have a much better rookie year than I think most people were expecting him of him. And the 813 now asks, Dibs, has your love for Yaxel been surpassed by Ike?
It is not, but I do feel like my love of Yaxel, it's almost like I live in Utah, and it's kind of like polygamy because so many other people love Yaxel. I get Yaxel every Wednesday and every other Sunday because so many people now are in love with Yaxel, and I get it. I have to share Yaxel Lendeborg, and eventually I think that we'll get to the same spot with Graham Ike. And I do think about Will Richard, and I think about you and I, because when my love really blossomed for Will Richard, it was when you and I interviewed him in Vegas at the Summer League, because I knew his game and I follow college basketball more than most people. And it's they drafted Will Richard. He's a good player. And then we met him, and it's oh my God, this guy is he thinks he belongs. He thinks he's the dude. And then turns out he did belong, and he is the dude. And so that's kind of when that came about. And the Graham Ike thing was just watching a lot of WCC, and I actually live in Moraga, and so I saw him play at St. Mary's, and it's
Did you go to that game?
Yeah, I did. And it's this guy's a handful.
I think Ken was also at that game, right?
Yeah, probably in better seats than me.
Can't really hear me.
There you go.
I mean,
I hear you now.
Well,
no, I was in the back.
Yeah, I was in the way back.
Yeah, I was in the way back, too.
I was in the way back. Not in those Mayoko seats.
This isn't a competition to see who had the worst seat.
But you know what? You talked about how hot and sweaty. It was boiling in that arena.
Always. I mean, and Ken and I actually live just about equidistant from there.
Stone's throw, yeah.
Yeah, about the same distance. But
you guys up there in the big times, near Moraga.
Trust me, he's got a pool.
Oh, I've been there.
Yeah, I should have shown
a real
up.
nice
I should
house.
have gone.
Real nice house.
I got a bunch of rocks.
Live and you learn, Dibs.
Whatever.
Marry a doctor. That's what I learned.
Thank you. I married a school teacher, guys. Back to you. And I love her. But yeah, not a doctor. She married a doctor, a radio doctor, and good for nothing.
Yeah, that doesn't really help you in your paychecks, a radio doctor. Sorry about that.
Graham Ike, I'm hoping.
Yeah.
I think that he eventually will be one of the Warriors, but if you even look at the Summer League team, I think LJ Cryer, yes. Lendeborg,
Will
absolutely.
Richard is on the squad. He'll make it.
He's already there.
Yeah.
And Leon's, I think, is a guy who probably will be there. It might come down to LeBron or no LeBron for Graham Ike.
Yeah, we will see. So Graham Ike, great to hear from him. Put a personality to the name, to the face of the player that we've been seeing play out there in Summer League. If you missed it, you can rewind on the Odyssey app. He joined us right out of the break at 2:30. You can also find it on YouTube. We've also got another guest joining us in about an hour and a half, a little more. Kevin Dana, voice of the Valkyries, is going to come on at 4:45 to talk some Valkyries basketball. They're winners of 8 in a row. They just finished off a perfect 5-0 road trip, second time in the history of the W that has happened, and they return home tomorrow. So we'll talk to Kevin Dana about the Valks coming up at 4:45 today here as well. Speaking of Yaxel, though, Dibs, you and Willard talked yesterday about the back and forth that has gone on between Draymond and Yaxel Lendeborg. And to give you the Cliffs notes, Yaxel was asked earlier this week at Summer League in Vegas to make his pitch to LeBron. And this was not Yaxel going out of his way and saying, LeBron, come join us. He was asked, I believe it was by Jake Fisher of Bleacher Report on their live show, hey, Yaxel, you're a good rookie. What would it mean? And what would you say to LeBron to get him to come to the Warriors? So he gave his pitch, yada, yada, yada. You want to play with the best shooter ever and your good friend Draymond, you should come here. We'd love to have you, whatever. Then Draymond on his podcast was talking about the pitch and how it came across. And he said, whatever, the pitch is pointless, and talked essentially about having to rein in the rookie. Talked about training camp is beginning soon, like 7 different times. And then the great Ron Kroichik, friend of the program of the SF Chronicle, caught up with Yaxel, I believe probably after the game yesterday, and asked him about all this. And there's the story in the Chronicle today centered around Yaxel, and a big part of it is the relationship with Draymond Green. And what Yaxel told Ron Kroichik of the Chronicle Dibs was, quote, I got a little nervous, he said, laughing. I don't know what he's talking about, man. He could be hinting at a lot of different things. Hopefully it's not the rookie hazing. I hope we keep that at a minimum. I hope it's just like, yeah, I got you. This is what you should and shouldn't do. So I'm a little worried, but hopefully everything goes well. How do you read the comments from Yaxel to Ron Kroichik about Draymond's comments in his podcast about Yaxel's pitch?
What I read is that Draymond and Yaxel haven't had that many conversations to where Yaxel feels completely at ease knowing that Draymond is just, breaking his stones, or, the whole thing is a back and forth that is natural. I sense that Yaxel's not really that, quote, worried, but I do think that there's a little bit of trepidation because certainly he knows about Draymond Green, and Draymond Green's been a pro since Yaxel was about 8 or 9 years old. And so he's seen the entire trajectory of Draymond Green's career, which is greatness, it's defense, it's, passing, it's confrontations, it's yelling at refs, it's, punching teammates, it's, stepping on Domas Sabonis, whatever it is. I'm not going to highlight the positives or the negatives. Yaxel has seen Draymond Green, and Draymond's Michigan State and Yaxel's Michigan. So did Yaxel really think about the Draymond part of it when he was poking the Michigan State part of it? I'm sure he thought about it, but in his mind, he might have been thinking, this is going to be fun and playful, and he's my teammate, and this will be great. And then Draymond goes on his pod and says, training camp is coming. And he said it like 6 times or 7 times. Oh,
yeah, he did.
And so I
think you know what I mean when I say training camp is coming.
Right. And so maybe that kind of caught Yaxel like, oh, wow. Oh, I didn't know it was that serious.
But that to me just means like, you're a rook. You're 23, going to be 24, sure, but you're a rook. And once you're around us, meaning Steph and Draymond and Al and Jimmy, even though he's not going to be playing or practicing at that point, you're going to fall into place, Rook, because you're a Rook. It wasn't like, I hate you and you're coming for my job and I'm going to hold you down. It was, you're going to learn that you're a rookie and it's going to take you a bit to where you're going to be on an even footing with any of us.
I understand that part of it, but if you're Yax and Draymond is saying, we need to rein that in and enjoy your summer and enjoy your media.
Enjoy the media.
Enjoy the media and enjoy the summer, but we're going to have to rein that in. If you're Yaxel, you're thinking, I'm a lottery pick, I'm playing great in summer, and we're going to the semifinals, and this is fun, and I'm just kind of a harmless, goofy guy, and all his teammates have said he's kind of a goofball. Yeah. Like, he likes to have fun. Yeah. So if you're Yaxel, and then Draymond comes back at you, with that, you might be thinking, oh, boy, I didn't really know that I was poking the bear like that.
We'll keep an eye on it. I don't think it's a big deal at all, but we'll, of course, keep an eye on it. I'm sure there will be further pieces to this story, and it will certainly get asked at training camp. I can guarantee you that. Okay, time for a break. When we come back, we'll let you hear what LeBron had to say about his family, and we'll dive into that. Plus, again, Kevin Dana joining us at 4:45 to talk some Vauks in the middle of their 8-game winning streak. We're sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety, Dibs and Grandy on Willard and Dibs. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the Caltrans? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley here, and the FIFA World Cup is winding down. Don't miss your chance to trade on the last couple of matches, and there's no better place to do that than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction platform. Right now, Spain is trading at 60% probability to win it all, meaning a $100 trade will pay out $166 if they beat Argentina on Sunday. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you could buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS DIBS to get $10 when you trade 10 KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned here. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Car salesmen are annoying.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
Oh, no.
Get a great car? Switch anytime. FlexCar. You drive everything.
Looking for something fun and free to do midweek? Come explore Welcome In Wednesdays at History Park. Brought to you by History San Jose. Every Wednesday through August, step inside one of our historic buildings, shop unique local finds at the gift shop, and enjoy the charm of this beautiful open-air museum and park. All for free. Take a walk through time at Welcome In Wednesdays, only at History Park, located in Kelly Park at 1650 Center Road. Visit historysanjose.org for details. That's historysanjose.org.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries tomorrow on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills. Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs. And you know, as much as I love Willard, I'm more of a Dibs guy. So if you want to do what I do, go check in on Dibs and say hi to him. Get in the YouTube chat. Do it right now on 95.7 The Game.
How are you doing, Dibs?
He loves Dibs. I'm doing great, Grandy. It's a Friday. It's a beautiful day, like sunny, but not too hot.
A little chilly this morning, but
maybe just a
blue
touch.
skies out there now.
Yep, no doubt. And I'm really looking forward to Sunday at Bay Street in Emeryville. Actually, we got a babysitter, so I'm bringing out my wife. Supper will be there. And another couple from out there in our neck of the woods. So we're going to kind of make a day of it.
If you want to meet Dibs, you want to meet Steiny.
Yep.
Or just one of the two of you. I don't know. Maybe you got preferences or both, whatever you want.
Yep.
Bay Street, Emeryville. You'll be there at 11:30, right?
Confirmed, yep.
Game kicks at noon or 12:30?
At noon.
At noon.
Yep. And we'll probably reach halftime at about 12:50 after the hydration break, which, by the way, we will be taking the hydration break with them.
You just won't be drinking water.
No. Well, I will be because I'm driving. It's been made clear that I will be the designated Dibley, which is fine. It's a work event.
You could have,
perhaps
one.
Yeah, but, when you meet the listeners, it's always, and you'll get this as you get deeper into your celebrity career and you're on your way, and I love your trajectory, but you really can't, you're allowed to be like, how you doing? How you doing,
well,
Rustin?
I didn't say have 8.
Hey, Ernie Chavez, how you doing?
Well, you've met Ernie probably 5 different times at least.
At least. And actually, it's funny because I think Ernie might be going and, Rockin' New Era, and who else, like, you would have to think that San Jose Jazz fan and all the rest of our wonderful listeners. And I actually was thinking earlier today, who among all of our people could boast the most, like, appearances? Like, because we all do events. We do appearances. You do Friedman's every year.
Yeah.
And,
Steiny does Steiny shows up to those too. So.
Inevitably, like, when you do a Friedman's, there will be listeners who show up.
Oh,
and I wonder who is at the top of the leaderboard among listeners on showing up at events, And it's impossible to really.
It might be our guy Ernie.
It might be.
Shout out to Ernie. I heard from a couple of listeners yesterday. You know them both, Zucci Main and Ernie. They both DM'd me on Instagram yesterday after you and Willard cornered me to tell you about my experiences with Draymond.
Incredible story.
And Ernie texted me and said, where were all the drip drops for you, Grandy? And I said, well, I'm the one that hits them, and it was about me, so there was no one to do it.
Right, and one thing about you that people probably don't fully know is you don't like to be the center of attention. Like, you're doing radio, and it's an ego-driven thing, and I think that when you do it, you're just doing your job. You're not thinking about
it for the love of the game. I just like talking sports,
right? But you're not thinking about, like, I'm Mark Grandy and I'm on the air right now.
The sound of my voice.
And I'm on the air in the number 5 market. I'm a big deal. No, you're just doing what you do, what you love to do. And so yesterday, and I had no idea that you are a sometime producer of the Draymond Green
pod. You don't listen to me because I've talked about it on the air before.
Whatever. Yes, you're right. And the headline is, I don't listen to you. These are facts. And a lot of times you don't listen to me, and that's part of the nature of what we do. Like Willard and I've said so many things, and he's like, you never told me that. It's like, dude, I've said that 1,000 times, but you're watching a game or you're talking back to Grandy or something. So I get that, but you don't like to be the center of attention.
I don't like talking about myself. Yes, absolutely.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love myself.
When you have the chance to talk about it.
Which will be today and all of next week.
Yeah. And on Sunday at Bay Street, Emeryville with Steiny. If you want to watch some footy and hang out with Steiny and Dibs and more, make sure to head out to Bay Street, Emeryville. Dibs will be there. Steiny will be there at 11:30, kickoff at noon.
And my Kalshi trade is on Argentina.
So you'll be rooting hard for him is what you're telling me.
I will. But if the red and orange come out on top, I will not be shocked.
Sorry about that. I'm going for Spain.
Well, that's fine. And my Kalshi trade is not a life changer, unlike tonight's Mega Millions, which,
Oh, you making a stop on your way home?
Absolutely. I'm rooting harder for Mega Millions than I am for Argentina.
As you should.
But I
probably not going to matter. But
the pick is in, and the pick is actually Spain.
Okay.
Spain to the under. I do think it's a classic Spanish, the way they play defense. And Argentina, Argentina is so wonderful, but they they tend to give you one at some point in the first 60 minutes. And unlike England and everyone else, Argentina's been able to beat Cabo Verde.
I think you need to play a really good 90 minutes to beat Spain, and Argentina hasn't. All tournament played a really good 90 minutes. They played an amazing 30 minutes every game.
Right.
But not anything really beyond that.
And I don't think Spain is the side that's just going to give you one. And
exactly.
I mean, England, we've talked about it yesterday and today. They got up 1-0 and they just kind of brought everyone back and they allowed Argentina to just kind of pick them and pick them and pick them.
Yeah. By the way, before we move back on over to LeBron and the Warriors, you're talking about your appearance, you and Steiny at Bay Street, Emeryville, coming up on Sunday, 11:30. And you're talking about hydration breaks. You will be drinking a water during the hydration break or maybe something else. But a text from the 707 says, Dibs, half in the bag rules. And we got a call from somebody, Jesse in Millbrae, who claims to have met you at a work event. And maybe you had partook that day. I don't know. Let's find out. Jesse in Millbrae is on the air. What's up, Jesse?
Yo, what's up, fellas? How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Jesse?
Doing wonderful. Hey, what's up, Dibs? Hey, remember that Hooters event from I want to say it was about 7 years ago? It was in San Jose. You and the crew were there. I remember Bonte, Guru, everybody was there. But I just remember us turning up at that event, man. We were all watching football and having a grand old time at that thing. And I remember you stepped outside with me for a second, and it was a lot of fun. But I think you're giving Evan Grandy some good advice on that. So
I appreciate the memory.
Don't get half of the bag, Grandy.
Well, I mean, let's just first of all, yes, we stepped outside for some fresh air, as I recall. And
just some fresh air. That's it.
There was air. I don't know how fresh it was, but it was in Campbell. And it was probably 10 years ago.
Wow.
We used to do a thing called the Gridiron Gala, where every year for the championship game, the NFC and the AFC championship game, the whole station would go to a place and we would watch both games. And I believe, Jesse, that's where we were at the Hooters in Campbell.
Yes, that is exactly the memory.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why I love the station, and that's why you guys are always endearing to me. You guys are for the people, and Dibley's definitely a man of the people. So great meeting you that day, Dibs, and it was great memories that I hold on to.
Yeah,
so,
I appreciate that.
And I was there for your foot rub when you rubbed Lowe's feet.
Yeah.
I was at the agony of defeat. The cake was pretty good, too, by the way.
Yeah, so. I probably could have appreciated some fresh air with you that day, which I didn't quite have. But I think that was the day that the Saints had that call on the pass, and it should have been pass interference.
Against the Rams.
Is that right?
Was that in the NFC Championship game?
Sounds familiar. I mean, according to Jesse, I have no recollection, and he's not wrong.
Yeah. Hey, you still there?
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. All right, thank you, Jesse.
That was the day where it's oh my God, that's PI. And no call.
Dude just got laid out far before the ball even got there.
Right.
Yeah.
And I believe I was among the few saying, it's a good no call right there. It's just one of those moments, but.
Awesome.
Low Neal going from table to table, person to person, shaking hands, taking pictures, and making sure that everybody in that place.
Oh, Lowe's the best.
The best. And just watching him work the room. And our other radio partner, whose name escapes me, was behind the velvet rope the whole time and just grinding on the game. And apparently I was a man of the people getting fresh air. So there you go.
You're making lifetime memories with certain listeners.
Sure. Sure. I'll take his and your word for it. But we used to do that every year.
That's awesome.
The Gridiron Gala.
There's a lot of reasons to miss football season. One of them is because Low Neal isn't around here during not football season. He is during football season, hosting our pregame shows, right?
Yeah.
And you get him on the shows more often during the year, obviously.
Yeah.
I miss Low Neal.
I do too. And when we did Jolo and Dibs, we had a thing that the boss came up with that was called Does Low Know? And so every week we would bring on a mystery guest, and the bit was, does Low know who it is? And so, Joe Fortenbaugh would introduce the mystery guest, and, he'd say, how you doing? and Lo would, immediately launch into questions, and they're supposed to be yes/no questions. And so Lo would say, did you play offense? No. Did you play defense?
Yes.
It's like, Lo, he didn't play offense. Are you a person of color? And the questions he would ask were unbelievably hilarious. And eventually he would get it. And one of them was, TJ, who's your daddy?
Who's Menza?
Yeah, and all some of them were teammates and some were other people, but does Lo know?
And by the way, TJ Hushmanzada has been making some waves this week on his podcast Speakeasy, I think with Emmanuel Acho, said a couple of different times. One, he said, I don't think Ayuk is going to play again in the NFL. And then he came out and said, obviously, never going to play again in the NFL. That it includes not playing for the Commanders. But then he came out and even more strongly said, I don't think the Commanders want anything to do with him ever again for the rest of his career. So TJ Hushmanzada. I mean, you get TJ to call in, that's a pretty big deal. He's a big guy.
Yeah, and that's one of Lo's, former teammates. And when you're Lo Neal and you play 16 years, and he likes to say 17, but I always would point out to him that, well, this is his 17th year. It was only training camp with the Raiders.
Yeah, it doesn't count, Lo.
No, that's what I would say. I would wave it off and he'd get all mad. But 16 years and he knows everybody. So I'm with you. When you start talking about Lo Neal and you look at the calendar, it's like, oh my God, we're about a month away from fake football and about 8 weeks away from real football.
Do you know that Niners rookies report to training camp, I think tomorrow? It's this weekend.
Is it tomorrow?
It's either tomorrow or Sunday. Rookies report to camp this weekend. Veterans a week from the following weekend. So 8 or 9 days from now.
I love it. And so next week we can, talk about the Giants.
We're going to hear some Shanahan ums and stuffs coming up pretty soon.
And we've got Giants baseball actually about to happen again.
In Seattle.
Maybe a LeBron decision, you would think. Fingers crossed. Yeah. The Valks on an absolute unheard of heater.
Back home tomorrow. Valhalla's going to be going crazy.
Yeah. So, there's plenty to talk about, and more so than the normal July.
Yeah. And speaking of, the biggest thing that we've been talking about all July has been LeBron James. It's gotten kind of dead. I think the last maybe 8-ish days as it comes for LeBron James specifically. I do think, though, Dibs, we got a pretty big hint yesterday. And I don't know anyone in LeBron's camp. I'm not sitting here to tell you I know what's going to happen. I'm just listening to everything LeBron has been saying in New York the last couple of days. I think this is a pretty big deal. So LeBron sitting down with Rich Kleiman, done a lot of business with Rich over the years. Rich, obviously very close with Kevin Durant as well, but LeBron as well. This is at the CNBC Sport Boardroom Game Plan Summit. And LeBron was talking about how this free agency experience for him is much different than his other three. And he explained why. I think buried in here are multiple hints towards the Warriors being legitimate options for LeBron. Here is LeBron James yesterday at, again, the CNBC Sport and Boardroom Game Plan Summit.
In 10, when I made a decision to go to Miami, I had my reasons. When I went back to Cleveland in 14, I had my reasons. So actually, this would be the fourth. And then when I went to LA 8 years ago, I had my reasons. So, for me now, I have an almost 22-year-old son who is not my former teammate, which is hilarious. I have a 19-year-old son that's at the University of Arizona. But it's my almost 12-year-old daughter who is pulling the weight a lot. Yeah. So going to my daughter, I was home for the 4th of July, and my daughter came home after being out with her friends and cousins and everything, and I pulled her to the side because she's up as of age now. So anytime I leave, she's like, Dad, where you going? I'm going with you. Where we going? Yep. So I pulled her to the side, and I was like, baby, I'm letting you know, I don't want you to hear from nobody else, but I won't be playing for the Lakers next year. I will be playing somewhere else, so I won't be home all the time. And you may not have an answer right now. You can give me an answer now. You can wait. You can write it down. Just want to know how you're feeling about it because you mean a lot to me. Yep. With me being away from you means a lot. So the family portion is a big thing too. Yeah. My daughter and my wife and things of that nature. And I'm a big family guy. So there's a lot of things that's, people are like, hurry up and make a decision, Brian. It's like, okay, it's not just about the team.
I heard that yesterday, Dibs. It's one thing to read it. It comes across there too. But when you hear him say it, in my mind, I'm just thinking, I think the Warriors are legitimately a major player for LeBron James. I know they've been rumored and mentioned every single time this gets brought up as one of the options, but I'm going so far as I'm putting my name on it. I think LeBron James is going to be a Warrior, and I think it's this. That is reason number one. There's a number of lines in here that stand out to me. At the very beginning, quote, "It's my almost 12-year-old daughter who is pulling the weight a lot. It's me being away from you means a lot." And then it's people are telling me, hurry up and make a bleeping decision. It's like, okay, it's not just about the team. That tells me it might not be go wherever you think the team is the best. And that's not the Warriors, unfortunately, but I don't believe the Warriors to be the best team out of the teams that are rumored to be a LeBron suitor. But the reason why, it's because of LeBron's almost 12-year-old daughter, who he doesn't want to be too far away from too often during the course of the season. And his 12-year-old daughter, he asked, like, let me know, write down where you think I should go, what you think about being away from me, how upset would that make you, all of those sorts of things. I think the pull of his nearly 12-year-old daughter is going to be one of the main reasons why LeBron signs with the Warriors.
I just love the way he laid it out in the beginning. And yeah, I read it all yesterday. And when you hear it, it actually hits even harder with what I was talking about yesterday, because he opens it up with, in 2010, I made my decision for a certain reason. And if you look at Cleveland, where he's a rookie and he led them to the playoffs 5 straight years after his rookie year, they just didn't quite have enough.
Went to the finals once.
Right.
Got swept
and
by
they lost.
Tim Duncan.
And he wanted to get to that spot. And so he and Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh, they all kind of worked behind the back channels, and they got together because he wanted to be a champion. So in 2010, he made his move
decision
for a reason. And he did that, and he went out there and, he got it done. He won a championship. And then 2014, he made that move for a reason. And I think that reason was he felt like he kind of owed Cleveland more than what he gave him the first time. Cleveland, this is for you.
They had
He's
Kyrie.
from Akron, right.
They had the great asset in the first overall pick.
And, Kevin Love goes in there and whatever the other collection was. And so I think that decision was made based on him feeling like he wanted to make that whole again. And so he goes back there and he wins a championship. And after you do that, well, then 2018 comes and you're thinking, okay, I've been doing this now for 10 or so years, and now I want to take my brand to the next level. How do I do that? I go to LA.
And set up your life after basketball.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So in 2018, he makes the decision for that reason. So the first time, I want to be a champion. The second time, I want to do right by Cleveland. The third time, it's I want to go to LA and, bring my guys with me and set all of us up for our next act. And now, as you mentioned, his daughter and his wife and all the rest of it. And I love the quote where he's like, yeah, I got a 22-year-old son who's going to be an ex-teammate, which is hilarious.
The 650 just commented on the text line, former teammate, question mark.
Yes. In other words, he's not going to be attached to Bronny. He got Bronny in the league, and now it's like...
Got him the guarantee deal with the Lakers, by the way, and then announced he was leaving the Lakers. That was also not a coincidence.
And Bronny, now you're on your own. You're 22, and you've been a pro basketball player, so now it's sink or swim. Not that he couldn't have done it on his own, but LeBron gave him that nudge to where now Bronny can be that guy. So when I think about this decision, you've already left to go win. You already left to go home. You already left to go build your brand. So now you're going to leave. Why would you leave again? You would leave now to go somewhere close to home with friends and maybe be a champion, maybe not. And so that's why hearing him laying that out and hearing him talk about his daughter and the proximity, and even him saying 4th of July, and she's like, I'm going where you're going. Where are you going, Dad? I'm going with you. Obviously they're very close. So for me, you come here, you're able to fly home after practice and fly home after games.
If you want to, you could do it. I mean, he would have, he could have a commute, Dibs, from the Bay down to LA. That's quicker than a lot of people commuting into the Bay by car. Into the city by car.
No doubt.
He could have a quicker commute going down to LA with, he could get a helicopter to fly to whatever airport he wanted. He could take a quick ride across the Bay Bridge to the Oakland airport, which is easier to deal with than SFO. you could do whatever you wanted and fly into some small airport in LA, get home. I think Brentwood, is that where his home is? I don't know exactly.
Santa Monica would be the closest, probably.
And you could get home, no problem.
Yep.
And I guarantee you, Joe Lacob will do everything in his power to make it as easy and comfortable on you, Braun, to get home ASAP.
Well, all of them. So, forget the Peacock 8 o'clock tip, which I know irks you because you do post game. But
God.
Let's just say it's a Thursday night game, 7 o'clock tip, and you don't play again until Sunday. You play Sunday in Denver. Okay, so Thursday the game's over at 9:30. Your media's done at 10:30. Let's just say you shower, you media, and you get a limo to whatever airport at 11. You fly down to Santa Monica. You're there at midnight. You're back in bed by 12:30. You're there Friday. You're there Saturday, and then you can probably, catch your own flight to Denver, or you fly back here and you catch the team plane, whatever it is. It's all so convenient. And the other part of it is, Steph and Draymond, are they going to be, or Al Horford, are they going to be rolling their eyes at the special treatment? Of course not.
It's LeBron.
Right. And they're all so deep in their own careers. It's like, whatever.
And they know they need, it's not like LeBron makes them a championship favorite or anything, but you look at the roster and your Steph, your Draymond, who technically isn't on the roster right now, but will be, your Al Horford, you're any of those guys. You look at the roster and you say, we need you, LeBron. We'll put up with whatever the hell has to be put up with in order to get you here.
No doubt. And I even go back to the Giants era where Barry Bonds had 3 lockers.
Oh, yeah. It's Barry. You do whatever Barry wants.
But there was some resentment at that. And
Barry was a different kind of guy than LeBron.
And it's 162 games.
Yeah.
And, Jeff Kent, who's going in the Hall of Fame.
LeBron has haters, and there's a lot of people that aren't a big fan of his, but it's not like he was just outwardly, frankly, not a very nice human being like at times Barry was.
Right. And if you were going to have... let's just say if Draymond was not somebody who is his close friend, well, then it wouldn't work.
Yeah.
Because Draymond, I could see him harboring resentment, but he's somebody who's very close with LeBron. So part of LeBron coming here, I believe, would be, if I get a chance to fly home after a game and not be here tomorrow for shoot around or not be here tomorrow for an optional practice, then, I'm going to do that. And you're going to be okay with it.
Yeah, absolutely. How does that make you feel, Warrior fans? You hear LeBron James talking about how important his nearly 12-year-old daughter is to him. He says, my almost 12-year-old daughter is pulling the weight a lot. He says, me being away from you means a lot. He says, it's not just about the team. By the way, that line there at the end, I think, is really important as well. Let's talk about it. Warrior fans, how does that make you feel? 888-957-9570. In your mind, does that mean LeBron to the Warriors is more likely, or is this just LeBron soaking in every ounce of media attention he can possibly acquire? Let us know. 888-957-9570. Time for a break. Dibs and Grandy with you. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Back with your calls and texts next on 95.7 The Game.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Hello. Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
All new drinks are now at McDonald's. With refreshers like the Strawberry Watermelon Refresher and the Mango Pineapple Refresher with popping boba. To crafted sodas like the Sprite Berry Blast with berry flavors and cold foam. Who knew ice-cold drinks could be so fire? 6 all-new drinks are here. Now at McDonald's.
Refreshers contain caffeine.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVACR contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
With increasing summer temperatures, this is a good time to replace your home siding, decking, and fencing. Golden State Lumber and Showroom works closely with contractors to keep your home protected. AZEK Exteriors offers outstanding durability, is easy to install, and protects against fire and dry rot. And TimberTech Advanced PVC Decking has a Class A fire rating and is backed by industry-leading warranties. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com for products that increase the value of your home. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Hey, it's Bonte, and if you've been sitting on the fence about moving, this is your sign. School starts before you know it, and a smart move is getting your family settled at River Islands in Lathrop before the first bell rings, not after. Here's the good news. River Islands has quick move-in homes ready right now. No waiting for a new build, no scrambling in August. Just choose your home, move in, and get your kids enrolled in one of River Island's K-8 charter academies or the high school, all before the year kicks off. And you're not just getting a house. You're getting a whole summer left to enjoy it. Miles of trails, sparkling lakes, a brand new amphitheater, and the Redwood Cafe opening this fall in the town center. Homes starting in the low 600s to over $1 million. And if you're 55 and better, Del Webb at River Islands offers a wide range of home sizes and resort-style amenities right on the water at their Lakeview Club. Don't wait for the first day of school to wish you'd already made the move. Visit riverislands.com today. riverislands.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait. Don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Happy Friday. We're feeling good. It's a beautiful day. It's a great day. We've got some high-level soccer to look forward to this weekend. I can't wait for that. It is the middle of the summer. We've got baseball back underway. A lot of good going on right now.
A lot of good, yeah, a lot of good. And, we're just kind of waiting on this one decision,
That's the one
I
thing
guess.
that's getting on my nerves.
But it's not even really, bugging me that much because every day it seems like there's a new thing, and you played the sound from LeBron and Rich Kleiman,
Yep.
who is not his agent, but KD's agent and many other people. And I was reading the comments yesterday, and then we actually have the sound today.
Yep.
And to hear it, it sounds even more, I think, definitive to me than actually reading the quotes was.
Yeah. I see you, Rob, in Concord. You're going to lead us off here in just a moment. But for anybody joining us that does not know exactly what Dibs is referring to, let's listen to it one more time. LeBron at the CNBC Sport Boardroom Game Plan Summit yesterday in New York. He's doing a whole media circuit in New York right now, talking about the impact of family on his free agency decision this time around. Here is LeBron.
In 10, when I made a decision to go to Miami, I had my reasons. When I went back to Cleveland in 14, I had my reasons. So actually, this would be the fourth. And then when I went to LA 8 years ago, I had my reasons. So, for me now, I have an almost 22-year-old son who is not my former teammate, which is hilarious. And I have a 19-year-old son that's at the University of Arizona. But it's my almost 12-year-old daughter who is pulling the weight a lot. Yeah. So going to my daughter, I was home for the 4th of July, and my daughter came home after being out with her friends and cousins and everything, and I pulled her to the side because she's up as of age now. So, anytime I leave, she's like, Dad, where you going? I'm going with you. Where we going? Yeah. So I pulled her to the side, and I was like, baby, I'm letting you know, I don't want you to hear from nobody else, but I won't be playing for the Lakers next year. I will be playing somewhere else, so I won't be home all the time. And you may not have an answer right now. You can give me an answer now. You can wait. You can write it down. Just want to know how you're feeling about it, because you mean a lot to me. Yeah. With me being away from you means a lot. So the family portion is a big thing too. Yeah. My daughter and my wife and things of that nature. And 'cause I'm a big family guy. So there's a lot of things that's, people are like, hurry up and make a decision, Brian. It's like, okay, it's not just about the team.
There's a lot there from LeBron. I think the important lines are, it's my almost 12-year-old daughter who's pulling the weight a lot. It's me being away from you. Being his daughter means a lot. And it's the very end there. People are telling me, hurry up, make a decision. It's like, okay, it's not just about the team. Okay, so how do you feel, Warrior fans, about that you just heard LeBron James say? Dibs and I both feel like it makes the Warriors legitimately, I think, the top option. I think LeBron is ultimately going to become a Warrior, and maybe he's fooling me. We'll find out eventually. That's how I feel. I know Dibs feels the same way.
Yeah, it just depends on what ultimately he wants to lean on, and I'm just kind of fixated on those comments, because if you go back to 2010, he was 25 years old, and when you're 25, your whole world is mostly about you.
Oh, yeah.
Unless you already have kids, or
he had kids at that point.
He had 2 kids,
yeah,
but they were
young.
6 and 3.
Yeah.
But when you're 25 years old, you're still thinking about you. And then the next time in 2014, his daughter was yet to be born, almost born, and he's 29, and his kids were 10 and 7, and he's thinking about going back and making things right in Cleveland. And then in 2018, his kids were 14, 11, and 4. And so if they're that age, okay, you can be on the move, and we can go to LA and we can make this work. But now his one son's a former teammate, the other one's at University of Arizona, and his daughter is 12. And I can't help but think about having a 12-year-old daughter. I don't have one. My daughter's almost 4, but talking to Willard and seeing my sister and knowing a lot about adolescent girls, when you are aged, 11 or 12 to 16, that is an absolutely critical time for them to be at the center of everything, and also to make sure that whatever decision you make in your life, it has to be about them and their stability. And so I hear that, and he's telling his daughter, I'm not going to be in LA, but, let me know what you think and let me know what you want me to do, type of thing.
Or how would you feel if I'm across the country? Would that be tough for you? Would that be tough to the point where you don't want to do that at all? Would you prefer I retire and stay in LA? If that's how you feel, tell me that. Right. Would you prefer I go to San Francisco and play with the Lakers and I can still see you every week and let's run a long road trip? He's taking that into account, and that's what the 408 just talks about. The 408 says this is why every time Shams tweets and talks, it's just all crap. He doesn't He doesn't really know anything. I miss the Woj bombs. LeBron to Golden State makes so much sense if it's all about Zuri. Zuri is his nearly 12-year-old daughter. It's not all about Zuri, but it's clearly a big part of it. He's saying as much.
Yeah.
My almost 12-year-old daughter is pulling the weight a lot, says LeBron James.
And he's 41, and I'm a little bit older than that. I'm actually a lot older than that, and I have an almost 4-year-old, and so I have the opportunity to go to any Valkyries, Giants, Niners, Warriors, and I'm lucky because I can get credentialed to everything. Yeah. I could go to every single game all the time, but when I think about it, I would rather be at home playing Candyland with my little stink pot or playing like, Chomp Chomp Letter Puzzle.
And maybe when she gets a little older, watching the Valkyries games with her at home.
But right now, these are the moments, and, she's almost 4, and to have the precious little time that I have as a guy in his late 50s, I understand for me, the value of that is greater than sitting in the 11th row across from you and behind Tim Kawakami and, watching the Warriors and the Orlando Magic or whatever. And that's great and fun. But my deeper fulfillment is spending time with my daughter. And I hear him saying the same thing,
Absolutely. 888-957-9570. So how do you react to that LeBron quote? That piece of sound we just played, talking about how important his family and specifically his wife, but even more specifically his nearly 12-year-old daughter is to him. Is that going to have an impact on his free agency? And if it is, it feels like the Warriors are the beneficiary there. How do you feel? 888-957-9570. Rob is in Concord and leads us off. What's up, Rob?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Happy Friday. Love your guys' show. So with this interview, I'm glad you guys played this right before or right after the break. There's two things, three things I wanted to talk to you about. So the first thing is, while I respect his decision, his feelings on family, he does make it sound as if basketball is secondary, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's a lot of basketball players that don't have the choice to play in the city that they want to play in. They have to travel from East Coast to West Coast or vice versa, north to south, south north, and they don't get that choice like LeBron is trying to create for himself, number one. So I do respect the fact that he wants to be around his family, especially around for his daughter. But how does that make the team feel? And then the other part is, if he is a Warrior, which I'm not against, but if he does become a Warrior, I'd like to know what you gentlemen think about this. I don't know we've heard enough about this, so this is where I'd like to know what you think. What does the 49ers, what does the Golden State Warriors team look like with LeBron, with Steph, with Porzingis, with Draymond, if load management is a situation, an actual thing that will happen in terms of the regular season? How many games do we see all these players playing together? And if not, it's a frustration sensation, I think, for a lot of Golden State Warrior fans. So I could take that off the air if you guys can go ahead and maybe give me your opinion.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Rob.
Yeah,
first of all,
that's a box. Very strong, very good. And if you want to look at the load management piece, you look at last year, there was only one Golden State Warrior who played more total minutes than LeBron James.
Pods?
That's right. So LeBron played more minutes than Draymond Green, who played a lot last year. He played 72 games, I think.
Something like that.
Yeah. I mean, Steph got hurt and Jimmy got hurt and Porzingis wasn't here for long and he was not able.
Melton was hurt early in the year.
Couldn't do back-to-backs and Horford couldn't do back-to-backs. I think that this year should be a little bit different in terms of the load management. Like, will Horford play back-to-backs? Probably not. Melton should, and Steph will still get load managed here and there, and you hope the runner's knee doesn't rear its ugly head. But Draymond Green played a healthy amount, and LeBron James played 60 games last year, and he played more than 30 minutes a game. So I do think we get a little bit scared by the age part of it, and that's fair to do. But honestly, if you want to talk about how many games will they actually all play together, I'm not that worried about it until we get to February if Jimmy comes back and maybe you get Moses Moody. I don't know, but it's going to be a situation where you're hoping your best basketball is in April, not in November.
Yeah, and like how good are they? You and Willard went through this exercise yesterday, but they're somewhere around 4th, 5th, 6th in the West, like somewhere around there. Like I think best case, probably around 3rd, 4th, absolute best case. Worst case, they're probably a play-in team, but like it is definitely within the realm of possibility where, they're a playoff team. They avoid the play-in, which is a major step up. And considering what LeBron cost you, both monetarily and draft pick-wise, nothing draft pick-wise, then what's the harm in doing it? There's no other better way to improve your roster, so you might as well do it. Now, to Rob's question about, if it's all about family, how would that make the team feel? It's kind of what we were talking about earlier. If it takes some special circumstances to get LeBron home to LA to see his family more often than maybe the Warriors would be comfortable with for any other player, would that bother them? No, probably not. Would it be ideal? No, probably not. But it's pretty clear if the most important thing to LeBron was his family, or at least it was important enough to cancel out anything else, he wouldn't be playing again. He would just retire. The fact that he's playing suggests he loves it a lot still, Dibs.
Yeah.
Because he loves his family clearly so much. He's worried about being away from his kid enough, so much that it's impacting his decision, but it's clearly not enough to where he doesn't want to play anymore. So he still definitely wants to play basketball.
And in the piece, and I read the whole thing yesterday while Mark was talking, and it's a convenient way that I can go ahead and skim and read. And Willard's awesome, and I can pay attention to more things than just one because I have that ADHD working for me. And so LeBron talked a lot in the piece about the main thing being the main thing. Because Rich Kleiman was talking about, golf, Bay Area, golf. And if you go to Philly, you can't golf. And, come November, December, your golf is over. And LeBron was saying, well, simulators. And he's been building simulators for kids in Cleveland. And he's like, yeah, if I go to the East, I can play, in a simulator just fine. But his big thing was the main thing is going to be the main thing. And the main thing is basketball. Yeah. And you don't become LeBron James unless you are totally devoted to your craft in season and off season.
Absolutely.
So I'm not worried about him coming up here like, Bay Area. Where are we playing today, Steph? LeBron, it's a game day. I know, but let's get out and play 18, maybe 27, and we'll just saunter over to the arena whenever. That's not what LeBron's done.
If you're LeBron, you're playing your 24th season in the NBA, not because you're just there to go through the motions. You're doing it because you have a goal in mind, which is to put as many points on the board, as many rebounds, as many assists, as many playoff appearances. And it's not like it's not only about the family. If it was only about the family, he'd either retire, be willing to, accept what pissed him off with the Lakers, return to the Lakers, go to the Clippers. Like, it's not just about that. It's obviously about, playing, but it's also about, I think, wanting to compete enough, which is why there's probably rumors about the Warriors needing to go acquire Anthony Davis to really lock in LeBron. And it's why maybe you might think Miami's a better option, Philly, Cleveland, because those are better rosters currently. It's a mix of things, but I think what we found out yesterday was family's maybe the biggest piece of it all, and I think that's why, in my mind, the Warriors are still the place I'm going to predict him to finish. Back to the phones in a sec. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. By the way, Kevin Dana, voice of the Valks, joining us in 45 minutes here on 95.7 The Game. We're always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You have something else?
Yeah, one thing he said in the piece is, as soon as he doesn't want to get up and put in the work and, get up and be at the arena 5 hours before tip and show up at practice 2.5 hours before practice starts. And as soon as he doesn't want to get in the cold tub and do the plunge, like
a lot of work, and it's only more for a 41, 42-year-old.
Correct. He'll be 42 on my sister's birthday. Tiger Woods, LeBron James, Hurricane Gale.
31st?
30th. You were 30th. Close. Yeah, it's the 30th. And so he talked about when he will know that he doesn't want to do it anymore. Like, you don't want to put in the work. You don't want to do all the things it takes. And I think a lot of us take some of that for granted, like Steph Curry and his body continues to get stronger every year, and that's not by accident at 38. And LeBron is the same example. And so he even talked about in this interview about year 26. Like there's 24, which would be next year, and 25, and he's not ruling out year 26. Yeah. And, you think about it, and it's like, it's preposterous, but then you look at him, it's like, yeah, you're still a top
he could be playing
15.
45 years old.
And he even said, like, he feels like that he could average 10 a game as a 60-year-old.
I mean,
and Michael Jordan thinks the same thing.
Yeah, sure. Like, I mean, I'm not doubting you, LeBron. Yeah,
Michael Jordan thinks that and he's got to be 63 or 64, and I think that he probably looks at it and goes, you know what? I could come back and get 10 a night. Sure, especially in this league. Shooting the three.
Oh, yeah, it's all about offense now.
Yep.
I could be a foul baiter. I could get to the line.
No doubt. So,
yeah, no doubt.
LeBron's already talking about 3 more years, and that's what I said yesterday to Willard. Like, even if you miss out on him this year, he might sign a 1-year deal somewhere.
Let's do this all
next
again
year.
in
Yeah,
another
exactly.
year. He's going to do this same game every single summer for the next 10 years, playing when he's 55 years old. I wouldn't put it past him, that's for sure. 888-957-9570. E-Money. E-Money in Sassoon. What's up, E-Money?
Yo, what's up, guys? Hey, so I was just thinking about, like, I heard the interview and everything, and I just wanted to speak on something that, a lot of guys miss. Before he talked about his daughter, saying that, to give him a chance, like what she wants him to do. He kind of spoke about how she was out at night and she was with her cousins and friends, and I think that's a huge role. Like you don't really like go to another place, without thinking about her leaving or how long he's going to spend with her. It's all about family, and she's hanging out every night with the cousins and friends. Like that's huge. So I think he's coming to the Bay.
Yeah, E-Money. I mean, I think it's a good point, and I'm glad you emphasized it because I should have, said kind of the subtext here. The subtext is that Savannah, his wife, and Zuri, his almost 12-year-old daughter, as he put it, live in L.A., as LeBron has lived in L.A. for the last 8 years now and are going to continue to live in L.A. Now, they probably have, family homes in Cleveland or the Ohio, wherever in Ohio, right, and all over the place. They can afford it, Dibs. They can afford multiple very nice houses, the James family, but the home base is going to be L.A. And as our caller just pointed out, when he came home for the 4th of July to tell, among other things, to tell his daughter he's not going to return to the Lakers but will play again next year, he talked about how his daughter came home after being out with her friends and her cousins. And to our caller's point, you're not going to take your daughter out of that environment. They're going to stay in L.A. That's where they've lived. That's basically, she moved out of Cleveland when she was 4 years old, right, a little less than 4 years old. That's all. L.A. is basically all she's known. And she's at the stage of her life, as you were talking about, where you have a life finally, and you have friends, and you have family. I think I also got family in Cleveland, I'm sure as well. But you haven't established a life there for your nearly 12-year-old daughter. You're not going to uproot that for a year, 2 years, somewhere else. You're going to keep them there, and you're going to go elsewhere, you being LeBron. And that's why this matters, because they're going to stay in L.A., and if LeBron is still very worried about being away from his family too much, well, where is near to L.A.? It is here in San Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, the Clippers would be the nearest, but that's not happening. And
if he's talking about being far away or just away in general, then the Clippers are not even on his radar.
Right, and so I do think that, Golden State makes a lot of sense, and you talked about, like, what it would be as far as post-game, you catch a black car Uber or a helicopter to an airport.
Can you imagine picking up LeBron in an Uber?
Seriously, it's pretty funny. Hey, how you doing? Where are you going?
Yeah, do you think you have a little extra leg room back here, please?
Yo, could you move the seat up?
Yeah, please.
I'm a little cramped back here. I just put up 27 and 11 against Miami. I'm a little tired, but I think about what you were saying, and his daughter's almost 12, and it's a vulnerable time, but also just the nature of where he is as a human being, and he's almost 42, and this is his last kid, and you want to spend all the time that you can with your daughter. And I remember it was July 3rd, 1976. We moved from Marin, and I was almost 8, the youngest, and my sister was, I guess she would almost have been 12, and we moved up to Petaluma. because
E-Town.
Yeah, my grandpa had to sell our house. Long story short, we bought a house in Petaluma for $36,000.
Wow.
My parents could afford it. And so off we go.
36,000.
I was not even 8, so it was like, whatever. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you got some friends down there, but
whatever. I mean, I was an easy adapter, but my sister had a harder time.
It's also not like you're moving across the country or something.
Right. I could catch a Golden Gate Transit and go see my friends. And then 3 years later, we actually did move back. But my sister at almost 12 is in a new community and making new friends. And the friends that she met were maybe not as good of an influence as the Bridges who live next door to us in Fairfax. And so I'm not saying that LeBron has to worry about that part of it because he's got people who have people. But at that point in your life, you can be very vulnerable.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, all this, look, ever since Draymond opted out, and then it felt like LeBron in lockstep announced that he was no longer going to return to the Lakers. Once those two things happened in kind of unison, Draymond first, then LeBron, I felt like LeBron was coming to the Warriors. Now, I won't lie, in the 2+ weeks since then, my confidence level has wavered, but I've still always felt like I think he's going to come to the Warriors. But again, it wavered a lot. But yesterday, reading what LeBron said and then listening to it, it only, hardened my belief that I think LeBron James is going to be a Golden State Warrior. I will say, though, there is a line here at the very end of this piece, and we'll play it again when we come back from break here in a little bit, and we got to get out in a minute. So, Devon, I see you. Hang out on hold, and we'll get to you when we come back. There is a line, though, here at the end. It's not just about the team, which implies it is at least partially about the team, and I think that means the quality of the roster and our ability to compete. I think, Dibs, if the Warriors roster was a better roster, it would be a done deal. It wouldn't even be much to think about for LeBron James.
I suppose.
But the roster isn't as good as maybe some of the other options.
I just wonder what his real motivation is as far as, going somewhere and being hell-bent to, get that 5th championship. And I don't know, if I'm in his spot, other things would be at the forefront before, going somewhere where you're absolutely going to have a chance to win. And Philly would be that place for me. You look at their roster and their team, and if he goes to Philly, that team is absolutely stacked in a kind of a wide open Eastern Conference. But again, it's 3,000 miles away from your daughter.
Yeah, might not be easy to make that work with the fam. All right, time for a break. Devon, again, we are coming to you right when we come back. It's Dibs and Grandy on Willard and Dibs. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water. More Willard and Dibs right after this on 95.7 The Game.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HobbsLaw.com.
Omar Hobbs is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Hey, it's Dibs.
And Steiny.
From 95.7 The Game. On Sunday, July 19th, we're heading to Bay Street, Emeryville to catch the final, and you should too.
Match day festivities start at 11:30. The whistle blows at noon, and we'll be watching on the massive plaza screen and TVs throughout the terrace. Grab a pizza, a burger, hand rolls, brews, and more. Then come meet us and the rest of the 95.7 The Game crew and cheer on the world's best.
Get details at BayStreetEmeryville.com/events.
DraftKings is live in all 50 states. Yes, that means you, California. The Cup is down to its final matches. One trophy, one champion. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in California. So whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. Right here in California, the world's biggest stage is in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers sign up with the code 957
the game. Spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards. That's code 957 the game. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends July 19th. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries tomorrow on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
This is an urgent health alert. If you worked in construction, manufacturing, mining, stone fabrication, or another job with heavy dust exposure, and now suffer from shortness of breath, a chronic cough, and have been diagnosed with silicosis or another serious lung disease, you may qualify for potential compensation. Visit govictory63.com for a free, completely confidential case review. Workers across multiple trades are filing lawsuits alleging prolonged silica dust exposure caused devastating lung disease. Companies and employers are accused of failing to adequately warn workers about the serious health risks associated with exposure. If you've been diagnosed with silicosis or other lung disease, don't wait. Filing deadlines may apply, and no one contacts your employer without your permission. See if you may qualify today. Visit govictory63.com for your free confidential review. That's govictory63.com.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services by the Goldwater Law Firm in Phoenix, Arizona. Primary legal services performed by co-counsel law firms. For additional disclaimers, go to goldwaterlawfirm.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Mid-60s in San Francisco, mid-70s for the East Bay.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid. Don't miss comedian Bill Burr live at the Mountain Winery in Saratoga on July 30th. Buy your tickets at mountainwinery.com. And for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Golden Voice, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It's Dibbs and Grandy. I'm in for Willard today here on 95.7 The Game. Happy Friday. And if you ask Steve Kerr, I mean, he says the Warriors got him being LeBron James.
Yeah, put that on Twitter.
Yeah. Probably joking. In fact, I know he's joking, but...
Hey, when you get LeBron, man.
Oh, we have it.
LeBron.
Oh, we got him.
Okay, that's good. And
put that on Twitter.
Okay, I got you.
Oh, we got him. Put that on Twitter. Well, how else are you supposed to react there?
No, it's great.
I'd laugh at that.
Yeah, I mean, put that on Twitter and if it really was fact, then it would have already been done. So he's running material, and I love it.
I'm sure Steve knows how important family is to LeBron. And maybe Steve's like, all right, I got a good feeling about this.
Yeah. I mean, you read the Wright Thompson piece at ESPN. Yeah. Maybe you've gotten through it by now. It came out about 6 weeks ago, but he talked about the joy of being around his grandkids. Yeah. And, his wife, I think Margot is his wife, right?
Yes.
Essentially saying, you're coaching. Like, you're coaching, and your son, our son, is going to still be close to us, and our grandkid. Like, what are we even talking about?
That part of the story was really funny because it was Steve being like, part of the reason why maybe he didn't want to come back was he didn't want to overstay his welcome with the Warriors, but he also was cognizant of spending as much time as possible with his family. So it was retire and, be at home more often because even if you have your family in the Bay, you're on the road half the season and you're away from your family a lot during that part of the season. But then it was his family basically saying, no, we don't need you around that often. Go back to work, Steve.
Right, exactly. I mean, 82 nights, we don't have to really have you around.
Kind of pushing him away.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
We have a good setup right now where you're home half the season. Let's keep it that way.
It's funny that you say that because tonight is Mega Millions, and I think it's approaching 700 million.
Ooh.
And so I'll be in after the show. I'll grab a small handful of whatever.
When's the drawing?
$5 a pop, and I think it goes off at 7.
All right.
And so whenever the jackpot gets big, I'll play. I play anyway, and then my wife, the lovely Supper, will play, and we always have the conversation, which is, okay, if we win, the cash amount is $350, and after taxes, whatever, we get $200 million. And I was like, yeah, there's so many things I'm gonna want to do. And she's like, oh no, you're still working. Like, wait, what? She's like, oh no, I quit, but you keep working. And I'm
you don't have to keep working.
Apparently I have to.
Well, you just have to be out of the house, I think.
That's the point. Like,
you can tell her you're working.
Sure.
Go do whatever you want to do.
Just don't tune into 95.7 The Game. It's Grady and Willard. It's Mark and Mark from the people who brought you Mike and Mike. And yeah, so apparently I'm not allowed to not work. To your point about Steve Kerr, it's like, no, you coaching? Please.
Yeah, I like our current setup.
Right.
We get enough of you as is.
Totally. Just come home at 7 like usual. Yeah. But
yeah.
Anyway, I just made me think of that, like the hilarity of what you're saying. Like, Steve loves his job, as do I, and Steve has a greater ability to retire than I do.
Yeah.
But there's also that piece of your wife saying, yeah, you go ahead and keep coaching. How about a 2-year deal?
Honey, I miss you when you're on an 8-game road trip in the middle of December, but when you're home all summer, like,
Yeah, they probably fought more in January than they did all year when they had that, what was the stretch of like 12 straight?
At home.
Yeah, they didn't leave the state for like 5 weeks.
That's funny.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. We're talking about LeBron and his free agency decision and what we heard from him yesterday in New York at the CNBC Sport Boardroom Game Plan Summit. The importance of family for LeBron and specifically his 11-year-old daughter. And seemingly feels like she's going to have a big impact on LeBron's free agency, which makes Dibs feel, which makes me feel like the Warriors are going to be the spot LeBron ends up. What do you think? 888-957-9570. Devon in the Uber has been very patient. We appreciate it. What's up, Devon? You're on with Dibs and Grandy.
My guys, how you guys doing, man?
Good, man. How are you?
Hey, Dibs, first time calling in for your show. Just wanted to say, how you doing? Introduce myself, Devon in the Uber. Pretty much part-time 95.7 Game,
Hell yeah.
But I wanted to give my feedback because I called yesterday, and I'm pretty sure I wasn't on social media. I called yesterday and told on Signing Guru that LeBron is considering his family, his kids, and his wife in the move. I told people that yesterday. I'm not saying I'm a psychic. I'm not saying I know, the small circles, but I'm not going to say I don't, What I will do, though, is speak on my experience as a former practice squad member with the Seahawks and for a little bit, right, before the injury. And then before the United States Army, right, where I was a soldier there. And it's like, You leave your family, and there's certain things you want to do as a man. You may be ambitious. And what people don't realize is there's a difference between, like, already being at a location or, already being in a contract. But free agency, these are what guys think of. We consider, I'm not there anymore, I'm old now, but you consider things like state tax, and how much money I'm going to get. A lot of people don't know about the fees that you get as a player just per game when you do away games. It's so much that goes into it, how much, like I said, the corporations, the foundations you're probably a part of. And I hate that people are like thinking LeBron is a bad guy because he's considering these things. These are things, if anything, it's a blueprint that I think guys should take their time before just taking the highest bidder, So I think all of us are like-minded in which if we have kids or a spouse or even our parents that we may take care of, it's okay to take our time to make the best decisions for us. And I don't find it to be a distraction because players talk, outside of these things. So I just want to say, you guys need the inside scoop, man. Call me Baskin Robbins because I might be able to tell you.
You got 31 takes,
you guys
man.
have a good one, man.
Thank you, Devon. 31 takes, 31 flavors.
Hell yeah.
Baskin Robbins. Still hits nice, by the way. Just went to one in Vacaville.
Okay.
And got that little kitty scoop of Jamocha almond fudge in the building.
I can't say I've ever had that one.
It's pretty good. It's, like you would think about it. It's just basically almond fudge with
Sounds
some
good
chocolate.
to me.
Yeah.
I'm in.
But, Baskin, 31 flavors, and Devon's got the 31 takes. I love it. He's got the scoop.
Yeah, it's good insight. I think a lot of people, I don't have kids myself, Dibs, but even if you don't have kids, he mentioned, maybe you have, like, I got not elderly parents, but I have some older parents.
Please don't say that, because your parents are basically my age. As
my
we've
parents
discussed.
are in their 70s.
Oh, well, never mind.
They're not your age.
They are elderly. Never mind.
And
you look great for the 70s.
Appreciate it.
They might be listening. They know I'm on the air today. They might be listening. I don't mean to call you old, Mom and Dad, but it crosses your mind like, I don't know how much longer I have with my parents, right?
Yep.
And I went to school out of state. I spent a couple years working in the Midwest. And the pull to be back home with your family, it's a strong one. So I think what Devon's talking about, even if you don't have kids, you know what LeBron is feeling right now. And LeBron obviously has the means to make this feel a whole lot better no matter where he is. Even if he's in Miami, he's in Cleveland, he's in Philly, he's still going to see his family, his kids, way more often than you or I would if we lived across the country and our family was here at home. So it's different for LeBron, there's no doubt. But just that primal connection that you feel to your people. Like, we all know what LeBron's feeling when he's trying to make a decision that's good for his family. We've all experienced something like that before.
No doubt. And, I made the joke yesterday about, getting another shot down in L.A. I did a 3-day stint during the 1 year that I was fired by this very station. And, if I get the call now and I go to my wife's supper and I say, I got a 3-year deal to go into LA and make a lot more money at a station. It's a guaranteed deal. What do you think? Pack our things? And she says, pack your things. And so, it's not happening because we're here and our daughter and my wife and all the rest of it. And if you're LeBron and you're this passionate about being around for your almost 12-year-old daughter, you go to Philadelphia and you might have an 11-game stretch where you play 5 at home and then you go to New York, to Detroit, to Miami, to Orlando, to Charlotte. You might not even sniff the West Coast.
For a long time.
And if you're here, you might have a similar thing where, you've got 11 games coming up and, you have to go to Portland for a stay and play, or you've got games here and you can pop home for a day in between, where if you're in Philly, you don't really have that luxury.
I mean, the longest that you'd go without seeing your family, assuming your family doesn't meet you on the road, which they can do as well. You're not going to fly your 11-year-old, 12-year-old daughter out to every road game, but let's just assume that she doesn't go to any of your road games. The longest you're going to be away from your daughter over the course of a single season is going to be 3 weeks.
2 weeks, yeah.
Yeah, 2 or 3 weeks.
Well, I'm thinking about last year's schedule where the Warriors kind of got to Shanghai, where they were gone. Remember early in the year?
Yeah.
And Steve Kerr, just every time he spoke, he's like, if we can get through these first 11 games.
Like the longest road trip was what? Like going to be a 7-game or something like that? The longest?
Something like that.
Usually it's every other day on average. So, about 2 weeks.
Yeah. Not that long, and then eventually you come home and you'll have 41 home games. We know that, and those home games will all be an hour flight away from home. So I just can't help but think about that piece, and maybe it's because I'm elderly like your parents, and I think about...
No, I did not call them elderly, and I did not call you elderly. I said, I have older parents.
I'm calling all of us
and you
elderly.
said you were their same age, and I said, no, Dibs, you're younger.
I thought your parents were in their 60s. I didn't realize that they had a 7 on the front of their age. But when you were describing your parents, and I know you love them, and theoretically they love you, but...
There's no theoretical about it.
I mean, you had to do that. I haven't had either parent now for about 10 years, and I think about that a lot. And I was talking to a coworker of ours yesterday, and one thing I don't believe in is regret. But if I think about things that I would possibly allow myself to regret, I didn't spend enough time with my parents, and now I don't have that chance.
Yeah, I don't want to ever feel that.
Right.
Because I know I'm sure it's not easy to deal with. So
yeah.
Even
though they may or may not want to spend time with you.
Yeah, to a certain extent, they probably get tired of me after, if I'm hanging out of the house for like 4 days. It's like, okay, go back to San Francisco.
Try 4 hours, Mr. and Mrs. Grandy. Sorry.
Well, you're good. You're good. I know you just got material. It's a Friday. You're feeling good. During getting ready for the show out there in the green room, you're just spitting out all kinds of material all day long.
Well, I try to get all that out then. That way.
You didn't get it all out then.
If I bring that here, then I am so fired, and we've talked about this. So we try to do...
Career over.
We try to do that there, and we try to do this here.
Keep that over there.
That's right.
Yeah. Anyway, I think there's a really important line here at the end of what LeBron says as we're talking about the weight of family on LeBron's decision. He gets to a point where he says, people are telling me, hurry up, LeBron, make a damn decision. And he says, it's about more than just the team. I do think, though, we can learn a lot from that line, though, Dibs, because if it was just about the team, he probably would have already made his decision, or at least announced it. I know Willard thinks he's definitely already decided on where he's going to play, and he's felt that way for a long time. I'm uncertain. The way that I read it is he's going to be a Warrior, and I think he probably knows that deep down in the back of his head. It would make it a whole lot easier for him to announce that decision and finalize it if the Warriors had a better roster. But I think that's what this last line is getting about. When he says, hold on, people, it's not just about the team. There's more that I'm weighing here. I think, in his mind, the Warriors are the best option for his family, but the Warriors are not the best option for his basketball career. It's why the rumors for Anthony Davis, I think, have merit. Shams, I don't know if he's been right about a lot of things during this whole situation, but I think he's probably been right on the appeal that LeBron has playing with Anthony Davis again, or at least specifically on the Warriors roster. Because Anthony Davis, theoretically, if he's healthy, would make the Warriors roster a whole lot better. I do think that if the Warriors had a better roster, Dibs, LeBron would have already announced that he'd be a Warrior because he could get the best of both worlds. He could be close to his family, or at least close enough to where he doesn't have to miss too much with his nearly 12-year-old daughter, and he could be on a team that has a decent chance to be one of the better teams in the Western Conference. Because that is not the case, he's waiting. He's trying to force the Warriors to make a move to improve the roster and make his decision easier. I think the Warriors are playing a little bit of a game of chicken, and they're saying, we don't want to give up 3 first-round picks for Anthony Davis. LeBron, if you want to join us, join us. If you don't, then you know what? It might be a frustrating year for us, but we're going to deal with that, and you can go sign elsewhere. I think they think that he's still going to sign with them anyway. So they're playing a bit of a game of chicken. But if the Warriors roster was better, I think this would be kind of a no question, easy decision, one that he made maybe even over a week ago at this point.
I see that part of it, but the other piece that I can't help but get Steiny into my head when I think about this, because if you reverse engineer it and you're Washington, and we had Mark Spears yesterday even kind of affirmed the notion that Washington is ready to win. They're ready to stop tanking. They've got their team. They've got Trae Young and they've got Anthony Davis.
No signs that they want to trade him or that Davis really wants to be traded potentially.
Right. Well, and Mark did actually say that if Washington decides to keep him, Anthony Davis is probably going to want that fresh chicken because next year is a player option. So if you decide as Anthony Davis, okay, Washington, I see you. I see you've got the Bonsa and you've got Koulibaly and you've got a good young core outside of me and Trae, and you want to try to win. Yeah, I'm here for it, but I'm going to need an extension. So if Washington doesn't want to do that, then it becomes more of a live tradable thing, and Anthony Davis can't get extended until August 6th, I think. So it's a little bit of of a time-sensitive situation where, yes, Washington can already enter into conversations with Anthony Davis, and they can say, yeah, we're going to extend you, just sit tight. Or they can just play the game of, we have to kind of wait and see. And, and meanwhile, they're trying to get more picks out of Golden State, knowing that Golden State's thirsty because if they need to get Anthony Davis to get LeBron, then the Warriors may pony up an extra pick.
Yeah, and it is August 6th, the day that Anthony Davis becomes extension eligible. He has 2 more years on the contract, which probably is why teams would be a little hesitant to give him the extension. But maybe it gets to a point where Davis maybe not refuses to play if he doesn't have it, but certainly is going to be putting pressure on whichever team he's on at that point, probably the Wizards, to give him that contract. I do think, though, that buried in all of this, if what we're talking about is true, that LeBron, for family reasons, wants to be a Warrior. And, I mean, there's also personal reasons. I think he'd want to play with Steph. He said as much. I think he enjoys being around Draymond, so that's a draw as well. But let's just, keep it as simple as possible. The Warriors are his decision from a family standpoint, or maybe the Warriors are his family's choice, but maybe it's not his basketball choice in terms of trying to win a championship. I also think buried here in this is maybe a knock on the Warriors' decision-making over the last few years in terms of building this roster. And I think it's the danger that you face potentially by being in this, kind of home run or strikeout mindset. Going for the superstar every time, going for Giannis, right? Going for Kawhi. In the past, going for LeBron, and it not working out, it not happening. We could go back even further for other examples of this. Paul George a couple of years ago, right? Going for the big name, the superstar to catapult your roster and become a legitimate competitor again. When you strike out on those and you keep hoarding your assets for the next perfect move, the next unhappy star to ask out, and those moves continue to not work, you're left with a roster that currently is generally not terribly impressive. But if over the course of the last 2 or 3 years you pulled off a couple of maybe smaller scale moves here and there, your roster looks better now, and maybe that's enough to convince LeBron, along with the family aspect, the Steph, the Draymond aspect, to already be a Golden State Warrior because the roster's better.
I think the Jimmy Butler injury changed everything.
Oh, absolutely.
And so, the move that they wanted to make, they did make, and they brought in Jimmy Butler, and it worked. Jimmy came in, you went on a winning run, and you got in the playoffs, and you won a series, and Steph got hurt, and that was the end of that. And then last year with Jimmy, you were trending toward being probably a 7 seed, maybe a 6 if things went your way, but you were competitive and still pretty viable. Jimmy gets hurt, and he's gone for probably 12 months, and Moses gets hurt. And so now the roster does look a little bit thin as opposed to if Jimmy were healthy. And if you think about last year, forget how they would have done. Let's just say they get into the play-in and they still don't make it out. But Jimmy Butler is healthy, and Jimmy Butler's coming back, and Kristaps and Al, I do think it's a much more attractive team, and you're not trying to acquire Anthony Davis, but you've got this big roster slot, this big salary slot in Jimmy Butler, and he's not going to play until, I think, February. Mark was saying, Willard, maybe I wouldn't be surprised if it's January or earlier. That to me would be shocking, but we'll see. I don't pretend to know his rehab schedule, but
you are a radio doctor, though, Dibbs.
I am, and I actually do a lot of research, and you go to these research websites where there's actual papers, and they give you the return to play timelines, the historical RTP timelines, and so you start to look at what the reality is for ACLs among NBA players, and it's usually around 12 months.
Yeah.
And he had surgery in February. So that's kind of what I'm basing it off of. But if Jimmy didn't get hurt, you could look at LeBron and say, Jimmy, Draymond, Steph, Al, and Kristaps, pods, of course. I mean, it's pretty attractive. Exactly. It's much more attractive than no Jimmy, no Moody.
Yeah. Absolutely. There's no doubt. 888-957-9570. Remember, coming up in about 10 minutes, voice of the Valkyries, Kevin Dana, joining us here on Willard and Dibbs, talk about the Valks, winners of 8 in a row, back home tomorrow off a perfect 5-0 road trip. We will get to Kevo coming up in a little bit. First, though, Nathan in Honolulu joins us here on Willard and Dibbs. What's up, Nathan?
Hi, guys. I'm calling for the LeBron decision. I just hope that he makes a decision very, very quickly because he's been to Miami. He's done the Cleveland thing. He's done that. And I just really, really think that he's going to give us a spunk if we really get him. And from what we've been hearing, we've been down, and now that we're back in second and in the running to get him. And number two, let me just add one more thing. The thing that Draymond did, all the pitch that he made and stuff like that. And I think out of the three teams, I think we really want him the most because we made a lot of effort to push to get him. And here comes the other teams, right? So I think he should come to us. Not only it's going to help his family and stuff like that, but it's just going to work for him. And out of the three teams, we want him the most because he went out of his way. We went out of our way to do this. So he should come to us. I tell you, it's going to be box office, guys. If we get, it's going to be box office.
Oh, absolutely.
So what do you think about that?
Yeah, Nathan, I appreciate the call. You're kind of, I think, hinting at something that Mark Spears told you and Willard yesterday. This was kind of like a mic drop moment from Mark Spears, talking about how, Draymond's pitch and Draymond's relationship. Here's Mark Spears on LeBron and Draymond.
Let me say this very clearly. I'm not sitting here pining for LeBron to come to Golden State. I'm not. I'm just talking about what's available. And I know he's tighter with Draymond than any other player in the league. And Draymond keeps throwing little, crumbs out there for people to decipher. So these guys might be sending voice messages. Draymond's having dinner with them.
These guys might be sending voice messages. Draymond's having dinner with them. Right. And who the hell knows if your voice messages are even making their way to LeBron in the first place?
I would wonder. I mean, Rich Paul's the guy receiving them and sending them as he sees fit. But ultimately, the whole notion of voice messages or voice memos to me is just kind of hilarious.
Very hilarious.
I think it's just so funny because Draymond Green, sure, you're friends with LeBron James, and I'm sure LeBron knows everybody on every team, and if he doesn't, Rich Paul does. And so there's no way that LeBron James isn't able to get in touch with anybody he wants. Hey, what's VJ Edgecombe like? I haven't really had a chance to talk to him. So, you call Bob Myers or whatever you do, and next thing you know, you're talking to him or he's in front of you and you're meeting him. So there's no need for voice memos.
But there is no doubt that the Warriors have an advantage in terms of their ability to just connect with LeBron kind of whenever they want. Maybe not, Dunleavy or Lakeup or Steve Kerr. I don't know how involved Steve Kerr would be in any kind of pitch necessarily, but with Draymond and Steph, how many other players around the league, Dibs, when they call LeBron's phone, is LeBron more likely to answer that phone call than from Steph and Draymond?
Almost nobody. And, Mark even mentioned it, they're all in New York, and Steph's getting the Muhammad Ali Award, and LeBron was getting ready for his big thing with Rich Kleiman yesterday, and so
80 million different events.
And Draymond happened to be out there, and it's Draymond calls LeBron, "Hey, you thirsty? Let's go have some wine." And it's yeah, let's go, Day-Day. And so
we'll play some golf too. Who knows?
No need to send him a voice memo when you're sitting across from him having some Pinot Noir or whatever.
Exactly, nice glass of Pinot.
Hey, real quick, they were actually hanging out today at Fanatics Fest at the 4040 Club that was upstairs from all the action.
Oh, the special 4040 Club.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
Draymond and LeBron is what you're saying.
Yeah, Ken using his New York sauces.
Yeah, way to go. Probably just Twitter, but
that's fine.
Yeah. Was it Twitter?
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured. Okay.
It wasn't your sources deep within the New York upscale community?
No, they're all gone.
They're all gone. Wow. Yeah, Ken hasn't been New York Kenny for quite a while.
6 years.
Yeah. All right.
Defending champ in higher or lower.
And that's coming up in the 5 o'clock hour right here on 95.7 The Game.
And the debut of Chase Koric, the Croatian, the great Croatian.
The Croat joining us here on Higher or Lower.
He's never spoken on the air.
He has on the morning show, I think.
I've spoken on the air, Dibs. I was telling you, I did it with the morning roast at least a couple times.
Oh, yeah.
Big time.
I'm going to have to sharpen my Chase impersonation. Mine doesn't sound like you at all.
We will be hearing more from Chase coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, probably around 5:20 or so for Higher or Lower. We'll tell you about that coming up later as well. Plus, coming up next, Kevin Dana, the great voice of the Golden State Valkyries.
Dance.
Your Kevin Dannon impression is pretty good. That's what's coming up next. The voice of the Valks. You hear him call the action of all Valkyries games on 95.7 The Game on the free Odyssey app. He is coming up next to talk us through this Valks 8-game winning streak. We're back with Kevo next on 95.7 The Game.
And meantime, it's Dan Dibley here. Baseball season is in full swing, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Right now, the Brewers are trading at a 9% probability to win the whole thing, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $1,000 and $15. $1,015 would be the correct way to say that. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, D-I-B-S, to get $10 when you trade 10. K-A-L-S-H-I, Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Grass-fed ribeyes.
Yes, chef.
Responsibly sourced salmon that was never frozen.
Yes, chef.
Restaurant quality steaks.
Yes, chef.
Organic chicken.
Yes, chef.
Wild-caught seafood.
Yes, chef.
At Sprouts, every cut is handpicked for flavor, freshness, and quality worthy of the chef at home. Even if your toughest critic still needs a booster seat.
More steak, please.
Yes, chef.
Sprouts Farmers Market.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after a third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay. Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Cash me out one time. Rain dance. Gucci.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
That's the voice of the great Kevin Dana, voice of the Valkyries, and he joins us now on the River Islands guest line with Dan Dibley. I'm Mark Grandy, in for Mark Willard. It's Dibbs and Grandy on Willard and Dibbs on a Friday, and the Friday becomes 10 times better when we get to talk Valks with our guy Kevin Dana. Kev, we appreciate you taking out the time. How you doing? Happy Friday.
Doing swell. Happy Friday, fellas. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for having me on, guys. I really appreciate it.
Of course. We love talking Valks with you. And, they're the story of the league right now. 8 straight wins. Just pulled off a perfect 5-0 road trip. Second ever time there's been a perfect road trip of 5 or more games in WNBA history. I know you had big things planned for this Valkyries team this year, Kev, but, I'm having a hard time not being surprised by just how good this team has been so far this season.
Yeah, Granny, coming into this year, my baseline goal for this team was 25 wins. Show some improvement from last year, 25-19, that gets you comfortably in the playoffs. And then kind of the high-end goal was the 4 seed, home court in the first round. So I think 25 to 30 wins, 30 and 14 should be good enough to be a top 4 seed. Well, now you're a game out of first. Yeah. You're the number 2 seed right now at 18-7. So this 8-game win streak is certainly kind of changed the trajectory of this team and the expectations, I think, externally. Internally, Natalie Nicase is going to say that expectations have changed. Her goal is to win a championship, and that's always been the goal. But externally, I think they've certainly caught the rest of the league by a little bit of surprise with how well they have played in this 5-0 road trip. You mentioned it. It's the first time it's been done in 25 years. Seattle Storm did it, or 2001 or 2021. So either 5 or 25 years. I forget which exact year it was, but yeah, just the second time in WNBA history that it has happened. So incredible stuff.
Talk about the Natalie Nicase piece of it. She's the head coach, and just watching from afar, for the most part, she seems demanding, exacting, and intense. And how much has this team become a reflection of exactly what she does?
Yeah, Dibbs, I think you hit it right on there. I think they are a reflection of Natalie Nicase. After the game against the Indiana Fever, she's talking about the 17 turnovers they had in that game. That's way too much. She's always looking for improvement. That you want your coach to be a perfectionist, and she has done a tremendous job with this team. If it wasn't for Cheryl Reeve and the Minnesota Lynx going 19-6 without arguably the second best player in the WNBA, Nafisa Collier, I think there's a case for Natalie Nicase to run it back as coach of the year. And I would say, if they get the 1 seed, I would vote for Natalie Nicase for coach of the year, just because of what she's been able to do with this team. And yes, they haven't had Ileana Rupert all year. I mean, they've had the same starting five for a good chunk of the season. But this is a team that expected to have Ileana Rupert, who was a 44% three-point shooter last year, as your starting center. You're out your starting center basically the entire season. She hasn't played this year. And Kia Stokes, who you signed to be a backup center, has started every game and is top 3 in the WNBA in blocks. So it's just kind of plug and play. They got a really deep team, getting contributions up and down the lineup. And Natalie has been masterful at making this thing work.
Kevin Dana, voice of the Valkyries, with us here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. 8-game winning streak. They haven't lost to a team not named the Lynx or the Aces since all the way back on May 22nd, and that was the 5th game of the season. So they've beaten everybody else, but every time they've played the Aces or the Lynx, they've lost in those games. So I think the natural question here, Kevin, is it's pretty clear this is a team that's better than like almost everybody else in the league. But how close are they to the elite of the elite, Minnesota and Vegas? Where do the Valks fall when you compare them to those two teams?
Well, I think, they're 0-2 against Minnesota this year. There's an argument that they could have won both of those games. They were in those games in the final minutes of both of them. They had a late lead in Minnesota and lost that game. Las Vegas, when Las Vegas is at their top level. Now we've seen they can lose at home by 34 to Indiana and lose at home by 33 to an 8-17 Phoenix Mercury team. But when they are dialed in, they're the best team in the league. I would still take the Las Vegas Aces over anybody. When you're talking about cream of the crop, you're getting your A game from this team. Asia Wilson's the best player in the league. There's no debate about that. And when you surround her with Chelsea Gray and Jackie Young, yeah, I like, if they are on, they are on. And there's been a couple of games this year where the Valkyries have looked outclassed against the Las Vegas Aces. Now, there was one game in Las Vegas where they should have won, where they had a lead for most of that game, and then it just kind of fell apart down the stretch for them. I believe they lost that one 84-79, and then they had a couple of close losses against the Minnesota Lynx. They get the Lynx twice more this year. I think they win one of those games. I will Charles Barkley guarantee that the Valkyries will at least split against the Minnesota Lynx this year. They've come too close. They're 0-8 all time if you include the postseason. They're not going to be 0-10. The Valkyries are too good to lose 10 straight games against a single team over the course of 2 years.
They got a stay and play coming up tomorrow and Monday against Washington, and then what feels like an ill-timed all-star break for the Valks because they're running hot. Where do you see this team not only going into the Mystic stay and play, but coming out of that as we get down here into the deep stretch, as I borrow from my horse racing background?
Yeah, Dibs, you said it. It's an unfortunately timed all-star break because I don't think the Valkyries want to stop playing right now. Washington, so like the Valkyries are to the Mystics as the Lynx are to the Valkyries, to use that kind of analogy game, because the Valkyries have never lost to Washington. Eventually, the Mystics are going to beat them. But the last time they played this year, they held the Mystics to 49 points. It's the lowest point total for any WNBA team this year. Now, we should say they didn't have Sonia Citron in this game, and she is a 2-time All-Star now in just 2 years in the WNBA. So this is going to be an interesting 2-game set. Though, if you're the Valkyries, you feel like you got to win both of them, or that you can win both of them. Then you come out of the break, you take on a Phoenix Mercury team that has really struggled this year, but they do have top-end talent in the form of an Alyssa Thomas, and you back that up with DeWanna Bonner, one of the best players in league history. Then you get Toronto home for 2, who is a team that the Valkyries trailed in Toronto going into the fourth quarter, but then had a huge fourth quarter. Janelle Salon with 3 huge threes in the fourth. You look down. You never want to count wins and losses. I guess that's what we do on talk radio.
Give us the prediction. How long is the winning streak going to last, Kevin?
It wouldn't be a stretch to say that it goes 13 games.
Woo!
And then at Dallas, that's going to be a tough one. The way Paige Beckers and AZ Fudd and Jessica Shepard, who, if it wasn't for Jessica Shepard, Caitlin Chen would have a really good argument for most improved player in the WNBA. But I think Shepard, with the numbers she's put up this year on a winning team, that's going to be tough for Chen to overcome. But, you got to feel like you can win both games against the Mystics at home, can win both games against the Tempo at home, and you can win on the road against an 8-17 team, especially after you just went 5-0 on an Eastern Conference road trip that included games against the Indiana Fever, who were coming off a 34-point win over the Las Vegas Aces. An Atlanta Dream team that was, before they ran into the Valkyries, the number 2 team in the WNBA standings until they lost to them 3 times in the span of a week and a half. So I don't think that's like asking a whole lot of this team that 13 in a row sounds like a huge winning streak, but you've already won 8. And you don't look down the schedule and see a lot of teams that are like, we should lose to this team if you're 18-7.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't lost to a team not named Minnesota or Vegas since May 22nd, and they don't play either Minnesota or Vegas until August 19th. So maybe this is a win streak that lasts another month. Who the hell knows? We'll find out. That would be pretty incredible if it happens. It does feel like, though, one of the reasons why they've been so good so far, Kevin, is because of their depth that you pointed out. You talked about Caitlin Shen. I want you to give us the statistic that came out of the game on Wednesday in Indiana, where she did something that nobody else has ever done in the history of the WNBA, but it feels like it's a different player every single game. And that's difficult to game plan for because you don't know who's going to beat you if you're an opponent.
Yeah, so this is the statistic you're talking about, Mark. This is from Elias Sports Bureau via Valks PR and Warriors PR. Caitlin Chen was the 5th player in WNBA history to score 14-plus points in under 11 minutes, but the only player to do it while shooting 100% from the field. So the only player in WNBA history to score 14-plus in under 11 minutes and not miss a shot from the field. And those were huge. This wasn't like a 20-point game going into the fourth quarter and Caitlin Chen was just, doing her thing against a team that wasn't super locked in. She checked in. The Valkyries had given away a double-digit lead, and they eventually fell behind, and then Caitlin Chen kind of rescued the game for them. And she had 12 points in like a 3-minute, 36-second stretch to end the third quarter that turned a 1-point deficit into a 7-point lead. And you can't say a game's over if it's going to be a 7-point game going to the fourth quarter, but that was the turning point of that game, and it was all because of Caitlin Chen. This is someone who got waived in training camp last year by the Valkyries. Got waived. They told her there's probably going to be an opportunity that comes around, and certainly it did with Eurobasket. Then, she kept her spot. They decided to waive Julie Van Loo. But Caitlin Chen is, she would start for, I think, some teams in the WNBA. She is a legitimate rotation player. That's what she's turned herself into, a viable bench player. And if it wasn't for Janelle Salon, she'd have an argument for 6th Woman of the Year. And I think that's going to be Janelle Salon, or 13 points off the bench. No one else is really touching that.
We go from one Caitlin to the other because I'm fascinated, Kevin, by the Caitlin Clark problem. And it's a problem in that it feels like the narrative is she gets fouled too much and there's nobody who has her back and the officials are terrible and Caitlin Clark complains too much. And I look at the league and I'm somewhat of a newbie because I'm not as hardcore as many, but there are so many stars in the league that are getting shuttled to the back burner because of this Caitlin Clark thing. How do you size that up and what do you think is the solution?
Yeah, it's tough because this is turned into a political football when you have like 11 government officials like bringing a bill or whatever it was that they did last week. It's it's a little insane. I'll say I don't think there is some conspiracy against Caitlin Clark. The foul that Kia Stokes, that she said Kia Stokes committed against her, I thought, whoa, there wasn't much there. I was shocked that she didn't get a technical foul. Right? You get in a ref's face like that and like pointing and yelling right in their face, like you're kind of asking to get teed up. She is box office. When she's on, she is on, and it's a lot of fun to watch. But you're right. Look, Asia Wilson is by far the best player in the league. You look up and down the WNBA. Olivia Miles, the rookie year Phenomenal. She has had with Minnesota Lynx, the Spectacle, one of the best nicknames going as well.
Pretty good.
She has been awesome. She had 8 threes against the Valkyries. The Valkyries know all too well about Olivia Miles. They did a better job against her in the second game. But I mean, hey, and those are just a couple of examples. Nafisa Collier hasn't even played this year. And she, the last 2 years has been arguably the second best player in the WNBA. Alyssa Thomas, one of the players that got into a brouhaha, if you will, with Caitlin Clark. She's consistently first team all WNBA. And Gabby Williams right here in Valhalla, all-star starter this year, 2-time all-star. This league has stars all across its footprint. And I understand with Caitlin Clark and what she was able to do at Iowa and all the attention she has brought, and that deserves to be commended. But the league is much bigger than Caitlin Clark for sure.
Kev, it's Kevin Dana with us here on Willard and Dibs, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and the Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And basketball coverage here on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Kev, so the Valks currently second best record in the W, a game behind the Minnesota Lynx. I want to ask you where you think this is headed for the Valkyries this year in their second season. Last year made the playoffs miraculously in the first year of the organization. Were competitive against the Lynx in a playoff series, but did not win a playoff game. What do you think is the expectation? Is it win a series, get to the semi? I mean, if you're a 1 seed, you could avoid the Lynx and the Aces theoretically until a championship series. So what do you think is realistically possible for the Valkyries this year?
Well, I mean, realistically, if you're only a game out of first with 19 games to play, the 1 seed is realistic. Now, I think the goal, I would like to see them make the semis this year. Take a step up from last year, right? Get home court in the first round. I'll say this. I'm going to go out on a limb and say they will not finish the season 37-7. I don't think they'll make it a 27-game win streak.
Wow.
Was it 2012-13 Miami Heat? Yeah. 127 in a row. I don't think that's going to happen. But I think they will host a home. They will host first round. They will have home court in the first round. And, I mean, if you're only a game out, why not shoot for the number 1 seed? I know Natalie Nakase says she doesn't look at the standings and all, but, they go out there to kill every game. So my personal goal for the Valkyries, get to the semis and see what happens from there. But I think the people in that locker room for sure are going to be like, hey, 1 seed. And if they're the 1 seed and you have home court throughout the entire playoffs at Chase Center, that's a mega advantage. And if they have home court in every series, I wouldn't pick against Golden State. I'll just say that.
We'll see. We'll see. That 1 seed is going to be big. There's no doubt. Kevin, we appreciate your time. Great talking Valks with you. And have a good call tomorrow. 5:30 Mystics in town. We'll be listening.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. Grandy, Dibs, great talking to both of you.
Always, Kev.
You too, Kev. That's the great Kevin Dana, voice of the Valkyries right here on 95.7 The Game. After that 5-game road trip, Dibs, the Valks back in action at home at Chase versus the Washington Mystics tomorrow at 5:30. If you can't make it to the game, of course, all the action right here with Kev on 95.7 The Game.
And then the Mystics on Monday, just another Mystics Monday. And then, unfortunately, 9 days. 9 days until the next game. And
so get your Valks fix in now.
That's right.
You're not going to have it for a while.
We get the All-Star break, and, I get it where you're going to give the players some time off, but they play Monday, and then they don't play again until a week from the following Wednesday. So it's a real long, healthy break, and it speaks to their depth that they only have 1 All-Star, and I know there's only, 22 All-Stars across the W, and they're having a bit of a surprise year at how good they are. But
true, it's a good point. I mean, there's 15 teams in the W.
Right.
So it's more than 1 per team on average, and the Valkyries only have 1, and they're the second best record in the league.
Exactly, but I do think that maybe their success has caught some of the voters off guard, but it's only year 2, and year 1 was such a success. And this year, the over-under, I think, was 22.5 for the win total.
They're at 18.
They're going to shatter that thing.
God,
they're already at 18.
They'll probably get to 30.
You would hope.
Exactly.
Yeah. Go to the hoop. I mean, go to the rack.
888-957-9570. We've got higher or lower coming up in about, 12-ish minutes or so right here on 95.7
It's a World Cup theme today, my friends.
Okay, and we got we got some Giants to get to as well before we get on out of here today. But before we do that, let's go out to the phone lines because Mandy in San Anselmo wants to talk about the Valks. What's up, Mandy? You're on Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs and Grandy. What do you got?
Hey there. You guys pretty much covered in the last 10 minutes some of the things I wanted to talk about. But thinking back to a few weeks ago, I really hate to call it about officiating, but the game against the Lynx there were a lot of really challenging calls to swallow in that game, and I think we could be sitting in a better position. But this team has continued to go on and show what they're capable of, and I do think that they've got what it takes to go far, including the depth on the bench, and some of those bench players have come in as clutch for us. It's just so exciting to see, and I know our family just can't get enough of Valkyries wins and the Valkyries action.
Yeah, Mandy, I mean, they've been amazing to watch. Appreciate the call. And I remember the game that you're talking about vividly. It was the game in Minnesota about a month ago, June 19th. They lost that game by 6. They had a lead in the fourth quarter. And I'm trying to think off the top of my head some of the officiating moments in that game. There was the one where Janelle Salon hit a 3 and kind of pointed and signaled and screamed at her own bench, the Valkyries bench. The officials thought she was yelling at the defender in front of her. She was not. Got called for a tech there. There was a moment where I think it was Veronica Burton going to corral a loose ball, and it was Olivia Miles, who you and Kevin Dana were just talking about, dove at her knees, and Burton was called for the loose foul. And then at the very end, after a missed free throw by the Lynx, the Valks don't immediately corral it, but they're about to grab the rebound, but the officials blew the whistle for a timeout early before the ball was officially possessed. And as a rule, even though the Valks were moments away from corralling the rebound, it went to a jump ball. And I remember...
Inadvertent whistle, yeah.
Inadvertent whistle. The Valks were about to call a timeout, so the officials were probably gearing up for that, but inadvertent whistle hurt the Valks in that one. They lost that game. They followed it up. They got actually blown out by by Las Vegas right after that one as well. But yeah, I mean, it takes a lot to beat the Valks. We'll just put it that way. It takes a lot.
It does, because they are the best defensive team in the W, and so you have to go out there and be determined to get your offensive game on, and you saw that against Indiana. Was that a couple days ago where the Fever, the best offensive team in the W, and they were at home, but the Valks were able to impose their defensive will and
put
also
up 88 on them.
And they did, and they were able to score on their own end. As for WNBA officiating, if you look this year to last year, it has gotten better, and this is not referee dibs.
It's referee dibs.
They're calling more fouls, and if you ask the experts who watch this game on the regular basis, the referees, they're calling more fouls, and I think that they are doing a better job of controlling games. But the big issue, and I think it still is an issue, is that the majority of these referees, they officiate other leagues. And so when you go from the WNBA to college basketball, or maybe you're doing summer league or whatever other leagues you're doing, it's different physicality, it's different rules, it's a whole different ball of wax. And so I do think the inconsistency stems from that.
Yeah. The Valkyries back in action at Chase Center tomorrow versus the Washington Mystics. 5:30 with the tip-off if you can't make it out to Chase, which we do recommend. The games are awesome. If you can't make it out there, you can follow along. Kevin Dana on the call, 5:30 tomorrow, right here on 95.7 The Game. All right, 888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in. We got higher or lower coming up in a little bit, but also today, Dibs, it's the official beginning of the second half of the season for the San Francisco Giants. They're in Seattle for a 3-game series beginning tonight. Landon Roop on the bump, then Logan Webb tomorrow, Robbie Ray on Sunday. We're counting down the number of starts Robbie Ray has left as a Giant, but this is a good opportunity. The Giants, obviously, in a really bad way right now, 41-55. They're going to sell at the deadline. It's a question of just how much are they going to sell, not if they're going to sell. I wonder what you think are the mandatory things, Dibs, you need to see from the Giants the rest of the season. This could be players getting innings, playing games. It could be winning, playing a better, smarter game of baseball. It could be trades. What, as a Giants fan, do you have to see happen for the Giants before the season's over?
First and foremost, I have to see Buster Posey and company make smart moves at the deadline. And by smart, I mean you trade the expiring Robbie Ray. Unfortunately, you trade the expiring Luis Arraez. I don't think that
it is unfortunate.
It is. I don't think that you can bring back Luis Arraez because he's a second baseman and you're going to keep Chapman, and Casey Schmidt has to play either second or short or third. Your shortstop and your third baseman have no trade clauses and big contracts. Unfortunately, I think Luis Arraez is the guy who has to get dealt. So you trade Arraez, you trade Robbie Ray, and you get something back, not only prospects, but how about a prospect who's ready to come in next year and be a starting pitcher? Somebody who can be your number 4 or your number 5. And that leads me to my second thing that I need to see. I need to see, what do you got? What do you have? What are you working with in the rotation?
Like, I need to see Carson Wisenhunt.
I need to see Landon Roop. Are you real, or are you like a real number 2, or are you a 4 and a 5? And Carson Wisenhunt, are you a real starting pitcher?
2 starts at the big club so far. Been pretty decent so far this year.
Tidwell, what do you have to offer? And, Carson Seymour, and you go to Trevor McDonald. Like, Trevor McDonald's got great stuff, but do you have enough of the makeup to be a real major league rotational guy?
Tidwell is a good example of the kind of trade maybe you're looking for. I know he hasn't pitched with the big club that much this year, and when he has, I think he's been more of a reliever than a starter, but he's mostly been a starter for AAA Sacramento. They got Tidwell at the deadline last year when they traded Rogers to the Mets. It was Gilbert and Tidwell that came back. So maybe you're looking at a deal like that for a Robbie Ray or a Luis Arraez. You get a guy, an arm back who maybe can be a factor in your pitching staff next year. I need to see Carson Wisenhunt make a lot of starts the rest of the season.
Right.
You're going to trade Robbie Ray. At least we imagine that's going to happen, meaning you have an open spot in your rotation. Roop has been kind of hot and cold of late after a really good start. McDonald was solid early, but hasn't been as good, in total of late. But those are younger guys that you want to, as you talked about, see what you got. So I would imagine those guys are going to make a lot of starts going forward. If you're in it or not, Webb is going to make starts. They're not going to trade him, even though you could make an argument that is a wise thing to do. I don't believe that's going to happen. So I need to see Wisenhunt. I need to trade. You mentioned Arraez. It's definitely the most likely trade piece on the infield. I will just say bottom line, you have to trade at least one infielder. It has to be at least one infielder. It could be Arraez. It could be somebody else. You mentioned they're going to keep Chapman. I don't think it's guaranteed.
Right.
They certainly could. But your 2 best stories, position players this year, I guess you could include Arraez. Your 2 best homegrown story position players this year, it's Casey Schmidt and it's Bryce Eldridge. And they're both being blocked at their natural positions.
Right. In the future, no doubt. And
Bryce Eldridge, the first baseman, and Casey Schmidt, a natural third. And when Chapman's been out for the last month, you've seen Casey Schmidt play third. He's been great at third base defensively.
And you could even look at Jung-Hoo Lee as a guy you might want to shop because, he's been really good. And I don't know if you look at your future as a Giants offense and you think, Jung-Hoo Lee, corner outfielder, he's not a guy who provides you that level of pop. He's got 5 home runs on the year. Jung-Hoo Lee is a good hitter. He's having a good year. But honestly, you'd want him to be a center fielder, but the Giants don't trust him to be a center fielder. So I want to see more roster clarity, and this goes to what I've been saying all week about, Buster and Tony Vitello, because right now this team's makeup to me is confused. You've got Bader and Gilbert as your center fielders, not good enough. You've got Jung-Hoo Lee as your corner outfielder, not enough power. Elliot Ramos, I think, can be a great left fielder offensively, but your defensive outfield is not strong. Adames is not a good defensive shortstop. Chapman's been hurt. Arraez is on an expiring deal. So I'm looking to see, from a clarity standpoint, what they do. And, the bullpen's going to be the bullpen. That to me is a November, December, January fix. I don't think you can fix that now. So I'm not even worried about the bullpen. And the final piece, and this is really a Tony Vitello piece for me, what's your compete level? because you're 41-55. And if you look at the teams they faced for the remaining, 66 games of the year, I think 44 of them are against teams that are 500 or below. So you have a very easy schedule. So I'm not saying you have to go out and go 44-22.
Just show you're kind of a competent baseball team.
Show that you care is my thing. Like, show me that compete level. So if you get 40 games down the road and you are 61-75, and that's not very good and that's not good enough, but you'd be looking at the final 26 games, show me that Tony Vitello still has the clubhouse and show me that the veterans are still out there trying to win every game they can. So that's a little bit of a nebulous thing, but do something good at the deadline to move these players, get more roster clarity, and show me some compete level even in September when it's over.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I'll predict that they trade Matt Chapman. I just think it's absolutely on the table. And the big money guys, Devers, Adames, Chapman, it is definitely the most likely trade. I think, one, he has the most value, and he probably, considering what the contract is, probably is the easiest for another team to digest. But I think the Giants feel decent about their potential at third base without Matt Chapman. How about this, Dibs? This is a list of the third basemen across baseball with the best outs above average. Third baseman only. And this is not just a normal third baseman. They're full outs above average when they play elsewhere. When you play third base, your outs above average.
And this is an offensive stat?
No, this is defensive stat.
Gotcha, okay.
Outs above average for defensive third baseman. Jose Ramirez is the best. Manny Machado's up there. Joey Ortiz of the Brewers. Caleb Durbin in Boston. Daniel Schneemann, also of Cleveland, which is interesting because Jose Ramirez has been hurt, so he's been in, but they got a couple of the best defensive third basemen. Matt Chapman has the 7th best outs above average for any third baseman in baseball. Casey Schmidt, despite only playing 14 games at third base this season, Dibs, the 10th best outs above average in baseball. Despite only playing 14 games at third, 10th best outs above average among all third basemen in Major League Baseball.
That's a stat.
And part of that might be from that one phenomenal, take it yourself, step on third, double play.
And he's had highlight reel plays, it feels like almost every game that he's played at third base since Chapman went down. So, look, it's a small sample, and things can change a lot if he plays every single day at third base for the rest of the season. The point I'm trying to make is the Giants might feel Chapman can be a big part of them potentially winning next year, and that might be the case. I'm just saying I think Chapman is at least not a major downgrade defensively at third and has been pretty darn good offensively this season as well. So I would not be shocked if Chapman is pretty aggressively shopped. Who knows if he gets traded?
Well, they can't shop him unless he says, shop me.
True. Well, unless he says, yes, you can trade me to X team.
Right, because
they can gauge interest and then take it to him. Would you want to go to Chicago or wherever it is?
Right,
but
he's got that no trade, and so that makes all of this a little bit sticky. And
I just think the Giants feel good about Schmidt. As a result, they should feel okay potentially trading Chapman if it comes to it.
I'm sure they feel great about it. I mean, if Chapman would sign off on it, and I'm not saying it's just about the money, but you're right. They've got Casey Schmidt, and Casey Schmidt can be a good third baseman, and you've got a second baseman in Luis Arraez. Like, you'd rather, I guess if you could re-sign Luis Arraez and trade Matt Chapman and move Schmidt to third, that would be ideal. You give Arraez a 2-year deal for $30 million or whatever, and you keep him at second where he's happy, and you trade Chapman for a couple of things, and you move Schmidt to third. That, to me, would be the best case, but that would have to be Matt Chapman signing off on being elsewhere.
Absolutely. Well, you have to absolutely trade at least one infielder. It's probably going to be Arraez, but I would not be shocked if it's Chapman. Hell, it could even be Chapman and Arraez. But we'll find out. Trade deadline now a couple of weeks away. Okay, I think it's time, Dibs. Higher or lower, I will hand things off to the host, Dan Dibley.
I love it, and this is going to be a groundbreaking episode of Higher or Lower. We've got a defending champ that is in the building. We've got my partner who has I believe the second most wins. Oh, the most wins, apologize.
Please, I already corrected you once today.
This would be the second time. And we've got a debutante, as we like to call him. He's a newbie. He's making his debut, and this is Higher or Lower. Today's category is World Cup Finals. Sunday is the World Cup final. It'll be the 23rd World Cup final. So the number today is 23. I'll give the contestants 10 items. They have to decide if that item is higher or lower than 23. Let's meet the contestants. And I start with the all-time winner in wins. It's my partner today, Mark Grandy.
It's great to be back, Dibs. I got to bounce back from my performance last week. Had a chance to put some distance between me and Willard, but contestant number 2 over here took the victory from my grasp.
He will be contestant number 3 because he is the defending champ, and we instead go to the debutante. I'll handle the hosting. You can just go ahead and come in third again. Point. He's young. He's the pride of Croatia. He has a deeper voice than I thought. It's Chase Koric.
Thank you, Dibs. I'll be honest, I don't really know what to expect here, but considering the game's higher or lower, I'm sure that I could pick it up. So I'm trying to get a W on my debut.
The essence of it is you say either higher or lower, and you'll be either right or wrong. A little bit of a rough start for the Rook. Let's see how it goes. Up next is our defending champion. He might have the greatest winning percentage in the game. He's actually won twice. I think he's only played 4 times. It's Ken Boom Boom Luttrell.
Oh, so glad to be back, Dibs. I don't know what Chase thinks he's in for, but he's in for a real treat today because he's playing with 2 guys who don't like to lose.
Yeah, and it's...
I'm psyched, I'll be honest.
It's America's favorite game. Let's save the editorial comments to when it's your turn. And you're no Cam Williams, but it's time to play higher or lower. And again, it'll be World Cup final number 23. So the number today is 23, and we will start with our defending champion, Ken Luttrell. Ken, higher or lower than 23? Total World Cup matches played by Belgian goalie Thibaut Courtois.
Oh, boy. Let's go lower.
Grandy?
I'm going higher, Dibs. He's been there forever.
Koric?
I'm going higher as well. I mean, he was definitely on that 2014 team, so I think it's going to be over.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's not, though. It's actually lower.
No.
Thibaut Courtois, 21 matches played.
Dang it.
The point to Le Champ, a.k.a. the champ. Don't steal the guru sniff, okay?
Everybody else does.
Guru's taking care of his dad. 1 for Ken, 0 for the other 2. We stay with you, Ken. Higher or lower than 23. Total number of losses by the U.S. men's national team in their World Cup history.
Oh, good God. They've lost a lot, I feel like. Let's go higher.
Grandy?
I think that's got to be higher, Dibs.
Chase Koric.
They've been in the World Cup, I think, since 1934 was their first appearance, so I'm going over as well.
It's higher or lower, Chase?
Not over or under, higher or lower?
Higher.
Yeah, higher and over, both wrong. The answer is lower.
Dang it.
22 losses for the United States. 12 wins, 8 draws, and 22
Oh, that's
losses.
right. You could do that in soccer.
Yeah, and Chase, they missed out on the World Cup a handful of times, but that's neither here nor there. No points, no blood. Ken 1, Grandy 0. The Rook looking to get on the board for the first ever time. We stay with you, Ken. Higher or lower than 23, it'll be the 23rd World Cup final. Ken, most goals scored by a country in a single World Cup, set by Hungary in 1954.
Wow, that's a really good one.
Thank you. Thank you,
did
Ken.
So good on your homework here. I'm going to say higher.
Grandy?
I'm going to say lower.
Chase Koric.
I'm going to say higher as well. I know that in that World Cup, Hungary beat Germany. I think it was about 8-1, so I'm going higher.
The knowledge is incredible, and as you well know, Germany would come back and beat them in the final, and the answer is, in fact, higher. And you are right. They did beat Germany in the group stage.
Here we go.
8-1. Point for Ken. Point for Chase. Welcome to the game, Chase Koric.
Oh, no.
Grandy with bupkis. That's an official Greek term.
Smelling that bronze.
2 for Ken, 1 for Chase, and 0 for Grandy. That will be the order as we go to item number 4. It's higher or lower than 23. Ken, total number of countries who have participated in the Men's World Cup but have never won.
I'm going to go higher.
Chase?
Higher.
Grandy?
Never won the whole competition.
Have never won a match.
A match. Not a competition.
Well, I mean, right.
Sorry.
Like, not many have won the competition.
I'll still say higher.
Right.
That's a good question, Dibs.
Well, that's a great.
It's going to be a real tight ball game. I'm going to go lower, Dibs.
Point to Grandy.
Yes.
21,
I misheard.
21 countries.
No, you just didn't ask the clarifying question.
21 countries have participated in the World Cup and not won a match. 2 for Ken, 1 for Grandy, 1 for Chase.
I'm back in it.
That will be the order here. It's higher or lower than 23. It'll be the 23rd World Cup final. This is item number 5. Ken, total number of years between Algerian goals when they set the record for the longest goalless drought.
Can you repeat the question?
Number of years between Algerian goals when they set the record for the longest goalless drought.
Ooh, 23 years. I will go higher.
Grandy?
Yeah, I also think higher, Dibs.
Chase Korich?
We got a sweep. I'm going higher.
28 years.
Yep.
It is, in fact, higher, and that included a cup or two where they did not participate. Algeria had they scored about as often as I did in high school. I'll just say that. Ken 3, Grandy 2, Chase Korich 2. It's higher or lower than 23. It'll be the 23rd World Cup final. This will be item number 6. Ken, we start with you. In seconds, the length of time it took for the fastest goal to be scored in World Cup history.
I'll say lower.
Grandy?
I also think lower, Dibs.
Chase Korich?
I'm just going to try to get a point on these guys. I'm going to go higher.
Yeah, be your own person, Chase. And in fact, it's lower.
Oh.
11 seconds. 11 seconds. Turkey, as you well remember, over South Korea.
Turkey,
It was Turkey back then. Turkey over South Korea.
Don't correct him.
In 2002. Ken 4, Grandy 3, Chase with 2. We will stay with that order. It's higher or lower than 23. 4 items to go.
It went wrong, Ken.
Ken looking to go back to back. Ken, we start with you. Higher or lower than 23. Total number of World Cup goals scored by Brazilians, Ronaldo, Rivaldo, and Ronaldinho combined. All time. Ronaldo, Rivaldo, and Ronaldinho.
Give me higher.
Grandy?
I think it's lower, Dibs.
Chase Korich?
I think it's lower, too. I know that Ronaldo's at 12, but I don't know if the other two get it up to there. I'm going lower.
Ronaldo's at 15. Rivaldo is at 8. Ronaldinho with 3. It is higher.
No.
Skin of my teeth.
It's almost over.
26 is the answer. Point for Ken. 5 for Ken. 3 for Grandy. 2 for Chase Korich. It is higher or lower than 23 is our number. We've got 3 to go.
How you doing, Grandy?
He's not doing great. Can you see that?
Those on YouTube, Ken.
Higher or lower than 23 is the number. Ken, we start with you. In thousands, the attendance in 1930 when the U.S. opened with a win over Belgium in Uruguay.
In thousands. Ooh.
USA v. Belgium, 1930, Uruguay. Higher or lower than 23?
I'll say lower.
Grandy?
I got to differentiate. I'm going higher.
Chase Korich?
I'm going higher, too. I feel like these South American stadiums, they could fill it up. I'm going higher.
I think we'll pass a rule that unless you get one right, you can't pontificate. Because it's lower, my friends.
Let's go.
No, it's all over.
18,000.
There wasn't that many planes back then, Dibs.
Excuse me. 18,346. And in fact, there was a country that didn't make the cup because they missed their boat.
Oh, wow.
I think it was Egypt. I was looking at Wikipedia and DNP boat.
Oh, they missed the boat against Argentina, too.
Yeah, speaking of missing the boat, Grandy and Chase, it is just about, well, in fact, it is over.
It's over. 6-3.
We got 2 to go. It's Ken with 6, Grandy 3.
Yes, sir.
Chase Korich playing for the silver. 2 to go. Higher or lower than 23, gentlemen?
What's the record? He might have the all-time record.
He had 8 last week, so
did he?
He might get 8 again.
He's just really good at this game.
He's a sneaky monster. Yes, Ken, we start with you. Number of years, higher or lower than 23. Number of years between appearances by El Salvador at the World Cup.
Number of appearances by El Salvador.
Number of years between
I'm
appearances.
sorry.
Have they only
Listening
been there
is
twice?
hard. Yes. Yes, they have.
Let's go higher.
Grandy, playing for the silver.
Screw Ken, lower.
Chase Korich.
I'm going lower as well.
Yeah, 12 years, guys. You remember.
Wow. Hey, I'm playing for fun now.
1970,
Doesn't matter.
1982. Everything matters. The record is always there.
You're right.
And it's now Ken 6, Grandy 4, Chase 3. This is the final item. It's higher or lower than 23. And it's not just about you, it's about the audience.
You're right.
So pretend like we're doing a radio show.
Sorry.
This will be the 23rd World Cup. It's higher or lower than 23. Ken, we start with you. Apparently you're up on this high horse. Giddy up. Higher or lower than 23, Ken. Total number of countries with an all-time positive goal differential.
One more time.
Listening's hard for you.
It is.
Must be all that hair. Total number of countries with an all-time World Cup positive goal differential.
Ooh.
That means goals scored versus goals against.
I know what goal differential means, Dibs. Thank you.
I'll walk you through it.
All right. I'm going to go higher.
Grandy?
I'm going lower, Dibs.
Chase Goodich?
I'm going lower as well.
Yeah, guys, where were you earlier with the right answers?
Yeah.
It is lower. The answer is 19, and the tiebreaker, which we apparently don't need, although it wound out to be a close game,
I know,
6-5.
only lost by 1.
The tiebreaker, and you guys can just play along. Brazil has the all-time best goal differential. What is their goal differential? It's a positive number. What would that number be? Brazil's goals scored versus their goals against?
Plus 26.
Ken?
I thought we had to write it down.
Well, there's nothing at stake, so you can just say it.
I'm going to say plus 34.
Chase, feel free to pontificate. You got the bronze.
I'm going plus 45. I think it's a little bit more.
Plus 135, my friends.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Plus 135.
Nice job,
They've
Chase.
been in every World Cup. And had the tiebreaker been needed, Chase, you would have won the tiebreaker. But instead, this guy, call him a juggernaut. Ken Luttrell, he's going back to back. Congratulations.
Yippee-ki-yay. Let's go.
Is that 3 appearances and 2 wins for Ken?
That is 3 wins in, I think, 5 appearances.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have...
3 and 5. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I wish I would have listed all of the appearances because I think he lost to Risotto once or maybe Cam.
No, I actually beat out Cam to the play-in.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
We did the play-in that time because...
I remember.
Yeah, we had an extra body in there. But Ken Luttrell now is...
That was a good one.
That was fun.
Thank you. He's now 4th all-time. He surges ahead of Steven Risotto into 4th on the leaderboard.
All right.
Toast is cooked.
All right.
Chase, your thoughts on the game?
You know, I started off very slow, but...
Me too.
I mean, I can only go up from here. So I'm definitely going to try to get on that winner leaderboard next week and love the game. Definitely a big fan.
I like your instincts on differentiating. You may want to hold the differentiation sensation for later in the game, but your instincts were rock solid, Chase.
Yeah. That was fun.
Grandy?
Good job, Dibs.
Slumping? Another chance to extend.
Willard's going to be real happy in 2 weeks when he finds out that I didn't win this
You
week.
should buy me a pizza.
Yeah, that's you're going to have to come up with your own wager. Next week, higher or lower, will be baseball inducting a Hall of Fame class, and they've inducted 84 Hall of Fame classes. So next week, we will play off of the number 84.
I know it's not Baseball Hall of Fame, but speaking of the Hall of Fame, did you see the video where Ronnie Lott knocks on the door of the great Roger Craig, surprises him? He knew he was going to the Hall of Fame, but they did the famous gold jacket knock on the door. Roger Craig going to the Hall. Long time coming for the great Roger Craig.
Long time overdue. And I know it's something that we were kind of kicking around of a show topic. And Jeff Kent will be going in next week, which is another guy I think is long overdue. But for Roger Craig to get in, it's wonderful.
You could tell it meant so much to him.
Yeah, and you had, Ronnie's there, and he's like the all-time ambassador.
I think Charles Haley was also there.
No doubt. And all Roger's family. And it was pretty emotional for me because, Roger Craig was the guy I grew up with.
My dad grew up watching the stories I heard my dad tell watching Roger Craig play football. Man, he was the first running back of the Christian McCaffrey ilk. He's the first dual threat, first guy with 1,000 season, and he wasn't a Hall of Famer. How is that possible?
A joke, and I do think that the narrative of him fumbling one time, and it was a big fumble, but I think that is something that held him back, but he's one of only 3 guys to ever go 1,000. Yeah. McCaffrey, Roger Craig, and
I should know this.
Marshall Faulk.
Oh, that's right. The great Marshall Faulk.
The great Marshall Faulk. So
greatest show on turf.
Good for Roger. I can't wait to see that induction ceremony in
that's
Canton.
Going to be emotional.
No doubt.
Just think of all the Niner dignitaries that are going to be there to see him.
Yeah.
Everyone on that era Niners team is going to They're probably going to cry when he gets inducted.
No doubt. And I thought that maybe they would have the Niners play in that game because usually they take the team of a player, but the Niners are already going to Australia. So I'm sure that they were like, all right, we're sending you down under. We're not going to give you Canton. We're going to do this instead.
By the way, the Hall of Fame game, Cardinals-Panthers, we are less than 3 weeks from the Hall of Fame game. 3 weeks from yesterday, Dibs. 20 days from the Hall of Fame game. Oh, we're close.
Yeah.
The Hall of Fame game, we're still a ways from the Hall of Fame game to the start of the regular season, but we're getting close to football season.
Right. And when you get to the Hall of Fame game and camps will have opened, and you mentioned rookies reporting
tomorrow.
Right. So you got the rooks coming in, and next week camps are opening, and I actually have an NFL related one for 2 weeks from now. So we're already working ahead here on Higher or Lower.
All right. Looking forward to it. Higher or Lower, the game that is sweeping the nation.
10-6, Grandy 5, Chase Kudich with 4.
You just love saying Chase's name.
It's incredible. And we were talking earlier about him being, of Croatian, ilk and loins. And so we talked about Luka Modric, and we were talking about, the great Croatian team from a couple of cups ago.
Yeah.
So
went all the way to the final.
Stock up for young Chase Kudich.
Yeah, absolutely. We have, Dibs, speaking of soccer, it is time for our World Soccer Championship update as we head into the last 2 days of the tournament, Dibs.
Oh, yeah, and it's brought to you by Jack's Bar and J-Town Pizza, your destination for international soccer action in San Jose's Japantown. And you mentioned it, and there is some sadness as we get here with only 2 matches remaining. It's been such an amazing World Cup. And remember when the U.S. was still in it?
That was fun. And then
that was really
disappointment.
Fun.
I also remember being worried that the expanded format was going to kind of dilute the product early in the tournament, and it did not at all.
At all, and I was totally with you. And then we had the Capo Verde story, and, the Democratic Republic of Congo made a little run.
Capo Verde, the 2 teams in the final, they took them to extra time.
Right. And
both of them.
It turns out it wasn't that diluted, and tomorrow...
It didn't take Spain to extra time. They just drew with Spain.
Right. And tomorrow we'll have the 3rd place game. It's France and England, and then Sunday's final between Argentina and Spain. And that is your World Soccer Championship update, brought to you by Jack's Bar and J-Town Pizza, your destination for international soccer action in San Jose's Japantown.
So if I could just become the FIFA president for a day and make rule changes, I would say take away the 3rd place game. France, go home. England, go home. Capo Verde, you get 3rd place. Congrats.
You just get 3rd.
Because the 2 teams that are in the final, you were the closest out of anybody else to beating them. So congrats.
Yeah. And
you get 3rd.
The rule I would pass would be if you get a red card, then I'm sorry, but you miss a match no matter who calls me and asks for it to get overturned. That would be my rule, because I don't know if you heard the Flo Balogun, might have been on Good Morning America, where he said, it kind of affected us. The fact that...
I did not see that.
The fact that it got overturned. And
it also, I would imagine it impacted Belgium too.
Correct, but I think, Balogun was saying he was having a hard time, really channeling and focusing in on what was going on because of all the outside noise.
That was a crazy couple of days after that Bosnia game, getting ready for the Belgium game. There's no doubt. All right, time for a break here on Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you. We'll wrap things up on the other side. Another show just about has come and gone, and no LeBron decision just yet. Don't expect it to happen in the next 20 minutes. But, of course, if it does, we're right here for you on 95.7 The Game. Plus, if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, make sure to check out what the Morning Roast had to say about the impact that LeBron's family may have on his free agency decision. Dibs and Grandy on Willard and Dibs. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
And it's Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, proudly celebrating 60 years in business. They set out to build not only a bank, and it is a good bank, but they wanted to create a local ecosystem that is built on these relationships that benefit all of us here in the Bay Area. And they're a proudly independent bank. They had opportunities to expand and buy up other banks, but they were not about that. They're about the local community. And when the money gets deposited like mine did today, it gets reinvested into family-owned businesses and home ownership right here in the Bay Area, and they support nonprofits and they make meaningful grants for the betterment of our Bay Area communities. And all of these contributions and the money that stays here, it contributes to a more vibrant and enjoyable community. Other banks do this, but you'll not find one of their size that have the resources focused right here in the Bay Area. And also, they designate 5% of their earnings for charity, and that happens right here in the Bay Area as well. They have clients who keep their money local as well, and that creates jobs, and it makes our economy so much stronger. Go in and see for yourself what a good local bank looks and feels like. It's Fremont Bank, proudly celebrating 60 years. Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
Some matches are too big to watch alone. That's why before the sun comes up, the lights are already on at Jack's Bar in San Jose's Japantown. Fans gather shoulder to shoulder as chants build toward kickoff. Tables shake after every goal. By sunrise, the whole place is roaring with the sound of the world's biggest matches. For decades, Bay Area soccer fans have found their way to Jack's for mornings like these. Open every weekend at 6 a.m. Real soccer culture. Real match day atmosphere. Jack's Bar in San Jose's Japantown.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC/R contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at UALocal38.org.
When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's the best-looking decking you'll find on the market, trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality. But TimberTech isn't just about looking great today. Thanks to its advanced technology and unparalleled durability, the TimberTech decks you build will still look amazing decades from now. Add in industry-leading warranties, and it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. Build with confidence. Build with TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Find it locally at Ashby Lumber.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries tomorrow on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
The new My Lowe's Pro Rewards American Express card. Earn 3 points per dollar spent on Lowe's qualifying purchases for the first 6 months after card account opening. Plus, save 5% every day on eligible purchases at Lowe's and earn points on eligible purchases everywhere else Amex is accepted. Card members get more at Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. 5% can't be combined with any other offer. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Back to school starts now.
Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
That's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question.
That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Happy Friday. I'm so excited for this weekend. I just want to watch soccer.
Yep.
I can't wait for Sunday. I mean, third place game, I'll have it on, sure, whatever. But Sunday, noon, I'm locked in.
I'm locked in on tomorrow morning. Will he or won't he? Bryson DeChambeau. Is he showing up to the first tee?
You need to tell everybody the story.
Fifth hole today, he cooks one into the tall grass, and he's going to go and play the ball. So Bryson DeChambeau goes up, and he finds his ball, and he looks at it, and it's a very bad lie, which means the ball is buried deep in the grass, and there's grass behind it. And so Bryson looks at the ball, and then he takes a couple of pretty firm steps behind the ball, stamping down tall grass. Nobody made anything of it. He eventually gets up there, hits the ball, makes a bogey, I think, and finishes his round. Come to find out, they think that he cheated. He had an infraction in the rules because he improved his situation by stamping down the grass. So I thought nothing of it. I get here to work, and we're all out there kibitzing, and all of a sudden I'm watching the coverage, and they're doing a double box. One box is the actual golf, and the second box is Bryson back at the fifth hole with the rules officials, and they're clearly animated and arguing over the ruling.
And the round for everybody is like about to end. Like it's the very end of the day.
But he had to go all the way back out to the fifth hole with his caddy to explain himself or defend himself. And after all of that goes on, and that was about a 20-minute...
Looked like they were like looking at a crime scene.
Right. I mean, you can't go on social media right now without seeing it. And so the ruling was a 2-stroke penalty. So instead of him being 1 shot behind the leader, he's now 3 behind.
He's 5 under. He was 7 under, right?
Correct. And so apparently, and I haven't seen it because we had to get on the air, but he went and he told his agent and he told his caddy, like, I'm not sure if I'm playing tomorrow, because he's that angry about being called a cheater. And of course, all the pundits are like, you know, some of them are, he did nothing wrong. And some of them are, oh my God, this is a blatant violation of the rules.
Well, where do you land? You obviously know, and it's a gentleman's game. Like, you know it way more than I do, but like the way that you explained it, I didn't see it and I haven't yet, but it feels like it was a pretty blatant disregard of the rules, right?
Yeah.
He improved his lie where he has to bring his club through to hit the ball.
Yeah.
He stamped down on that grass.
It was not a blatant stamping down, but he clearly looks at it and he took a step back. And if you watch the video and you like really go through it, the first step he takes back is behind the ball, and it is kind of a firm step onto grass that probably was in the way of his swing path. And so that's the part of it, though. It's a gentleman's game. You're supposed to call your own fouls, and he clearly wasn't even thinking about that. And yet, you know, the video review, it was like the VAR of golf, I guess, where they drew the square and they determined it's a penalty. So
there's no like statute of limitations, like the timing of it does not matter.
No, and it used to be where like viewers could see something on TV and you could like call a hotline and say, "Oh, Tiger,
this guy he cheated. Sorry,
yeah,
can
Tiger
you go
Woods,
check out?"
Tiger Woods' drop was in the wrong place, or you know he touched the bunker with his club. That's a penalty. I don't know if that happened here, but I do know that he is pretty PO'd, and so when his tee time comes, I'm going to be riveted to see if he actually will be there.
What time is his tee time scheduled to be? I know it's obviously going to be super early.
Not that early.
Oh, is it not?
Because he'll be in like the third to last group or the third to last game, as they call it.
Leaderboard.
And because England is so far north, the sun doesn't go down till like 10. So he probably doesn't tee off till 3 England time, which would be 7 here.
Something like that.
Yeah, roughly. And I'm ballparking the tee times. I don't have it in front of me, but after that,
7:30.
Thank you, champ. Open Championship, and that will dovetail beautifully into the third place game. So,
okay.
Long story short,
he's going to tee off. He's not going to refuse to play. He's only 3 back of the lead.
Yes, but he's a very peculiar individual.
He is. How do you view him in general? Are you a big fan of his, or are you...
I've become a bigger fan the more I've actually gotten to see his social media.
He's kind of a lightning rod.
He's he's kind of a maverick, so to speak. His clubs he's using are 3D printed.
Yeah.
It's a new set. So, and he was boasting about how each club takes about an hour to print. And so he's got this new set, and he hits the ball further than anyone, and he doesn't play the way that everyone else is playing. Like, it's a tricky par 4. You should hit an iron. No, he's blasting driver.
Rip it and rip it.
And we're going to go find it. And yet, here he is, 1 shot back, 3 shots back. But he's the kind of guy I could see just saying, you know what? Bleep you. I'm not showing up. I don't need to show up for you. You call me a cheater, I'm out.
You could see it, but do you think that's what he's going to do?
I think he will show up, but if anyone would have the chutzpah, the stones...
to not show up.
The cojones de pelotas to not show up, it would be him.
I mean, look, it cost you 2 strokes. That's not a small thing, but you're 3 back. You can still easily, but like you could still very realistically win this thing.
Yes, he's already won a couple of majors, and he marches to the beat of his own drum.
Oh, yeah.
And if you do show up, you're ostensibly taking the punishment and going about your business.
Did you hear Shasky's story recently about Bryson?
Yes, and he showed me the pictures.
Up at Northwood.
Which is another reason why, for me, it's stock up for Bryson. I used to think that he was a bag, and I won't say what kind of a bag, but not a grocery bag, I'll say, or a sleeping bag. But the more I've gotten to see his social media, the Shasky story where he showed up at Northwoods, which is literally in the woods, and like pictures with kids, and he's hitting next to Shasky's son, and like, he's delightful. So stock up. And this little incident will not tamp that down. I'm just fascinated to see if he even will show up.
I think he'll show up. His video with Steph, was that last year, the Breaking 50 series that he does with Steph here in San Francisco? That was an amazing, amazing video.
Yeah, and he's gone out and done the long drive competitions where guys are hitting it 400 plus, and he's more than held his own.
He's a hell of a golfer. There's no doubt.
No doubt.
And he's a very unique person. And the tour needs people like that, honestly.
But he's not on the tour, and that's the other piece of it.
You're right.
Where,
golf needs people like him.
Right.
Even if you don't love him.
Yeah, and whatever. He went to live, and so many of these guys did, and I don't think that he ever will come back, and he's not even bothered by that.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. A lot of LeBron talk today, of course, and it would not be a Friday at 5:50 if we did not go out to the Hayward Hills where Kurt is residing. What's up, Kurt? It's Willard and Dibs, but Dibs and Grandy today. What do you got?
Hey, there they are, Grandy and Dibs, the 2 best boys in town. And Willard, where are you, Willard? I haven't talked in a long time. God bless you, and happy anniversary, Willard. God bless you.
Oh, yeah.
Moving forward, let me tell you something about the Golden State Valkyries. Right now, the Valkyries are sitting pretty in the WNBA. They got the best defense in the league. They rate at 101.3 rating, and they also hold the fewest points per game at 76 points per game. That's a stat. You know who else about the Valkyries? Gabby Williams, she's the top defender in the league on that team. And not only that, Gabby Williams also is a current average leader for points, 15 points per game. That's a stat. Moving forward with Yaxel. Let me tell you about Yaxel. Yaxel, let me tell you, he's going to be a great player. He's going to be a good defender, an excellent rebounder. He has skill passing, and he has efficient shooting. If Deron Green wants to say anything about Yaxel, he can say whatever he wants. Green's won 4 championships. He's one of the best defensive players in NBA history. If he's going to put Yaxel under his blanket and bring him in and show him something and tell him what to do, that's all for Green, and Yaxel has to listen to that. Moving forward to LeBron James. LeBron James is the most powerful person in the game of basketball today. Whatever he says, whatever he does, everybody has to listen to him. As far as him coming to the Warriors, you can take that to the bank, and that's for sure. If he's hanging out with Green, traveling all around, tripping and everything with Green, they're buddies, he's not going to let Green down or Curry down. And when he comes to the Warriors, you can bet there'll be a playoff team. That's a fact. As far as the Giants, let me tell you about the Giants. The Giants' problem is, I've been saying all along, is pitching. It's got nothing to do with hitting the ball. They hit the ball very well. They're the top 3-4 teams in baseball hitting the ball. As far as Tony and Buster, they're not going anywhere. They're going to be there next year, and they're going to turn that team around. We still got a half a season left. And that's the bottom line, boys.
Hey, Kurt,
I love it.
I'm a guy, you and I have become radio buddies, but if I was somebody who said they need to get rid of Tony and or Buster, what would you say to me?
All right, thank you, Kurt.
Get out of here, Kurt.
And now we can go to the weekend because we got to get out of here from Kurt in the Hayward Hills. Dibs, a ton of fun. Yep. I will see you on Monday.
Another week of Grandy and Dibs. There they are.
There they are. The two stats. He didn't even say sport boys. He said the two best boys, period.
And Willard, where are you? Happy anniversary. I haven't talked to you in a long time. That's right.
Well,
That's
you're not going to talk to him next week either, Kurt.
Nope.
You better get used to Dibs and Grandy. All right. For Dibs, for Champion Ken, for Chase. Say it again.
Chase Kennedy.
I'm Mark Grandy. Thanks for tuning in. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the World Cup game tomorrow, but specifically on Sunday. We'll talk next week on 95.7 The Game.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
All new drinks are now at McDonald's, with refreshers like the Strawberry Watermelon Refresher and the Mango Pineapple Refresher with popping boba, to crafted sodas like the Sprite Berry Blast with berry flavors and cold foam. Who knew ice cold drinks could be so fire? 6 all-new drinks are here, now at McDonald's.
Refreshers contain caffeine.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.